Starting sign-in from Naruto, transcending to become Su Fan, the last hope of the Senju clan, starting sign-in at the border of the Land of Fire. Rewards: Hashirama's chakra and chakra release. From then on, a series of sign-in tasks begin. Ninja School, Hokage Building, Valley of the End, Naruto Bridge, Death Forest, the three great inheritance sites. And the sign-in rewards are one shocking God-level reward after another that stuns the Naruto world. Hiruzen Sarutobi. No need to doubt, Senju Xu is more than enough to inherit the title of the strongest Hokage, the God of Shinobi. Orochimaru. I must admit, Xu, you are the most perfect existence so far. Pain. You are the true God. Uchiha Madara. What kind of powerful force is this, even surpassing Hashirama? You are the most troublesome enemy I have faced so far. Madara, am willing to call you the strongest. Chapter 1. First check-in Kanagacore. The Senju clan has long lost its former glory, especially after Princess Tsunade left the village. The strength of the Senju has weakened to the point where it seems they could exit the stage of history at any moment. Even the Senju clan's residence has shrunk to just a few courtyards, unrecognizable compared to its past. In one inconspicuous courtyard, Su Fan is sitting cross-legged on a straw mat. He has lived in this world for 5 years, and for a full 5 years, no one knows how he has spent this time. The Senju clan has a total of 1 stone, with Hashirama occupying 9 do, Tobirama 3 do, Tsunade 1 do, and the rest of the Senju collectively 3 doed. Su Fan couldn't help but complain in his heart. Since Tobirama's death, the Senju clan has declined an exaggerated speed. By the time it got to him, forget about would release or self-regeneration abilities. It took him 5 years just to extract enough chakra to activate his small assistant. As a descendant of the Senju clan, he hasn't even gained a sliver of advantage. After finally activating the small assistant, the first novice task arrived. Ding! Please proceed to the border of the Land of Fire Forest for check-in as soon as possible. Successful check-in will reward you with a novice reward. Su Fan frowned slightly. He had figured out the general timeline when he first crossed over, and the history of Konoha had become a part of his life. Within the village, the Uchiha clan still exists and seems to be restless regarding the Konoha regime. Externally, there have been constant conflicts between the Cloud Village and Konoha. Although a recent alliance was announced, there are likely still spies from the Land of Lightning hidden during this period. But risks coexist with opportunities. Take a chance, and a bicycle could become a motorcycle. Su Fan's gaze sharpened. Before crossing over, he was an online literature enthusiast. The tropes on Shidian could go on for 3 days and 3 nights without repeating, so he naturally knew what to do. Most importantly, his current situation was a bit awkward. At first, when he just crossed over, he felt pretty good, because the timeline he crossed into was before the start of the Naruto plot, after the Nine-Tails rampage. It was a relatively safe and peaceful period for Konoha. Plus, with the Senju clan's bloodline, he should have enough time to plan, become stronger, and even use this identity to enter the upper echelons of Konoha. But soon, Su Fan couldn't be happy anymore. Although he was from the Senju clan, the chakra within him was alarmingly sparse. This meant that even if he entered the Ninja Academy, he wouldn't be able to graduate and become a ninja. This was undoubtedly a blow to Su Fan. Fortunately, after spending 5 years, he finally extracted enough chakra to activate his check-in assistant. It was time. Forest border. Su Fan stood up from the ground, returned to the house, specifically changed into clothes that were convenient for movement, and then hurriedly left the courtyard. Although the forest border was remote, it wasn't easy to lose one's way. However, during this period, Konoha was in a state of turmoil. Even the entrances and exits were guarded by Chunin-level ninjas. It seems that leaving the village openly is unlikely. Su Fan muttered to himself, noticing that he was already within a few dozen meters of the entrance when he was spotted. If he were to honestly say he wanted to check out the border, the other party would probably not only not believe him, but might hand him over to the Umbu. Find a secluded place and sneak past. I'll check in and come back. Su Fan made up his mind again and quickly left, not knowing how long it took him to make a big detour. Although I've been working out for 5 years, there's still quite a gap compared to real ninjas. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he finally bypassed Konoha's guards and was about to reach the border. However, just as Su Fan was about to complete the check-in, he noticed other figures. Had he been discovered? Had the Chunin from Konoha caught up? Su Fan quickly hid behind a large tree and carefully observed the situation. To his surprise, the other party was not Konoha's guards. They were from a cloud village. He saw someone like Kakashi wearing their forehead protector at an angle, moving swiftly with one hand carrying an unconscious little girl heading in his direction. Su Fan's gaze sharpened, and he recognized the identity of the little girl by the moonlight. Wait, isn't that Hinata from the Hyuga clan? Su Fan was taken aback. In his memory, someone from the Cloud Village did kidnap Hinata, but they hadn't escaped the village before being dealt with by Hayashi Hyuga. How did she end up at the border? A butterfly effect? No. Su Fan shook his head. Upon careful thought, the details of Hinata's kidnapping were filled with oddities. Could it be that the Hyuga clan is hiding the truth? It's quite possible. Niji was originally a junior and a branch family member, so he wouldn't have been able to grasp the details of what happened that day. But just as Su Fan was mulling over this, he sensed a murderous intent behind him. Whoosh! A cold gleam flashed past, and Su Fan quickly rolled to the side, only to see it was ninjas from the Cloud Village. Did we get discovered? Kill him. The resentment towards Konoha and their current situation ignited the killing intent of these individuals in an instant. They all drew their kunai, wanting to eliminate Su Fan here and then assist their leader in leaving. Seeing this, Su Fan immediately began to run. These Cloud Village guys wanted to kidnap Hinata. They certainly wouldn't let him go. Fortunately, after a few breaths, Su Fan stepped onto the forest border. Ding! Congratulations on successfully reaching the check-in location. You may now start checking in. The check-in progress must reach 100%, and quitting midway will be considered a failure. Hearing the assistant's voice, Su Fan's mood eased a bit, but in the next second, he felt a kunai graze his cheek, leaving a bloody mark. Thud! The kunai stabbed into the tree trunk right in front of Su Fan, an unprecedented killing intent closing in on him. He turned around abruptly, feeling as if he were not facing humans, but demons crawling out of the depths of hell. 123 Su Fan instinctively stepped back but felt a sharp pain in his ankle. A black kunai had cut through his muscle, robbing him of the ability to run. Then, the demons from the Cloud Village raised their kunai and charged at Su Fan. Die, Konoha brat! 6977 Su Fan felt a wave of intense pain in his ankle, and with no time to dodge, he could only watch helplessly as those cold weapons swung toward him. 100. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Reward obtained. Hashirama's chakra and chakra burst. Chapter 2. Is your name Uchiha Madara? Su Fan could clearly feel a warm current generating within his body, quickly spreading throughout. The injuries on his face and ankles were healing at a visibly rapid pace, and the pain soon disappeared. Is this the chakra of Hashirama? Su Fan couldn't help but murmur to himself as he quickly understood the situation. In fact, anyone with a bit of knowledge about Naruto knows that only other people's chakra is called chakra. Hashirama's should be directly called Chatala, and even if the Nine Tails were brought over, it might not compare. The true god of ninja, undoubtedly, not to mention the ninjas from the Cloud Village. Even if Uchiha Madara personally came and used his complete Susanoo to stab him, Su Fan could still counter with 2 slaps. Is your name Uchiha Madara? Do you think you can make others dance? However, besides this overwhelming Chatala, Su Fan also gained another ability. Su Fan steadied himself and directly unleashed the chakra within his body. This immense chakra instantly formed a shockwave, sending several ninjas from the Cloud Village flying. Su Fan could even clearly see their eyes widen in disbelief as they were thrown back by his power. Chakra could be used this way? However, Su Fan quickly recalled when Orochimaru summoned the previous Hokage using the Edo Tensei technique late in Naruto Shippuden. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, wanted to eliminate Sasuke Uchiha on the spot, but Hashirama simply released his chakra outward, not only calming the scene, but also causing cracks to appear in the surrounding walls. Even the second Hokage was stunned at the time. This was under some pressure from Orochimaru, and Hashirama had no intention of using his full strength. However, the chakra Su Fan released immediately caught the attention of the Cloud Village leader. This chakra? The Cloud Village leader was taken aback. Such an exaggerated amount of chakra didn't even require a sensory-type ninja to feel it. Even standing hundreds of meters away, it was palpable. Could it be the third Hokage? The Cloud Village leader swallowed hard. In his view, the only person in the entire Konoha village who could possess this level of chakra was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. But is that possible? His own abilities were second only to the Raikage in speed, and in such a short time. Konoha's Hokage sensed him and was intercepting rather than pursuing. Let her go. Sufan appeared instantly behind the Cloud Village leader, his voice deep. The Cloud Ninja, who had been sent flying, landed right at the leader's feet. It must be said that Hashirama's Chatala was even more magnificent than Sufan had imagined, making it a bit hard for him to control. You. The Cloud Village leader abruptly turned around to look at the newcomer, and just one glance left him frozen in place. The newcomer was not the third Hokage, but merely a black-haired boy who appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old. But without a doubt, that terrifying chakra was released by him. Could he be a Jinchuriki? Like Killer Bee, perfectly controlling the power of the tailed beast? Damn it, how did your intelligence department investigate this? In an instant, the leader began to doubt whether the intelligence ninjas in his village were all useless. Thud. Wait. Am I trembling? The Cloud Village leader nervously swallowed. He had initially wanted to let others hold off Sufan while he retreated. But only now did he realize that his legs felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Forget about turning around to escape. He could barely manage to stop them from shaking. No, it was impossible. And as for the supporting ninjas, they were even worse. In their minds, there was only one thing left. Fear. What is this unprecedented sense of fear? Is that really chakra? It's just like facing the Eight Tails rampaging. It's important to note that they weren't just any Genin or Chunin to obtain the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. They were all elite Jonin carefully selected from the Jonin ranks. The goal was to ensure that this operation would succeed without fail. Sufan observed coldly. He had no intention of letting these Cloud Village guys go back. Then, he focused his gaze, precisely controlling his chakra to ensure he wouldn't harm Hinata, and released it with all his strength. Boom! The chakra surged forward like a colossal wave, creating a violent sonic boom. In an instant, it shattered the bones and internal organs of the several ninjas far from Hinata. The Cloud Village leader, who was holding Hinata, had his arm instantly crushed and was sent flying, along with the force behind him, pushed away by this force. The ancient trees were uprooted. Conversely, Hinata landed steadily on the ground, as if she felt nothing. However, as the moonlight slowly bathed Hinata, she gradually opened her eyes. At the same time, Hayashi Hyuga noticed Hinata's disappearance, and, after sending someone to contact the third Hokage, he pursued at full speed. Fortunately, relying on the special ability of the Byakugan, he quickly found the tracking clues. But what Hayashi never expected was that just as he was about to reach the borders of the Land of Fire, he suddenly sensed a wave of chakra. Hayashi couldn't help but gasp. Even without using the Byakugan, he could clearly feel the impact of this immense chakra, and he had only felt such exaggerated chakra once, on the night of a Nine Tails disturbance. Damn it, these damned Cloud Ninjas not only kidnapped Hinata, but also took the Jinchuriki. One of the people behind, Hayashi shouted without thinking. In her understanding, only tailed beasts would possess such exaggerated chakra. As the head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi's mind was always quick, so he immediately changed his plan. Everyone, enter combat mode. At the very least, we must delay until the third Hokage arrives. Hayashi clenched his fists, feeling that this was no longer just about the Cloud Ninjas wanting to obtain the Byakugan. They likely wanted to take this opportunity to start a war and destroy the entire Konoha. This was not only for the Hyuga clan, but also for our village. We must hold off the tailed beast here. Chapter 3, the next check-in location, Hinata slowly regained consciousness, gradually opening her eyes, only to find herself lying on the ground in a strange position. Just then, she felt a wave of pain in her head as she recalled someone following her and knocking her out. An unprecedented fear swept over her, causing Hinata to want to get up. However, it was only at this moment that she realized that although she had regained her senses, her hands and feet had no strength at all. Soon, a shadow, elongated by the moonlight, entered Hinata's view. She turned her eyes and tried to look up, seeing a black-haired boy standing in front of her. At the same time, Sufan also noticed Hinata. Their eyes met, but Sufan saw fear in Hinata's eyes. Her small body seemed to want to move back, and her eyes began to moisten. The check-in was completed, so Su Fan could naturally leave Hinata here. However, seeing the expression on her face, weak, pitiful, helpless, and desperate, he sighed, slowly squatting down, and noticed Hinata's attempt to distance herself from him. "I'm here to save you. It's okay now." After briefly stating his identity, Su Fan ignored Hinata's reaction and directly picked her up in a princess carry. "Let's throw her at the entrance of the Konoha Hospital," Su Fan thought confidently. However, he hoped to encounter someone from the Hyuga clan on the way back to hand Hinata over to them. Yet, throughout the journey, Su Fan did not come across anyone from the Hyuga clan or Konoha's pursuers. He didn't know if they hadn't discovered that Hinata had been kidnapped or if it was due to the route he took that he hadn't encountered anyone. Forget it. Let's make some noise and go back, he decided. Boom! With a surge of chakra, Su Fan clenched his fist and smashed it into the ground. However, just as Su Fan was about to turn and leave, Hinata finally gathered enough strength to make a sound. Name. But even then, her voice was barely audible, akin to that of a mosquito. If it weren't for Su Fan's keen hearing and the fact that it was nighttime, he probably wouldn't have noticed the sound at all. After some thought, he remembered that Hinata, due to her shy nature, spoke softly. Senju. Su Fan only left behind a surname before disappearing into the night. Not long after, the on-duty staff of Konoha Hospital, hearing the noise, rushed out to check the situation, only to find Hinata lying on the ground. This is the young lady of the Hyuga clan? The staff were startled and quickly called for help to carry Hinata inside. Meanwhile, the previously disappeared Su Fan was secretly standing on a telephone pole, watching as Hinata was taken in for treatment before he turned to leave. Ding! A new check-in task has been released. Please proceed to the ninja school to check in and you will receive a reward. Su Fan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Check in at the ninja school? Although he had already acquired the chakra of Senju Hashirama, he only had a vast amount of chakra. To enter the upper echelons of Konoha and even become Hokage, he first needed to become a ninja. Even though Naruto was often teased, he was still a genin at the end of the day. As for Su Fan, he was just a fallen member of the Senju clan, living in the village as an ordinary person. To enter Konoha's upper echelons, or even become Hokage, he had to first become a ninja. Entering the ninja school was the first step to becoming a genin. Moreover, the reward for the first check-in was so generous. Perhaps the next check-in would grant him wood release. With Hashirama's chakra, plus his wood release, that would truly make him the God of Shinobi. Of course, that would be a matter for tomorrow. Today had already been exhausting, and he needed to reward himself. On the other side, Hyuga Hizashi, the clan head of the Hyuga clan, led several members in pursuit and quickly arrived at the border of the Land of Fire. However, the scene here left him dumbfounded at first glance. A large area of forest had been reduced to wasteland. Could it be the tailed beast bomb? Hizashi couldn't help but gasp, then ordered the others to search. Clan head, in less than 2 or 3 minutes, they found something using their Byakugan abilities. This is... Hizashi hurried to the scene, only to see the corpses of Cloud Shinobi. To say they were corpses was an understatement. They were more like chunks of flesh. They had worked hard to identify their true identities. What on earth happened here? Hizashi was puzzled. Could it be that a Jinchuriki had gone berserk, killing even their own? Otherwise, how could one explain the scene before them? Could it be that legendary figure? At that moment, a member of the Hyuga clan approached Hizashi, speculating. Everyone knows that the Land of Lightning has a perfect Jinchuriki. The chances of a berserk incident are quite low. Jiraiya-sama? Hizashi frowned. If it were the toads of Miyaboka Mountain, they could indeed cause such destruction. But how to explain the chakra he sensed earlier? Expand the search area. After a moment of silence, Hizashi gave orders to the others. No matter who did this, he wanted to find his daughter. However, he didn't know how much time had passed when Hyuga Hayashi, who should have been guarding the clan, arrived here. Clan head, Hayashi? What are you doing here? Hizashi was surprised to see Hayashi. It's Hinata. Hinata is in trouble. Upon hearing Hinata's name, Hizashi's emotions immediately became agitated. Whether as his daughter or the future of the Hyuga clan, Hinata's status was crucial. She has been sent to Konoha Hospital. Hayashi took a deep breath and explained. Sent to the hospital? Hizashi was taken aback and looked back at the situation. Could it really be Jiraiya-sama? Hayashi, gather the bodies of the Cloud Shinobi and take them back to the village. Without waiting for Hayashi's response, Hizashi hurried back to the village. Just as Hayashi said, Hinata was lying on the hospital bed receiving treatment. Not only that, but the third Hokage and the advisor Danzo also happened to arrive. Hokage-sama, Hizashi first greeted them, then eagerly inquired about Hinata's condition. She's fine. She just got scared and needs to rest well, the nurse replied. Who brought her here? Hizashi asked again. In fact, not only Hizashi, but the third Hokage and Danzo were also very concerned about this question. We're not sure. However, Miss Hinata mentioned the name Senju several times while she was unconscious. What? Hizashi, the third Hokage, and Danzo were all momentarily stunned. Chapter 4. Who will take the blame? Senju. At the mention of this name, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but think of his former disciple, Tsunade. With her strength, repelling the Cloud Village's forces would indeed not be difficult. However, ever since Dan and SHT died, Tsunade had developed a severe hemophobia and left the village. Hinata. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent for a moment, and after the nurse left, he inquired about Hinata's specific situation. Yes, Hinata replied, then recounted in detail the circumstances he encountered during the pursuit, especially when he mentioned the extent of the destruction in the border forest. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were taken aback. Were there no suspicious individuals? Danzo couldn't help but ask. Could it really be Tsunade who saved Hinata? No. Hinata shook his head. For the Hyuga clan, even in a moonless night, their vision would not be affected. If there had been suspicious individuals, they could not have bypassed him. Danzo nodded. In any case, Hinata's condition was not serious, and once she woke up, the truth might come to light. Compared to the person who saved Hinata, the current situation was quite tricky. It had taken a lot of effort for the Cloud Village and Konoha to form an alliance. And now this incident had occurred. If not handled properly, it might provoke conflict again. The village could not afford another major war at this time. The fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, had passed away, and the Jinchuriki, Naruto, didn't even know he was the Jinchuriki, let alone control the power of the Nine Tails. The Uchiha clan's issues were also significant. The village needed stability now. Hinata, I hope the Hyuga clan can bear the burden of today's conflict, Danzo said, raising his head to look directly at Hinata, his voice low. Danzo, what do you mean by that? Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately expressed his discontent. There's no other meaning. The leader of the Cloud Village kidnapped the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, and in the process of fleeing, was discovered by the clan head and died in the confrontation. As for what happened at the border, no one knows, Danzo explained. According to Hinata's statement, those ninjas who had kidnapped Hinata were already dead. Only such an explanation could extricate the village from this incident. It was the Hyuga clan that, under the misunderstanding of Konoha's higher-ups, mistakenly harmed the ninjas of the Cloud Village. It had nothing to do with the village. Danzo, how can you do this? Sarutobi Hiruzen could clearly see Danzo's intentions. This way, the Hyuga clan would become a barrier between the Cloud Village and Konoha. I understand. As the clan head, Hinata naturally understood the reasoning behind this. He took a deep breath and directly agreed with Danzo's statement. Hinata, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, hoping that both Danzo and Hinata would not be too rash about this matter. But Danzo didn't care much. After finishing this matter, he stood up from his seat. Hiruzen, Hinata needs to rest now. This is no longer our concern. Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted in dissatisfaction, but could only watch as Danzo disappeared at the door, then sighed helplessly. Hinata, there will be other ways. Take good care of her. I will, Hokage-sama. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and left the hospital room. However, Danzo did not go far. He stood at the corner of the hospital corridor, seemingly waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen intentionally. Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked displeased. How can you make the Hyuga clan bear all this? Isn't that the reason you asked me to come? Danzo's tone was emotionless. You and I both know how crucial it is to form an alliance with the Cloud Village, even if their aim is to obtain the Byakugan. We cannot make this matter explicit. The Uchiha clan is very unstable, and we have lost Namake's Minato and the Jinchuriki. Hearing the name Uchiha, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned ugly. Minma and Koharu will support me, Danzo said firmly. Since the other party is after the Byakugan this time, let Hinata disguise as the clan head and then hand him over, sealing the secrets of the Byakugan. The branch family of the Hyuga clan exists to protect the main family. The sacrifice of the Hyuga clan is for the village. Everything is for the village. No, Danzo, this time I will think of another way. Whether it's the Hyuga clan or the Uchiha clan, there will be other ways. Sigh. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The reason he came to see Danzo today was to have him bear the burden of today's conflict. He didn't expect this guy to directly push the problem onto the Hyuga clan. If you're worried, I'll take care of this matter. Danzo's attitude became even firmer. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen had expressed more than once that he would find a way to deal with the Uchiha clan's issues. Yet in the end, he still had not come up with anything. Let's put this matter aside for now, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to stop the discussion on this topic. In fact, another matter was equally important, to investigate who saved Hinata. Personally, Sarutobi Hiruzen hoped it was Tsunade. Although he had taken over as Hokage after Namake's Minato's death, his body was aging more and more. He needed a successor. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were about to leave the hospital, Hinata, who had been guarding beside Hinata, suddenly chased after them. Third Hokage-sama, Hinata has woken up, Hinata said. She woke up? Who saved her? Danzo asked without thinking, concerned more about who had saved her than about Hinata herself. It was someone who claimed to be from the Senju. Hinata gasped, his eyes and voice filled with disbelief. A black-haired boy. A boy. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo exchanged shocked glances. It wasn't Tsunade. It was a boy. Could it be Senju Xu? The name suddenly appeared in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, but he quickly shook his head, trying to deny this thought. He had been to the Senju clan's residence a few times when he had nothing to do. This child, Senju Xu, had no qualifications to become a ninja at all. He couldn't even pass the Ninja Academy's entrance exam. Could he really have saved Hinata and destroyed the border forest? Is that even possible? Meanwhile, Xu Fan had already returned to the Senju clan's residence, ready to rest well and report to the Ninja Academy the next day. Speaking of which, the third Hokage should know it was me who saved Hinata, right? Xu Fan calculated the time slightly and felt that Hinata should be waking up about now. With the name Senju and the identity of a boy, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no reason not to come to probe him. But this was just one part of Xu Fan's plan. Chapter 5. The shock of the third Hokage as Xu Fan had anticipated. When the next day came, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, indeed arrived at the Senju clan's residence. The leader of the Cloud Village sent people to obtain the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan, so naturally, they would not harm Hinata. Based on Xu Fan's calculations, Hinata would wake up by the earliest last night or at the latest this morning. The Senju clan, combined with the traits of the young boy. Who else could it be besides himself? Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen did not come, he would likely send someone. Lord Hokage. After breakfast, Xu Fan started to walk back and forth at the entrance of the residence. He didn't know how long it had been when he finally saw Sarutobi Hiruzen walking over slowly and then took the initiative to greet him. Senju Xu. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and nodded. As the third Hokage, he had kept the names and chakra of the younger generation in mind, especially those of the Senju clan's descendants. I can already refine my chakra. After greeting, Xu Fan got straight to the point. I want to go to the Ninja Academy. 5 years ago, he had this idea, but due to his weak body and lack of chakra, he was rejected. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart tightened. Could it be that the one who defeated the Cloud Ninja yesterday was really Senju Xu? No. How could that be? The Cloud Village sent not only elite Jonin, but he had also witnessed it himself. Such a level of destruction was something even the Jonin in the village couldn't achieve. He was just a 13-year-old boy. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze sharpened, and he couldn't help but recall the legends about the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, who was known as the God of Shinobi in the ninja world. Could it be that Senju Xu awakened the unique Kekkei Genkai of Hashirama at this age? In fact, before Sarutobi Hiruzen made the decision to come to the Senju residence, he specifically had Umbu Ninja Kakashi bring a photo of Senju Xu to Hinata for confirmation. She also felt it was Senju Xu who saved her. However, Hinata had no memory of the battle between Senju Xu and the Cloud Ninja. Due to this relationship, it couldn't be confirmed whether Xu Fan had anyone else by his side at that time. Suit is amazing. Can you show it to Grandpa Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth curled up, revealing a kind smile. If Su Fan really awakened the first Hokage's Kekkei Genkai, that would be no joke. Of course, Su Fan also appeared very happy. However, he did not intend to show his full strength. After all, he was just trying to sign up for the Ninja Academy and become a true ninja, with hopes of entering the upper echelons of Konoha and even becoming Hokage in the future, rather than to show off his chakra. Su Fan made a hand sign and began to gather the chakra within him. Let us display 1% of it. Even among peers, this amount of chakra should not be considered weak. Sarutobi Hiruzen swallowed hard, carefully observing Su Fan. Although he outwardly seemed slightly curious about Su Fan, he was actually conducting a chakra test. But what was going on? The Su Fan before him was completely different from the Senju Xu he had seen before. In less than a breath, Su Fan evenly distributed his chakra throughout his body, even allowing it to spill out and form a faint layer of chakra around him. Sarutobi Hiruzen had only seen such a chakra transformation in Jinchuriki. For a moment, he was stunned, even conservatively estimating Su Fan's chakra was more than 100 times his own. At only 13 years old, his chakra was so immense. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but murmur to himself. This was only the beginning of his youth. If he reached his peak, how exaggerated would that be? This guy, is he a monster? No, not the kind of monster that a Jinchuriki is. This guy has inherited the legacy of the first Hokage. Yes, the strength of the declining Senju clan unexpectedly produced such a genius. Su Fan let out a long breath, stopping and unable to help but say, "Unfortunately, this should be my limit." Limit? Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured. This child, Senju Xu, had truly changed. With this level of chakra alone, he was already far beyond many self-proclaimed geniuses. Yet he felt unsatisfied. Of course, the third Hokage would never have imagined that Su Fan's limit was not the same as what he understood. If he continued, he might even form a visible chakra cloak, but he didn't need to reach that level just to enroll. Su Fan shook his head, and even he hadn't expected that he could also simulate the chakra cloak, which was typically only usable by Jinchuriki. It must be said that this was a qualitative change brought about by quantitative change. With a large amount of chakra, one could truly do as they pleased. Grandpa Hokage, can I go to the Ninja Academy? Su Fan raised his head and smiled as he asked. Of course. Sarutobi Hiruzen was already shocked, but still gently patted Su Fan's head. Although this year's enrollment for the Ninja Academy had just ended, it wouldn't delay his classes. Most importantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen was filled with anticipation for Su Fan's growth. After all, his own age was continuously increasing. He needed a successor who could inherit the will of fire. When the right opportunity arose, he would remove Danzo's advisory position and disband his roots. Sarutobi began to ponder in his heart. He had actually had this idea for a long time, but Su Fan's appearance made him more resolute. Meanwhile, the roots that were secretly investigating also brought this news back to Danzo. Senju Xu. Danzo repeated the name, and a surge of power unconsciously erupted from his hand, crushing the tea utensils. Are you sure? Danzo instinctively glanced at his bandaged arm. Although his expression was calm, his heart was already in shock, because based on various clues, Senju Xu was very likely the one who killed the Cloud Ninja and caused destruction in the border forest. Absolutely certain. A member of the Roots knelt on the ground, speaking with unwavering certainty. As a sensory ninja, he would never misjudge. The amount of chakra that boy possessed was greater than anyone he knew. Is that so? Danzo clenched his fist. If he merely had a vast amount of chakra, that would be fine, but if he could also use would release. I understand. You may leave, Danzo said expressionlessly, but his mind was already devising a multitude of plans. Chapter 6. Shumoku's calculated strategy with a personal recommendation from the 3 generations of Hokage. Su Fan's enrollment process became much easier. Now he just needed to go to the ninja school and find Irika-sensei to complete his enrollment and conveniently finish the sign-in task. After 5 years, Su Fan was already very familiar with the map of Konoha Village. It took him only about half an hour to walk from his residence to the ninja school. Sarutobi Hiruzen had also informed the teachers at the ninja school to take good care of Su Fan. Are you Senju Xu? As soon as Su Fan entered the ninja school, a Chunin teacher called out to him. Su Fan's eyes flashed with surprise because the person welcoming him was none other than a well-known figure in the world of Hokage, Shimoku-sensei. Yes, Su Fan nodded. Although Shimoku was known for being treacherous and having a strong sense of jealousy, it had nothing to do with him. If he really wanted to trick Su Fan into stealing the ninja book, that would actually be a good thing. Learning the forbidden techniques would be quite beneficial. Senju classmate. Seeing that Su Fan's thoughts were elsewhere, Shimoku had to raise his voice and called out his name several times. Oh, it's nothing. Su Fan shook his head, a smile on his face. I just remembered something happy. Something happy? Ah, I understand. Shimoku's smile was very sunny, and if one didn't know his personality, they might really be deceived by his seemingly harmless and cheerful big brother image. Guess how I recognized you at a glance? Shimoku gestured with one hand, indicating that they could walk and talk while giving Su Fan a tour of the place. Because of this, Su Fan pointed to the unique emblem of the Senju clan on his chest. He wasn't a celebrity, and it wasn't as if everyone in the village knew of his existence. But the emblem of the Senju clan was different. That's right, Senju classmate is indeed very smart. Shimoku maintained his sunny smile. However, internally he felt pity for Su Fan. Normally, once a child reaches a certain age, they can enter the ninja school, receive ninja education, and qualify to become a genin after graduation. But this year, Su Fan was already 13 years old, which was the age to graduate. If he were a more talented ninja, he would have already grown into a jonin by this age. Talents like Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi were examples of such geniuses. Every time Shimoku thought of this, he felt jealous of their innate talents. Ah, the Senju clan. Shimoku sighed internally. If it were someone else, it might not matter. But when it came to the surname Senju, it was practically the history of Konoha village. The legendary Senju Hashirama, known as the God of Shinobi, had a reputation that was immensely prominent. Senju Tobirama was also known for his iron-fisted approach. Even in the era of Tsunade, she was still unmatched in medical ninjutsu, one of the legendary Sannin. And then there was Su Fan, 13 years old, not only a repeat student, but just entering the ninja school. If he wasn't mistaken, it was likely that the third Hokage approved this enrollment out of pity for him. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that with Su Fan's situation, not to mention becoming a genin, he probably wouldn't even have a good chance of graduating smoothly. Another Uzumaki Naruto, Shimoku couldn't help but complain internally. Every time he saw that little fox demon trying to show off his efforts, he found it amusing. No matter how hard he tried, he could never become a true ninja, just like Su Fan now. By the way, is this your first time here? Shimoku took a deep breath and started chatting casually with Su Fan. No, I came here once 5 years ago, but I couldn't enroll successfully. This time, it's all thanks to the third Hokage, Su Fan said nonchalantly. Before officially becoming a student, he needed to go to the administrative office with Shimoku to register. On the way, he didn't see any other students. I see. Shimoku nodded, feeling even more pity for Su Fan. However, if he can make good use of this guy, it might yield unexpected results. Shimoku squinted his eyes. As a Chunin teacher, he already knew that there was a scroll of forbidden techniques hidden in the Hokage's office. If he could get his hands on it, which grade will I be assigned to? Su Fan suddenly asked. The ninja school wasn't large. Each grade had only a few dozen students. Within minutes, he and Shimoku stopped at the door of the administrative office. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully arrived at the sign-in location. Sign-in officially begins. Exiting midway will be considered a sign-in failure. The progress bar began. 123, is this when the sign-in is triggered? Su Fan mumut. He had wondered why the sign-in assistants hadn't reacted on the way here. It seemed that the range for this sign-in determination was different from before. 66-100. Congratulations, host, sign-in successful. Task reward. Mastery of 5 chakra attributes. Wind, lightning, fire, water, and earth. As soon as the auxiliary voice fell, Su Fan felt a mysterious power appear within his body, rapidly swelling and merging with him. 5 chakra attributes? Su Fan was slightly surprised. As someone who had crossed over to see the Hokage, he had some understanding of chakra attributes. However, Su Fan wasn't certain whether everyone possessed 5 different chakra attributes, but only excelled in 1 or 2, or if normal people only had 1 or 2 chakra attributes. For example, Uzumaki Naruto was skilled in wind release, while Sasuke excelled in lightning release and fire release. As for himself, he could easily use any one of the 5 elemental natures: wind, lightning, water, fire, or earth. However, after completing this sign-in, the next sign-in task didn't appear immediately. It seemed that the auxiliary sign-in tasks didn't come one after another. But in any case, just the rewards from the first 2 sign-ins were so rich that Su Fan was even more excited about the future rewards. All right, stop daydreaming. Shimoku's voice came again, and Su Fan instinctively looked over. While he was completing the sign-in, Shimoku had already taken care of his enrollment application. Now, I will take you to your class. Are you ready? Shimoku smiled. Of course. Su Fan replied briskly, his heart already eager. However, when Shimoku brought Su Fan to the classroom door, he unexpectedly found that there wasn't a single student inside. I just remembered, Shimoku suddenly realized. Irika's class has practical lessons today. Then he looked at Su Fan and said, "It seems your luck isn't too good." Although the students in Irika's class were younger than Su Fan, they had all enrolled through the normal channels. In terms of practical lessons, Su Fan would likely only get beaten up. However, this made Shimoku very excited. The more Su Fan got beaten up, the easier it would be for him to trick him into stealing the scroll of forbidden techniques. Chapter 7. Challenge Sasuke? 1-2. Irika. Mizuki brought Su Fan to the playground and greeted Irika. Su Fan looked around and saw dozens of students gathered here, with Uchiha Sasuke naturally being the center of attention among them, especially the female students, whose eyes were almost glued to Sasuke, looking infatuated. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto was isolated in a corner. Although he himself didn't think much of it, he appeared somewhat lonely. After all, the current Naruto was just a 6 or 7-year-old child. If Naruto were to record a vlog now and upload it to Bilibili, the screen would probably be flooded with comments like Naruto, Naruto, Mommy hug, Guardian of the best prince, I have to go on top, and so on. However, Hinata, who was also in this class, was absent. It seemed that her body hadn't fully recovered yet, and she was resting in the hospital. Mizuki. Irika turned around and responded to Mizuki, holding a notebook that seemed to be used for recording scores. Soon, Irika also noticed Su Fan standing next to Mizuki. "You are the student mentioned by Lord 3rd Hokage, right?" Irika said with a smile. Although it was a bit strange to start ninja school at 13, Irika didn't mind. Yes, Su Fan nodded, indicating that it was indeed him. "All right, Irika, from today on, I'm entrusting him to you," Mizuki emphasized, but he had no intention of leaving. After all, it was a practical lesson today. Indeed, for ninjas, physical skills are also a crucial aspect, even listed as one of the tactics in ninja combat, Irika explained. But in reality, he was saying this for Su Fan's benefit. All right, Irika stopped the small talk with Mizuki and waved his hand, asking his students to come over and stand in line. However, Naruto, who should have been standing next to Sasuke, was suddenly pushed aside by Sakura, who rushed over. "Sasuke-kun." Sakura greeted Sasuke softly, only to find her rival, Ino, standing on Sasuke's other side. "Ino Pig, why are you standing there? This should be something I say to you." Wide forehead. That spot was meant for Naruto. Cough cough. Seeing the female students arguing about who should stand next to Sasuke again, Irika had no choice but to clear his throat to stop them. On the contrary, Sasuke remained with his hands in his pockets, looking indifferent. Are the female students today so mature? Irika couldn't help but internally complain about this, and then he narrated the current situation to everyone. From today on, Su Fan will join us as a transfer student and study at the ninja school. "Introduce yourself, Senju classmate," Irika said with a smile. Rather than being a homeroom teacher, he seemed more like a friendly older brother. However, during this period, Irika had also just recently become a Chunin teacher, and to get along well with his classmates, he would sometimes distance himself from Naruto. For example, this time, he directly ignored Naruto's situation. Su Fan nodded, and then introduced himself to the others. "My name is Senju Xu. I have nothing I particularly like or dislike, and my dream is to become Hokage and revitalize the Senju clan." In reality, Su Fan was quite aware of a hobby of the 3rd Hokage. In his free time, he would sit in his office, observing others through a crystal ball. According to Su Fan's knowledge, this was a technique called the telescope technique. As long as one understood the chakra properties of the target, they could observe from a distance. Generally, the third Hokage would use this technique to observe Naruto's every move, ensuring that he, as a Jinchuriki, wouldn't encounter any problems. And now, not only was he showing his chakra to Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Naruto was also here. If he wasn't mistaken, Sarutobi Hiruzen was probably secretly observing him right now. Therefore, what he said was actually intended for Sarutobi Hiruzen to hear, to make him understand his position, to become Hokage and revitalize the Senju clan. And given his identity, this statement was also very normal. The man who will become Hokage is me, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto suddenly popped out from the crowd, pointing at Su Fan and shouting loudly. However, his words attracted laughter from others. Ha ha, the bottom of the class wants to become Hokage. This joke never goes out of style. Yeah, if Naruto can become Hokage, then I could become the god of the ninja world. Exactly, what an oblivious guy. You guys. Upon hearing the mockery from others, Naruto's face turned red, and he began to loudly refute, I will definitely become Hokage and gain the village's recognition. That's enough, Naruto. Irika sighed helplessly. The Hokage has always been the most respected person in the village. And for Uzumaki Naruto, as long as the Nine Tails is inside him, he will never be able to become Hokage. Although it was cruel to say this, it was better for him to see reality clearly. However, just as Irika was about to say something, Su Fan directly interrupted him. Then you should work hard, Naruto, Su Fan said with a smile. Naruto was completely taken aback, caught off guard. He had spoken about his dreams more than once. But each time he did, he was met with ridicule, especially from the adults, whose eyes were filled with coldness and distance. These had long become a part of his daily life. But who would have thought that the person standing in front of him not only didn't mock him, but instead encouraged him to work hard? Especially the look in his eyes and his smile seemed to genuinely believe that he had hope of becoming Hokage. For a moment, Uzumaki Naruto stood in front of Su Fan, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Crying? Su Fan was also taken aback. In Naruto, he could be considered quite strong. No matter what setbacks he faced, he should always be smiling. Ah, it's nothing. Naruto sniffed, quickly rubbing his eyes. It's sand got in my eyes. On the side, Irika, watching Naruto, felt as though something had gripped his heart tightly. The other classmates, however, were somewhat confused about the current situation. When did Naruto become such a crybaby? Cough cough. Seeing that the atmosphere had become somewhat awkward, Irika had to shift everyone's attention. All right, since Senju classmate has arrived, let's continue the class. Then, Irika flipped through the score sheet. Due to Hinata's absence today, there happened to be an empty spot on the score sheet. So far, there was just enough room for one more Sasuke. Uchiha clan and Senju clan. Huh? Senju classmate, would you like to give it a try? Irika said with a smile. Challenging the top student, Sasuke. Chapter 8. I really don't want to fight you. 2-2. Irika's words were like a bomb, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Challenging Sasuke right from the start. Although I can't stand Sasuke, I have to admit his strength is indeed formidable. But Senju is a few years older than Sasuke. Soon, voices began to emerge in support of Su Fan. However, this kind of support was fleeting. It has nothing to do with age. Remember before? Even the real Genin were no match for Sasuke. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes last time. Sasuke-kun severely taught those troublesome Genin a lesson. At that time, Sasuke-kun was really cool. What do you mean by that? Sasuke-kun now is also very cool. Along with his voice, many female classmates began to scream and cheer for Sasuke. On the contrary, Sasuke still appeared indifferent. In fact, Sasuke doesn't care about these classmates' praises at all. He didn't act out earlier to show off, but because the other party slandered the Uchiha clan in front of him. They brought this upon themselves. To be honest, Sasuke is only thinking about quickly returning to the Uchiha compound to continue practicing fire release, or perhaps going hunting with his brother Itachi. How about it, Senju-kun? Irika continued, seeing this as a great opportunity to understand Su Fan. No need. However, Irika was surprised when Sasuke's voice suddenly rang out. He didn't expect Sasuke to respond. He thought Sasuke would be happy to have such an opportunity. After all, for kids his age, sparring is a great lesson. Huh? No need? No way. Is Sasuke planning to give up? Sasuke was now at the center of everyone's attention, and he heard all the voices questioning him. But Sasuke didn't care about others' opinions. He just wanted to quickly return to the Uchiha compound. If he's lucky, he might even run into his brother. Just declare him the loser. Sasuke spoke in a deep, steady voice. As soon as these words were spoken, another wave of uproar followed. I knew it, this is Sasuke. So cool. He didn't make Senju Xu concede, but directly declared him the loser. So domineering. No wonder he's a genius of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke Xu is so cool, unlike that loudmouth Naruto. Sakura couldn't help but retort. They initially thought Sasuke had backed down, but unexpectedly, Sasuke actually believed Xu Fan wasn't qualified to fight him. However, this was expected. Sasuke not only has always been first in grades, but is also a genius of the Uchiha clan. This is confidence. Almost all the female classmates instantly cast adoring looks at Sasuke. Why does it always come back to me? Naruto looked frustrated, unable to understand why Sasuke always steals the spotlight. Immediately, Naruto pointed at Sasuke. Sasuke, if you have the ability, come challenge me. All right. Iruka sighed helplessly. Although Sasuke excels in every aspect, he sometimes has difficulty integrating into the group. But it can't be denied that Uchiha Sasuke is indeed very outstanding. To describe him as a genius is no exaggeration. As expected of you, Naruto. Xu Fan felt a bit complicated. Sasuke really can show off at any time. It seems that just by raising his hand or moving, he exudes a kingly aura. However, seeing the disdainful looks from his classmates, Xu Fan found it hard to convince himself to act as if nothing had happened. In fact, if possible, Xu Fan didn't intend to fight Sasuke. After all, he came to sign in and receive rewards, not to challenge Sasuke. But in the current situation, if he nodded, it would truly be cowardly. This feeling was like when he was in middle school, and suddenly a primary school student jumped out to snatch his money. All right, Iruka-sensei, class can end now. Seeing Iruka standing there unmoved, Sasuke had no choice but to say impatiently, I really don't want to fight you. Xu Fan shook his head while stepping forward. Standing opposite Sasuke, the surrounding voices gradually quieted down. Even Naruto, who wanted to challenge Sasuke, was the same. His gaze shifted back and forth between Sasuke and Xu Fan, his fists involuntarily tightening. One is a guy who often steals the spotlight, and the other is someone who has recognized his dream of becoming Hokage. This made Naruto feel conflicted. On one hand, he hoped Xu Fan could win, but on the other hand, he felt he understood Sasuke better than anyone. He is strong, really strong. It's not just about being first in class. Even those real genin might not be Sasuke's opponents. Xu Fan would lose, and it would be a crushing defeat. As for others, there's no need to say, they all don't think highly of Xu Fan. Go Sasuke. Sakura directly shouted her support for Sasuke. Go Sasuke. Soon, Ino joined in, cupping her hands together to amplify her voice, even louder than Sakura's. Ino Pig, wide forehead. The two glared at each other fiercely, then started competing in volume. Go Sasuke. Go Sasuke. This commotion even caused some male classmates to involuntarily step back. Unlike those girls, some boys actually hoped that Sasuke would face some challenges. But that was just a hope. After all, Uchiha Sasuke's strength is unquestionable. You probably don't know what the Uchiha name means. Sasuke stood with his hands in his pockets, looking coldly at Xu Fan. I'm from the Senju clan. Xu Fan couldn't help but retort. Sasuke sneered. He knew a bit about the Senju and Uchiha clans. But the current Senju clan is long gone from its former glory. They are a declining clan. They can't be compared to the Uchiha clan today. Come on, newcomer. Sasuke said impatiently, still not planning to take his hands out. Sasuke. Iruka saw this and had to emphasize. Letting them spar was not for fighting. The reconciliation seal was also a very important part. I understand, Iruka-sensei. Only then did Sasuke assume a confrontational stance. Xu Fan imitated Sasuke's movements and took up a confrontational stance as well. Meanwhile, in the Hokage Building's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was using a crystal ball to observe the events happening at the ninja school. He was somewhat surprised that Xu Fan's first day of school involved a confrontation with Sasuke. But the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan made him reminisce about the two legends of the Valley of the End. And now, due to the second Hokage's policies, the Uchiha clan harbored resentment. Chapter 9. To shock Sasuke when Sasuke and Su Fan performed their opposing hand seals, the scene immediately fell silent, especially the female classmates, who opened their eyes and held their breath, fearing they would miss Sasuke's spectacular moment. "You brought this on yourself," Sasuke said coldly, then stepped forward to launch an attack on Su Fan. Iruka and Mizuki, seeing this, quickly retreated to give the two enough space. As a member of the Uchiha clan and a top talent among the village's younger generation, Mizuki couldn't help but say, feeling extremely jealous of Sasuke, especially the unique bloodline limit of their clan, the Sharingan. Once activated, it undoubtedly provides the greatest enhancement for a ninja. Yes, if Senju-senpai underestimates Sasuke, he will definitely suffer. Iruka agreed with Mizuki's point. However, the practical training of the ninja school is much safer than future battles, even life-and-death fights. If necessary, he would stop the two. While Iruka was thinking this, Sasuke had already rushed towards Su Fan with astonishing speed. Is Sasuke's speed faster than before? Iruka couldn't help but exclaim. It was even faster than those lower-ranked ninjas. Really? Su Fan tilted his head. From his perspective, Sasuke simply rushed up and then tightened his fist to strike. After all, at this time, Sasuke had not yet activated his Sharingan and had not been educated in Taijutsu by Lee. So, Su Fan directly aimed for Sasuke's neck and slammed down with his palm. Bang! With a muffled sound, Sasuke instantly lost his balance and fell to the ground. Thud! Sasuke lay flat on the ground, his eyes filled with astonishment and shock. What just happened? How did I fall down so suddenly? In fact, it wasn't just Sasuke. The entire playground fell silent. No one expected Sasuke would be taken down by Su Fan in one move. What did Senju-senpai just do? I didn't see clearly. Hinata had taken a leave today. If she were here with her Byakugan, she would have definitely seen what happened. Satoku-kun. Sakura's eyes widened as she looked at Sasuke in disbelief. She could never have imagined that the top student Sasuke would be taken down by the opponent in one move. What was that just now? Iruka couldn't help but gasp. As a Chunin, his dynamic vision was much better than that of these students. Just as Sasuke was about to strike Su Fan, the latter used an even faster move to suppress Sasuke and instantly change his center of gravity, causing him to lose his balance. Simple but very brutal. Senju-senpai's taijutsu is unexpectedly powerful. Iruka was even more shocked. This ground is very slippery. Sasuke pushed himself up with his hands, standing from the ground. He shook his head, feeling as if he had been hit by something heavy. Now he felt dizzy and had ringing in his ears. I said, how could Sasuke-kun lose to a newcomer in taijutsu? It's the ground that's too slippery. An admirer of Sasuke exclaimed as if discovering a new continent. But unfortunately, you will lose. As he spoke, Sasuke kept retreating, although he appeared calm on the surface. Inside, he felt completely different. He hadn't even seen Su Fan's movements clearly and only felt a strange force pressing down on him, though he was reluctant to admit it. This guy's speed and strength were above his own. If I had activated my Sharingan now, it would definitely not be like this. Sasuke muttered to himself. Speaking of the Uchiha clan, the most famous aspect is undoubtedly their bloodline limit, the Sharingan. It is a powerful ocular technique that can easily identify an opponent's flaws and weaknesses. However, unfortunately, he had not awakened it yet. But the Uchiha clan also had abilities beyond the Sharingan. Thinking of this, Sasuke's mouth began to curl into a smile, as if victory was already in sight. Other students, seeing Sasuke's reaction, also became nervous. Ah, is Sasuke-kun going to use that move? The real ninjutsu? Many looked at Sasuke with envious eyes. Although they came to the ninja school to learn ninjutsu, Sasuke had already studied it before enrolling. It is said that this is also a unique talent of the Uchiha clan. On the contrary, Naruto bluntly criticized him as someone who only shows off. Fire style? Su Fan's gaze sharpened, focusing on the changes in Sasuke's hand movements. To Sasuke, Su Fan was new and didn't understand him or the Uchiha clan. Even if he saw his hand seals, he wouldn't know what it meant. Just like he didn't know what the Uchiha surname represented. And now, he would make him understand. This is the power I have earned through hard work day after day, year after year. Sasuke, Iruka shouted urgently, trying to stop Sasuke's actions. Although it was a spar, it was primarily focused on taijutsu. Suddenly using such ninjutsu could seriously injure Su Fan. Mizuki's expression became somewhat subtle. He had heard some rumors about Sasuke, but as a ninja student, how could he possess such ninjutsu? He shouldn't have that much chakra. Is this what they call a genius? Mizuki clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, as if feeling very unwilling. But Sasuke's hand seal movements had already become fluid and practiced. Before Irika could stop him, he had completed a series of hand seals and took a deep breath. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Whoosh! As Sasuke began to exhale, a huge ball of flame erupted from his mouth, forming a massive fireball that charged towards Su-fan. However, what Sasuke never expected was that Su-fan, right in front of him, clumsily mimicked his hand seals at a very slow speed. What is this guy doing? Does he want to copy my fire style? How is that possible? Does he know how long it took me to master this ninjutsu? This was not something that could be learned just by imitating the hand seals. But in the next second, Su-fan completed the hand seals and took a deep breath. Whoosh! Fire style, great fireball jutsu. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, and a fireball that was several times larger than Sasuke's roared towards him, causing Sasuke to retreat in fear until he collapsed to the ground. It wasn't just Sasuke. Irika and Mizuki, the two Chunin teachers, were also left stunned on the spot. Is this guy a monster? Mizuki thought. Irika swallowed hard in shock. You can do this? To this extent? Chapter 10. Who am I? Where am I? And where is my brother? Fire release. Great fireball technique. Although it is a signature jutsu of the Uchiha clan, at best, it is only a C-rank jutsu. Even in the hands of a genius like Uchiha Itachi, the diameter of the great fireball would not exceed 5 meters. However, Su-fan casually expanded the diameter of the great fireball to over 20 meters. If it weren't for Su-fan pulling back at a critical moment, Sasuke would likely have been severely burned by this jutsu and sent to the hospital. Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing this scene through the telescope technique, couldn't help but gasp in shock. Judging by Su-fan's hand signs, he didn't seem to be skilled in this jutsu, and there were no signs that he had even practiced it. It was as if Su-fan had simply mimicked Sasuke's release of the great fireball technique on the spot. It should be noted that he is not the only one with such a vast chakra reserve. Uzumaki Naruto's chakra amount also far exceeds that of an ordinary Genin, yet he lacks talent and can't even perform a decent shadow clone technique. For a ninja, merely having a large amount of chakra is not enough. The ability to grasp a jutsu at a glance is what is truly terrifying. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze sharpened as he watched Su-fan in the crystal ball, and another person suddenly appeared in his mind. The man known as the Copy Ninja, Hatake Kakashi. Due to his Sharingan, Kakashi can instantly copy an enemy's jutsu for his own use, but this method of combat is a burden on his chakra. In contrast, for Senju Xu, although his copying speed may not match Kakashi's, he bears no such burden. Most importantly, Su-fan can easily double the level of an enemy's jutsu. That is what is truly frightening. It is no exaggeration to say that just now, Su-fan used his chakra to elevate what should have been a C-rank jutsu, the Great Fireball, directly to at least B-rank level. Wait, at that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of an even more terrifying possibility. For Su-fan, this was merely a sparring session and a training exercise, not a fight against an enemy. He only needed to make Sasuke recognize the gap between them and force him to surrender. Did he not go all out? Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped again. If Su-fan unleashed his chakra without reservation, how large could the diameter of the Great Fireball reach? 30 meters? 50 meters? Or even more exaggerated? The little brat of the Senju clan truly is terrifying. Speaking of which, how many chakra natures does he have? Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock at his own speculation. Could Senju Xu use would release? Meanwhile, on the playground of the ninja school, Su-fan saw Sasuke slumped on the ground, looking frightened, and immediately dispelled his jutsu. Whoosh! The great fireball disintegrated in midair and then vanished. Everyone was dumbfounded, looking as if they had seen a ghost. All along, they thought Sasuke's great fireball technique was already exaggerated enough. They never expected Su-fan to be even more unreasonable. Is that what you call a jutsu? That's clearly sage art. Shuemu and Irika didn't need to be mentioned, as Genin. They understood better than anyone here how terrifying Su-fan was. This could no longer be described as genius. This was clearly a monster. An unreasonable monster. Even Iruka, at this moment, completely forgot about the reconciliation seal, his face filled with shock. Does Su Fan really need to attend the ninja school? Iruka-sensei, can we conclude now? Su Fan turned his head, completely indifferent to Iruka's shocked expression, and casually said, "It seems like Uchiha-san doesn't want to continue." Continue? Want to continue? If I were Uchiha Sasuke, I would have wet my pants from fear. Many students in Iruka's class looked at Sasuke with sympathetic eyes, unsure of how much psychological shadow this incident would cast on him. Iruka, hearing Su Fan's voice, finally snapped back to reality. He glanced at the score sheet and stammered, the practical training is over. Senju-san, reconciliation seal. Su Fan replied neatly, then walked over to Sasuke and extended his hand toward him. Sasuke looked at Su Fan, then at his hand, feeling completely blank. However, Sasuke did not accept Su Fan's kindness, but instead tried to stand up using his own strength, only to fail. It wasn't until his third attempt that he managed to get up from the ground. But now, Sasuke was so stunned by Su Fan's great fireball that he couldn't make a sound. He mechanically formed the reconciliation seal with Su Fan. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? What just happened? Where's my brother? Shuemu stared blankly at the scene before him. He thought he would feel jealous of Su Fan's talent after seeing such an exaggerated great fireball. But in reality, after witnessing everything firsthand, Shuemu felt a sense of existential doubt. Am I really a J-nin? Is Su Fan really attending school for the first time? Is this world really real? What is ninjutsu? What is a ninja? It's simply unbelievable. Iruka took a deep breath. Unable to help but complain, Senju-san's great fireball is truly exaggerated. You haven't been practicing this jutsu at home for the past 5 years, have you? To Iruka, only such a scenario could explain why Su Fan could perform such an exaggerated great fireball. Uchiha Sasuke, unfortunately, ran into Su Fan's area of expertise. No, only such a truth could comfort himself. But who would have thought that Su Fan would shake his head directly and say no? This is my first time using a jutsu. I just thought I would try it after seeing Uchiha-san perform the hand signs, and I didn't expect it to actually succeed. What? Iruka and Shuemu widened their eyes again, feeling their brains buzz. What do you mean, it's your first time using a jutsu? Come on, translate that for me. What do you mean it's your first time using a jutsu? What do you mean you didn't expect it to succeed? What kind of divine arrogance is this? However, Su Fan was not being modest. He truly was using a jutsu for the first time, and was also trying for the first time. It seemed that it was due to the signing rewards he had just received. Suddenly, Su Fan realized and understood that the proficiency from the signing rewards was like this. For such low-level jutsu, he could learn it just by taking a glance. Doesn't this mean that in the future, for all jutsu, all I need to do is take a look? Just as Su Fan became curious about this matter, a supportive prompt rang in his ears. Proficiency does not mean absolute perfection. Would you like to check the detailed explanation? Chapter 11. Should we go to Ichiraku Ramen? Please. Su Fan thou wen. He thought the sign-in rewards were similar to the mastery in DNF. After receiving a positive answer, a panel suddenly appeared in front of Su Fan, providing answers to his doubts. The levels were divided into 4 tiers: mastery, proficiency, excellence, and perfection. His current level was proficiency, which meant he could easily learn ninjutsu below B rank, while excellence corresponded to a rank in perfection to S rank. However, it did not explain how he could improve. It seemed that he would gradually receive rewards through future sign-ins. After the supplementary explanation, Su Fan finally understood what was going on and looked forward to future sign-ins. Ding! A new sign-in task has been released. No time limit. Please proceed to Ichiraku Ramen to sign in. Successful sign-in will grant you rewards. Ichiraku Ramen is well known in Naruto. Many Naruto enthusiasts have even come up with various theories, such as the owner of Ichiraku Ramen, whose real name is Tsutsuki Ichiraku, being far more powerful than the Sage of Six Paths. He simply grew tired of everything in the ninja world and chose to live in seclusion in Konoha Village, passing time by making ramen. Additionally, there is a theory that Uzumaki Naruto is the reincarnation of Ashura, making him the son of the Sage of Six Paths. Ichiraku is the Sage of Six Paths' brother. Therefore, Ichiraku is essentially Naruto's uncle. Ahem. Just as Su Fan's imagination was running wild, Irika cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. All right, today's practical training ends here. School is out now. With Irika's announcement, all the students cheered and began to leave one after another. Sasuke couldn't help but glance at Su Fan, but said nothing, striding away. Instead, the female classmates who liked Sasuke shot Su Fan disdainful glances. All right, Senju classmate. Irika took a deep breath and approached Su Fan. Be sure to come to class on time tomorrow. Although Irika felt that Su Fan's strength and talent far exceeded his own, this was, after all, a direct order from the third Hokage. Quite surprising. At that moment, Mizuki walked over to chat with Su Fan. However, Su Fan didn't think much of Mizuki. He was not only very jealous, but also had a lot of ulterior motives. How about having a meal together? Mizuki invites Su Fan. Haha, Mizuki-sensei is being unusually generous today, Irika joked. Although Mizuki was usually gentle and sunny, it was the first time Irika had seen him invite a student to dinner like this. No, thank you. Su Fan smiled and shook his head, declining Mizuki's kindness. Even though he had traveled here, and the Senju clan had already declined, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Even without any income for 5 years, Su Fan wasn't lacking in money. Not to mention that the prices here weren't very high. In fact, the currency in Konoha village is called Ryo. Even the lowest D-rank missions yield between 510,000 Ryo. The cheapest ramen at Ichiraku only costs 15 Ryo. In other words, even if a genin completes only 2 missions a month, it would be enough to cover living expenses. Not to mention someone from the Senju clan, like Su Fan. Oh, really? Mizuki smiled, showing no signs of embarrassment. He exchanged a few pleasantries with Irika before saying goodbye. Irika chatted with Su Fan for a while before returning to the office to sort out the grades. Su Fan originally planned to leave the ninja school directly and head to Ichiraku Ramen to sign in. But just as he turned around, he saw Naruto walking sadly toward the swing at the ninja school, his shadow stretched long by the sunlight. It's important to note that Su Fan was not a cold-blooded person. Although Naruto is the protagonist of Naruto and the hidden prince of Konoha village, a character in an anime, to Su Fan, he was a living person, a 6 or 7-year-old child who had lost his parents and was despised by the entire village. Many times, Su Fan thought that if he were Naruto, he wouldn't even be able to think optimistically about becoming Hokage. He would just want to fly up to the sky and shout about how heavy a bag of rice is to carry up several floors. And that would count as being kind. The orphan of the 4th Hokage, the son of a hero, forced to become the Jinchuriki for the village. And he didn't even hide his identity. He was openly Uzumaki. Did he truly not have any awareness? Didn't he know Naruto was Kushina's son? It's not like he asked them to remember his great kindness. At the very least, they could treat Naruto like a normal person. Is that too much to ask? Even if the Nine Tails destroyed the village, was that Naruto's fault? Sigh. Su Fan sighed helplessly as he watched Naruto sitting on the swing, unable to resist walking over. Joe! Naruto! Su Fan greeted him. Why aren't you going back? Huh? Even Naruto was surprised that Su Fan would come over. Although he was touched by Su Fan's earlier support for his dream, they were still just classmates. And Su Fan had just defeated Sasuke in an instant. How could someone like him talk to him? So when Naruto saw Su Fan standing in front of him, he was dumbfounded. I've always wanted to have this all to myself. Finally have the chance. Naruto said, while swinging harder on the swing. But soon, his stomach let out a loud growl. In an instant, Naruto's face turned red, and he looked a bit embarrassed. Seeing Naruto trying to act tough, Su Fan suddenly felt a mix of emotions. I'm actually going to eat ramen. Do you want to join? Su Fan Bao said. My treat. Really? Naruto's eyes lit up instantly, and he was incredibly excited. This was not only because he loved ramen, but also because someone was willing to treat him to ramen. Especially the way Su Fan looked at him was completely different from how others did. It was neither cold nor distant. However, the next second, Naruto's mood sank again. Can I really? He suddenly remembered that someone had said the same thing to him in the past. But before he could agree, that person was taken away by his parents and warned him never to play with Naruto again. Of course, it's true. Su Fan smiled and said, or do you actually not like ramen? That would be a pity. I like it, of course. I love ramen the most. Naruto shouted without hesitation. Meanwhile, A few root members were secretly observing them from a short distance away. Chapter 12. Toanzo's thoughts gradually become distorted. Toanzo knelt on the tatami mat, his gaze slightly focused. On either side were his root subordinates, and in front of him was a tea table with freshly brewed tea. Before Toanzo was a root member kneeling on one knee. Toanzo-sama. The root member lowered his head, behaving with utmost respect. Speak. With Toanzo's order, the root member reported the information he had gathered in detail. Toanzo's hand, which was about to grasp the teacup, hung in the air. His eyes were fixed ahead, but they did not land on the root member at all. It seemed that Toanzo was seeing something deeper. His suspended hand unconsciously clenched, but ultimately, he gave up on grabbing it and slowly let it fall. The information brought back by this root member was nothing other than Su Fan inviting Naruto to Ichiraka Ramen. What on earth does this kid want? Toanzo murmured inwardly. After experiencing so many ups and downs in Konoha village over the years, he believed he had seen many things quite clearly. Yet, for this suddenly emerging Su Fan, Toanzo had a very subtle feeling. First, he saved Hinata without the Hyuga clan noticing and dealt with the Cloud Ninja, making Hyuga Hizashi owe him a huge favor. Next, he went to the Ninja Academy through Sarutobi Hiruzen. Whether it was his chakra or the talents he displayed, he was indeed a genius. Why was he rejected by the Ninja Academy 5 years ago? Toanzo fell into deep thought, trying to piece together the clues he had grasped. The Ninja Academy should not have been a difficult part for Su Fan. With his performance, even compared to a genius like Itachi, he would not be inferior. Plus, with the Senju surname, he would soon stand out. No, things are definitely not that simple. Toanzo clenched his fists tightly. He worked hard to eliminate all impossibilities. Therefore, the remaining possibilities, no matter how unlikely they seemed, were the only truths. The only answer. It's Naruto. No, not Naruto, but his body. Toanzo's gaze deepened. Although Naruto was the orphan of the fourth Hokage, the son of a hero, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already sealed off the clues. This was a secret known only to the higher-ups of Konoha. Moreover, this condition was not enough to pose a threat. But what was inside Naruto was different. He was Konoha's greatest trump card. One should know that a so-called village is merely a gathering of several clans. Senju, Uchiha, Sarutobi, Shimura, Hyuga. It is these major clans that determine the structure of Konoha. The Senju clan goes without saying. For their decline, Su Fan is their greatest hope. The Uchiha clan is currently marginalized and powerless to touch the power center of Konoha, so they are not to be feared. As for the rest, the Sarutobi group is naturally led by the third Hokage. Now, the Hyuga clan also owes Su Fan a favor due to Hinata. If Su Fan also manages to win over Naruto, the Jinchuriki. For a moment, Toanzo couldn't help but gasp, frightened by his own analysis. No, Su Fan may be powerful, but he is not yet capable of reaching this step. He is just a teenager, neither a ninja nor with any life experience. His depth of character cannot be that profound. It must be that Sarutobi guy. Bang! Toanzo slammed his fist on the table. Deception never hurts, but the truth is a sharp knife. It must be Sarutobi Hiruzen. He must have meddled 5 years ago to prevent Su Fan from enrolling, making him patiently wait until today. He made Su Fan and Naruto become classmates, drawing them closer. Perhaps Sarutobi even manipulated the class assignments, intending to put Su Fan and Naruto in the same class in the future. And one more thing. How did Su Fan suddenly end up in the border forest? Before someone does something, there must be a logic behind their actions. But Su Fan's appearance in the border forest makes no logical sense. Toanzo couldn't think of a reason why Su Fan would be there. Could it be that on that day, Su Fan was lured by a sudden voice urging him to go to the border forest? And that day in the hospital, Sarutobi's behavior. That's it. It was all Sarutobi Hiruzen. He must have long discovered the Cloud Ninja's conspiracy and used this to let Su Fan accomplish a hero's rescue. This way, Su Fan indirectly gained the support of the Hyuga clan. Terrifying. In an instant, beads of sweat as big as soybeans appeared on Toanzo's forehead, his back already drenched. He had spent half his life at odds with Sarutobi Hiruzen. He always thought this guy was just lucky to become Hokage. Now it seems Sarutobi Hiruzen is far from being as simple as he thought. How far ahead did he see to set up this scheme? No. Soon, Toanzo suddenly stood up from the tatami mat. At the very least, he couldn't let Su Fan and Sarutobi Hiruzen gain the support of the Jinchuriki. Summoned a root. At the same time, Su Fan, completely unaware of Tawanzo and his root, was walking with Naruto towards Ichiraka Ramen. I'm telling you, Uncle Ichiraka's ramen is really super delicious. Naruto exclaimed excitedly, feeling as if he were dreaming. Yeah, Su Fan smiled and nodded. After all, he had been in this world for 5 years and had tried all the famous snacks in Konoha Village. He even ate there during a celebration held by the Uchiha clan. However, compared to ramen, he preferred the Eastern-style skewers, grilling high-quality beef to medium rare, then sprinkling it with chili, cumin, paired with sesame and beer. Hiss, so delicious. That, however, just as the two reached the street corner and could see Ichiraka Ramen up close, Naruto suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Su Fan turned around and looked at Naruto. Aren't you going in? Naruto lowered his head, deliberately avoiding Su Fan's gaze and looking aside. Su Fan tilted his head, not understanding what was wrong with Naruto. You're not a little girl. This isn't a date. What's there to be shy about? As soon as Naruto opened his mouth, he felt his breath quicken, an unprecedented tension overwhelming his nerves. Seeing this, Su Fan could only pat his shoulder. It's okay. If you don't want to say it, don't force yourself. I'm right here with you. Hearing Su Fan's voice, Naruto finally raised his head, meeting Su Fan's gaze, but quickly turned away again, his voice shaky and barely audible. No, do you want to be my friend? Looking at such a sincere and innocent Naruto, Su Fan couldn't help but smile. What about you? Naruto didn't expect Su Fan to throw the question back at him. He looked at him in surprise, then quickly nodded vigorously, as if afraid Su Fan would change his mind, and shouted, I do. Chapter 13 Ichiraku. Would like to call you the strongest. Su Fan lifted the curtain and walked into the Ichiraka ramen shop behind Naruto. Uncle Ichiraka was very happy to see Naruto. Meanwhile, Su Fan heard his favorite voice in his ear. Congratulations, host. You have successfully arrived at the check-in location. Check-in officially begins. Exiting midway will be regarded as a check-in failure. Progress bar starts. 123. Su Fan immediately felt energized. After experiencing the previous 2 check-ins, he grew more fond of his little assistant and was filled with anticipation for the new rewards. 77. 100 check-in successful. Reward obtained. Mastery of the Lonely Gourmet. However, Su Fan instinctively froze for a moment. He had thought his check-in reward would be related to the Naruto world, such as chakra, attribute changes would release, or Sharingan, one after another. But now his check-in reward was related to food. Did this mean that as long as he kept checking in, he would also receive rewards from other worlds? Come sit down. Seeing Su Fan standing still, Naruto happily patted the chair, urging him to sit down quickly. Ichiraku Tonkatsu Ramen. Naruto then confidently ordered from a menu. 2 bowls, thank you. Su Fan came back to his senses, sat next to Naruto, and said, Today it's my treat. Feel free to eat. Don't worry about the bill. I'm very rich. Naruto nodded eagerly, and then introduced Su Fan to Uncle Ichiraku. Really? Upon hearing that Naruto had finally made a friend, Uncle Ichiraku was genuinely happy for him. Then, to celebrate Naruto making a friend, today's ramen is free. Uncle Ichiraku crossed his arms and said seriously, instructing his assistant to prepare the cooking tools. Although Su Fan intended to treat Naruto to ramen, he didn't say much upon seeing Uncle Ichiraku's attitude. After all, Uncle Ichiraku had always been unbiased towards Naruto and had always kept an eye on him. Each time, Naruto was alone. Now that he saw him making friends, Uncle Ichiraku was truly happy for him. As long as one has someone to meet, they are not alone. Therefore, Uncle Ichiraku was full of energy today. I'm telling you, Uncle Ichiraku's ramen is truly delicious, especially the tonkatsu ramen. It's a must-order every time I come, Naruto excitedly boasted, claiming to be an expert in ramen tasting. Su Fan nodded in agreement. By the way, just as Uncle Ichiraku turned around to make the ramen, Naruto suddenly became shy again. Don't be nervous, Naruto, we're good friends. Upon hearing good friends, Naruto took a deep breath. Can I call you Su? No matter what, Naruto is a comic work by Kishimoto, and some subjective thoughts are added in the details. For example, Only those who are particularly close can call each other by their names. Although he was already calling Naruto by his name, for Naruto, this had special significance, because he was the first friend among his peers, the first person he could call by name. However, Sufan was willing to be friends with Naruto partly because of his experiences and partly because Naruto was indeed a good person. After all, when Sasuke defected from Konoha, Naruto chased him for 3 years, and even after marrying and becoming Hokage, he still remembered Sasuke. How many people can achieve such feelings? If he could properly guide him. Call me Sufan. Sufan interrupted his fantasies and smiled. Sufan? Naruto tilted his head, confused as to why there was an extra character fan. It's like this. Sufan pretended to think. Sufan is the name I've had for over 10 years, while Senju Xu is my previous name. If I keep both names, it feels a bit strange, so I might as well take this opportunity to correct others and live in the village as Senju Xu. The character fan is to remind me to stay true to my original intention. Even if I gain powerful strength, I'm still just an ordinary person among countless beings. Sufan casually explained to Naruto. I see. Sufan, you're really amazing. All right. Suddenly, Uncle Ichiraku placed the excellent ramen in front of the two and continued to stand with his arms crossed, looking very professional in his white chef's uniform. I'm going to dig in, Naruto said excitedly, putting his hands together. Seeing this, Sufan imitated Naruto's gesture and began to eat. Each bowl of Ichiraku ramen is made to order, with the noodles boiled and tossed, broth and toppings added. Every step of the process is very clean and hygienic. Even while sitting, one can smell the delicious aroma. The half-cooked egg is the soul of the ramen, a hot spring egg that is tender and soft, while a bowl of rich and fragrant broth is the warm foundation of the noodles. The bones for this ramen are simmered for at least 12 hours. The most iconic narutomaki and bamboo shoots are also chewy and full of texture. In an instant, Sufan naturally began to critique Ichiraku ramen. What surprised him the most was that he couldn't remember having this kind of knowledge. In the past, when he tasted ramen, he could only express it as delicious. It's the lonely gourmet. Suddenly, Sufan realized that at the moment he tasted the ramen, a surge of new knowledge flooded into his mind. From the selection of ingredients to washing, making, and the culture of ramen, it was engraved in the depths of his memory, as if he were breathing. Wow! Naruto beside him couldn't help but exclaim. He always thought he was the one who understood Ichiraku ramen the most. He didn't expect Sufan to be the true ramen lover. When he turned to look at Uncle Ichiraku, he found Uncle Ichiraku standing there dumbfounded, with a look of astonishment on his face. Not a single detail was off. Sufan spoke every step of the ramen-making process flawlessly. It felt as if someone had been silently monitoring all the procedures by his side. No, it was not just that. This was clearly not just a skill that could be mastered with the naked eye. This was clearly a blessing from the ramen god. I, Ichiraku, would like to call you the strongest. Naruto looked at Sufan with admiration. Sufan, you are truly amazing. Just SOSO. Sufan shook his head, but he was very happy. The new check-in reward indeed wouldn't make him stronger, but as long as it was food he tasted, he could easily master the method of making it. This was only mastery. What if he reached perfection? Becoming stronger is certainly important, but enjoying life is equally important. However, just as Sufan was about to speak again, the curtain of Ichiraku ramen was pulled open once more, and several unexpected guests walked in directly. Chapter 14. This Danzo is really cautious. As these uninvited guests walked into Ichiraku ramen, Uncle Ichiraku's expression changed slightly. Sufan frowned, as if he realized something, and turned around to glance at the situation at the entrance. The newcomers wore identical uniforms and different pattern masks. They were from Danzo's route. Although the attire of the Umbu and the route was quite similar, Sufan still recognized them. The Umbu, affiliated with the Hokage, had masks that were not all the same, but designed with animal motifs. The route, however, was different. As long as one understood this point, they could be easily distinguished. Umbu. Naruto instinctively turned his head as well. Although he had never performed well in ninja school, he had privately interacted with the third Hokage many times. He had seen people dressed like this a few times. The third Hokage had explained that they were directly under his command. Naruto's instinct told him that they were not here to eat ramen. Lord Danzo wants to see you, the leading member of the Root said in a low voice, commanding Su Fan to leave with them. Who is Danzo? Naruto couldn't help but ask. He is a special advisor to the higher-ups of Konoha, Su Fan said without hesitation. Danzo was well known in the village. The infamous torturer. It was like knowing a forbidden technique exists without knowing who created it. Guessing it was Senju Tobirama would be a safe bet. If there was a pot, calling out Danzo's name would also be correct. However, since Danzo could send the Root here to find him, there were only 3 possibilities. The first was that the third Hokage knew about this and tacitly approved of Danzo's actions, though the likelihood was low. The second was that Danzo didn't fear the third Hokage knowing. He was formally inviting Su Fan over, wanted to win him over. The possibility of this was moderate. As for the last possibility, perhaps Danzo was restraining the third Hokage, preventing him from using the telescope technique to observe himself and Naruto, and then having the Root members find a way to deal with him. This was not out of the question. Su Fan's gaze sharpened. He didn't consider himself very smart. His level of cunning was average. But he wasn't foolish either. He could anticipate various possibilities and then devise countermeasures. He could handle this. If it were the first 2 scenarios, there was naturally nothing to worry about. He could follow them, have a chat with Danzo, and then go home to sleep. Peace would reign. As for the last possibility, even if it was the least likely, it needed special attention. The reason Su Fan had such thoughts was primarily because, after the death of Minato Namikaze sealing the 9 tails, when Hiruzen Sarutobi resumed his role as Hokage, the Root, under Danzo's orders, formed a 10-man team to execute an assassination mission against the newly reinstated Hiruzen. The mission ultimately failed due to Kakashi's defection. Afterward, due to various pressures, Hiruzen had no choice but to pretend the incident never happened. So, if Danzo dared to kill Hiruzen, what reason would he have to be wary of Su Fan? Just because he was from the Senju clan? Hiruzen led the Sarutobi clan and was the third Hokage. However, Su Fan felt he could understand Danzo. After all, based on his own performance, he was clearly aligned with the interests of the third Hokage and intended to become his successor. In other words, he would be Danzo's greatest obstacle in competing for the next Hokage. If the roles were reversed, he would also choose to act at this time, before the enemy had grown. Following this line of thought, Danzo was indeed very cautious. But regarding the trigger, Su Fan subconsciously looked at Naruto, who happened to be staring at him at that moment. Naruto was taken aback. His face suddenly flushed red, and he quickly turned away. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Lord Danzo wants to see you. The Root member repeated when he saw Su Fan's lack of reaction. However, there was no sign of impatience in his tone. No. To be precise, there was no tone at all. The so-called people of the Root had no names and no emotions. Let him wait. Can't he see I'm eating ramen? Su Fan shot a glance at the man and spoke bluntly. Su Fan. Naruto's eyes lit up. He never expected Su Fan to be so domineering. Although he didn't know who Danzo was, the title of Hokage advisor sounded incredibly impressive. Is that okay? Uncle Ichiraku crossed his arms, feeling a bit worried. Unlike Naruto, as an adult, he understood what being a Hokage advisor meant. This is my first time treating Naruto to ramen. What does it matter who Danzo is? Su Fan had no intention of backing down. He even pulled out 500 Ryo from his pocket and slapped it on the table, 2 more bowls of ramen. Naruto, your only task today is to eat as much as you can, understand? Su Fan. Naruto's eyes widened, and tears began to well up. He had never had anyone disregard the position of Hokage advisor for his sake. In fact, he had never had anyone treat him to ramen like this. For a moment, Naruto was deeply moved. But in reality, Su Fan was just testing the attitude of the Root. As he expected, after he obviously delayed time, the Root member stepped forward to grab his arm. The Root members had no emotions, but because of that, Danzo's orders were absolute. However, if Danzo really wanted to win him over, he would never allow the Root to treat him so roughly and forcibly take him away. He was in a hurry. With a swift motion, Su Fan sidestepped the Root member's grab. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere between them grew tense, becoming charged. Naruto had to stop moving, looking worried. Naruto, it seems we can only stop here for today. Su Fan took a deep breath, realizing that this meal could no longer be enjoyed. However, he also verified one thing. Danzo was courting disaster. Su-fan! Naruto suddenly jumped up from his chair. Before Naruto could say anything, Su-fan stepped in front of him, smiled, and extended 2 fingers to press against Naruto's forehead. Naruto, let's hang out next time. Boom! Alright, let's go. Su-fan said, and, regardless of Naruto's reaction, strode out of Ichiraku Ramen. Sure enough, Su-fan quickly reached the street, looking around but not seeing a single passerby. It seemed as if someone had deliberately cleared the area. Chapter 15. Su-fan slowly formed a question mark. Over here, as soon as they left the Yale Ramen, the leading root ninja walked straight ahead to guide the way. Su-fan glanced at these people and realized they had no intention of attacking here. Although there weren't many people on the street, this was still the main street of the village. Even Danzo wouldn't be reckless to that extent. If Su-fan wasn't mistaken, these root ninjas likely intended to take him to a secluded place to deal with him. However, Su-fan naturally had nothing to worry about. Even if these people were root ninjas with strength surpassing that of ordinary jonin, they should be on par with the elite of the Cloud Ninja. Even those people wouldn't be able to withstand his chakra release. Not to mention that he now mastered fire release techniques like the Great Fireball. He could use these people to practice and conveniently steal some ninjutsu from them. Most importantly, he could use this opportunity to intimidate Danzo. Thinking of this, Su-fan felt his mood brighten. While being vigilant against a sudden attack from the root ninjas, he followed them to their destination. Su-fan gradually noticed that these root ninjas had formed a cross formation while walking. There were at least 2 root ninjas guarding in front, behind, and to both sides of him, making it seem like they were deliberately blocking his escape route. As time passed, they moved further away from the center of Kanagacore, and the sky began to darken. Interestingly, Su-fan became increasingly familiar with this path. Aren't we supposed to meet Danzo? Su-fan asked knowingly, as following this road would lead to the Uchiha clan's residence. The root ninjas remained silent and continued to move forward. Sure enough, these people planned to find a place to deal with him and then frame the Uchiha clan, didn't they? In fact, the current timeline was very close to the night of the Uchiha massacre. Danzo and the other Konoha higher-ups had negotiated with Hiruzen Sarutobi more than once regarding this matter. Coupled with Danzo's ideology, he had never agreed with Hiruzen Sarutobi's governance of the village. The stronger the talent Su-fan displayed, the more troublesome it would be if he became the next Hiruzen Sarutobi. Therefore, resolving him before he grew stronger was the optimal solution. Moreover, having his corpse appear at the Uchiha residence could exert pressure on them. If the Uchiha clan took any extreme actions, even Hiruzen Sarutobi would find it difficult to stop Danzo. In fact, Hiruzen Sarutobi's handling of the Uchiha clan had always been puzzling. Besides repeatedly saying in the Konoha high-level meetings, "I will find a way," he had taken no substantial action. In the end, Hiruzen Sarutobi merely compromised and let Itachi carry out the cleansing. Therefore, if he died at the hands of the root, Hiruzen Sarutobi would likely choose to compromise again. After all, it was a dead Su-fan versus a living Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi could clearly distinguish which was more important. However, Danzo clearly lacked understanding of him. 10 mere root ninjas were no match for him. Alright, Su-fan suddenly stopped, stretched his muscles, and lost patience with continuing. They were already far enough from the village that no one would notice the situation here. Continue. One of the root ninjas, seeing Su-fan stop, immediately reached out to press on his shoulder, trying to make a move forward. Su-fan, seeing this, decisively released his chakra, aimed at this ninja, and then struck. Boom! With a loud bang, the root ninja was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground before finally stopping. Let's end the game here. Su-fan looked at everyone present and said in a low voice, "Since you are here to execute an assassination mission, why not all come at once?" No one expected Su-fan to react this way. Even if he was indeed different, he was still facing root ninjas. Assassination missions were routine for them. Although they didn't understand why Lord Danzo would assemble a 10-person team to assassinate a ninja student who hadn't even graduated, they still thought, how strong could he be? In the past, even the assassination of Hiruzen Sarutobi had only involved a small team of 10. However, they didn't comprehend the scene that just unfolded. Su-fan was clearly standing still. How did he send a root ninja flying? How'd he do it? Attack! The leading root ninja was the first to react, issuing orders to the others. Even if the situation had changed, it wouldn't affect the final outcome in the slightest. They would resolve Su Fan here and then frame the Uchiha clan. This was a direct order from Lord Danzo. To them, it was an absolute command. Swish, swish, swish. Su Fan's gaze sharpened as he saw these root ninjas draw their long swords and charge at him. Their movements were swift and clean, without any unnecessary actions. A flash of cold light rushed towards his throat. If it had been someone else, they might have died at the hands of the opponent in less than a breath. However, unfortunately for them, he had already signed. Boom! A loud explosion echoed through the air as visible chakra burst forth from Su Fan, enveloping his entire body and forming a layer of chakra armor. Clang! The long swords clashed against Su Fan's chakra, producing a crisp sound of impact. Immediately after, cracks began to spread across the blades, quickly engulfing the entire sword and causing it to shatter. Crack! Seeing this, Su Fan seized the throat of the root ninja. You want to dance too? Su Fan intentionally lowered his voice, increasing the pressure in his grip, then leaped and delivered a kick, sending the opponent flying several dozen meters back using his chakra. No wonder it's a classic line from Madara. It indeed makes one feel invigorated. However, the root ninjas were all emotionless beings with no names. Even when Su Fan displayed overwhelming power, there was no fear in their hearts, nor would they retreat. They quickly fell back, readjusted their formation, and pulled out kunai, throwing them swiftly in a feigned attack. However, just as Su Fan was about to unleash a killing spree, another kunai flew out from the nearby woods in a very peculiar manner, dissolving the root ninja's feigned attack completely. Crash! The kunai flying towards Su Fan fell to the ground one after another. The root ninjas immediately became vigilant. Su Fan frowned and instinctively glanced at the direction from which the kunai had come. In less than a breath, a shadow darted out from the woods, landing steadily in front of Su Fan. Luckily, I made it in time, dressed in umbu attire, with spiky hair and a familiar voice. It's you 50-50. No, the copy ninja Kakashi Hatake. Then, Kakashi turned his head and said softly, "Don't worry, I'll protect you." Su Fan. Chapter 16. Dividing high and low, deciding life and death. A question mark slowly formed in Su Fan's mind. How could Kakashi be here? This place had nothing to do with him. If he hadn't jumped in halfway, Su Fan would have already dealt with these root ninjas himself. These people were from Danzo's root. Kakashi adjusted his headband, revealing his left eye hidden in the darkness. Dealing with several root ninjas while ensuring Su Fan's safety and wanting to hold back was clearly unrealistic. I will protect you, don't worry, Kakashi said while keeping a watchful eye on the root ninjas gathering here. Similar incidents were not happening for the first time. Long ago, when the third Hokage resumed his position, Danzo had sent his root to assassinate him. But just like that time, Kakashi would never allow them to succeed. How did you get here? Su Fan couldn't help but ask. In his impression, Kakashi at this time was not warm-hearted, quite the opposite. Because of Obito and Rin's deaths, he had never been able to forgive himself. It was precisely because of their deaths that Kakashi had actively joined the Umbu, taking on dangerous missions, hoping to find relief through death. It was the third's order. Kakashi remained silent for a few seconds before slowly mentioning the third. In fact, the third had not issued any orders to protect Su Fan. The Umbu, under the third Hokage, was responsible not only for carrying out various missions, but also for ensuring the safety of the Jinchuriki. And today was just a shift. While observing the Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki, he happened to notice something unusual with the root. What he didn't expect was that Danzo's root would secretly attempt to execute Su Fan, although he didn't understand Danzo's motives. Kakashi's instincts told him that if the third Hokage knew about this, he would never allow such a tragedy to occur. Fortunately, when he caught up, the root ninjas had just drawn their kunai to attack Su Fan. Didn't you see that I already took out 2 root ninjas before? Su Fan, thou win. If Kakashi had seen the scene just now, he shouldn't think Su Fan needed protection. Be careful, they're coming. Suddenly, 8 root ninjas launched an attack simultaneously. The leader made a hand gesture, ordering everyone to disperse and rearrange their formation. 3 of them charged directly at Kakashi, wielding long swords, striking down or sweeping across, then intentionally attacking from his left, right, and front at the same time. The intentions of these three root ninjas were very clear. Even if they failed to kill him in one blow, they could suppress Kakashi to the maximum extent, creating opportunities for the others. Su Fan glanced at the positions of the other ninjas. Although he didn't have Kakashi's Sharingan, his basic attributes were stronger than Kakashi's. He suddenly stepped back a few paces, creating distance from Kakashi, and then struck out with a fist at the first approaching ninja. With the effect of his chakra being released, Su Fan's fist formed a chakra gauntlet, striking directly against the blade of the root ninja. Boom! A loud sound erupted between them, followed by the shattering of the long sword. Huh! Su Fan stepped forward in a stance, continuing to punch directly at the opponent's abdomen. However, the other root ninjas were not easy to deal with. In their mindset, they had no concept of companions. Even when acting together, they wouldn't care about each other's lives or deaths. In their view, the death of this root ninja would only determine value. If he could create an opportunity for their next assassination, then he died worthily. In less than a breath, the remaining four root ninjas charged from different directions. One of the root's blades pierced through the ninja in front of Su Fan, aiming to stab Su Fan's throat with the sword that had gone through his partner's chest. Ruthless, Su Fan coldly watched the incoming blade, understanding in his heart that these roots were no longer human and could never revert to being human. Their existence had only one value: to clear obstacles for Danzo. With a snap, Su Fan directly caught the sword's body with his chakra's defensive power, then shook it violently, reflecting his chakra along the weapon. Boom! With a loud bang, Su Fan broke the sword and then turned to throw it away. Whoosh! Su Fan's movements were clean and quick. The flying short sword pierced into the left eye of the pursuing root and exited through the back of his head. Thud! The root fell to the ground without even a groan, landing stiffly at Su Fan's feet. The remaining root ninjas were astonished by Su Fan's skills. Not to mention a student who hadn't even graduated from a ninja academy. Even a true jonin might not perform as smoothly as he did. The most important thing was, every move Su Fan made was aimed at vital points. He was neither afraid nor nervous, as if he had already experienced great storms and understood what ninja combat was. Dividing high and low, deciding life and death. Killing decisively. This is what you brought upon yourselves, Su Fan said coldly, quickly forming hand seals. This was the only ninjutsu he had mastered. Fire style, fireball jutsu. As the final words erupted from Su Fan's throat, a large fireball quickly spewed from his mouth, forming a huge sphere. It was particularly large, at least 5 or 6 meters in diameter. But unlike Sasuke, Su Fan did not merely maintain the fireball burning in front of him. With a strong shake, he detached the fireball from himself, rolling it forward to crash into the two root ninjas, then continued roaring into the nearby woods, burning them to ashes. Huff! Su Fan took a deep breath, turned around, and saw Kakashi and the last 3 root ninjas exchanging blows. As expected of you, Su Fan couldn't help but rub his forehead. The title of 50-50 was truly well-deserved. He could hold his own against anyone. Do you need help? Su Fan shook his head helplessly and had to ask, although Kakashi was still not falling behind in his fight against the 3 root ninjas. Winning was only a matter of time. But Su Fan didn't have that much time to waste. He still had to get up for school tomorrow morning. And he was only 13 years old in his previous life. If he didn't go to sleep early, how could he grow taller? Girls placed great importance on height. However, the voice from behind made Kakashi freeze momentarily. What do you mean, do you need help? Am I not protecting you right now? Realizing this, Kakashi instinctively glanced back, using his Sharingan, completely unaffected as he intercepted the enemy's next wave of attacks. However, he only took a quick glance before nearly freezing on the spot. He saw several members of the root lying crookedly at Su Fan's feet, unable to move. It didn't take a brain to figure out what had happened. In an instant, a figure appeared in Kakashi's mind. Uchiha Itachi, Su Fan and he were geniuses of the same caliber. In fact, Su Fan might even surpass him. Chapter 17, Complete Domination. Su Fan bent down to pick up a long sword from the ground, then straightened up and looked at the 3 remaining root ninjas ahead. The 10-man team had been easily dealt with by Su Fan, leaving only 3 who posed no real threat. What? Not going to continue, Su Fan said disdainfully, but as his foot stepped on a stone, he kicked it away without hesitation. Whoosh! With the explosive power of his chakra, the stone flew like lightning, hitting one of the root ninjas in the left eye. Bang! The root ninja instantly lost vision in his left side, stumbling backward as he tried to regain his balance. But the stone's force soon severely injured his brain, causing him to crash to the ground. Kakashi, on the other hand, was momentarily stunned. The speed of that stone was such that even his Sharingan barely caught it. In terms of accuracy, speed, and power, it far exceeded that of AJ Nin. He knew that although he had been serving in the Umbu for years, he still had some understanding of the situation in the village. He couldn't recall when a talent as terrifying as Su Fan had emerged from the Ninja Academy. He was even more formidable than Itachi Uchiha, especially in his fighting style. If no one had trained him, it was even more frightening. Just as Kakashi was subconsciously pondering this, Su Fan had already brushed past him and charged at the remaining root ninjas. Seeing this, the root ninjas had no choice but to abandon their fight with Kakashi and turn to attack Su Fan. However, their strength was far too lacking compared to Su Fan. Su Fan's gaze sharpened slightly. Before the crossing over, he had particularly enjoyed the sport of ping pong, even making it to the provincial team at one point. It's not an exaggeration to say that Su Fan's dynamic vision was far superior to that of an average person. Seeing two root ninjas attacking him simultaneously from left and right, Su Fan remained unruffled, sweeping his sword horizontally to repel one of them. Then, Su Fan turned back, released the long sword, and with one hand open, he struck forward, using his height advantage to hit the opponent's abdomen directly. Bang! With a muffled sound, the root ninja flew backward like a kite with a broken string, coupled with Su Fan concentrating chakra in his palm. The power of this strike was far greater than a regular attack. In less than a breath, the overwhelming force shattered the root ninja's internal organs. Meanwhile, the root ninja who had been feigned by Su Fan thought he had spotted an opening, stepping forward with his right foot, gripping his blade tightly, aiming for Su Fan's kidney, and lunging forward with a fierce stab. The root ninja let out a beast-like roar, reaching his limits in speed and strength in an instant. It's possible. Be careful, Kakashi thought to himself, realizing the situation was dire. Su Fan's attack was too fierce, and he couldn't turn around in time. If he didn't dodge the opponent's sword, his left kidney would be pierced. With this in mind, Kakashi quickly formed hand seals, intending to use the water dragon bullet to force the opponent back. But in the next second, Kakashi was stunned. Thanks to his Sharingan, he could easily capture details that ordinary people wouldn't notice. Su Fan, although he hadn't turned around, had a smile at the corner of his mouth. He was smiling. Could it be a feint attack? The reason Su Fan used such an exaggerated attack was to expose his vulnerabilities, prompting the opponent to attack without hesitation. It was all part of his plan. The root ninja, gripping his sword, stabbed directly into Su Fan's left kidney. Bang! A cloud of white mist suddenly spread around. The Su Fan who should have been heavily injured turned out to be a wooden log. The root ninja's eyes widened in disbelief. Hey, substitution technique? Kakashi suddenly realized. This guy had calculated everything from the very beginning. It was Su Fan who made the opponent believe he had found an opportunity, thus revealing numerous weaknesses. The gap was too vast. Even if he hadn't arrived, these root ninjas wouldn't have been able to harm Su Fan in the slightest. Their strength difference was not even on the same level from the start. This was complete suppression. It's over. Su Fan's voice rang out again, and he had already appeared behind the root ninja, snatching a kunai from his waist and piercing the artery in his neck, then kicking towards his kidney as well. Bang! The root ninja rolled forward several times before finally coming to a stop. The injury on his neck quickly took away his breath and heartbeat. Kakashi swallowed hard, standing still for a moment before pulling himself out of the shock. The battle just now, the instincts, the techniques, and that feigned attack, as well as the decisiveness in killing. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed such a youth could exist, but today he truly saw it, and it was undeniably real. Under the Sharingan, perhaps the name Su Fan would surpass that of his own teacher, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Obito, did you see that? Kakashi swallowed hard, his heart murmuring. When Obito was alive, he had been called a genius by his peers, his teacher, and even the third Hokage. At Su Fan's age, He had already become AJ Nin and achieved great merit in the Third Great Ninja War. But looking at Su Fan before him, Kakashi suddenly felt that if he had such power at that age, perhaps Obito wouldn't have died. If Obito hadn't died, then Rin. Kakashi. Su Fan clapped his hands, confirming the condition of the remaining root ninjas. No survivors left. What do you plan to do with these root ninjas? After all, Kakashi was the Umbu captain. He was just a student from the Ninja Academy. It was clearly better to leave the handling of the corpses to Kakashi. Kakashi's thoughts returned to reality. He looked around, lowered his forehead protector to cover his left eye. What happened today? I will report to the third Hokage and take care of it. That's good. Su Fan nodded, indicating he understood. Although he had been attacked by the root. Given Konoha's current situation, the third Hokage would likely only be angry. He wouldn't punish Danzo for his sake. In fact, Su Fan felt that Hiruzen Sarutobi could maintain his position as the third Hokage because he was far from being as simple as he appeared. For example, before and after the night of the Uchiha massacre, in every discussion meeting, Hiruzen Sarutobi was submissive to Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura. But what about after Itachi, Uchiha, wiped out his clan? Hiruzen Sarutobi directly struck back, throwing the blame onto Danzo, removing him from his advisory position, and even disbanding the root, absorbing it into his Umbu. Such tactics were undeniably brilliant. The good reputation belonged to Hiruzen Sarutobi, while the dirty work fell to Danzo. So at this critical juncture, Hiruzen Sarutobi would surely turn a blind eye to this matter. However, at that moment, a scream suddenly came from a nearby location. Chapter 18, I Want to Become Strong. Su Fan turned around and found that the newcomer was none other than the previous Naruto, Uzumaki. He had his eyes closed, was holding a stick in his hand, and was shouting loudly as he charged over. Naruto? Su Fan was surprised, unable to understand why Naruto would appear here. Wasn't he enjoying ramen at Ichiraku? Kakashi quickly recognized the newcomer as well. I'll leave this to you to handle. Su Fan glanced around at the corpses scattered on the ground, directly threw this statement to Kakashi, regardless of his reaction, and quickly rushed forward. After all, Naruto was still just a child. Witnessing the corpses from Root could leave him with psychological scars. In a few quick steps, Su Fan snatched the wooden stick from Naruto's hand, then turned around, swapping their positions so that Naruto was facing away from Kakashi and the corpses of the Root ninjas. However, this did not calm Naruto down. Instead, he clenched his small fists and began swinging wildly. Su Fan was speechless and had no choice but to throw the stick aside and clench his own hands. This naturally led to Naruto starting to struggle. It's me, Su Fan. Su Fan took a deep breath and revealed his identity. Upon hearing Su Fan's name, Naruto's struggles paused for a moment, and his tightly shut eyes slowly opened. When he saw that Su Fan was really standing in front of him, his eyes instantly became teary, and then he started to cry like a dam that had burst. That's great, Su Fan. Woo, I thought. Su Fan glanced at Kakashi, noticing that he had already started to deal with the corpses, temporarily hiding them in the woods. Meanwhile, Kakashi gestured to Su Fan to stabilize Naruto's emotions. Su Fan nodded, slowly releasing Naruto's hands, then crouched down to help little Naruto wipe his tearful eyes. Menshun-T shed tears easily. Su Fan's voice was very gentle. How did you end up here? Was the ramen not good? For Naruto's reaction, it seemed that his appearance here was not a coincidence. Naruto sniffed and began to explain. Su Fan was his first friend and the first peer to treat him to ramen. Perhaps to Su Fan, he was just one of many friends. But to Naruto, Su Fan was his only friend. When those root ninjas took Su Fan away, Naruto felt particularly worried. So, he ran straight out of the ramen shop and followed them until he saw the root ninjas attacking Su Fan. Naruto had never seen a scene like that and was immediately frightened. I'm sorry, Su Fan. Naruto cried while apologizing to Su Fan. When he saw those people attacking Su Fan, his instinct was not to help but to turn and run away. Su Fan was clearly his first friend. Yet at the critical moment, he chose to flee out of fear. Was it really just because of that? Su Fan was momentarily stunned, unsure whether to cry or laugh. Although those root ninjas were not his match, Naruto did not know that. In his eyes, Su Fan was only stronger than Sasuke, not a real ninja. Even the fact that Naruto ran away out of fear was enough to prove that point. Yet despite that, Naruto still turned back. In Su Fan's view, this was not something that could be done just by mustering courage. It was precisely because he was alone that he understood the feeling of helplessness. Because of being isolated, he was gentle with others. All right. Su Fan smiled, showing what he believed to be his brightest smile, wiping away Naruto's tears. Did you come back to save me? But Naruto still sniffled, wanting to turn around, only to find Su Fan's hand holding the back of his head, preventing him from turning. Looking at the smiling Su Fan, Naruto seemed to understand something. It's okay now, Su Fan said gently. Thank you, Naruto, for not abandoning me at the critical moment. To me, you are already the bravest person in this world. Thank you. Looking at Su Fan in front of him, Naruto's emotions became even more intense. For the first time, someone had said thank you to him. It was also the first time someone called him brave. Even more so, it was the first time someone praised him like this. At that moment, Naruto felt that Su Fan was an angel who had descended beside him. No one was better than him. However, this made it even harder for Naruto to contain his emotions, and he cried even louder. All right. Seeing this, Su Fan had no choice but to stand up straight and gently pat his head. Kakashi also took the opportunity to slip into the small woods. Su Fan had no intention of urging Naruto, allowing him to release all the pressure he had felt all this time. In fact, Su Fan knew that Naruto was crying so sadly not only because of the guilt for choosing to run away out of fear, but also because of his long-standing helplessness, weakness, pity, and loneliness. It was precisely for this reason that he was so persistent about emotions. He felt this way towards Sasuke, Sakura, Jiraiya, and now towards Su Fan as well. Su Fan didn't even know how long Naruto had been crying. He only knew that by the time he fully released this pressure, the sky had already darkened and his chest was damp. Su Fan, I'm here. Su Fan nodded. Are we going back? Naruto didn't speak but remained silent for quite a while, looking as if he was struggling with a choice. Su Fan was not in a hurry and patiently waited for Naruto. After a long time, it seemed that Naruto had gathered all his courage and made a firm decision. Asking Su Fan, can you teach me? I want to become strong. Naruto took a deep breath, clenching his fists. I want to become strong. Then to become Hokage? Su Fan joked, thinking that Naruto must want to become strong and then become Hokage to gain the village's recognition. In fact, that was just Naruto's character. However, Naruto's answer surprised Su Fan a bit. Yeah, I want to become Hokage and surpass all the Hokage to gain everyone's recognition. But Naruto took a deep breath and continued. If I become strong, I won't have to retreat out of fear anymore. Su Fan, I want the power to protect my friends. Chapter 19. New sign-in task in the Hokage office of the Konoha Building. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, sat in his seat, pulling out a pipe, lighting it, and taking a slow puff, releasing a smoke ring. In front of him, Kakashi was half kneeling on the ground, reporting the events of the day. Hiruzen's heart was far from as calm as it appeared. On one hand, according to Kakashi's account, Su Fan had crushed the root organization that Danzo had cultivated for many years with overwhelming strength. Such power was not something an ordinary jonin could possess. In other words, this confirmed that Su Fan indeed had the ability to kill Cloud Ninja and destroy the border forest. If Su Fan also possessed the wood release bloodline limit, Hiruzen couldn't help but gasp, shocked that Su Fan might be even more powerful than he had imagined. On the other hand, he never expected that Danzo would form a 10-man team to go and assassinate Su Fan. Had he gone mad? Su Fan was not only a member of the Senju clan, but also a rare genius. With proper training, he would surely become a ninja even more outstanding than Uchiha Itachi, protecting Konoha. No wonder Danzo had suddenly approached me, demanding defenses against the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen muttered to himself, unable to understand Danzo's motives against Su Fan. He wasn't even from the Uchiha clan. Could it be that Danzo couldn't tolerate the Senju clan either? For a moment, Hiruzen couldn't help but recall the past. Over the years, he had harbored resentment over the death of Shinjiro. If not for his death, Tsunade wouldn't have developed hemophobia and left Konoha. So when he saw Su Fan, he sometimes thought of Tsunade and Shinjiro. But the village now was not what it used to be. Back then, no one had expected Orochimaru to conduct inhumane human experiments and ultimately defect from the village. Namikaze Minato would sacrifice himself on the night of turmoil. Even now, despite being regarded as a great nation, the economic development was at the bottom among the 5 great nations, with the Cloud Ninja village lurking outside. Internally, there was also the Uchiha clan. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Konoha was now facing both internal and external troubles. Kakashi, Hiruzen put down the pipe and said slowly during this time, "You will protect him in secret. This time, he would not allow Danzo to cause any trouble, especially during this period." Having said that, Hiruzen made a hand gesture indicating that Kakashi could leave. Understood. Kakashi replied briskly, then turned and pushed open the office door, leaving for the Senju clan's residence. Watching the office door close again, Hiruzen's gaze gradually became deep, muttering meaningfully, "Danzo, oh Danzo." Meanwhile, Sufan had already sent Naruto home and left him some money, reminding him to buy breakfast tomorrow. Sufan recalled that when he watched Naruto, there was a scene depicting Naruto's childhood experiences. Little Naruto stood in front of Ichiraku Ramen for a long time, only to find a few scattered coins in his pocket. So he had to run to the back mountain to pick mushrooms to eat. But this segment was filled with a sense of strangeness. Namikaze Minato was not only the 4th Hokage, but also a hero of the 3rd Great Ninja War. How could such a figure not have savings? Don't tell me that Minato was like adult Sakura, busy paying off a mortgage every day. As a village leader, couldn't he even afford a house? It was impossible. Even saying it was fair to everyone was very forced. Just look at Konohamaru's treatment as a child. His tutor followed him around all day, advising him earnestly. Moreover, even if Minato and Uzumaki Kushina chose to sacrifice themselves for the village, wouldn't it be easy to find a tutor ninja for Naruto? Was it difficult to find someone who could take care of Naruto 24/7? Even if Minato really had nothing saved up, couldn't he, the 3rd Hokage, pay for it himself? Did he really have to make Naruto drink expired milk? And then there was Shinjuro's death. Sufan lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. Although he knew Danzo's style of doing things, he was quite surprised by the assassination attempt on himself. But thinking from another angle, this also meant that Danzo had no scruples about the Senju surname. Could Shinjuro's death also be related to Danzo? If I remember correctly, among his disciples, Hiruzen's favorite was actually Orochimaru, even though he conducted human experiments. And Hiruzen's initial response was quite vague. Not only Hiruzen, but even Danzo admired Orochimaru. Even after Orochimaru defected from Konoha, Danzo still maintained contact with him privately. During that time, Tsunade was undoubtedly a strong opponent to Orochimaru. The deeper Sufan thought, the more he felt that the higher-ups of Konoha were filled with strangeness. It made him feel that Hiruzen was using Danzo's hand to eliminate dissenters. Especially when Orochimaru attacked Konoha, Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura. These high-ranking officials of Konoha all seemed to have disappeared. And when facing the 4 Purple Flames formation, not a single person went to help. Even if the 3rd Hokage was once hailed as the god of ninja in his youth, how old was he by then? Did they really believe that Orochimaru, who could kill the Kazekage, had no trump card and couldn't he defeat the 3rd Hokage? Jiraiya went to catch the snake. God wanted to open the 8 gates to help, but was stopped by Kakashi. Did they really not care if the 3rd Hokage died? Rather than saying Danzo was the root of Konoha, it would be more accurate to say that the entire Konoha high-ranking officials were the roots of Konoha. Sufan couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't like these conspiracy theories. But apart from that, he couldn't find a better explanation for all of this. Could it be that he really had to accept that the plot of the Hokage had collapsed, leading to many inconsistencies? Perhaps it was possible before he crossed over, but now, the place he was in was not a comic, but a real world. Even if there were bugs in the Hokage manga itself, Sufan believed this world could self-correct. Just as Sufan couldn't help but think about these matters, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. New sign-in task released. Limited time of 3 days. Please head to the Hokage office to sign in. Successful sign-in will grant sign-in rewards. Sufan instinquito fawen. 3 days? Hokage office? This sign-in task caught Sufan by surprise. It It was the first time he encountered a time-limited task. However, a time limit could also be seen as an increase in difficulty. If he succeeded in signing in, the rewards might be even more substantial. Let us use that matter as an excuse. Chapter 20. Bloodline Limit. The next day, Sufan did not go to the ninja school, although the new sign-in task was limited to 3 days. Just the thought of a new sign-in reward made Sufan unable to contain his excitement. It should be noted that Danzo had already made up his mind to eliminate him. This failure might soon lead to another attempt. If assassination was not feasible, he might choose methods like poisoning. The sign-in reward was the simplest and most direct way to become stronger. Before long, Sufan changed into a clean outfit and left the Senju clan's residence, heading straight for the Hokage Building. The sign-in task required him to stay in the Hokage's office for 10 seconds to receive his reward. As long as he had a suitable reason, he naturally wouldn't raise the third Hokage's suspicions. However, on the other hand, who would suspect that he had a sign-in assistant? Sufan couldn't help but mutter to himself as he arrived at the Hokage Building. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not only the third Hokage, but also one of the strongest ninjas in Konoha. Therefore, the guards here were not particularly strict, at least on the surface. When asked by someone, Sufan calmly responded that he had urgent matters to report to the third Hokage. Coupled with the Senju clan's emblem, the guards did not drive him away. Of course, the basic procedures were still necessary, such as having this guard lead Sufan to the third Hokage's office. Phew! Sufan took a deep breath. So far, everything had gone smoothly. All that was left was to enter the Hokage's office and complete the sign-in. As for Danzo, no matter how insane he was, it was impossible for him to ambush him in a place like this. Before long, the guard led Sufan to the door of the Hokage's office and knocked on the door, informing the third Hokage of Sufan's arrival. Why is he here? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. At this time, Sufan should be at the ninja school. Komein, within 3 breaths, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the order for Sufan to enter. Hello, Hokage-sama. Upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sufan greeted him. To be honest, Sufan did not want to come to such a place, but the sign-in location was here. Congratulations to the host for successfully arriving at the sign-in location. Sign-in officially begins. Exiting midway will be considered a sign-in failure. Progress bar starting. 123. Hearing the familiar voice in his ear, Sufan felt relieved. Is there something you need? Sarutobi Hiruzen clasped his hands together, resting his elbows on the table, leaning forward as he inquired about Sufan, while also signaling the guard with his facial expression that he could leave. Sufan nodded but did not speak, waiting for the guard behind him to close the office door before stepping forward a few paces. Sarutobi Hiruzen had great patience, seeing Sufan remain silent. He did not urge him. 86-100 in the extremely quiet environment, Sufan successfully completed this sign-in. Congratulations to the host. Sign-in successful. Reward obtained. Bloodline limit. Would release. Upon hearing the task reward, Sufan suddenly felt a sharp pain throughout his body, as if his flesh were being torn apart and then reassembled. However, this feeling came quickly and disappeared just as fast. Before Sufan could even prepare to grit his teeth and endure, the pain vanished without a trace. Even his entire body felt significantly lighter. Would release. Sufan rolled his throat, feeling very happy. Although he was from the Senju clan, possessed a chakra level comparable to Hashirama, and was proficient in 5 different chakra nature transformations, bloodline limits were something you either had or didn't. In reality, a bloodline limit was merely a new ninjutsu created by simultaneously mixing 2 chakra nature transformations, as well as abilities gained from certain organs that were different from ordinary people, such as the Uchiha clan's Sharingan or the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Would release, therefore, was a new ninjutsu created by mixing water and earth chakra nature transformations. However, it was not something that just anyone who mastered both water and earth attributes could achieve. For example, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hatake Kakashi were both proficient in 5 chakra attributes, yet neither could use would release. Thus, when Sufan received the task reward, his excitement was beyond words. The most important thing was, he had come to the Hokage's office to sign in and receive the first Hokage's would release. From another perspective, If the next sign-in location was the Uchiha compound, would he obtain a Sharingan? What about the Hyuga clan's compound? Or my guy's house? However, just like the previous few times, no new sign-in task was issued after he completed the sign-in. It seemed that his sign-in assistant only triggered at certain points. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but prompt when Su Fan remained silent for too long. Hearing Sarutobi's voice, Su Fan's thoughts temporarily collected, and he began talking about changing his name to Senju Xu Fan. To be honest, this left Sarutobi Hiruzen with a black line on his face. You were just attacked by the root yesterday, and now you've come here early in the morning just to tell me you want to change your name? And this so-called name change is just adding a fan. What's the significance? The character fan is to remind me not to forget my original intention. Even if I gain immense power, I'm still just an ordinary person among the masses. Su Fan took a deep breath, using the same excuse he used on Naruto to persuade the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen. When he realized Su Fan was standing at his office door, countless possibilities played out in his mind. For example, Su Fan might be worried about another assassination attempt by Root and was seeking his protection. Or he might be coming to complain, asking him to punish Danzo. Or perhaps he wanted him to give him an explanation. However, he never expected Su Fan would start off with a name change. He clearly did not take Root or Danzo seriously, just as expected of you. For a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but lean back in astonishment. You came here for this? Of course. Su Fan nodded without hesitation, indicating that this was indeed an important matter. After all, it was strange for a person to have two names. It was better to combine them. This was more convenient. And there's one more thing. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Feeling this was more normal. Third Hokage-sama, Su Fan said with a serious expression, I want to graduate early from the ninja school. Huh? Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately frowned. There is nothing left for me to learn there, Su Fan said firmly. Chapter 21. Su Fan's troubles. Su Fan was not trying to show off. He didn't have the strongest disguise system and didn't need to put on a show, so he just calmly stated the facts as they were. Although Su Fan initially suggested attending the ninja school, a large part of that was due to the process and the sign-in location. Even according to the original plan, Su Fan intended to graduate early. If he continued to stay at the ninja school, following the routines of attending classes and going home, by the time he graduated with Naruto, Orochimaru would likely be attacking Konoha. At that time, no matter how powerful he would still be a low-ranking ninja and could not compare to the likes of Jiraiya or Tsunade. Looking at the timeline of Konoha, the best opportunity to become Hokage was undoubtedly when the third Hokage died. However, Su Fan did not expect that after only the fourth sign-in, he would obtain the would-release bloodline limit. He had thought that such a good thing would take some time to acquire. During that period, learning some ninjutsu at the ninja school would have been fine. Yet now, it was no longer necessary. Speaking of it, it seemed that the skills of the Konoha 12 weren't learned at the ninja school. Su Fan couldn't help but complain internally. Naruto's two major skills, the Rasengan, were learned from Jiraiya, and the Shadow Clone technique was stolen from the Sealing Book. Sasuke's Sharingan was innate, and Chidori was taught by Kakashi. As for the others, either they had family secret techniques or learned from Jonin teachers. The most practical techniques learned at the ninja school were probably the clone technique and transformation technique. However, now, with his bloodline limit, he had the strongest clone, the wood clone. The transformation technique was a low-level ninjutsu that he could master after a single glance. Even if he graduated early, there would be no loss. In fact, regardless of whether his fourth sign-in reward would release or not, Su Fan planned to take this opportunity to discuss the matter with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Graduating early and becoming a low-ranking ninja with a Jonin to guide him was clearly the most suitable path for him. Moreover, he was not the first to graduate early. For example, Uchiha Itachi graduated early and became a low-ranking ninja at the age of 7, and by the time he was Su Fan's age, he was already the captain of the Umbu. His peers had only just graduated. Since even Uchiha Itachi could do it, why couldn't he? Just because he was an Uchiha? He was from the Senju clan. Just because he had the Manjiki Sharingan? He had the sign-in assistants. Even if Uchiha Itachi suddenly activated Susanoo, he could calmly ask him, do you want to dance too? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not respond directly to Su Fan, but sat in silence for a while. Although this matter surprised Sarutobi Hiruzen somewhat, it was more reasonable than the name change issue. Moreover, what had happened yesterday had already proven that Su-fan's strength far surpassed that of his peers, even exceeding that of Jonin. I will consider letting you graduate early and have a Jonin mentor you. After a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly, "There is still more than 2 months until the next graduation. Before that, you should continue studying in Irika's class." Okay, Su-fan nodded. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen did not give a direct response, the meaning was clear. If he could pass the graduation exam in 2 months, he could graduate early. At the same time, if something unexpected happened in these 2 months, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have room for maneuver, as he was still considering it. But Su-fan thought this matter was not a big deal. By the way, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly stood up from his seat as if he had thought of something. "Should we go see Hinata?" "Hinata?" Su-fan asked. Yes, after being kidnapped by the Cloud Ninja, she was just frightened. After some recuperation, she is no longer in serious trouble. However, due to the matter not being resolved yet, Hinata is currently resting at home on sick leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of hiding this matter. According to the information he had, Su-fan was the one who saved Hinata that day. He probably knew the details of the situation better than himself. In addition, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very satisfied with Su-fan's performance. If he trained him well, even if he couldn't become the next Hokage, he could wholeheartedly inherit the will of fire and protect Konoha. It wouldn't be a bad idea to have him connect with the Hyuga clan early on. Just in time, I also need to visit the Hyuga clan. Why don't we go together? Sarutobi Hiruzen invited Su-fan as he picked up the Hokage hat and put it on his head. Okay, Su-fan note that. Feeling that Sarutobi Hiruzen was not someone who would do useless work. Looking at Naruto when he became the 7th Hokage, he was busy every day like a corporate slave. In contrast, the 3rd Hokage seemed to just stroll around the village and do home visits every day. Both were Hokage. How big could the gap really be? Some would say Sarutobi Hiruzen had Danzo, but Naruto also had high-level support like Sasuke and Shikamaru. Given these relationships, Su-fan felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen was using the excuse of visiting Hinata to invite him along, while in reality, he might want to discuss how to resolve the troubles caused by the Cloud Ninja. On the other hand, he wanted to foster a good relationship between Su-fan and Hinata. After all, within the Hyuga clan, the main house and branch house had very clear class distinctions. And as the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hinata was undoubtedly the future successor of the Hyuga clan. If he could train Su-fan as the new Hokage while ostensibly visiting Hinata, this would indeed be a rare opportunity. However, all of this was just Su-fan's personal speculation. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen's true thoughts, only he knew. Let's go. Sarutobi Hiruzen prepared a bit and then brushed past Su-fan, pushing open the door to his office and heading towards the Hyuga clan's residence. Su-fan naturally quickened his pace to keep up. Speaking of which, at this time, he didn't know what the relationship between Naruto and Hinata was like. After all, he was also a hero saving the beauty. What if Hinata fell for him? Su-fan couldn't help but recall that Hinata liked Naruto because he stood up to help her when she was in trouble, and she gradually developed feelings for him. In other words, someone with a shy personality like Hinata could easily fall for someone who treated her well. But she was also very dedicated. Sighing, Su-fan couldn't help but think that as an outstanding man like himself, it would be abnormal not to have any girls liking him. But what if there were too many girls who liked him? I just want to sign in and get stronger, become Hokage, and don't want to waste my energy on women. Chapter 22. The siblings of the Hyuga clan Su-fan followed Sarutobi Hizashi, chatting about some trivial matters along the way. However, noticing that Su-fan did not deliberately bring up the assassination attempt he had faced, Hizashi also avoided the topic. Both of them tacitly agreed to act as if nothing had happened yesterday. It wasn't until Su-fan arrived at the Hyuga clan's residence that he noticed how cautious the entire place was. Almost at every interval, there was a member of the branch family. Hizashi seemed indifferent, as if he had grown accustomed to it. The main family's gate was not hard to find. On the contrary, it was quite conspicuous, exuding an air of grandeur. To put it into context, the Hyuga clan had joined the village long ago, during the time when Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara reconciled and established Konoha. After hundreds of years of development, They were undoubtedly one of the founding families of Konoha. Moreover, the Hyuga clan had managed to survive until the end, earning the title of the strongest clan in Konoha. However, in Su Fan's eyes, it gave off a feeling of being a caged bird without a tiger in the mountain. The third Hokage, as the head of the Hyuga main family, Hyuga Hayashi, came to greet him at the door. Although the Hyuga clan was an elder family, they still had to show proper courtesy in front of the Hokage. Most importantly, the incident regarding Hinata's abduction had not yet been resolved. They needed the third Hokage's decision on how to quell the anger of the Cloud Ninja Village. Behind Hyuga Hayashi were the members of the branch family. This made it clear that Hizashi was not here to check on Hinata's recovery. Su Fan thought to himself, while also knowing that Hizashi would likely not involve him in this meeting. "Ah, Hayashi," Hizashi responded, his gaze shifting to Su Fan. Hayashi also glanced over, sizing Su Fan up. In fact, he had already investigated the person who had saved his daughter before this. Now that he saw Su Fan, he immediately recognized him. "Senju Xu. Su Fan nodded at Hayashi and introduced himself. "I am Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga main family, and also Hinata's father." Hayashi did not appear to be in good spirits. The dark circles under his eyes were quite evident. It was easy to see that he had been mentally and physically exhausted during this time. Nevertheless, Hayashi still managed a faint smile at Su Fan, as if expressing his gratitude. Of course, he did not mention what had happened that night, or any words of thanks. He stated that Su Fan was Hinata's classmate, visiting her, and happened to run into him on the way. "Hokage-sama, this way please." Hayashi did not engage in further conversation with Su Fan, instead gesturing with one hand and walking ahead of Hizashi, taking the lead. Su Fan was then stopped by a member of the branch family. "Lady Hinata is over here. Please follow me." "All right." Su Fan glanced at Hizashi and Hayashi before following the branch family member into the inner courtyard of the main family. As mentioned, Hinata was currently recuperating here. However, after bringing him to this location, the branch family member chose to turn and leave. It seemed that the third Hokage was indeed here to discuss the previous kidnapping incident with Hayashi. Su Fan couldn't help but shake his head. According to the plot's development, it wouldn't be long before Hyuga Niji would voluntarily sacrifice himself, only to be handed over to the Cloud Ninja Village by Konoha's higher-ups to quell the impending conflict. Moreover, Niji would end up harboring resentment towards the main family and would later injure Hinata severely. Thinking of this, Su Fan stood in the Hyuga family courtyard and looked up at the sky. A gentle breeze brushed against his cheek, giving him a sense of clarity. Not just the branch family, but perhaps even the main family, felt like caged birds, powerless to resist, forced to silently endure the rules set by their ancestors, whether right or wrong. Hinata. After bringing his thoughts back, Su Fan took a step forward, only to find that Hinata was hiding behind the door, peeking at him with just one eye. Why does it feel like a cat that has just been brought home? Su Fan couldn't help but complain internally. He was sure that Hinata remembered him from that night, and thought she would be happy to see him again. However, thinking about Hinata's personality, Su Fan quickly let it go. "Who are you?" Just as Su Fan hesitated whether to approach and greet Hinata, another voice came from behind him. This voice, Su Fan instinctively turned around and saw a boy with brown hair tied in small bundles at the ends, his forehead wrapped in several layers of white bandages. Upon seeing Su Fan appear, he immediately took an attacking stance, sizing Su Fan up from head to toe. Su Fan recognized his identity at a glance. Hyuga Niji, the prodigy of the branch family. "Niji, huh?" Su Fan frowned slightly, then glanced at Hinata hiding at the door and suddenly realized. At this time, Niji had not yet sacrificed himself for Hayashi, and he was still being taught to always protect Hinata. Now that the head of the main family and the elders were discussing important matters with the third Hokage, Niji, as a branch family child, naturally did not have the qualifications to stay there and listen. Hinata, upon seeing her brother Niji suddenly appear, also felt a bit anxious. She had noticed the person who saved her when Su Fan entered, but due to her personality, she was too shy to speak to him. As a result, she did not expect her brother Niji to mistake him for a bad person. "Senju Xu." Seeing the situation, Su Fan directly confessed his identity, but his feelings were somewhat complicated. Hizashi had advised him on the way here not to say anything unnecessary in the Hyuga family, and had subtly hinted at it. It was Hayashi who defeated the leader of the Cloud Ninja Village and rescued Hinata. I am Hinata's classmate. I heard she was ill, so I came to see how she was recovering. Sufan thought for a moment and had to come up with such an explanation, while also glancing at Hinata, signaling her to say something. However, to Sufan's surprise, Hinata, who was hiding behind the door, chose to turn and run away. No matter how shy you are, there should be a limit, right? As expected, seeing this, Niji was even more convinced that Sufan was not a good person. His sister Hinata must have run away out of fear. Having solidified this thought, Niji wasted no time and charged at Sufan with all his might. After all, the mission of the branch family was to protect the main family. And Hinata was not only the young lady of the Hyuga clan, but also his sister. Chapter 23: The Tragedy of the Hyuga Clan. Hyuga Hizashi arrived at the main family's backyard. During the recent meeting, the third Hokage and the senior officials of Konoha had already made a decision, which was also agreed upon by the elders of the Hyuga clan. Although his elder brother, the clan leader, found it hard to accept, this was the only means to resolve the conflict between the Cloud Shinobi and Konoha. Most importantly, he was not sacrificing his life for the main family, but rather to protect Niji, his brother, and his family, and even Konoha itself. Now, all he wanted was to see Niji one last time, and then go to his death willingly. Niji, there are so many birds flying today. They look so happy. Hyuga Hizashi raised his head to look at the blue sky, feeling a sense of long-lost tranquility and freedom in his heart. Yes, ever since he was branded as a caged bird in his childhood and became part of the branch family, he had been taught to live for the main family wherever he went, especially after witnessing Niji grow up and display unparalleled talent. He had cursed the main family more than once in his heart, but at least this time, it was a choice he made on his own. It was a choice of freedom. Huff. Hyuga Hizashi took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He wasn't sure if it was his illusion, but he felt that standing on this land, even breathing felt so fresh, filled with the taste of freedom. Niji? However, when he found Niji, he discovered that his son was in an attacking stance. In front of him stood another boy, with black hair and black eyes. Clearly, he was not from the Hyuga clan. Get back. Niji did not believe Sufan's words at all. Just recently, his younger sister Hinata had been kidnapped by ninjas from a cloud village. Now, seeing a stranger, he thought he might be one of them who sneaked in here. Sufan looked at least 6 or 7 years older than Hinata. How could they possibly be of the same generation? Most importantly, when Hinata saw Sufan, she had chosen to run away immediately. Liar. Niji rushed forward, aiming to strike Sufan's face with a palm to subdue him. It must be said that Niji's moves were clean and decisive, with no apparent flaws. From a distance, Hizashi watched, feeling pained every time Niji showcased his talent. Why? Why wasn't Niji born into the main family? Why must there be a distinction between the main and branch families? Why must there be a brand, a cage bird? Clearly, Niji's talent far surpassed everyone else's, and at this age, there was no one among his peers who could match him. There was no opponent for Hyuga Niji, and Hinata, as the main family's eldest daughter, was. Even more so, Hizashi felt that his eyes could foresee what was to come. Once the conflict in the ninja world reignited, Hyuga Niji would definitely achieve great merits in battle and become a hero of Konoha. But why? Why was he from the branch family? Hizashi's hands involuntarily clenched into fists. He had originally intended to see Niji one last time and tell him that he had chosen to die voluntarily. But now, looking at Niji's figure, he felt a mix of emotions. If only he could see him grow up, to see the brand of the caged bird become history. However, Hizashi did not expect that Niji's angle, speed, and power were all perfect, yet the opponent simply tilted his head slightly and dodged his attack. This was not as simple as it seemed. Aside from possessing an overwhelming physical prowess, the innate ocular technique of the Byakugan was the true secret weapon of their clan. Easily predicting the enemy's movements and then striking accurately. That was the Hyuga clan's way. Seeing that his attack had failed, Niji quickly predicted Sufan's movements and continued to strike. However, even without the Byakugan, Sufan could clearly see through Niji's attacking style. Although Niji was unmatched among his peers at this stage and had the Byakugan as a support, Sufan's strength was still above Niji's. As Niji readied himself for another attack, Su Fan simply stood still, gathering chakra in his chest to enhance his defense. Bang! Niji's palm struck Su Fan directly, but he felt a tremendous force rebound, followed by a loud crash ringing in his ears, and that force sent him flying backward. Niji, with his feet off the ground, flew like a kite with a broken string, landing several meters away with a thud. Su Fan looked over and saw Hyuga Hisashi had appeared there at some point, with Niji landing right at his feet. Hisashi's face was now filled with shock. Even with the Byakugan, he had not been able to catch Su Fan's movements. From his perspective, Su Fan had merely tilted his head to dodge Niji's first attack, and then stood still. Immediately after, it was Niji who had gone all out. That was sent flying. Could it be that Su Fan's move was too fast for him to catch? But could that be possible? Even without activating the Byakugan, his dynamic vision was far superior to that of an average person. The most outrageous part was that Hyuga Niji was an unparalleled genius in the Hyuga clan, and even in all of Konoha, his genius status would not be shaken. Even if Su Fan appeared to be older than Niji, he could not possibly be a match for a genius. But the fact was that Su Fan not only defeated Niji, but also did not even need to make a single move. I haven't even used my full strength, and you're already down. Father. Niji lay on the ground, about to get up, when he saw his father, momentarily feeling awkward. Did his father see that? Niji clenched his fists tightly, filled with unwillingness, while activating his Byakugan, preparing to start over. But in Niji's heart, there was also a question. How did Su Fan manage to send him flying? How'd he do it? Just as Niji was about to continue his attack, Hinata, who had run away, returned, bringing along a maid. However, faced with Su Fan and Niji, Hinata still hid behind the door, not daring to step forward. Stop! The maid shouted loudly to stop both sides while hurrying over with a baby girl in her arms. Noticing Hyuga Hisashi, the maid quickly explained the situation, stating that Su Fan was not an intruder. Hyuga Natsu and Hanabi? Su Fan glanced at the maid standing between him and Niji, immediately recognizing her identity. She was a maid from the Hyuga main family, responsible for taking care of the 2-year-old Hanabi at this time. It seemed that Hinata had gone to find her and explain the situation. Thinking of this, Su Fan instinctively glanced at Hinata, only to see her shrink back behind the door, at most mustering the courage to nod at him. Su Fan couldn't help but gasp in surprise, mentally complaining that Hinata at this time was just too shy. Chapter 24. I Won't Allow You to Die. Regarding Hinata's abduction, Hayashi understood much more than the average branch family member. Now, seeing Hyuga Niji step forward, he quickly realized this point. However, due to various circumstances, Hayashi did not say much, simply treating Su Fan as Hinata's classmate. I'm very sorry. After realizing that Su Fan was not an intruder, Hyuga Niji also directly expressed his apologies to Su Fan. The reason he suddenly acted was merely to protect his beloved sister. It's nothing. Su Fan nodded, indicating that it was not a problem, but his gaze was drawn to the baby girl in Hyuga Niji's arms. Hanabi. Although Su Fan had read the Naruto manga and watched the anime before crossing over, many details had faded from memory. It was only upon seeing Hanabi that he recalled some information about the Hyuga clan. Despite being twins, Hayashi and Hayashi were marked with the curse of the caged bird due to being born a few minutes apart. This indicated that the main family was inherited by the eldest son, while the younger son became part of the branch family. According to this logic, there should only be one person in the Hyuga main family. Yet in reality, the main family consisted of many members, especially when Niji recounted memories. There were clearly elders of the Hyuga main family who were not Hayashi's father and did not bear the caged bird mark on their foreheads. Was the distinction between main family and branch family entirely determined by the Hyuga elders? If that were the case, wouldn't the branch family members be nothing more than slaves chosen by the main family? Just thinking about this made Su Fan feel some sympathy for Niji's life. His own father died a tragic death and even mentioned before dying that Hayashi should tell Niji his last words. But what happened? No one told Niji why his father died for years. Everyone present had failed to inform Niji of the truth behind his father's death. The reason Hayashi decided to tell Niji the truth was because he witnessed Niji's clash with Naruto and saw his displayed talent. In other words, If Niji had not been strong enough to become the best among his peers and advance to the finals of the Chunin exams, would Hayashi have remained silent forever? And the most tragic part was, in the end, Niji merely repeated Hayashi's fate. He sacrificed himself for Naruto and Hinata. Thank you. Suddenly, Hayashi turned to Su Fan to express his gratitude and then explained Hinata's situation. Although Hinata was from the main family, her personality was very shy. Even though she knew Su Fan saved her, she still didn't dare to approach someone like him directly. Hayashi hoped Su Fan could understand. It's okay. Now that I see she's fine, I'm relieved. Su Fan nodded, indicating that he should not be concerned about him. Once the third Hokage finishes the meeting, I will go back with him. Since Hinata was too shy to come over, Su Fan had no plans to comfort her. He decided to just stay here and enjoy the flowers until Sarutobi Hiruzen was done and then return. However, what Su Fan did not expect was that just when he was prepared to pass the time casually, his sign-in assistant chimed in again. Receiving 2 tasks on the same day surprised Su Fan, but he was naturally very pleased, because as long as he checked in, he would receive rewards and grow stronger. However, the content of this task left Su Fan somewhat taken aback. Special sign-in task issued. Please head to the Hyuga main family's conference room and change the inevitable fate of Hayashi's death to complete the sign-in. Upon completion, a sign-in reward will be granted. Su Fan. Change the inevitable fate of Hayashi's death? You want me to go change Hayashi's fate? For a moment, Su Fan even doubted whether he had misheard. Wasn't the sign-in task just about arriving at the sign-in location and waiting 10 seconds? He never expected there would be such a sign-in method. A special sign-in task. If completed, would the rewards be better? Although Su Fan felt sympathy for Hayashi and Niji's fate, he was not a saint. Moreover, saving Hayashi's life would inevitably put him at odds with the Hyuga clan and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Therefore, Su Fan's original plan was to just turn a blind eye and not get involved. But now, the situation was different. Just think about what rewards he had received from previous sign-ins. Chakra at the level of Hashirama, the wood release bloodline limit, mastery of 5 chakra nature transformations, and the title of Lonely Gourmet. Any one of these could stand on its own in this world. And that was just for ordinary sign-in tasks. What about the special ones? Byakugan? Rinnegan? Su Fan gasped, and his mindset quickly shifted. Even from the information provided about the sign-in task, it seemed that even if he did not complete the sign-in, he would not face any punishment. But not taking the rewards would mean losing out. Hayashi. Su Fan raised his head, his gaze directly landing on Hayashi. At this moment, Hayashi was undoubtedly a gentle father, crouching down and gently rubbing Niji's head, displaying an unprecedented radiant smile. A man is strict, but a father is gentle. Su Fan believed that anyone who witnessed this scene could not remain indifferent. People are not grass or wood. If they can roll, they will roll. If they can stop, they will stop. The world is unfair, and it deserves to be criticized. Hayashi was gazing at Niji, wanting to engrave his final appearance firmly in his heart, but he noticed Su Fan stepping forward toward him. Hello, is there something you need? Hayashi straightened up and asked softly. After all, Su Fan was the one who saved Hinata, and the entire Hyuga clan owed him a debt of gratitude. Moreover, Su Fan was brought here personally by the third Hokage. Who would dare to neglect him? Niji also looked at Su Fan, but his thoughts were entirely on his father. Usually, his father was a strict man, not one to smile easily, but for some reason, he felt that today his father seemed to have changed into a different person. So gentle. This made Niji feel strange, but also quite fond of his father's current demeanor. I need to see the third Hokage. Su Fan stated straightforwardly. It was very simple to head to the conference room. Even if Hayashi did not guide him, he could find a way there. The difficulty lay in how to change Hayashi's inevitable fate. After all, Hayashi bore the caged bird curse mark on his forehead. As soon as the main family had a thought, he would suffer brain death. If the situation reached a stalemate, who knew if those from the main family would resort to such measures? And, given the current situation, keeping him away from the main family. It was unlikely he would agree, because Hayashi was not being forced now. He was willingly heading towards death. The only option left was to persuade, or rather physically persuade those people to abandon this foolish idea. Chapter 25. Anger. Rija looked at Su Fan and ultimately did not refuse. The discussions regarding the decision to quell the conflicts between the Hyuga clan and Yun Ninja Village had concluded. He would take Riji to his death and then hand over the body to Yun Ninja Village. This matter had come to a close. Follow me. Rija instructed Niji to stay behind and guard his sister Hinata, then turned and led the way. Thank you. As they walked partway, Rija suddenly expressed his gratitude. Su Fan glanced at him, indicating it was nothing. No, Rija shook his head. Lady Hinata is not only the hope of the main family, but also my brother Riji's daughter. Moreover, I was the one on night watch that day. If Su Fan interrupted, not allowing Rija to continue. Let's not discuss this anymore. Perhaps this was what it meant to be on the brink of death. Although Rija's appearances in Naruto were few, Su Fan felt he was a serious person, burdened by the enormous pressure of carrying the caged bird, which made it hard for him to breathe. It was hard to imagine such a person would confide in a stranger like him. I spoke out of turn. Rija paused for a moment, then nodded and maintained a silence as he led Su Fan to the conference room. Su Fan also remained silent, his mind racing as he planned what to say. After all, he was just an ordinary person, even though he had gained power. He was not skilled in scheming or strategizing. If he were to find himself in a world like Death Note or Hunter x Hunter, where intelligence was key, he would likely be completely lost. Who am I? Where am I? How did I die? He needed to think of how to persuade the Hyuga clan and the higher-ups of Konoha to abandon the idea of sacrificing Rija. Soon, Su Fan followed Rija through the threshold and arrived at the conference room, where the third Hokage and the Hyuga clan were deliberating. What Su Fan did not expect was that not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also Tsunade and Mito Minion were present. When they noticed Su Fan following Rija, their eyes flashed with surprise. What are you doing here? Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly took the initiative, noticing the dissatisfaction from the main family of the Hyuga clan regarding Su Fan's arrival, and shot him a glance, suggesting he leave. Although the clan leader Riji was grateful to Su Fan for saving his daughter, it did not mean that the elders would also be appreciative. Especially with Hinata currently displaying excessive timidity, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. Most importantly, this was a conversation between the highest leaders of the Hyuga clan and Konoha. What right did someone like Su Fan, who was not even a ninja, have to step into this place? Rija, what is going on? A Hyuga elder directly confronted him, showing no remorse for the idea of sacrificing Rija, but rather an air of arrogance. Rija wanted to explain that it was Su Fan who insisted on meeting the third Hokage and that he brought him along. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, Su Fan's voice drowned him out, cutting him off. Are you trying to send Rija to his death? Su Fan boldly took the lead. Not only the main family of the Hyuga clan, but even the third Hokage, Tsunade, and Mito Minion looked shocked. Was this guy questioning their decision? Moreover, how did he know about this? Did Rija tell him? Hadn't he just expressed his willingness to sacrifice himself to save the Hyuga clan and the village? How could he suddenly disclose this to an outsider? Risa, a Hyuga elder, slammed his hand on the table, his face filled with anger, veins bulging at his temples as he glared at Rija, as if accusing him. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately admonished Su Fan, telling him not to act recklessly here. While he was unclear why Rija shared this with Su Fan, it was not something he could be involved in. At that moment, Rija, who had become the target of everyone's ire, looked confused. He hadn't mentioned a word about this to Su Fan. How did this guy know about it? Did he have some mind-reading ability? The most awkward part was how to handle the current situation. Elder, But Rija was caught off guard as Su Fan interrupted him again. This is the Hyuga clan? Spouting accusations without evidence, hiding behind the branch family when something goes wrong, and huddling together for warmth? Where's your responsibility? Is this all you have? Suddenly, Su Fan's words fell like a boulder into a lake, stirring up waves. Not only the main family of the Hyuga clan, but even the branch family glared angrily at Su Fan. What on earth was going on with Su Fan today? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Su Fan in disbelief. If it wasn't Rija who told you, then how do you know about this? Only the elder of the main family of the Hyuga clan remained kneeling on the ground. Though he was also very angry, he was more composed than the younger generation, maintaining his rationality. As a member of the Senju clan, If you don't provide a reasonable explanation, an apology won't suffice to brush this off. The Hyuga elders stared at Su Fan, their gazes clashing like sharp winds pressing against each other. If it weren't for Sarutobi Hiruzen being present, just based on Su Fan's earlier remarks, he wouldn't be able to leave this room. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this Senju youth was only able to stand there and speak because of the third Hokage's presence. My Senju clan's actions require no explanation to you. Su Fan stepped forward, shielding Rija behind him, and spoke with a firm voice. In terms of momentum alone, Su Fan overshadowed the entire main family of the Hyuga clan. In reality, this was not due to Su Fan's recklessness or bravery without strategy. Rather, he had the confidence. Now, he not only possessed the level of chakra comparable to Hashirama Senju, but also the bloodline limit unique to Hashirama would release. Chakra combined with would release. He was like the first Hokage. Explanation? The fact that I haven't directly smashed you in the face with a wood release is already showing you respect. Enough. Seeing the situation escalate, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to loudly intervene. This interrupted Rija, who was about to speak up to calm everyone down. Hokage-sama, I can't pretend I didn't hear that. The Hyuga elder felt very gloomy. He had thought Su Fan would correct his attitude in light of the situation. If he just provided a little explanation, it would give both sides a way out. He could also save face for the Hokage and let it go since the matter of Rija's sacrifice had already been settled. However, what the main family of the Hyuga clan did not expect was that Su Fan continued to speak arrogantly. If he let this slide, would anyone be able to bully the Hyuga clan in Konoha in the future? Even if he wanted to endure, his position did not allow it. Following that, the Hyuga elder made a gesture, and countless members of the branch family rushed towards Su Fan. Chapter 26, I was extremely scared at that time. A dozen members of the Hyuga clan attacked Su Fan from different directions. Even though they were just from the branch family, they had the ability to activate their Byakugan and could see through all of Su Fan's acupuncture points at a glance. None of these people showed any mercy, each targeting Su Fan's crucial points, wanting to teach him a harsh lesson. In their eyes, Su Fan's fate was completely self-inflicted. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hyuga Hizashi were also in a bit of a dilemma. After all, it was Su Fan who had instigated this conflict, especially for Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had originally planned to take this opportunity to build a good relationship with the Hyuga family, but he never expected things to escalate to this point. However, no one anticipated that this was just one step in Su Fan's plan. From the moment he entered this room, Su Fan had only one goal: to provoke the Hyuga clan and make them attack him voluntarily. The more ruthless, the better. This way, when he retaliated, it would be considered self-defense, because no matter how excessive his words were, they were merely verbal exchanges of goodwill. They could refute him in the same way, but if they chose to attack, the nature of the situation would change. Most importantly, the attackers weren't just one person. Almost all the young generation present rushed at him. Quick dodge. Although Hizashi felt troubled, he ultimately made a choice. After all, Su Fan was just a child, and it was because of him that the main family had come into conflict. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well throw Su Fan out of here first. But Hizashi never expected that through his Byakugan, he would see the chakra flowing within Su Fan's body. For a 13-year-old boy, he shouldn't have such chakra at this age. In fact, not only Hizashi noticed this, but also the members of the Hyuga clan who had activated their Byakugan. A hint of surprise flashed in their eyes, but in the next second, their expressions changed from surprise to shock. Su Fan, unfazed, exuded an air of composure, and with both palms pressed together, he formed the seal of the snake. This scene left Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uzumaki Koharu, and Midogate Kane in shock. Especially Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even a casual glance would make it impossible for him to mistake this ninjutsu. In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened, and he suddenly stood up from the ground. Wood release, birth of the world of trees. With Su Fan's explosive shout, the magnificent floor instantly collapsed, and several trees grew from the earth at a visible speed, their branches and leaves rapidly spreading to entangle those who had attacked Su Fan. Boom, boom, boom. The trees that erupted from the ground quickly struck the ceiling, sealing off all those who had attacked Su Fan. This is my limit of suppression. Su Fan said casually. This was not him trying to bluff. The ninjutsu of Birth of the World of Trees was far more domineering than Xu Fan's. And if he hadn't quickly suppressed the amount of chakra, within 2 or 3 breaths, the entire ceiling of the building would have been shattered by his ninjutsu, transforming the Hyuga clan's residence into a primeval forest. And Xu Fan believed that the ones who understood this best were the Hyuga clan. They were born with the Byakugan, which allowed them to clearly see the flow of chakra within their bodies. Even the astonished expression of that Hyuga elder was strongly confirming Xu Fan's speculation. He just used the wood release that only the first Hokage could use. This was simply the resurrection of the god of ninjas in modern times. Mito Gate, Kane couldn't help but swallow hard. Upon witnessing the wood release, he was taken aback and retreated several steps in shock. Most importantly, although he was older, his hearing hadn't diminished. He clearly heard Xu Fan's words. This is my limit of suppression, not this is my limit. In other words, Xu Fan was essentially telling everyone that he had done his best to minimize the destruction. In fact, not only Mito Gate Kane and Uzumaki Koharu, but even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had experienced great storms and witnessed the powers of the first and second Hokage, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, was also stunned. He felt a buzzing in his brain, falling into a blank state. Even though he had considered the possibility of such a thing happening, seeing with his own eyes the wood release that only the first Hokage, known as the God of Shinobi, could perform was still a tremendous shock. This left Sarutobi Hiruzen not only shocked, but also wanting to bring Danzo here. Look, it's wood release. It's not on the same level as the Yamato you created through human experimentation. This is the real wood release. Wood release. The Hyuga elder couldn't help but gasp in surprise. After the shock, he looked more miserable than if he had eaten feces. Everyone knew that the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, had relied on this bloodline limit to pacify the entire chaotic world and establish Konohagakure. Most importantly, even a fool could see the current situation. As long as Xu Fan had even a hint of murderous intent, he could slay all the members of the main family and branch family gathered here. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the boy before them was very likely to be the one who would rewrite the future landscape of the ninja world. Xu Fan's hands naturally fell, and then he slowly scanned the expressions of everyone present. He knew very well that he had achieved his goal. Everyone was shocked by his methods, intimidated by him. If he had used Birth of the World of Trees from the beginning, these people would undoubtedly have regarded him as a being like Uchiha Madara. But because of his design, although it was still intimidation, the effect presented was completely different. In other words, it gave people the feeling that he originally didn't intend to take action. He just wanted to be a low-key member of the Senju family, a sunny boy. However, this was the result of them forcing him to act. Lord Hokage. Xu Fan took a deep breath, helplessly shook his head, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Just now, when he saw dozens of jonin rushing towards him, he was terrified. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uzumaki Koharu, Mitu Gotakon, Hyuga Hizashi, Hyuga Elder, other members of the Hyuga clan. What do you mean you were terrified? Clearly, we were the ones trembling. We were still firmly trapped in the trunks, unable to move. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but hesitated. What should he say? Gomfort, Xu Fan, indicate that he could understand. But in this situation, he felt that it was the Hyuga family that needed to be comforted. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not dislike Xu Fan's actions. Rather, after the shock, he was very pleased with the unexpected turn of events before him. Behind him, Uzumaki Koharu and Mito Gate Kane exchanged glances, equally excited. Chapter 27. The spirit of a great nation where there is light, there must be darkness. Without either side, the world cannot operate normally. This has always been the philosophy of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. It is also the reason why Danzo, after repeatedly making mistakes, chose to let the past be the past, especially on the night of the Nine Tails disturbance. The sacrifices of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki, along with countless lives in the village, forced him to agree to the human experiments proposed by Danzo. The plan was to transplant Senju Hashirama cells into ordinary people to obtain wood release techniques, thus gaining the power to suppress the tailed beasts. Even though he initially held an optimistic view, Hiruzen Sarutobi knew deep down that conducting such human experiments would inevitably sacrifice many lives. In other words, when faced with the interests of the village and human lives, the scales in Hiruzen's heart ultimately tipped. In that moment, his heart darkened. However, the result was contrary to expectations. None of the life forms involved in the experiment could withstand Hashirama's cells. Not only did they fail to allow Konoha to regain wood release, but it also led to a complete disaster. Even Hiruzen, who had made up his mind, wavered at that moment and chose to give up. However, Hiruzen and Danzo were not just childhood friends. They were also the light and shadow of Konoha. He knew very well that even if he chose to give up out of mercy, Danzo would continue the experiments until he obtained wood release. The development of events indeed unfolded this way. Danzo collaborated with Orochimaru and kidnapped children from nearby villages, successfully creating Yamato, who could use wood release. When Hiruzen saw Yamato, he sternly condemned Danzo's actions, but inwardly he was secretly pleased. In this way, the village regained wood release, the power to suppress the Nine Tails. This undoubtedly helped Naruto's growth and the stability of the village. Most importantly, he used this opportunity to bring Yamato into his umbu, distancing him from Danzo, allowing him to inherit his will of fire, to cherish comrades and the village. This also made Hiruzen more convinced of his philosophy. Where there is light, there must be darkness. Without either side, the world cannot operate normally. To obtain the wood release of the first Hokage, he stained his hands with blood, darkened his heart, and allowed Danzo to continue his inhumane experiments. In the end, however, it was Konoha's land that bore the strongest towering tree. Hiruzen's eyes widened, filled with the shock brought by Su-fan. If Su-fan had showcased his wood release from the very beginning, why would he and Danzo have bothered with human experiments? Su-fan himself was the inheritor of Hashirama, the god of the new era of the ninja world. Hiruzen swallowed nervously. In fact, it was not just Hiruzen. As disciples of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, both Karui and Mito Minjo were equally shocked and filled with anticipation for Su-fan's future. Their thinking was far more sinister than Hiruzen's. Just based on Su-fan's wood release, they were already inclined to stand by his side. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if they had to choose between the Hyuga clan and Su-fan, they would unhesitatingly choose the latter. Even if the main branch were to be wiped out, they could simply support the branch family to take over. After all, the children born from the branch family would not be affected by the curse seal technique and would naturally possess perfect Byakugan. Therefore, even if Su-fan were to be aggressive towards the Hyuga main family, they would not intervene. The two exchanged glances and chose to remain silent, with no intention of intervening. What do you really want to do? At this moment, the Hyuga elder could no longer remain calm. Several minutes had passed since Su-fan sealed off the Hyuga clan members, yet the higher-ups of Konoha had not only failed to stop him, they had not even reprimanded him. This was clearly condoning Su-fan's actions. I will not allow Hinata to die, Su-fan declared resolutely. This statement was not only directed at the Hyuga clan, but also to the higher-ups of Konoha behind him. However, one thing surprised Su-fan. He had thought that after making such a statement, the third Hokage would side with the Hyuga clan. Yet this guy remained silent, not even now. When he reiterated that Hinata must not die, did the higher-ups behind him say anything, merely watching the spectacle? Could it be that apart from allowing Hinata's sacrifice, the higher-ups of Konoha actually had other means to quell the conflict? Was it possible that from the very beginning, the Konoha higher-ups did not genuinely want anyone to die or Hinata's life? Their true purpose was actually to take this opportunity to suppress the Hyuga clan, to show them how miserable they would be without the village to shield them from this matter. On the surface, they surrendered Hinata's corpse, but were actually bowing to the higher-ups of Konoha. However, ultimately, this was just Su-fan speculation. The current situation suggested that the life and death of Hinata did not seem particularly important in the eyes of the Konoha higher-ups, which led Su-fan to have such thoughts. Regardless of what the truth was, it would still take some time to resolve this matter. The Hyuga elder glanced at Su-fan and then at the Konoha higher-ups not far away. After some contemplation, he could only take a deep breath and then explained in a solemn tone that both the main and branch families were part of the Hyuga clan. The reason for their actions was merely to protect the secrets of the Hyuga clan and, for the sake of the village's stability, they had to compromise with the Cloud Ninja Village. I watched Hinata grow up from a young age. How could I bear to let him die? Everything is for the village, the Hyuga elder said with a serious expression, as if he were truly acting for the greater good. However, Su Fan found this speech amusing. If he had not watched Naruto, he might have been deceived by these words. In reality, the branch family was merely seen as tools in the eyes of these main family members. If they truly regarded the branch family as people and were genuinely acting out a necessity for the village, was it necessary to hide the truth from Neji for years? Even the third Hokage's actions this time seemed questionable to Su Fan. A regime that gains peace by betraying its own people. Was this the will of fire? To put it more nicely, it was a compromise made out of consideration for the village. To put it bluntly, it was weakness. Before his transmigration, the Chinese were always well protected by the bravest among them. This is the spirit a great nation should have. Hyuga clan, listen carefully. We love peace. But to seek peace through struggle preserves it. To seek peace through compromise leads to its demise. Chapter 28. Strategies for dealing with my own regime. Blind compromise will never lead to a good outcome. Retreat and weakness will only provoke the enemy's stronger desire to attack, allowing them to gain ground and leaving us increasingly passive. Su Fan strode forward with imposing momentum, his voice growing louder. He was not a native of this world. Before his transmigration, he had been indoctrinated with ideas that shaped his worldview. Especially the humiliating history of his own country further solidified these beliefs. Even in the world of Naruto, the Cloud Ninja Village had not acted like this for the first time. When Naruto's mother was still a young girl, the Cloud Ninja Village sent people to kidnap her, even until Uzumaki Kushina's death. She believed that the Cloud Ninja Village wanted to obtain the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. It was only later that the Raikage of the Cloud Ninja Village admitted that they had kidnapped Kushina to obtain the Nine Tails. There was the kidnapping of Kushina, and then there was Hinata being taken hostage. This is enough to prove that the Cloud Ninja Village is not a righteous group. They too will take advantage of any opportunity without remorse. Most importantly, Su Fan had always been puzzled about why the Cloud Ninja Village would cease their actions after obtaining Regine's corpse. Clearly, this was Konoha showing weakness and submission. After that, the Uchiha clan was exterminated, and the power difference between the two sides was even more pronounced. When Konoha was strong, they could easily kidnap Kushina or force Regine to his death. Yet, at Konoha's weakest moment, it seemed like the Cloud Ninja Village had suddenly gone silent, doing nothing at all. They remained silent until Karabi was captured by Sasuke. Only then did they reappear. Perhaps from a comic perspective, the early authors didn't think too much about it, so the Land of Lightning was just a backdrop, only brought out when needed to take the blame. But the world he found himself in was not a comic, it was a real world. Moreover, in the original work, Hinata was kidnapped by the Cloud Ninja Village when she was 3 years old. The Senju clan's members did not show up. However, after his transmigration, he not only became a member of the Senju clan, but the timeline of Hinata's kidnapping also changed. It seemed like his transmigration had created a butterfly effect. So, who could guarantee that the Cloud Ninja Village, after obtaining Regine's corpse and realizing they couldn't obtain the secrets of the Byakugan, wouldn't continue to provoke? If that were the case, and conflict arose between Konoha and the Cloud Ninja Village, wouldn't we be cutting off our own arm? Distraying morale. Even if among the Hyuga main family, there were not more than 5 people stronger than Regine, Su Fan pressed forward relentlessly, forcing the Hyuga elder to reconsider sacrificing Regine. What do you think we should do? However, at that moment, the usually silent Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly spoke up. Phew! Upon seeing that the Hokage finally broke his silence, the Hyuga elder felt a long sigh of relief in his heart. If Su Fan continued to press, he would have to change his stance. However, the Hyuga elder did not dislike the current situation. Although Regine was from the branch family and merely a tool, he was still a tool of the main family. Moreover, Regine's strength was indeed considerable. If he could be retained, it could defuse this crisis. What could the Hyuga clan lose? Nothing at all. His only concern was that after he softened his stance, the higher-ups of Konoha would retaliate. So now, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice undoubtedly lifted the pressure off him. As for the final outcome, That was a matter between the Hokage and Su Fan, unrelated to him. Thinking of this, the Hyuga elder and the other main family members let out a long sigh of relief in their hearts. It's simple. Su Fan turned around, facing the third Hokage who had posed the question. If we want to coexist peacefully with the Cloud Ninja Village and the Land of Lightning, blind concession will only lead to them taking advantage of us further, pressing us step by step. But if we strike them once and then tell them, let's coexist peacefully, we can achieve our goals. Su Fan paused. I know that at my age, saying something like this lacks persuasive power, but Hokage-sama, as long as you give the order, I will take the lead. Although the words sounded beautiful. If the Hyuga clan did not hand over Rijin, conflicts between Konoha and the Cloud Ninja Village would likely occur. On the surface, this was actually a binary choice, to protect Rijin and gain rewards, or to compromise and avoid conflict with the Cloud Ninja Village. But in reality, of course, the first option is the choice. The chakra of Senju Hashirama combined with his wood release. Isn't that the god of the ninja world? If they dare not let me take the reward, just wait and see if I can hammer them. Moreover, to take a step back, only Su Fan had seen Naruto. They did not know what would happen in the future. They were told to hand over Rijin to defuse the crisis, but whether it could truly be resolved, they probably had no idea either. Coupled with Su Fan's impassioned speech, the blood within the Hyuga clan, whether from the main family or the branch family, had been ignited and was burning. Especially when he mentioned taking the lead, Su Fan could see some among them cracking their knuckles, eager to respond to him. As for the branch family member Rijin, it goes without saying. At this moment, tears of fervent heat streamed down his cheeks. He never dreamed that under the Cloud Ninja Village's aggression, the Hyuga main family would choose to sacrifice themselves to protect the clan, while the higher-ups of Konoha would abandon him for peace. Only Su Fan genuinely felt the world was unfair and sincerely wanted to save him. For this, he did not hesitate to intimidate the main family and go against the third Hokage, placing himself in the line of fire. What kind of spirit is this? This is a spirit of fearlessness. It is not an exaggeration to say that at this moment, Hyuga Rijin not only recognized Su Fan, but even wanted to follow him. If conflict was truly unavoidable, he was willing to use his life to protect Su Fan on the battlefield. A drop of water's kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude, not to mention life-saving grace. And Su Fan not only saved him, but also saved Niji's life. In the future, he might even change the fate of the Hyuga clan. Yes, Su Fan possessed such brilliance, such charm, such character. However, Rijin would never have imagined that such a person, who shone brightly in his heart, was currently thinking. Very good, the Hyuga clan has already been fooled by me. No one should be thinking of taking Rijin's life anymore. The usually righteous third Hokage, even for his political reputation, would not contradict me at this moment. If nothing unexpected happens, Rijin's life should be saved. What would the reward be? The Byakugan? Right? When Naruto gets out of school, I'll take him out for ramen. In a moment, Su Fan had many thoughts, but he did not feel any sentiment about saving Rijin. Why is Rijin looking at me with that expression? Chapter 29, I know everything about you. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Su Fan's actions without giving an immediate response. Firstly, the current situation was not suitable for a rebuttal. Secondly, he was completely immersed in the joy of regaining wood release. Unlike the results born from the human experiments involving Yamato, Su Fan had genuinely inherited the power of the first Hokage, especially when he released the technique wood release. Advent of the World Tree. His breathing was steady, his combat technique sharp, and his thoughts agile, precisely controlling his attacks. He only sealed off the actions of the Hyuga clan without causing any harm. To put frankly, from Sarutobi Hiruzen's perspective, Su Fan's proficiency with wood release was as smooth and natural as breathing. He even felt that Su Fan could not have just recently awakened this bloodline limit. Could it be that he had been secretly practicing wood release during the 5 years he hid in the Senju clan stronghold? But how could that be possible? Although his perception ability was not as strong as that of Senju Tobirama, the release of wood release would inevitably cause significant chakra fluctuations. Even if he didn't notice it, Danzo would surely pick up on it. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, pondering another possibility. Was Danzo planning to cultivate Su Fan just as he had with Yamato? Was it because Su Fan chose to inherit the will of fire like Yamato that he sent Root to assassinate him? Danzo, just how many things have you done behind my back? Let's head back. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke slowly, indicating that this matter needed careful consideration. After all, this was a game between great nations, not a child's play. Once back, it would be best to gather all the high-ranking officials of Konoha for a discussion before making a decision. Having said that, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not care about the reactions of the Hyuga clan and directly turned around, stepping towards the chaotic entrance. Tino Kamaru and Mito Gate in exchanged glances and expressionlessly followed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Senju, however, as they reached the door, Sarutobi Hiruzen specifically called Su Fan over. Su Fan responded, thinking he could use this atmosphere to get Sarutobi Hiruzen to agree. Unexpectedly, he chose to retreat. Most importantly, his signing assistants did not react at all. It seemed that the small assistant had yet to determine that Hinata Hizashi could survive. To prevent the Hyuga main family from plotting against him, Su Fan deliberately turned back at the door, stating that the next time he visited, he wanted to see a living Hizashi. Then, Su Fan unleashed his chakra. Boom! With a loud explosion, the ceiling, walls, and floor instantly shattered. Even the Hyuga elders were startled by this force. Just the chakra he unleashed had such destructive power. If Su Fan fought at full strength, how terrifying would that be? Especially the amount of chakra displayed within him, rivaling that of a tailed beast. This man is unfathomable. Seeing the deeply shocked expressions of the Hyuga clan, Su Fan then turned and vanished before them. However, those bearing the immense pressure were all from the Hyuga main family. In the eyes of the branch family, they not only did not find Su Fan frightening, but actually quite liked his demeanor. Due to the relationship of the caged bird and the high-handed attitude of the main family, few from the branch family sincerely submitted to the main family. Most were forced into submission by the pressure of brain death, too afraid to have their own thoughts and choices. Even in their hearts, they questioned whether they were slaves to the main family. Now, Su Fan seemed to be forcefully protecting Hizashi, but it appeared more like he was dissatisfied with the system of the Hyuga clan and chose to speak for them. Before this, even the high-ranking officials of Konoha had merely turned a blind eye, never considering taking their side. Some even began to think that if Su Fan could one day become Hokage, he might change the fate of the Hyuga clan. Hinata Hizashi stood frozen in place. Gazing in the direction Su Fan had disappeared. Yes, if one day Su Fan could inherit the 5th Hokage, perhaps he could change the fate of the caged birds. Niji. I hope that day comes soon. However, Su Fan was completely unaware of this. Those from the Hyuga family must hate me to death now. Having left them no face at all, Su Fan thought to himself. But this feeling is truly refreshing. I wish I could do it all over again. No wonder the protagonists in web novels love to show off. Su Fan left the Hyuga clan stronghold, but Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly called his name, asking him to come closer. Tino Kamaru and Mito Gate silently followed behind, seemingly observing Su Fan. To reach the main street of the village, they needed to pass through a small path. This place was usually deserted, and Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a low voice. How did you know that the Hyuga clan was going to sacrifice Hizashi? This question was crucial. Although Hizashi was from the branch family, he was still a ninja. For ninjas, gathering intelligence and protecting it were equally important. If Su Fan was a spy from the Cloud Village, then Hizashi would have exposed their plans to the enemy country. This was a very serious matter. But Su Fan had already guessed that Sarutobi Hiruzen would ask. On the surface, he appeared to be a 13-year-old boy, but in reality, he knew everything about the 3rd Hokage. He was indeed kind and loved Konoha, but he also valued his political reputation. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was human too. For instance, regarding Konohamaru's education, Ebisu had once said that he always believed his teaching was the shortcut for Konohamaru to become Hokage. And Asuma's students, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, each one was an heir to a large family. Even after Naruto became the 7th Hokage, weren't they all part of the new Konoha leadership? Would someone as meticulous as Sarutobi Hiruzen use a random approach in such matters? Regardless of whether others believed it, Su Fan did not. In fact, It was more accurate to say that this was the norm. Becoming Hokage was not as simple as having a title. One needed strength. Ultimately, the Hokage was also a type of politician. Moreover, during his tenure, if he easily suppressed Tino Kamo, Mito Gaiden, and Shimura Danzo, the reputation would be his, and the blame would fall on them. Could such a person truly lack his own means? Would he rely solely on kindness and talk about the will of fire to lead Konoha? Don't joke about it. It was my deduction. Su Fan took a deep breath and slowly spoke, but when I saw the change in the expression of the Hyuga elder, I realized I was right. Deduction? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. How did you deduce that? Chapter 30. We have no rivals ahead. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy, one will never be defeated. Yunin village has taken Hinata hostage, wanting to obtain the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan for research purposes. I even suspect that this celebration event is part of their plan. Even a ninja leader they sent is an agile ninja. If we think from this perspective, we can guess their intentions. They're using this opportunity to force the Hyuga clan to hand over the Byakugan, but they have always valued the secrets of the Byakugan, even establishing a main family and a branch family. Especially when Hyuga Hayashi came out to see Niji for the last time. He was a ninja, but he was also a father. Lord Hokage, separation is always a frustrating thing, whether it is life and death or distance. So at that moment, the way Hyuga Hayashi looked at Niji betrayed him. Su Fan spoke all the lines he had designed in one breath. However, he changed the concrete content of the anime into his own speculation. And this kind of real lie is often the most unsolvable, because he did not lie at all, but narrated a bloody truth. To Sarutobi Hiruzen, Su Fan's speculation showcased his reasoning ability. It is known that very few people know about what happened that day and the pressure from Yunin village. And among these people, it is impossible for anyone to reveal the details to Su Fan. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not think that Hayashi was a loose-lipped person. Rather, he asked that to hear Su Fan say such things. Moreover, Su Fan did not recount what happened that day, as if they had an unspoken understanding. With the power of Senju Hashirama, combined with the intellect of Senju Tobirama, Su Fan's growth was merely a matter of time. What he needed to do was to guide him on the right path, inheriting the will of fire, rather than becoming someone like Orochimaru or Danzo. Lord Hokage, seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen lost in thought, Su Fan spoke again. Do you really? Su Fan deliberately paused, his gaze shifting to Koharu and Minyan, as if hinting at something. Sarutobi Hiruzen, pondering, gestured for Koharu and Minyan to return first. Although Koharu and Minyan were dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen's instructions, they had no choice but to leave first because of his identity as Hokage. However, this does not mean they would not learn about the conversation between Su Fan and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Go ahead. Do you really support the sacrifice of the Hyuga clan? Su Fan opened his mouth, directly hitting the nail on the head. He knew very well that without Sarutobi Hiruzen's tacit approval, how could the main family of the Hyuga sacrifice Hayashi? Just now, he did not point the spear at him, but left him some face. Looking at Su Fan before him, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly realized this point. After I said those things, seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen silent, Su Fan continued to press. At this moment, he was not afraid of Sarutobi Hiruzen, nor of the high-ranking officials behind him in Konoha. In fact, this was also the reason why Su Fan chose the arrival of the Divine Tree instead of bursting out with chakra to conserve his strength. Because there was no need. With the chakra level of Senju Hashirama, plus Senju Tobirama's would release. In this period of the ninja world, the Akatsuki organization is shorthanded. Orochimaru has not yet mastered the rebirth technique, and Kabuto cannot perform the impure world reincarnation, and Obito does not have the tailed beasts. It is not an exaggeration to say that the current Su Fan could definitely shout, "We have no rivals ahead." This is the truth behind his choice to let the Divine Tree descend, to inform the high-level Konoha. I can use would release. Yunin village is not worth mentioning. We should counterattack, so they won't come back. The will of fire, soaring and indomitable. Moreover, do you Konoha high-ranking officials think this is all my strength, my peak? If you think so, then let me tell you, you are wrong. My biggest trump card, my peak strength, will always be the rewards obtained from the next sign-in. Even if the sign-in task comes once a year, before the official start of the Hokage storyline, I still have 6 or 7 sign-in opportunities. There is nothing to be afraid of at all. If communication is impossible, then just fight until submission, blow them up. Of course, Xu Fan himself is not someone who admires violence. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is willing to sit down, listen to his suggestions, and then implement them, it would save him a lot of effort. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Xu Fan and found that his gaze showed no sign of evasion, but was very resolute. Such eyes he had not seen for a long time. Although on the surface, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a blank expression. Internally, he was already shocked by Xu Fan's thoughts. Before this, Sarutobi Hiruzen always thought that Uchiha Itachi was a rare genius with Hokage-style thinking. But he never expected that Xu Fan was just as good. It's just that Uchiha Itachi is closer to the first Hokage, while Xu Fan leans more towards the second Hokage. Xu Fan. After a long silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly spoke. You should know that this matter is not as simple as you think. Perhaps your wood-release technique is very powerful, but the conflict between Konoha and Yunin may escalate to war. This is not a matter of one person. Xu Fan, seeing this, directly interrupted him. I understand. Lord Hokage, do you know how I've spent these 5 years? Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. I have been studying the history of the ninja world and various books. In one of the books, I saw such a tactic. Northern Expedition. Sarutobi Hiruzen. To shift internal conflicts through external struggles. Xu Fan paused, giving Sarutobi Hiruzen no chance to ask. Now the Uchiha clan is growing stronger and becoming arrogant. If we continue to let it go, they may become a problem for the village. So I think it would be better to take this opportunity to let them go to war with Yunin village. If they refuse, we can take this opportunity to dismiss them from their positions and detain them. Conversely, we can not only use this opportunity to retaliate against Yunin village, but also weaken the power of the Uchiha clan, stabilizing the balance of the village. The key is that they are fighting for the village. Such battles can not only make the villagers look at them in a new light, but also allow them to find a sense of belonging. Xu Fan finished speaking in one breath and clearly saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression change, from surprise to shock, and finally, he stood there in a daze. Protecting the Hyuga clan, striking Yunin village, weakening the Uchiha clan. Casually, it is a strategy that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Is this really the Xu Fan I know? It feels like he has become a different person. Chapter 31. A small goal. The Uchiha clan suffered a tragic massacre in Konoha, which cannot be separated from the compromise of Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, the main reason for this can be attributed to Hiruzen's incompetence in resolving the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan. This is why Xu Fan seizes the opportunity to present his proposed solution to Hiruzen, suggesting that he use this method to deal with the Uchiha clan and simultaneously retaliate against the Cloud Ninja village. If we really talk about life experience and various means, I might not compare to the third Hokage, but I possess a history and perspective that he does not understand. Xu Fan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Hiruzen, having reached his 50s, is already an old man nearing the end of his life, with rich experiences and power struggles. However, the so-called Ninja World War, even at its most exaggerated, only involved hundreds of thousands of troops on both sides. It is simply incomparable to the world before his crossing. The difference regarding wisdom is even more pronounced. For example, in the current situation, the internal conflict in Konoha essentially involves 3 parties. The Uchiha group, led by Fugaku, who have suffered for decades, the Danzo group, which claims to be the root of Konoha and bears the brunt of most blame, and the Hokage group, which maintains a righteous image. If someone named Wulong were to cross over to this place, he would probably have a lot of questions in his mind. Why are you so obsessed with a village? March north. Launch a northern expedition. In fact, the strategy Xu Fan proposed to shift internal conflicts through external struggles was also an idea originally thought of by this Wulong. This is a true great politician. It seems simple, but it is actually unfathomable. Even Hiruzen, who has lived half a century and engaged in power struggles for half his life, was shocked by Xu Fan's strategy. Although it was only a few words, the means were extremely clever. The most important thing is how many people can come up with such a decision. At least I can't, and Danzo can't either. For a moment, Hiruzen fell into deep thought, wanting to implement Su Fan's suggestion. Moreover, he does not need the entire Uchiha clan. Just half of their numbers would be enough to withstand the forces of the Cloud Ninja Village. This number is also easy for his Umbu to control. If they plan to take advantage of this opportunity to launch a coup, he can deal with the separated Uchiha clan beforehand. Additionally, Konoha now has a secret weapon like Su Fan. His wood-release technique far surpasses that of Ohana, coupled with his exaggerated chakra amount. Hiruzen indeed cannot find a reason to continue compromising. Of course, this matter cannot be decided solely by himself. He still needs to gather Konoha's higher-ups for a second discussion before making a decision. Su Fan. Su Fan looked directly at Hiruzen, quietly waiting for his response. Although the logic of a few members of the Uchiha clan is convoluted, after all, it involves thousands of lives. The key is that they are also a very powerful military unit in the village. Becoming Hokage is just a small goal for him. The real big goal is to unify the entire ninja world, to achieve true peace. What a joke. What does that have to do with me? Unifying the ninja world is, of course, for better enjoyment of life, being above 10,000 people, establishing order. Isn't that appealing? Therefore, Su Fan felt that cultivating the Uchiha clan to be his workers is not a bad idea, especially Uchiha Itachi, whose strength he highly recognizes. Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Susen, Tatsuka Blade, Izanami. These abilities are enough for Uchiha Itachi to reach Hokage level. However, his worldview and logic, Su Fan finds difficult to accept. From an ordinary person's perspective, when the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village is irreconcilable, he at least has three better solutions. The first is to find a way to persuade his father to mediate between the two forces and maintain peace. The second is to accept Fugaku's plan, attack Konoha's higher-ups, and change the leadership with minimal casualties. The last option is to clearly refuse, stating that he will stand with the village and force Fugaku to give up. And what was the result? He really disregarded the bond of kinship and turned around to sell the Uchiha clan. Then Danzo began to demand their extermination, and Hiruzen indicated he would come up with a solution, but in the end, he thought of nothing. Yet even so, at this moment, Uchiha Itachi still had other better choices. Either follow Hiruzen's suggestion to find a way to buy time, or monitor the clan, and if a coup occurs, immediately carry out a violent suppression. Moreover, judging from Fugaku's later actions, if Uchiha Itachi really suppressed with force at this time, his father would definitely understand and support his choice. As for the other Uchiha clan members, with Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi, two masters with Manjiki Sharingan, the others would be easy pickings. However, Uchiha Itachi chose a conclusion that is difficult to understand. He made a deal with Danzo to protect Sasuke and bloodied the entire clan. Even assuming the worst, if a conflict broke out between both sides, would it affect the civilians in the village? How many casualties would it produce? While claiming to act for the village, he exterminated the entire Uchiha clan, truly disregarding the Uchiha who had suffered for decades as villagers. In the end, they were simply fighting for their own rights. They worked hard to help the Senju establish Konoha and to ensure the village's stability. They drove away the dancing-loving elder Uchiha Madara. On the night of the Nine Tails incident, they wanted to kill enemies but were ordered to hold back, ultimately being driven to the edge of the village by Konoha's higher-ups on baseless charges. As a result, just because they wanted equality, they were exterminated by their own people. No matter how many times Su Fan rewatched this plot, he found the worldviews quite peculiar. If the Uchiha clan were all villains, it would be one thing. But Fugaku, Mikoto, Izumi, and other Uchiha who chose to live as civilians, aside from not being particularly clever, were actually quite kind. Especially Fugaku. The ninja he admired the most was Hiruzen's father, Sarutobi Sasuke. He even named his youngest son after him, hoping he could become a powerful and great ninja like Hiruzen's father. Sigh. Thinking of this, Su Fan couldn't help but sigh for the Uchiha's tragic history. At least on this timeline, he should set Uchiha Itachi's worldview right. If that doesn't work, he could always give him a personality correction punch. I hope you can forget the content of our conversation. Just as Su Fan's thoughts were racing, Hiruzen's voice pulled his consciousness back to reality. If others find out about this, it might have an adverse effect on you, so... Hiruzen shook his head helplessly as he said this. letting out a long sigh. I will bear the burden of what happened today. Sulfan. Chapter 32 in the name of Hokage. As Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to the Hokage Building, he immediately convened a high-level meeting. In less than half an hour, Shimura Danzo, Tino Kamatsu, Mito Gate came, and others arrived, especially Danzo, who had already gathered some intelligence through his roots on the way. In his view, Konoha Village was currently in the weakest period in its history. With the fourth Hokage sacrificed and the Uchiha clan stirring, the village was unable to deploy Naruto, the Jinchuriki, to the battlefield. At this moment, going to war with the Cloud Ninja Village was undoubtedly the worst timing. Therefore, sacrificing Hyuga Hayashi and handing over his corpse to the Cloud Ninja Village was, in any case, the optimal solution. Although this meant showing weakness to the Cloud Ninja Village. Everything was for the sake of the village. A temporary retreat was for a better tomorrow. Once the Uchiha clan issue was resolved and he ascended to the Hokage position, everything lost today would be regained double in the future. However, unexpectedly, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly dismissed this idea. Monkey, this is all due to your weakness and incompetence. Danzo deeply resented Hiruzen's mercy, but could only curse silently in his heart. After entering the conference room, he sat silently in his seat. Besides the high-ranking officials of Konoha, there were also feudal lords present at the meeting. Presumably, everyone was already aware of the events that had transpired in the village these days. The Cloud Ninja, under the pretext of forming an alliance and holding a celebration, was actually trying to obtain the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Fortunately, under the pursuit of the Umbu and Hinata, the leader of the Cloud Ninja did not succeed. But, suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen intensified his tone, stating that such behavior was undoubtedly shameful. They were untrustworthy, treating the alliance contract as a joke. As the third Hokage of Konoha Village, I cannot forgive such conduct. Hiruzen took the initiative to label the Cloud Ninja as villains. However, his actions immediately sparked discussions among the feudal lords. And you should have heard of the unreasonable demands proposed by the Cloud Ninja Village. Hand over Hinata Hayashi in exchange for a new alliance contract. Otherwise, they will demand justice for their leader. I am well aware that some people present have considered using the branch family member Hayashi as a substitute for Hayashi to settle this dispute. But Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat, quieting the agitated feudal lords, and then raised his voice again. Blindly compromising will never lead to a good outcome. Instead, such retreat and weakness will only provoke the opponent's stronger desire to attack, allowing them to take more ground and making us increasingly passive. Even the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, once said, when he mentioned the name Senju Tobarama, the expressions of everyone present changed. Although it was the first Hokage who established the village, it was Senju Tobarama who perfected it and displayed remarkable political acumen and iron-fisted tactics. Even the feudal lord of the Fire Country recognized this name. As for Danzo, he was originally a disciple of Senju Tobarama and a successor to his philosophy. Therefore, when Hiruzen mentioned his teacher, Danzo's expression was extremely surprised. We love peace, but peace achieved through struggle will last, while peace sought through compromise will perish. With this voice, Tino Kamatsu and Mito Gate couldn't help but show their disbelief. Danzo was also extremely shocked. Did the second Hokage really say this? How could I not remember? Danzo furrowed his brows tightly. He had always admired Senju Tobarama greatly in his life, and such a wise saying was something he should not forget. Therefore, not only on the matter of obtaining the secrets of the Byakugan from the Cloud Ninja Village, but also regarding the Uchiha clan issue, I have no intention of compromising. The Uchiha clan? Danzo immediately retorted without hesitation. Sarutobi, how can these two matters be compared? The Uchiha clan. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately shouted loudly, standing up from his seat. This action startled the feudal lords, and even Danzo was momentarily taken aback. What was wrong with Hiruzen today? Wasn't he usually submissive when discussing the Uchiha? I have said that the Uchiha clan is also part of the village, and I will find a way to resolve the conflict between them and the village. And now I have found a solution. What? At this statement, everyone present was shocked, especially the high-ranking officials of Konoha, who had previously known that the Uchiha had planned a coup, but had chosen to abandon it due to Shusui's death. But no one could guarantee when they would plot again. As a hawkish figure, Danzo naturally wanted to eliminate the unstable factors in the village, but Hiruzen had always obstructed him. Yet, while this displeased him, Danzo did not think Hiruzen could come up with any ideas. However now, no one understands the Uchiha clan better than I do. I believe we should seize this opportunity, use their strength to fight against the Cloud Ninja, and repay them in kind, eye for an eye. This would sufficiently weaken the power of the Uchiha clan and stabilize the peace of the village. Most importantly, the Uchiha would be fighting for the village, and the villagers would see this and understand them, allowing them to return to the embrace of Konoha and feel a sense of belonging. Upon hearing this, the entire room was in an uproar. Tino Komatsu and Mito Gate Kane both looked shocked, gazing at Sarutobi Hiruzen's profile with disbelief. Although the strategy sounded very simple, it was extremely clever, especially Danzo, who instinctively straightened up, staring at Hiruzen with a dumbfounded expression. According to Hiruzen's strategy, not only could it protect the Hyuga clan, retaliate against the Cloud Ninja village, but also weaken the Uchiha clan. Perhaps this would cause some damage to the village's vitality, but it would instead strengthen the Hokage's regime. Regardless of winning or losing, they could accept it. Winning would bring joy to all, while losing would severely wound the Uchiha, rendering them unable to threaten the village again. A plan that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Hiruzen was indeed terrifying. Is this really the Sarutobi Hiruzen I know? How did his methods suddenly become so tough? I named this strategy a policy of external conflict to shift internal conflict. Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the expressions of the crowd again, lowering his voice once more. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed inwardly. Su Fan had not yet grown up, and if others knew that this strategy was designed by him, it would be very detrimental to him. Especially the Uchiha clan. If they knew the truth, they might even come to hate Su Fan. As the 3rd Hokage, he naturally had to protect the children in the village. For the sake of the village, he was willing to bear it all. Who is in favor? Who is against? Chapter 33. Uchiha Itachi, even though he stopped the Hyuga clan from handing over Hinata and proposed a feasible plan to the 3rd Hokage, the task system still hadn't recognized a success or issued any rewards. It seemed that the 3rd Hokage was negotiating with the higher-ups of Konoha but hadn't managed to persuade them. Su Fan glanced out the window. It was already evening. Although he was confident in resolving the conflict between Konoha and the Cloud Village, it was ultimately a struggle between 2 ninja villages. Moreover, the geographical locations of Konoha and the Cloud Village were different. In the original story, the Cloud Village was able to become isolated later on largely due to its geographical position. It was located in the upper right corner of the world map, surrounded by the sea, with land only connecting to the Land of Fire. In contrast, the Land of Fire was surrounded by not only the Land of Lightning, but also the 3 major nations of wind, earth, and water. However, Su Fan didn't see this as a significant issue. The Land of Water was just a small nation, and in this era, lacking an industrial revolution, ninja movements largely relied on their 2 legs. The Land of Water was located in the middle of the ocean with an unstable internal political situation. Perhaps at this time, Zabuza was thinking of ways to assassinate the Mizukichi. It was nothing to worry about. The real threats were actually the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth. But although Su Fan was a military strategist, he possessed unparalleled historical knowledge of the Hokage world. The 5 hegemons of the spring and autumn period, the 7 heroes of the warring states, the Chuhan contention, the tripartite confrontation. Just pulling out 1 or 2 clever strategies from these would be S-rank tactics in this world. Meanwhile, in a ninja combat scenario, intelligence plays a crucial role. In this timeline, an ordinary intelligence expert wouldn't stand a chance against him. Su Fan couldn't help but chuckle. This wasn't arrogance. Although he hadn't left the Land of Fire to gather intelligence in the past 5 years, he had read the script. For instance, between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, there were 3 small countries acting as a buffer zone: the Land of Waterfall, the Land of Grass, and the Land of Rain. Among them, the Land of Waterfall and the Land of Grass had always maintained an alliance with Konoha. which could be inferred from the situation of the Chunin exams. At this time, as long as he spread the word and provided them with support, securing the important exit points would be sufficient. As a major nation, the Land of Earth naturally wouldn't regard the Land of Rain as a threat. Moreover, this was the only land without Konoha's garrison, making it more suitable for a surprise attack. Once they did that, what awaited them would be a bag of rice against several floors. As for the Land of Wind, it could take this opportunity to establish a good relationship with them. It is well known that the Land of Wind is a desert region with barren land and a lack of water sources. To solve this problem, the Wind Shadow was even willing to trade gold. Therefore, as long as he proposed helping them with greening efforts, planting trees so that the children of Sand Village could enjoy the shade and not worry about water sources, they would have no reason not to be tempted. This tactic is known as distant alliance, close attack in the 36 stratagems. And this was the reason Su Fan was confident enough to plan this conflict. Naruto is indeed entertaining, and the fight scenes are very cool. But their political tactics and methods of warfare can only be described as complicated. However, this isn't the author's fault. Su Fan felt that the author could be considered an excellent manga artist. It's just that the country he lived in before crossing over had a much richer history of warfare. Moreover, every time there was chaos, talents would emerge. Military strategists would strategize from afar, while those with talent would command from the front lines, deciding the outcomes from thousands of miles away. He could just copy it. All right, it was time to meet that man. After planning his next move, Su Fan stood up from the tatami mat, changed his clothes, and left the base. At present, the issues concerning the Uchiha clan had become a pressing concern for the higher-ups of Konoha. Uchiha Itachi, as a double agent, spent most of his time helping the third Hokage monitor the movements of the Uchiha clan. Finding him wasn't a difficult task. Although dealing with the Cloud Village didn't require Uchiha Itachi, it would be a pity for the Uchiha clan to be exterminated like that. After all, they were one of Konoha's major powers. After making up his mind, Su Fan headed directly to the vicinity of the Uchiha compound. According to details revealed in the original work, Itachi liked to observe his clan's movements in a nearby forest. At this time, the Uchiha clan often held meetings at the South Shrine in the evening. Relying on this intelligence, Su Fan finally met the man. Soon, Uchiha Itachi also noticed Su Fan's movements. After all, he came here specifically to meet Uchiha Itachi, so there was no need to hide. Who sent you? Under the moonlight, Uchiha Itachi looked at Su Fan. To facilitate his approach, Su Fan had specially changed into Umbu uniform and mask. Upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's question, he immediately removed his mask. Hello, Uchiha Itachi. Su Fan got straight to the point and directly invited Uchiha Itachi. However, besides him and Uchiha Itachi, there was another person hiding in the shadows, the third Hokage's subordinate, Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi never expected Su Fan to suddenly leave the Senju clan's base and come here to find Itachi, a sense of unease rising within him. However, he firmly believed that Uchiha Itachi would not do anything detrimental to the village. I am Senju Xu. Seeing that Uchiha Itachi remained unresponsive, Su Fan had to introduce himself. The Senju clan? Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly. Everyone knew that it was the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan that had jointly established the village. However, times had changed, and the reputation of the Senju clan had declined, while the Uchiha clan was further ostracized by the village, plotting a coup. However, the decline of the Senju clan was related to the ideals of the first Hokage. As someone born in chaotic times, he hoped that the village he founded would create bonds so that children would no longer kill each other, but could be sincere and become brothers. The existence of clans was undoubtedly an obstacle to this. Therefore, Hashirama Senju ordered his clan members not to limit themselves to their own families and to marry widely with outsiders. He even allowed the descendants of the Senju clan to no longer use the Senju surname, fully integrating into the village. Even the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, was the same. But everyone has the right to make their own choices, so there were still some Senju clan members who decided to pass on this surname. Su Fan's family was one of them. Knowing this, Uchiha Itachi felt a bit complicated. If the Uchiha clan had been able to choose this path back then, perhaps they wouldn't be in their current situation. What do you want with me? Uchiha Itachi half squatted on a branch, looking down at Su-fan. If this guy was trying to take this opportunity to ally with the Uchiha clan and launch a coup together, then he would have to kill him here. I'm here for the village. Su-fan smiled, preparing to persuade Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 34. Verbal Sparring Versus. Verbal sparring, it was the founding of Konoha by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara that allowed children to live without mutual slaughter, to open their hearts to one another and become brothers. Doesn't that resemble us today? Su-fan stared directly at Uchiha Itachi perched in a tree, spreading his arms, ready to persuade the guy. Being obsessed with the past only leads to stagnation. Uchiha Itachi reached behind him, grasping the hilt of his sword, emphasizing his identity. I am not a ninja of the Uchiha clan, but a ninja of Konoha. Uchiha Itachi was about the same age as Su-fan, but he possessed a way of thinking that his peers did not. He could understand everything that the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, had done, including the idea of no longer allowing his clan to use the Senju surname, promoting intermarriage, and diluting clan mentality in favor of bonds formed within the village. However, the Uchiha clan could not see this nor understand it. They remained entrenched, valuing the meaningless title of Uchiha. In his view, Su-fan, who defied Hashirama's dying wish, was just like those people, overly concerned with his surname, placing clan ideology above the village. It must be said that Uchiha Itachi did not like Su-fan during this encounter. Seeing the hostile Uchiha Itachi only strengthened Su-fan's conviction. At this time, Uchiha Itachi was completely on the side of the village. It was only a matter of time before he acted against all his clansmen. However, that was precisely why Su-fan was here. Su-fan shook his head, saying, "You misunderstand my intention. I am not emphasizing the identities of Senju and Uchiha. I am saying that we are very much like Hashirama and Madara of the past, sharing the ideal of protecting children and everyone through the village. I am here to work with you to prevent the Uchiha clan's coup." Su-fan stated emphatically, radiating strong confidence. Hidden in the shadows, Kakashi was also startled by this shocking information. The Uchiha clan actually intended to stage a coup? But how did Su-fan know about this? And what role did Uchiha Itachi play between the Uchiha clan and Konoha if this information was true? Uchiha Itachi was equally shocked. In his mind, very few knew about this. Only himself, the third Hokage, and Danzo. Could it be Danzo's people? It seemed I guessed right. Noticing Uchiha Itachi's expression, Su-fan directly murmured, "Can we talk now?" Uchiha Itachi suppressed his shock and activated his Sharingan in the darkness, attempting to cast a Jinjutsu to extract the information Su-fan possessed. However, to launch a Jinjutsu, he needed to see the opponent's eyes. What surprised Uchiha Itachi was that this person seemed to be well aware of this. Although they were in conversation, his gaze was not on him at all. This guy knew far more than he had imagined. "What do you want to talk about?" Uchiha Itachi asked after a moment of silence, looking for an opportunity to initiate the Jinjutsu while inquiring. "As I said, I want to work with you to stop the Uchiha clan's coup." Su-fan had to repeat himself and laid out his plan. He intended to use the opportunity of engaging with the Cloud Village to weaken the Uchiha clan's power, rendering them unable to launch a coup. Although it was merely a temporary measure, it was the most effective method at hand. "You are too naive." Uchiha Itachi shook his head helplessly, believing that the person before him was just an optimistic idealist. He had no idea how difficult this was to achieve. The threats to Konoha did not come only from the land of lightning. The village in the desert coveted water sources, the island village eyed the land, and the villages on the desolate cliffs coveted the fertile soil. Your plan would only reignite the flames of war that had recently calmed. Uchiha Itachi pointed out the flaws in Su-fan's plan with pinpoint accuracy. Once Konoha and the Cloud Ninja went to war, other forces might also join in. Konoha, already weakened, could not bear a two-front war. Stubbornness would lead to total defeat. No wonder he is Uchiha Itachi. Su-fan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although he was about the same age as himself, after listening to his plan, he immediately identified the flaws. However, that was all. Su-fan had not come here on a whim, but was well prepared. The flaws that Uchiha Itachi could see, Sarutobi Hiruzen could also see, yet he chose to support him. This was precisely because Sarutobi Hiruzen knew information that Uchiha Itachi did not, his own strength. In the Third Shinobi World War, Konoha's legendary three ninjas did not participate in the battle, and the reason for their weakness was primarily due to the absence of the Hokage-level powerhouse, Namake's Minato. But now, Su Fan was stronger than the others. Thus, Su Fan briefly outlined his plans to deal with the Wind and Earth countries, to befriend the Sand Village and use the Rain country to fend off the Earth Village's offensive. However, this only caused Uchiha Itachi to feel helpless. While befriending the Sand Village was difficult, it was not impossible. The issues with the Sand Village had been exposed during the last Shinobi World War. Their barren soil made it hard to grow towering trees, and the tailed beasts they possessed were the weakest among all villages. But the Land of Earth was different. They were very powerful. Yet Su Fan proposed a plan that relied on a small nation like the Rain country to delay them. This was nothing short of wishful thinking. You actually think the weak Rain country can withstand the strong Land of Earth? Just because there is Hanzo of the Salamander there? Maybe he was indeed a very powerful ninja, but against the Land of Earth. However, just as Uchiha Itachi was about to refute Su Fan's naivety, he was interrupted. Hanzo of the Salamander? He is just a kid. What can that waste do? Uchiha Itachi, a legendary figure who stood toe-to-toe with the legendary three ninjas and shocked the entire ninja world, was actually described by Su Fan as a kid and a waste. Wait, if it wasn't for Hanzo of the Salamander, what made him think that the weak Rain country could withstand the powerful Land of Earth? Could it be there was some overpowered ninja there? Although I don't know where your confidence comes from, even if the Wind and Earth countries choose not to strike. What makes you think you can control the current Uchiha clan? And how can you repel the invading Cloud Ninjas? War is not a child's game. In Uchiha Itachi's view, Su Fan was no different from a mediocre person who could only talk big and launch sugar-coated shells. He had never experienced war and did not understand the pain it brought. However, at that moment, Su Fan confidently pointed to himself. Because I will make Konoha invincible. Chapter 35, Why Don't You Seal? For ninjas, mastering key intelligence often becomes the decisive point in battles. For example, the death of Asuma. Many have speculated about the Pain Invasion event. What would the outcome have been if Might Guy had been in the village? But even if Might Guy could open the 8 gates, recklessly attacking without knowing that Pain's 6 paths were all corpses would only lead to unnecessary sacrifice. However, Su Fan now possessed all the information about Uchiha Itachi. Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, Susun, Izanami. As long as he didn't look into Itachi's Sharingan, he wouldn't fall into Jinjutsu. As for Amaterasu and Susanoo, Uchiha Itachi would never reveal them. Doing so would only increase the village's fear of the Uchiha clan's power and strengthen the Uchiha clan's resolve to stage a coup. As for Izanami, Su Fan was the least worried about it. As long as he accepted himself and recognized his true nature, Izanami wouldn't drag him into the cycle of reincarnation. Moreover, he wasn't here today to compete with Uchiha Itachi. His true purpose was to show Itachi his strength, to make him believe that he had the ability to accomplish what he claimed, to stand invincible. Uchiha Itachi shook his head helplessly. He simply couldn't understand why this guy had such strong confidence. However, if he didn't let him recognize his own weakness, he would only lead himself down the wrong path. Zekogin Zosai, Su Fan, Uchiha Itachi said in a deep voice, swiftly drawing his blade, appearing behind Su Fan at a speed that ordinary people couldn't capture. He held the sword with both hands and stabbed straight up. Su Fan neither dodged nor evaded, standing straight in place, allowing Uchiha Itachi's weapon to pierce through him. Uchiha Itachi was momentarily stunned. When he flashed to Su Fan's back, he had deliberately slowed his movements and emitted killing intent. He didn't expect this guy to still not dodge. This is too weak, Uchiha Itachi thought with a dark expression when he heard Su Fan's words. He thought this guy had some skills. But is this all? However, as a ninja from Konoha, Uchiha Itachi did not aim for a fatal strike. Oh no! Kakashi, hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, shocked. He felt he understood Su Fan's strength very well. Facing the assassination team formed by the Root, he was still at ease. How could he not even dodge Uchiha Itachi's attack? Moreover, Uchiha Itachi had clearly slowed his attack. Could the gap really be that exaggerated? Even Su Fan wasn't Uchiha Itachi's opponent. Itachi, just how strong are you? However, just as Kakashi was about to rush out to save Su Fan, his action surprised both Uchiha Itachi and Kakashi. Clap, clap. Su Fan grabbed the blade that had pierced through his chest, and his body underwent a visible transformation. The color of flesh and blood quickly disappeared, replaced by solid wood. Uchiha Itachi and Kakashi widened their eyes simultaneously. Body replacement technique? No. Kakashi rolled his throat and quickly shook his head in denial. The so-called body replacement technique involves replacing oneself with a wooden stump to create an opportunity to counterattack the enemy. But what Su Fan transformed into was a wooden figure carved in his likeness. This was the same technique as Tenzo. Kakashi immediately lifted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan in the darkness, searching for Su Fan's real body. You must know that Kakashi's task was to secretly protect Su Fan and prevent another assassination by the route. But from the Senju clan station all the way here, he had not seen Su Fan seal once, let alone use ninjutsu. When would clone? Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but murmur. He actually had the same bloodline as Tenzo. No. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, denying this statement. It wasn't that he had the same ability as Tenzo. Rather, Tenzo had the same ability as him. He was the true inheritor of wood release. It was at this moment that Uchiha Itachi suddenly realized why Su Fan would say he stood invincible. He even compared himself to the God of Shinobi, Senju Hashirama. It turned out he wasn't ignorant. He had awakened a capability that all the Senju clan had been unable to inherit for a century. Bang! Just as Uchiha Itachi was about to use a Sharingan to find Su Fan, a hand suddenly reached out from beneath him and grabbed his ankle. His weapon was firmly sealed within Su Fan's wood clone, unable to be drawn out. From below, Uchiha Itachi directly raised his hand, skipping the hand seals, and unleashed the Uchiha clan's most proficient fire release. Fire release, great fireball technique. The flames immediately illuminated the entire forest, allowing Kakashi hiding in the shadows, and the root ninjas to observe the battle more closely. Among them, Kakashi was the most astonished. Even though he also had a Sharingan, his dynamic vision far exceeded others. Yet, even so, he couldn't capture Uchiha Itachi's hand seal movements. What was going on with this battle between these two? It felt somewhat beyond reason. However, the next scene shocked Kakashi even more. Facing the great fire spewed out by Uchiha Itachi, the guy holding his ankle did not choose to flee. Instead, he exerted all his strength to crawl out from deep within the ground, lifting Uchiha Itachi high into the air. Uchiha Itachi widened his Sharingan, seeing the huge figure beneath him. This was not Su Fan at all, but a massive wooden figure made entirely of solid wood, standing at least over 5 meters tall, with something resembling a dragon or snake coiling around it. Most importantly, the eyes of this creature were merely decorative. He couldn't cast Jinjutsu on it. Would clone technique? In the distance, Kakashi rubbed his Sharingan, doubting whether he had been under too much stress these past few days and his vision was failing. Just the wood clone alone was enough to shock him. He didn't expect Su Fan to have mastered such ninjutsu as well. Uchiha Itachi was equally astonished. 8 shuriken appeared in his hands out of thin air, aimed at the wooden giant's critical points, launching an attack in combination with his fire release. He wanted to destroy the giant before him. Bang! Although the wooden figure was bulky, its defense was incredibly impressive, and its speed was also outstanding. It firmly grasped Uchiha Itachi's calf and smashed him to the ground. Bang! Next, the wooden figure lifted Uchiha Itachi again and slammed him down in another direction. Bang! 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 After a series of repeated actions, the wooden figure seemed to grow tired of the toy in its hands, glanced at the battered Uchiha Itachi, and then threw him to the ground. Only then did Su Fan's real body emerge. He stood on the shoulder of the wooden figure, looking down at Uchiha Itachi from a high vantage point. Chapter 36. Deterring Uchiha Itachi. Su Fan vaguely remembers that Naruto, as the protagonist, once said that ninjas can feel each other's intentions during an attack. He wondered if Uchiha Itachi could sense his strong feelings. He probably could. Su Fan stood on the shoulder of a wooden figure, looking down at Uchiha Itachi who was lying on the ground. Such a minor physical attack was not enough to knock him out. As Su Fan expected, Uchiha Itachi quickly got back up and looked up at him. However, Itachi's state of mind had changed. He never expected that it would be Su Fan's would release clone that confronted him, while his real body was hiding somewhere unknown. Moreover, even the clone was avoiding his gaze, proving that it knew his eyes could cast Jinjutsu. Was he prepared? Itachi thought to himself, realizing only then that he had underestimated this man. Not only had he inherited the wood release of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, but he might have also inherited Hashirama's remarkable battle intellect. Furthermore, judging from the previous attack, Su Fan had likely not yet exerted his full strength. You should understand now, right? I'm not describing an unachievable dream. Seeing that Uchiha Itachi remained silent and did not launch an attack, Su Fan spoke up. Diverting internal conflict through external struggle is feasible. Weakening the Uchiha clan's power is possible because neither the militaristic village of Kumobikure nor the Uchiha clan with their Sharingan can match me even 1/10,000th. Uchiha Itachi stared at the man before him, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists. Do you think I'm just bluffing, Itachi? Itachi remained silent. Ever since he discovered the Uchiha clan's secret plan to initiate a coup, he had felt an unprecedented pressure closing in on him. Sure, Sui's Koto Uematsukami could have rewritten everything, but he was ambushed on his way back to the headquarters. Losing one eye, Sure Sui could no longer rewrite everything. So he had to choose to give his remaining eye to Itachi before jumping off a cliff. It was Sure Sui's death that delayed the Uchiha clan's coup. No one could understand him, and no one stood by his side. Until today, Su Fan had come with his powerful wood release. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi hesitated. Itachi, the window of opportunity for Konoha has ended. From now on, I will stand at the top. When Su Fan spoke again, he suddenly clapped his hands together. A tremendous amount of chakra erupted, causing Uchiha Itachi to step back in shock. In fact, it wasn't just him. Kakashi and the root members hiding in the shadows, monitoring the Uchiha clan, were all deeply shocked by the scene before them. In an instant, the ground rumbled and countless intertwined vines shot up from the ground, spreading out like towering waves in all directions, visibly thickening and strengthening. In just a few breaths, an endless sea of greenery that blocked out the sun was formed. Wood release, birth of the world tree. Unlike last time, Su Fan didn't have to worry about damaging the Hyuga clan's headquarters, instantly increasing the power and range dozens of times. He could even clearly see the astonished expression on Uchiha Itachi's face. Uchiha Itachi's mouth formed an O shape, his Sharingan wide open, looking around in disbelief. We are invincible ahead. Su Fan's voice was deep, and even the wooden figure beneath him had grown several times larger without him noticing. A line from Aizen is truly pretentious. Su Fan crossed his arms, unable to suppress his internal sarcasm, looking down. In the current ninja world, anyone who saw this scene would feel only one emotion. Shock. Unprecedented shock. Kakashi stood dumbfounded, rooted to the spot. He had always thought that Tenzo's wood release was already astonishing. When fully unleashed, it could easily construct a 3-room, 1-hall villa in just a few breaths. However, the Su Fan before him effortlessly created an entire forest. I had personally witnessed Tenzo use the same ninjutsu, but in terms of scale, it was probably less than 1/10 of Su Fan's. Kakashi swallowed hard. He had always believed that Tenzo's chakra was the strongest he had ever seen among all ninjas. Yet in an instant, Su Fan's condensed chakra easily surpassed Tenzo's. After such a display, Su Fan showed no signs of pressure, with a gentle breeze brushing against his face, remaining entirely at ease. If Su Fan were to disregard the consequences and expend all his chakra at once, how terrifying would that be? Thinking of this, Kakashi couldn't help but gasp. This guy's chakra was probably 100 times mine. Meanwhile, Root quickly sprang into action. They had only one thought in mind, to relay the information before them to Lord Danzo. Konoha had welcomed the god of wood release. We are invincible ahead. Uchiha Itachi struggled to remain calm, but he was already filled with dread. Especially the roar created by the opponent had likely spread throughout the Uchiha compound. It wouldn't be long before Uchiha security personnel came to investigate. Most importantly, Uchiha Itachi did not feel that Su Fan was bluffing at all. After unleashing such an exaggerated technique, there was not a trace of fatigue on his face. Just how exaggerated was this guy's chakra? It was almost comparable to that of a tailed beast. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Uchiha Itachi suddenly realized that fire release or shadow shuriken techniques would probably have no effect on him. Susanoo. Just then, the astonishing Su Fan spoke again. His voice was not loud, but it had another implication. Susanoo? Uchiha Itachi's heart was already stormy. How much information did he possess? Never mind. Su Fan shook his head, looking disinterested. You just need to know that I'm the only one who can help you. Right now, you don't need to answer immediately. After saying this, Su Fan no longer lingered and disappeared before Uchiha Itachi. There was still some time before Fugaku made a firm decision about the coup. He believed that after witnessing his power, Uchiha Itachi would know what to do. Besides, Su Fan had already noticed that Kakashi and the root members were nearby, along with the Uchiha clan who had sensed the earth's rumble. What happened tonight would spread to the ears of every group representative in Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku, the third Hokage, Shimura Danzo, and this was Su Fan's plan. Let everyone know that Konoha's window of opportunity has ended. From now on, the Land of Fire will stand at the top of the ninja world. Chapter 37. Once again seeing through Sarutobi's Danzo, after creating an unprecedented commotion that intimidated Uchiha Itachi, Su Fan chose to leave. He didn't need to stay for confirmation. It wouldn't be long before Uchiha Fugaku would arrive with the security personnel to investigate the scene. Danzo and the third Hokage would also learn about the events of the night through Root and the Umbu. In fact, as the entire land roared with the arrival of the divine tree, Fugaku, as the clan leader, immediately felt a bad premonition. Ever since the night of the Nine Tails disturbance, he and the Uchiha clan had been driven to the outskirts of the village on unfounded charges. Except during festivals, the villagers mostly ignored their presence. As the earth trembled, Fugaku was leading a secret meeting with the clan at the South Shrine. Thus, Fugaku gathered the young and strong members of the Uchiha clan, forming a small team to head to the source of the sound. Here, 20 or 30 Uchiha followed Fugaku's lead, but when they arrived at the scene, they were completely stunned by what lay before them. How could this be possible? Fugaku activated his Sharingan, trying to locate any hidden ninjas in the dark. But after scanning the surroundings, he found nothing. Leader, an Uchiha of similar age to Fugaku, stepped out from the group, his face turning pale. Although they were dissatisfied with the decisions of Konoha's higher-ups, they had lived here for 6 or 7 years and were very familiar with the surroundings. However, this towering tree that appeared out of nowhere was not just 1 or 2, but a sea of trees blocking out the sun. Even after Fugaku stopped, some continued to explore, only to find that this sudden forest was even more exaggerated than they had imagined. For the Uchiha clan, this scene was not just shocking. There was also fear. Everyone was well aware of Konoha's founding history. Everyone knew who had used such ninjutsu. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Back then, he had defeated the old clan leader, Uchiha Madara. With this ninjutsu, they had thought that Hashirama and his would release, along with Uchiha Madara, had become history. Unexpectedly, the legendary divine tree had appeared once again. Most importantly, they were holding a secret meeting at the South Shrine tonight. This is a warning? A young Uchiha took several steps back. They had plotted a coup at the South Shrine more than once. If it weren't for Shirsue's death, they might have acted long ago. Coupled with the recent increasing ostracism from the village, he couldn't help but connect these two events. This was a warning to the Uchiha clan not to act recklessly. Calm down. Noticing the emotional changes among the Uchiha, Fugaku immediately shouted. This sudden sea of trees was indeed exaggerated. And shockingly, no one had sensed anything before the opponent launched this technique. What if the opponent intended to attack the Uchiha clan? The existing unrest due to the coup, along with various other reasons, instantly caused several Uchiha clan members to break down emotionally. This breakdown began to spread to others. What made Fugaku helpless was that the range of this sea of trees was far greater than he had imagined. Even if they managed to keep it under wraps tonight, by tomorrow, it would cause a huge uproar at their base. Who on earth? Fugaku couldn't help but draw breath. Aside from all these matters, He couldn't think of anyone in the village capable of such a feat if they didn't grasp this information. A reckless coup would only worsen their situation. Moreover, Fugaka didn't want to initiate a coup. It was the increasing calls from the clan members that left him, as their leader, at a loss. However, things were different now. A wood-release master had suddenly emerged in the village. He warned all Uchiha clan members not to act rashly until this matter was thoroughly investigated. Fugaku clenched his fists tightly and announced his decision to the others. Meanwhile, Root sent intelligence to Danzo overnight. "What did you say?" Upon hearing the report from Root about the events near the Uchiha encampment, Danzo was immediately taken aback. Prior to this, he had been focused on eliminating Sufan to prevent him from colluding with Sarutobi and leading Konoha into an abyss. However, he never dreamed that this boy, who inherited the Senju clan surname, had also inherited the bloodline limit of the first Hokage, would release. At that moment, Danzo suddenly realized why the usually submissive Sarutobi Hiruzen had become so resolute today, even willing to go to war with the Cloud Village to protect the Hyuga clan S-branch family. It turned out to be because of Sufan, a wood release even more powerful than that of the Senju. Danzo clenched his fists and slammed them down on the table before him. As he recalled Tenzo, he felt he understood. No wonder Sarutobi chose to give up during the human experiments. All that talk of mercy was nonsense. The truth was that he had discovered Sufan, discovered his inheritance of the first Hokage's wood release. And even when Sufan was rejected from the academy, this wasn't something uncommon in the ninja school. Even elite jonin like Might Guy had been rejected once. But Sufan had never enrolled again after that rejection. This was clearly the third Hokage protecting him. That old fox Sarutobi, yes, just like me. Danzo's teeth ground together in anger. While secretly training Tenzo, Sarutobi must have been secretly training Sufan as well. As if that weren't enough, he even sent Kakashi to interact with Tenzo, luring him away from Danzo. "Damn Sarutobi Hiruzen, why do you always manage to stay one step ahead of me?" When he was chased by the Gold and Silver brothers, he proposed to act as bait first, only to be appointed Hokage by Lord Tobirama. When Minato died, he was also the first to propose to succeed Hokage again. Even discovering Sufan, he was one step ahead of me. Why? Why is it always you who takes the lead? Is it because I'm slow to react? I refuse to accept this. No. Danzo took a deep breath, calming his resentment towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. He now understood why this old fox was acting unusually. But that didn't mean he had lost. Since Sarutobi could take Tenzo from him, he could also recruit Sufan, right? "You force my hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen." Faced with Sarutobi's schemes, Danzo reaffirmed his resolve to fight back. However, Danzo never imagined that just as he thought he'd seen through all of Sarutobi's tactics, Kakashi had just entered the Hokage's house to report the intelligence he had gathered. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked and dropped the cup in his hand. Crash. Chapter 38. Is it wrong to be awakened by my own handsomeness? Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in. Starting the progress bar. Exiting midway is considered a sign-in failure. Early in the morning, Sufan was awakened by a voice ringing in his ears, followed by the progress bar of the sign-in assistant. 123, huh? Sufan frowned, recalling that he had completed a special sign-in task. Was it determined that he had completed the sign-in only after intimidating the Uchiha clan? Sufan muttered to himself. As the direct force of the third Hokage, Kakashi naturally would not intentionally wait a day to inform Sarutobi Hiruzen. For ninjas, the importance of intelligence often surpasses their own lives. It seems that last night's intimidation was very successful, completely dispelling the third Hokage's concerns and making him abandon the plan to sacrifice Hiruzen. That's why the sign-in assistant responded. This instantly energized Sufan, and he carefully watched the progress bar in front of him, anticipating the rewards this time. 66, 79, 100 congratulations to the host. Sign-in completed. Sign-in reward. Illusion immunity. Special edition. Byakugan. Sufan. 2 kind of rewards. Sufan Bolinket. His heart instantly filled with excitement, and he jumped out of bed. Especially the first ability. If he could be immune to all illusions, it would mean that abilities like Tsukuyumi and Kodoeme Tsukumi, which are difficult to crack, would lose their effect on him. In the future, when facing Uchiha Itachi, he could not only stare directly into his Sharingan, but also compete with him to see who blinks first and loses. Su Fan quickly dashed down from the bed and rummaged through a drawer to find a mirror. Besides the regular sign-in reward, the assistant also gifted him the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. However, while both Byakugan and Sharingan are eye techniques, the former does not allow for free switching like the latter. Even in its normal state, the Byakugan is quite obvious. Fortunately, the Byakugan given by the sign-in assistant is different from that of the Hyuga clan. Su Fan stared at himself in the mirror, carefully examining himself. His pupils were still black and bright. Deep gaze kill. Su Fan's gaze expanded from his eyes to his appearance. When he first crossed over, he still looked quite youthful. And although the Senju clan had fallen, they were never short of money, so he enjoyed good food every day, leading to a bit of baby fat. But now, thanks to his persistent training and growth, his appearance had changed quite a bit. If those female ninjas saw him, who knows if they would fall in love at first sight. But that couldn't be helped. After all, he had no interest in women. Su Fan couldn't help but shake his head, feeling a bit sorry for those female ninjas who had their eyes on him. And then he tried to activate the Byakugan. When Su Fan activated the Byakugan, his pupils instantly changed from black to white, and the veins on his temples bulged, just like the members of the Hyuga clan. This sensation felt quite marvelous to Su Fan. His gaze was still focused on the mirror, but he could clearly see everything in the room. His field of vision expanded to a full 360 degrees. No blind spots. However, this also made Su Fan notice that a group of people was approaching his house from outside. Someone is coming. Seeing this, Su Fan quickly retracted the Byakugan, and the door of the house was directly smashed open. Swish, swish, swish. Several shadowy figures rushed in swiftly and then took their positions. Immediately after, a person familiar to Su Fan strolled in. Shimura Danzo. In Naruto, the man who took on most of the blame for Konoha. The blame shadow. Huh? Danzo scanned the room and quickly noticed Su Fan's position, who was currently holding a mirror. This made Danzo frown. Before he decided to come here to recruit Su Fan, he had already seen through Sarutobi Hiruzen's tricks. Su Fan was definitely a powerful ninja he had secretly cultivated. His order for the route to rush in was also a test of Su Fan. He wanted to see how he would react to sudden intruders. After all, this guy had easily killed the assassination squad he formed. Moreover, he did so without revealing that he could use would release. This person, unfathomable. A mirror, huh? Danzo immediately took a step back, signaling the route members to stand in front of him. In his view, the mirror in Su Fan's hand was probably not as simple as it seemed. It could very well be a type of ninja tool disguised through some means. Otherwise, how could he explain why Su Fan was holding such an item? Surely he didn't have a habit of looking in the mirror every morning, right? He wasn't a little girl. The most important thing was that Su Fan appeared very calm, exuding powerful confidence. What do you intend to do with that thing in your hand? Danzo took the initiative, questioning Su Fan in a pressuring tone. I was just awakened by my own handsomeness. Is that wrong? Su Fan said casually, then placed a mirror on the table. Danzo? So, you surrounded my house early in the morning. What do you want? Su Fan directly retorted. Danzo likely already knew what happened last night. However, Su Fan didn't expect him to rush to his house so early in the morning. But if he wanted to make a move here, he wasn't afraid. The Uchiha clan had not yet been exterminated, so Danzo should only have Shursue's Sharingan, and illusion techniques had no effect on him anymore. As for the Hashirama cells in his arm, seeing Su Fan remain calm, Danzo's mood became somewhat subtle. He felt that with such a big show, anyone would be confused, wondering if they had done something wrong. I'm not here to be your enemy. Danzo raised his arm, signaling the route members gathered here to lower their offensive stance, but did not make them leave. I am here to join forces with you, Danzo said emphatically, extending an invitation to Su Fan. This greatly surprised Su Fan. He thought Danzo had come here to kill him. He didn't expect it to be a recruitment. But this show? Does he really have the sincerity to recruit me? Su Fan scanned the root ninjas in the room. There were at least more than 20. I understand Senju Tobirama's ideals better than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Your wood release should be used on a more righteous path, becoming the root that protects the village. Su Fan looked at Danzo with a black line on his face. What you say sounds nice. Do you agree? I refuse. Su Fan directly shook his head, as if this guy really thought he hadn't sent anyone to assassinate him. As expected, however, Danzo appeared as if he had anticipated this possibility. Yet his eyes did not reveal any disappointment. Instead, he commanded the root members outside to guard the area. Then, Danzo unraveled the bandages wrapped around his right eye. Chapter 39. In fact, I am at the 5th level. Danzo's only moment of emotional investment was towards Tenzo. However, it was precisely that moment that awakened Tenzo's will of fire at a critical time, defying his orders and being absorbed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's direct umbu. This once again reinforced Danzo's belief that the route he led only needed to be buried deep underground. No name, no emotions, no past, no need for future. Only the mission, only loyalty to oneself. Only such a route is a good route. As for cooperation and collaboration, they are ultimately false, filled with betrayal. He must make Su Fan wholeheartedly loyal to him, erasing his emotions, past, future, and the so-called will of fire that Sarutobi Hiruzen had instilled in him over the past 5 years. With this thought, Danzo's conviction grew stronger, and he grasped the bandages wrapped around his right eye, tearing them off violently, revealing the right eye he had hidden in darkness all along. The blood-red pupil was marked with 3 tomo. Sharingan. Su Fan furrowed his brow, not expecting Danzo to directly use his trump card. The Kodo Amatsukami he had stolen from Shursui. With just one glance, it could invade the opponent's brain and modify their will. Even the official sources refer to this jutsu as turning anyone seen by the caster into their puppet. It is the strongest Jinjutsu in Naruto. Many people even joked that Uchiha Itachi was so loyal to Konoha, even willing to slaughter his entire clan, precisely because he was affected by Shursui's Kodo Amatsukami. However, Danzo was already a step too late. He himself had developed immunity to Jinjutsu. Whether it was Tsukuyumi or Kodo Amatsukami, he had nothing to fear. Kodo Amatsukami, with Danzo's explosive shout. His right eye instantly changed, upgrading from the 3 tomo state to the Manjiki Sharingan. The strongest Jinjutsu activated. Danzo was even more smug in his heart. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know he possessed this Manjiki. Naturally, he couldn't remind Su Fan to be cautious. In other words, when he revealed this eye, any resistance would be futile. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even he himself feared such terrifying power. And that guy Shursui actually wanted to use such a precious power to stop a mere coup? It was simply foolish. After confirming that he had activated Kodo Amatsukami, Danzo raised his hand, pointing at Su Fan, and commanded in a condescending tone, "From now on, you will inherit Code A, to be used by me to assassinate the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. On the day I become the 5th Hokage, you will serve as the vanguard of the route, clearing all obstacles for me. I will be Konoha basking in the sunlight, while you will be the root buried deep underground." Danzo's voice was incredibly domineering, and he had devised a new assassination method. The previous assassination had failed due to Kakashi's defection, but his trust in Su Fan and the power he possessed far exceeded Tenzo's, especially the terrifying amount of chakra he had, which was more than 100 times that of Kakashi. Even if Kakashi tried to stop him again, he would only die under Su Fan's would release. "Bring me Kakashi's Sharingan," Danzo commanded again. This time, no one could stop him. "Shursui, do you see? This is the correct use of Kodo Amatsukami." However, just as Danzo was full of confidence, thinking there were no more enemies ahead, Su Fan had no choice but to cross his arms and look at him with a deadpan expression. "Kodo Amatsukami is ineffective against me. What should I do? I'm waiting online. It's quite urgent. Forget it." Su Fan shook his head helplessly, a wry smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Since Danzo came looking for him with Kodo Amatsukami, he couldn't blame himself. After all, the 3rd Hokage and the higher-ups at Konoha had no idea that Danzo had stolen Shursui's Kodo Amatsukami. Even if he took his Kodo Amatsukami here, Danzo could only be a mute eating bitter herbs, with no complaints. Most importantly, Danzo was the one who came first. It was him. He was the one who started it first. Whether it was assassination or casting Jinjutsu, it was Danzo who initiated it. He was merely defending himself. Moreover, everyone knew that Danzo's strength was on par with the 3rd Hokage, plus the support of the root. Even the heroes of the ninja world wouldn't be a match for Lord Danzo. Not to mention someone like him, who wasn't even a genin. He was truly terrified at that time. And Danzo had collected the Sharingan after the Uchiha clan's extermination. In other words, at this time, he still wouldn't know forbidden techniques like Izanagi. Danzo, when did you get the illusion that you had activated Kodoame Tsukumi? Su-fan's lips curled up again, this time in a mocking smile. W, what did you say? In an instant, Danzo's eyes widened, standing there in a daze. He hadn't activated Uchiha's strongest Jinjutsu, Kodoame Tsukumi? No. Impossible. Although Shursui had said that he would need more than 10 years to activate it once, he had already significantly shortened the cooldown time of Kodoame Tsukumi through Hashirama's cells. He could cast Kodoame Tsukumi, the strongest Jinjutsu. But why? Why hadn't it activated? Su-fan should have been affected by the strongest Jinjutsu, Kodoame Tsukumi, and had his will modified to become his puppet. An ominous premonition suddenly arose. Could it be that his Jinjutsu didn't take effect? Kodoame Tsukumi, Danzo shouted again, activating the power of his right eye. However, Su-fan still stood there, mocking him with a very disdainful attitude. Kodoame Tsukumi, Kodoame Tsukumi. Danzo was momentarily flustered, repeatedly trying to activate Kodoame Tsukumi on Su-fan, but each time the result was the same. Not only that, but his right eye also began to throb with excruciating pain. This was the side effect of forcibly activating Kodoame Tsukumi. Damn it, how is this possible? I clearly activated Kodoame Tsukumi. You should be under my control, becoming my puppet to realize my plan. Want to know why? Danzo? Su-fan took a step forward, exuding an imposing aura. It wasn't that Kodoame Tsukumi hadn't activated. Rather, it was the powerful rewards given by his sign-in system that granted him immunity to Jinjutsu, whether it was Tsukuyami or Kodoame Tsukumi. They would have no effect on him at all. Of course, Su-fan wouldn't reveal the truth to Danzo. He slowly spoke, his voice deep, as if he were a master of conspiracy with everything under control. You only saw the second layer, while you thought of me as the first layer. In fact, I am at the 5th layer. As soon as Su-fan's voice fell, an overwhelming chakra burst forth from his body. The ceiling, walls, and floor crumbled layer by layer. Chapter 40. I have mastered your intelligence. You have mastered mine, seeing Su-fan unleash his chakra. 4 or 5 root ninjas swiftly rushed in front of Danzo to protect him. Yet, Danzo remained in shock. Why did his Kodoame Tsukumi not take effect? At the moment he used Shursui's Sharingan to cast this illusion, Su-fan's gaze was locked onto his. Without the Sharingan, he couldn't possibly break free from Danzo's Jinjutsu. And what did he mean by the 5th level? Could it be that Su-fan knew from the very beginning that he possessed Kodoame Tsukumi and was always on guard against him? But how did he come to know this? Could it be Itachi Uchiha? Danzo's mind flashed with Itachi's face. This guy, who claimed to be loyal to Konoha and the village, unexpectedly informed Su-fan of this intelligence. Of course, Su-fan met with Itachi yesterday. It must have been during that time that they formed an alliance. It must have been then that Itachi shared with Su-fan how to resist Kodoame Tsukumi. However, he claims to be at the 5th level. Danzo quickly calmed down. Since he couldn't control Su-fan with Kodoame Tsukumi, nor could he recruit him, he could only take his body back and cultivate another vessel. Then I will be at the 10th level. Danzo shouted at Su-fan, and the root ninjas behind him quickly drew shuriken, launching shadow shuriken at Su-fan's vital points. At the same time, Danzo instinctively glanced at his right arm. As a ninja, intelligence was a crucial aspect. The secrets he possessed far exceeded those of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Itachi Uchiha. If Su-fan was at the 5th level, then he was at the 10th level. Layer upon layer of schemes. Su-fan remained silent. Both sides were on edge, unwilling to retreat until they obtained what they desired. Danzo wanted Su-fan's body, while Su-fan won his eyes. What village? What Hiruzen Sarutobi? At this moment, everything was meaningless. Even the Senju clan stronghold could be destroyed and rebuilt. After all, even Yamato could create a 3-room, 2-hall layout with a clap of his hands, let alone himself. No need to hold back, attack freely. Seeing countless shadow shuriken rushing towards him, Su-fan immediately clapped his hands. Wood release. Advent of the trees. The entire building began to shake violently, and the floor beneath Su Fan cracked, countless vines shooting forward, swelling and hardening at a visible speed, knocking the root ninjas blocking Danzo aside. Seeing this, Danzo also retreated repeatedly. Was he starting with Advent of the Trees, just like the first Hokage's secret technique? Danzo's voice was low. Even as he saw the wood release attack coming, he had no intention of dodging. Tenzo was a subordinate he had trained. Moreover, he had also implanted Hashirama's cells in his arm. No one understands would release better than I do. After saying this, Danzo took a deep breath and unleashed his best wind release technique. Wind release, vacuum wave. A sharp, like aura burst forth, forming invisible blades that instantly severed the giant tree rushing towards him. Wind release was the most destructive of the conventional nature transformations. Its sharp attacks could easily cut through an entire forest in an instant. In Danzo's view, this ninjutsu was just the right counter to Su Fan. Then, with the speed of the wind, Danzo pulled out a kunai from his person, infusing it with wind release chakra to form a sharp sword, sweeping it horizontally towards Su Fan. Not only that, the root ninjas also displayed their skills, using their most adept attack methods to charge at Su Fan, aiming for his vital points while serving as a diversion for Danzo, creating openings for him. And all of this was preparation Danzo had made before arriving. For a ninja like Danzo, this was often, more likely than not enough. What he needed were meticulous tactics to ensure the mission could be completed, especially after the failed assassination of the third Hokage and Tenzo's defection. He was more acutely aware of this. Thus, his current attack was not a hasty measure following the failure of Koto Amatsukami, but a well-prepared contingency plan. Indeed, in battles between ninjas, intelligence is a crucial part. Often, the side that first grasps the opponent's intelligence gains the upper hand. Su Fan stared directly at Danzo's Sharingan, showing no concern for his Koto Amatsukami, and opened his Byakugan right before him. Byakugan, activate! Su Fan's dark pupils instantly transformed into a milky white, the veins around his temples bulging. Unlike Niji's Byakugan, which was restricted like a caged bird, his Byakugan could easily capture 360 degrees without any blind spots. In that instant, Su Fan clearly saw every root ninja, their attack methods, and their attack routes. What? Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief. He could never have imagined that Su Fan not only possessed wood release, but could also activate the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Moreover, the way he activated it was completely different from his experience. After implanting the Sharingan, he found that he could not close Shirsue's eyes and had to disguise them with bandages. How was Su Fan able to do this? Even though the Senju clan frequently intermarried with outsiders, the Hyuga clan strictly prohibited intermarriage, fearing the secrets of the Byakugan would fall into others' hands. And Su Fan seized the moment of Danzo's shock, precisely controlling his chakra, then covering his entire body with it, forming a purple chakra cloak that repelled the shadow shuriken aimed at him. Not only that, Su Fan stomped down with his right foot, causing the entire ground to crack and sink, displaying astonishing explosive power as he charged at Danzo. This is incredible strength, Danzo couldn't help but exclaim, his mind flashing back to Tsunade leaving the village. His wind release, vacuum blade swept towards Su Fan's neck. But what he never expected was that Su Fan had also acquired a kunai at some point, and, relying on his unreasonable amount of chakra, infused it with wind release chakra, extending its length several times beyond his own, easily repelling his attack. When did you get the impression that I couldn't use wind release? Wind release, shadowless sword. Su Fan sneered, severing Danzo's left arm with a single stroke, then stabbing the kunai into his abdomen. The tremendous force sent Danzo flying, pinning him against a tree trunk. Afterward, Su Fan's toes touched the ground, creating a deep pit as he lunged toward Danzo again. Not only would release, but he even mastered wind release as well. Danzo spat out a mouthful of blood, finally realizing he had underestimated Su Fan. How many secrets does this guy possess? Even the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan? I can only use that. Danzo gritted his teeth, gasping sharply, and suddenly swung his right arm towards the approaching Su Fan. Would release, violent gun tree. Chapter 41. Btion Shun, I accept it. Facing Shu Fanes offensive. Danzo felt for the first time that death was close at hand. He never dreamed that such a young boy not only cracked his illusion, Btion Shun, but also possessed the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Coupled with his own monstrous strength, the root ninjas he brought couldn't get close to him at all. In a panic, Danzo had no choice but to reveal another trump card. Would release Violent Gun Tree. Danzo quickly raised his right arm, aiming at the oncoming Sufan, and the bandages wrapped around his arm burst open, unleashing a technique identical to his own. A giant tree branch shot out, hardened, trying to force Sufan back. At the same time, Danzo ordered the root ninjas to join in, creating an opportunity for him to escape. Right now, he didn't care about capturing Sufan. Just being able to withdraw safely was enough. I can't die yet. Only under my leadership can Konoha achieve greatness. Danzo gritted his teeth, his conviction supporting him, determined to leave this place no matter what. In an instant, more than a dozen root ninjas disregarded everything surrounding Sufan, quickly forming hand seals and casting various ninjutsu to create a chance for Lord Danzo to retreat. Danzo also seized this opportunity, severing the connection between his arm and the violent gun tree, grabbing the kunai that pinned him and exerting all his strength to break it. I underestimated you. Danzo gritted his teeth, his heart filled with endless fury towards Sufan. However, he could see that now was not the time to linger. Want to leave? Can you? Sufan shouted, channeling chakra into his fist, unleashing monstrous strength just like Tsunade, and shattered the violent gun tree that came rushing at him. Although Danzo had implanted the cells of Hashirama Senju and gained would release, he was ultimately just a politician, having spent his life engaging in schemes. With combat experience, so poor was hard to describe. Clearly, he had piled on all this strength, but in the end, it merely sealed a bridge. Faced with the escape opportunities created by the root ninjas for Danzo, Sufan dismissed them entirely. His feet hit the ground, unleashing overwhelming chakra. Boom! With a loud bang, the surrounding root ninjas were sent flying like kites with their strings cut. Not even Sufan's clothing was touched by the techniques they had cast. How could this be? Danzo struggled to reach the door, but felt a massive killing intent crushing down on him. He instinctively looked back, and what he saw was not a black-haired boy, but a demon crawling out of hell, seeking revenge on him. You bastard! Are you a devil? Danzo couldn't help but curse, exerting all his strength to pull out a second kunai and lunging at Sufan. I must say, this scene surprised Sufan. After witnessing his attack methods, this guy actually thought he could counterattack with a kunai. Boom! Amused and exasperated, Sufan directly clenched his fist and smashed it towards the kunai that was stabbing at him. Danzo was already extremely weak, and even infusing wind chakra was insufficient to form a vacuum blade. In the clash of a fist against a kunai, it was Danzo who broke his own hand. Blood oozing out, and the kunai was sent flying. As Sufan landed, he immediately targeted Danzo's abdomen, kicking him away. Poof! Danzo spat out blood, feeling as if his internal organs had been shattered by Sufan's monstrous strength. His body flew parallel to the ground, not knowing how long he flew before his back hit the ground heavily. Another mouthful of blood spewed out, staining his chest. Damn it! Danzo cursed Sufan fiercely. He had never felt so embarrassed even when being hunted in the land of lightning. Instead, he was cornered by a young brat to this extent. His trump card was utterly useless. Sure Sue's eyes. Sufan naturally had no reason to spare Danzo. He didn't care whether Danzo was some tragic hero who dedicated his life to Konoha. In his view, it was this guy who attacked him, and not just once. Just this reason was enough for him to kill without hesitation. Moreover, once he tasted a bit of sweetness, he could no longer remain in the shadows. On the night of the Nine-Tails disturbance, Danzo remained inactive in order to succeed the next Hokage. When Orochimaru invaded Konoha, he employed the same tactics. When Pain came to capture the Nine-Tails, he even ordered all the root to hide underground. As long as Tsunade was there, she wouldn't let the village suffer major casualties. And like a savior, he would become the new Hokage, launching a revenge against Pain, thus resolving the Akatsuki and becoming a hero in the ninja world. Danzo's actions were merely to satisfy his own desires to become Hokage. Boom! Sufan leaped and landed in front of Danzo. He could even see the terror in Danzo's eyes and his body retreating continuously. Btion Shun. At this critical moment, Danzo screamed desperately, wanting to unleash Shursue's strongest illusion. However, this eye had long entered its cooldown period. All he could do was watch Su Fan approach him helplessly. No! Danzo roared again, trying to use his right hand to interrupt Su Fan's movements. But the power between the two was not on the same level. In Su Fan's eyes, Danzo was merely a failed product who had implanted Hashirama's cells, while he himself was the one who perfectly obtained the power of wood release. Slap! Su Fan slapped Danzo's right hand away, and with his other hand, he quickly reached forward and grabbed Danzo's right eye. Shursue's eye. I accept it. No, no, no. Accompanied by a sharp pain in his head and the Sharingan exposed to his view, Danzo's mentality completely shattered. He had always regarded Shursue's eye as the secret weapon to rewrite everything, the key power to help him achieve his dream of unifying the ninja world. Yet now, it had fallen into Su Fan's hands. This was undoubtedly a fatal blow for Danzo. His mindset completely collapsed, with only one thought remaining in his mind. This dream cannot be taken from you. Snap! The weakened Danzo erupted with his last bit of strength, grasping Su Fan's hand that held Shursue's eye. Die, you damn bastard! Would release. Root burst. Completely losing his rationality, Danzo disregarded everything and concentrated all his chakra into his right arm, while tightly gripping Su Fan's wrist, not giving him a chance to escape. Perhaps he was taking a gamble, but today, either he or Su Fan must die. In an instant, Danzo's right arm visibly swelled, forming a giant tree that engulfed both himself and Su Fan. Chapter 42. The late arrival of the third Hokage Bang. Su Fan broke through Danzo's forest of the dead with a punch and crawled out, glancing back at the towering giant tree. The entire tree had a diameter of at least 5 or 6 meters, which was quite exaggerated, and the density generated during its rapid growth was equally impressive. If it weren't for my chakra defense, I would have probably been crushed by that move. Su Fan looked around. In that situation earlier, Danzo had no opportunity to use summoning techniques. Otherwise, if the dream taper had been present, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed. What Su Fan didn't expect was that he thought Danzo would choose to beg for mercy or continue to flee in the face of intense killing intent. However, at the critical moment, Danzo actually launched a suicidal attack with the forest of the dead. Would he rather die than let me go? Su Fan couldn't help but scoff internally, then retracted his Sharingan. And, at the same time, he could no longer sense Danzo's chakra. It seemed he must be dead. Just as Su Fan was about to activate his Byakugan for confirmation, another formidable chakra descended from the sky. Su Fan instinctively turned around to look at the newcomer and found it was none other than the Hokage of Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with his direct Umbu. Familiar faces like Kakashi and Yamato were also among the team. Of course, during their mission, both of them wore Umbu masks, and Su Fan recognized them by their hairstyles. After stabilizing himself, Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't speak, but instead scanned the surroundings, immediately shocked by the scene before him. Upon sensing the overwhelming chakra explosion, Hiruzen had a bad premonition and quickly gathered the Umbu ninjas to rush here. The entire Senju clan's residence was devastated, and the complex forest of the dead had descended here. It was clearly Su Fan's barrier. Moreover, within the forest of the dead, there were still a few root ninjas remaining. During the last assassination attempt on Su Fan, he had already warned Danzo, yet this guy had resorted to the same old tricks. What Hiruzen couldn't understand the most was, Su Fan had perfectly inherited Lord Hashirama's wood-release technique. As long as he was correctly guided and cultivated, he would surely inherit the will of fire and become an outstanding elite jonin. Why did Danzo have such great hostility towards Su Fan? In fact, not just Hiruzen, but even Kakashi Yamato and the other Umbu ninjas were deeply shocked by the scene before them. They were different from Danzo's route, although they were also a special assassination unit that hid their emotions behind masks. It was merely hiding. Such a terrifying technique. Was it done by that boy? It was almost like a monster. Su Fan. Kakashi's gaze narrowed as he watched the boy before him. Long before this, he had witnessed Su Fan unleash the forest of the dead and the wood clone technique. However, today's offensive while the area of the Forest of the Dead had shrunk, was even more aggressive. In other words, if yesterday's Su Fan was merely showcasing his power, then today's Su Fan had relied on his strength to complete an outstanding real battle. No wonder Su Fan insisted on engaging with the Cloud Ninja Village. He did not lack understanding of the hardships of war. Rather, he had complete confidence. One man can surpass 1,000 troops. If he continued to grow, how powerful would he become? Kakashi swallowed hard, feeling relieved that Su Fan was standing with Konoha rather than the Cloud Ninja Village. But at the same time, he felt a subtle emotion. That powerful force, that unmatched presence, would surely be able to protect his cherished companions. Would release. Yamato was also shocked by Su Fan's strength, his eyes wide open, standing there in a daze. Before witnessing all this, Danzo had been telling him that he was the only one to inherit Lord Hashirama's power, and that he could become the perfect root of Konoha, protecting the village. However, the power Su Fan displayed was far beyond his own. Another ninja capable of using would release. Moreover, as someone who could also use would release, he was very aware of how terrifying Su Fan's would release was. One must know that would release is different from ordinary ninjutsu. It is a bloodline limit produced by the combination of water release and earth release. This requires not only extremely precise control of one's chakra, but also an exaggerated amount of chakra. Especially after using the wood release technique, Su Fan still looked triumphant, showing no signs of fatigue. Just based on that, even conservatively calculated, this guy's chakra amount was probably 100 times that of Kakashi Senpai. Thinking of this, Yamato couldn't help but sneak a glance at Kakashi. What's wrong? Kakashi noticed Yamato's little action and couldn't help but ask. It's nothing. Yamato shook his head, feeling increasingly that Su Fan was unfathomable. However, Yamato looked around. Besides the shocking Forest of the Dead, there were also quite a few root ninjas gathered here. From a situation on the scene, the enemies fighting Su Fan were probably them. The root follows Danzo's orders. The will of the root is Danzo's will. Danzo. Yamato frowned. Back when he was still following Danzo, he had been ordered to assassinate the third Hokage and Kakashi Senpai to seize a Sharingan. Now he was targeting Su Fan again. Why did Danzo always have to attack the ninjas of Konoha? Why did he always have to target his comrades? Hokage-sama. Su Fan took a deep breath and approached Hiruzen Sarutobi. It's Danzo. This morning, I got up to admire my handsome face in the mirror, then planned to go to the ninja school. But this guy brought people in and attacked me without any distinction. Su Fan glanced at the root ninjas not far away. He could sense their desire for revenge for Danzo, but also their hesitation to approach recklessly. And these guys, they threw shurikens at me as soon as they came. Overwhelming and dense. I haven't even graduated from the ninja school. I've never seen such a scene before. I was terrified at the time, which is why my chakra erupted. Hiruzen Sarutobi was immediately dumbfounded. If it weren't for Su Fan mentioning Danzo, he would never have thought that Danzo would personally intervene. Danzo? Danzo is here? Hiruzen's heart suddenly sank with a bad premonition. He raised his head sharply and released his sensing ability. However, apart from the root ninjas, he couldn't sense any other chakra. Danzo was here, but there was no trace of his chakra. Su Fan, kill Danzo. Chapter 43, is this also part of your plan, Sarutobi? Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally did not believe Su Fan's claim that he was scared at that time. When he was at the Hyuga clan's place, he had said something like this, but the result was that the Hyuga clan was terrified. Perhaps this time was the same. After witnessing Su Fan's terrifying would release, Danzo's heart was probably also filled with fear. However, where there is light, there must be darkness. Without either side, the world cannot function properly. Konoha needs a genius ninja like Su Fan to inherit the will of fire, but it also needs a ninja like Danzo to inherit the will of roots. If Danzo were to die at Su Fan's hands, it would not be good news for him. He needed Danzo, not only for the village, but also because he needed someone to bear the burdens he could not. Kakashi, looking at the towering giant tree, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that this must be the jutsu used by Su Fan and Danzo during their battle. It was Su Fan who used this technique to kill Danzo, making him the true root. Hokage-sama. Kakashi stepped forward, responding to Sarutobi Hiruzen. You should first settle Su Fan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice showed no emotional fluctuations. Danzo was not only the bearer of Konoha's roots, but also a childhood playmate and a rival in his youth. Throughout his life, he had always wanted to surpass himself and become Hokage. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not blame Su Fan, nor would he hold him responsible for Danzo's death. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew in his heart that it was Danzo who acted first, who harbored the intention to kill, while Su Fan was merely defending himself. Moreover, the power contained within Su Fan was far greater than that of Danzo. He needed him, and Konoha needed him as well. So, after a brief moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen simply instructed Kakashi to take Su Fan away and help him settle into a new residence. After all, the Senju clan's base had been completely destroyed by the arrival of the God Tree. Even if they were to cut down these trees, it would not be possible to rebuild in a short time. Perhaps it was time for the Senju clan's base to disappear from Konoha. Yes, Kakashi responded crisply, then walked up to Su Fan, signaling him to follow. Su Fan looked at the third Hokage, then at Kakashi, and finally nodded, indicating that he understood. He had expected Sarutobi to ask him a lot of questions, but it seemed that Danzo still held a significant position in Sarutobi's heart. Su Fan couldn't help but scoff in his heart, and then followed Kakashi away from there. Danzo, after confirming that Kakashi and Su Fan's chakra was moving farther away, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again. Hokage-sama. Danzo responded while half-kneeling. First, detain the root members, and then we will deal with them later. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a commanding tone. Among all the Umbu members, Danzo was the one who understood the roots best, and he was very reassured to leave it to him. Yes, Danzo replied succinctly, then looked at his former comrades, realizing that unlike him, these guys had no emotions. Perhaps in their hearts, I was never a comrade from the very beginning. Danzo couldn't help but mock himself, then led the Umbu ninjas to take away all the root members. In a short while, only Sarutobi Hiruzen remained at the Senju clan's base. He took off his Hokage hat, revealing his white hair, and stood before the towering giant tree. However, at that moment, Danzo, who had chosen to perish together with Su Fan, suddenly separated from the giant tree and fell to the ground with a thud. He had lost an arm, but his chest wound was gradually healing. He gasped for breath, struggling to lean against the tree trunk behind him. He forced himself to look up and discovered that the person standing before him was not Su Fan, but the third Hokage. Sarutobi. At that moment, Danzo was in a wretched state, weakened to the extreme. You seem not too surprised. Danzo swallowed hard before managing to squeeze out a complete sentence. This time, he could say he had completely failed. Not only had Su Fan taken Shirsue's eyes, but he had also nearly lost his life here. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen stood here as if he were the victor. Could it be that this was also part of your plan, Sarutobi? I just thought you wouldn't die so easily. Sarutobi Hiruzen said casually. In Konoha, no one understood Danzo better than he did. Perhaps Su Fan was indeed powerful, but trying to kill Danzo was by no means an easy task. It is not an exaggeration to say that if Danzo had really perished here, he would have felt it was a pity. So, that is your secret weapon. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzo's right arm, which was already mangled, but it was still possible to vaguely recognize the face of Hashirama. If he guessed correctly, after Danzo's human experiments conducted by Tens were successful, Danzo had also implanted Hashirama's cells into himself. At the same time, because this power should not be exposed, Danzo had hidden his right arm in the darkness. It must be said that this was very much in line with his style of operation. However, a copy is ultimately a copy. Danzo, after this battle, you should understand that Su Fan is the one who truly inherited Hashirama's power, so I hope that from now on, you will no longer have any thoughts of assassinating him. Danzo raised his head and looked directly at the man before him. After realizing that Su Fan had inherited Hashirama's would release, he had not thought about killing him again. He only wanted to control him with Kotoame Tsukumi. Just as you took Tens away from me, I wanted to take Su Fan from you. However, unfortunately, he had failed. Faced with Su Fan's terrifying power, his preparations were insufficient. If it weren't for the fact that he had discovered the greatest secret of Sharingan while seizing Shirsue's eyes and thereby implanted the Sharingan he had collected during the Third Great Ninja War, Activating his Anaji at a critical moment, he would have really perished here. And I will continue to keep the secret of your arm for you. Looking at the silent Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, where there is light, there must be darkness. Without either side, the world cannot function properly. I need you, Danzo, so I will not tell anyone about today's events. However, as a condition, you must give up your position as Hokage's advisor and renounce your qualifications to attend Konoha's high-level meetings. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a low voice. Although Su Fan and Danzo's confrontation surprised him, in terms of the outcome, he felt it was beneficial for himself. Most importantly, he held Danzo's biggest weakness in his hands, and from now on, he would no longer have the ability to resist him. That was enough. Danzo's gaze narrowed slightly as he looked at the man who had repeatedly outplayed him in their games. Su Fan had pushed him into a dead end, and he had appeared just at the right moment. Sarutobi was all of this. Part of your calculations? Chapter 44. The reason for being overly cautious despite being strong, although Kakashi received the order to settle Su Fan. He would not go so far as to spend money on purchasing a property for him. Moreover, this was not a decision that could be made on a whim. After thinking it over, Kakashi directly brought Su Fan back to his own home. Since he lived alone, there were plenty of empty rooms. Naturally, Su Fan would not refuse this decision. Kakashi's home was not located in the center of Konoha, but rather in a more remote area. It seemed that Kakashi's family background was not very good. Su Fan spotted Kakashi's house from a distance. It appeared to be a wooden structure, single-story house. Although it was not small in size, considering the worldview of the Naruto universe, where land was vast and people sparse. It was not unusual for each household to have a large house. This is it. Kakashi said this only after they arrived at their destination, without saying much along the way. Su Fan responded, following Kakashi. Since it was an ordinary single-story house, it was surrounded by wooden fencing, forming a unique courtyard. The interior decor of the house was plain, but it was clean and tidy, thanks to Kakashi's efforts. Let's temporarily stay here until you find a new place. Kakashi first showed Su Fan around the house and then assigned him one of the empty rooms. However, the innermost room was tightly sealed, as if Kakashi couldn't see it. Su Fan thought to himself that perhaps that room belonged to his father. Since there are no issues, I'll head to the third Hokage's place. Kakashi deliberately waited for a moment to see if Su Fan had any further requests. After receiving his reply, Kakashi left without looking back. Even though he would be living with Su Fan for a while, he did not want to establish any relationship with him. After all, it was only for a short time. All right. Su Fan smiled and nodded, watching Kakashi's figure until it disappeared before retracting his smile. Su Fan took a deep breath and then pulled out Shusui's eye from his pocket, which was his greatest gain from the battle with Danzo. However, Su Fan did not intend to use this eye immediately. Firstly, it was very painful. Secondly, it was unnecessary. The Sharingan was indeed a powerful ocular technique in the Naruto world. Kakashi, with just a single 3-tomo Sharingan, could become a copy ninja and establish a reputation. Not to mention the strongest Jinjutsu, known as Kodoame Tsukumi. The temptation of this was immense for any ninja, but this did not include him. The sign-in assistant had already proven that the rewards it provided included not only wood release, but also techniques like Byakugan. Since Byakugan was possible, then what was impossible about Sharingan? You just needed to wait for the next sign-in and then activate the Sharingan. The most important thing was that if the Sharingan was not implanted by a member of the Uchiha clan, it would be in a state that could not be turned off, constantly consuming his chakra, although his chakra amount was slightly more than others. Aside from that, you would need to hide the eye in darkness like Kakashi or Danzo. He could do it, but it was unnecessary. As for using Kodoame Tsukumi, he could imitate Itachi Uchiha and implant it into an animal, then take it out for use at a critical moment. But for now, he needed to keep this eye safe. Su Fan said to himself as he searched Kakashi's house for a suitable container. Thanks to his Byakugan, Su Fan did not need to imprint and rummage. He just needed to confirm and take it out. Su Fan tossed Shusui's eye into a glass jar and then spent half a day preparing a nutrient solution to inject into the jar. This should do. Su Fan shook the jar containing the Sharingan. Speaking of which, although Shusui's Kodoame Tsukumi was known as the strongest Jinjutsu, it would take at least several years to activate once. By the way, I remember in the original work, it was said to take over a decade. Su Fan couldn't help but frown. He was unsure if he remembered incorrectly, but he felt like Itachi had said that. But the issue was that Shisui had said while he was alive that he could use Kotoeme Tsukumi to stop a coup, only to be killed by Danzo. Even if he activated Kotoeme Tsukumi once before he died and then handed it over to Itachi, at that time, the latter was only 13 years old. By the time of the Ninja World War, Itachi would be only 21. No matter how one counted, it wouldn't add up to over a decade. Forget it. I want to think about this problem anymore. Su Fan shook his head, deciding not to dwell on this issue and instead consider the matter of Hashirama's cells. Although he could also use would release. In reality, he was merely enhancing its power with his vast chakra. He did not possess the yang release that Hashirama had, nor could he use Sage Art. Therefore, Su Fan was uncertain whether his cells could reduce the cooldown time of Kotoeme Tsukumi. And I certainly do not plan to implant the Sharingan into other parts of my body like Danzo. That's too disgusting. Su Fan sighed, deciding to first implant Shisui's eye into other animals and then slowly research the issue of shortening the cooldown time. With that in mind, Su Fan carefully stored Shisui's eye and then sat down on the tatami mat. Speaking of which, was the timing of the third Hokage's arrival a bit too subtle? Su Fan suddenly frowned. Previously, he had only thought about how to seize Shisui's eye and kill Danzo. When the third Hokage arrived, he had not considered this aspect. Now that he had some leisure, he couldn't help but ponder. It's important to note that the third Hokage possessed a secret technique that no one had ever used, the telescope technique. As long as he understood the opponent's chakra, he could observe them through this ninjutsu. Since the third Hokage could rely on this secret technique to observe Naruto at any time, it was also possible for him to observe Su Fan. If I remember correctly, Danzo's Sharingan was collected after the Uchiha massacre. But what about before that? During the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha was fighting fiercely against numerous foes. The Uchiha clan members would not have missed such a full-scale war. In fact, Obito died in that battle. Not only that, but the Mist Village's Ao also collected Byakugan on the battlefield. Since Ao could do it, could Danzo have also collected some Sharingan during the Third War? Izanagi. Su Fan's gaze sharpened as he seemed to understand why some people, despite being very strong, were overly cautious. Chapter 45. This has nothing to do with you. Slight modification. Having saved the stillness of his eyes, Kakashi still hadn't returned. So Su Fan simply began to train his Byakugan. Even though his gaze was fixed ahead, he could effortlessly capture a 360-degree perspective. Not only that, he could also see the flow of chakra within his body and the chakra points. I remember Niji created the heavenly spin and the 8 trigrams 64 palms, which only the main family could learn, relying on his own talent and effort. By the time of the Shippuden series, he even upgraded the technique to 128 palms. In terms of chakra volume, I have a bit more than Niji. If I could master the heavenly spin, I wonder if I could expand its range several times. Su Fan began to recall Niji's heavenly spin. The so-called heavenly spin was something that Hyuga Niji could do that others couldn't. Most people could at most gather chakra to their hands or feet, but Niji could release chakra from all his chakra points throughout his body. By spinning at high speed, he could perform the heavenly spin. Even Tintin referred to this technique as a different kind of absolute defense compared to Gaara's high-speed spinning attacking 3 points. Ahem. Su Fan cleared his throat, feeling strange thoughts surfacing in his mind. That was just as Su Fan was about to try the heavenly spin. His gaze was drawn to a photo frame on the table. After a brief hesitation, Su Fan stepped forward, walked to the coffee table, and grabbed the frame. This photo. Su Fan sighed, while retracting his Byakugan. The image in the photo was similar to the group photo of Team Kakashi, but the people in it had changed to Minato Namikaze's Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. No wonder Kakashi, upon becoming the Jonin leader of Team 7, forced Sasuke and Naruto to take a group photo. Was he trying to pass on what he had lost to the next generation? For Kakashi, the most cherished thing without a doubt was his comrades. Yet he lacked the strength to protect what he cherished. Rin's death had a significant impact on him, to the extent that he now immersed himself in the Umbu, living a lifeless existence. However, Naruto, ISNT the world I was in before I crossed over. Here, even the dead can be resurrected. Su Fan fell into deep thought. Just the resurrection techniques he knew included two types. One was the forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage in pure world reincarnation. However, those resurrected by this method were more like puppets and would be controlled by the user. Even Kakashi probably wouldn't accept that. As for the second type, it was true resurrection, the Rinne rebirth. After Pain's failed attempt to capture the Nine Tails in Konoha, Nagato, who was hiding behind the scenes, was persuaded by Naruto and ultimately chose to believe him, using the Rinne rebirth that was supposed to be for Madara, resurrecting all the dead in Konoha. The most important thing was that this technique could resurrect not only those killed by Pain. Uchiha Madara being resurrected in the end was a good example. Su Fan frowned. Although he had crossed over to the world of Naruto and had become a real part of it, these living people had once been anime characters he loved. Rin's death, Kushina's death, Jiraiya's death, Niji's death, all of these, in Su Fan's view, were regrets. Now that he had come to the world of Naruto, there was no reason to just watch these regrets happen. Perhaps I could resurrect Rin. Su Fan gazed at Rin in the photo. And I also really want to see what kind of expression Obito would have when he sees Rin. There are 1,000 Hamlets in 1,000 people's eyes. Su Fan had once seen a content creator on Bilibili liken Obito to a player who had achieved the worst ending, eagerly wanted to enter the second round to restart. To clear the game quickly, it didn't matter what this round would turn into. At the time, he thought that analogy was brilliant. However, when Obito and Deidara went to capture the Three Tails, Deidara said that a tailed beast without a Jinchuriki was just a bigger animal. At that moment, Obito fell into silence. When Deidara called him later, he jokingly replied, "I fell asleep, haha." So in Su Fan's view, if Rin were to be resurrected, it would undoubtedly be a shock for Obito. As long as he found Rin's body and placed it in the village while Nagato used the Rinne rebirth, she could be resurrected. However, in doing so, he would have to let Pain attack Konoha. Su Fan murmured to himself, his gaze fixed on Rin, who was making a peace sign. The worldview of Naruto is vast and sparsely populated, so cremation isn't common. Otherwise, Kabuto wouldn't have been able to perform so many impure world reincarnations in the later stages. And Rin, like Obito, was a martyr who sacrificed herself for the village during the Third Great Ninja War. If I'm not mistaken, Kakashi's frequent lateness isn't because he goes to pay respects to Obito, but to commemorate both him and Rin. What are you doing? Just as Su Fan was silently calculating all of this in his heart, Kakashi's voice came from the entrance. Su Fan instinctively looked over and saw Kakashi standing at the door, holding two fish. It seemed this was his dinner. However, Su Fan could also tell that Kakashi was somewhat unhappy with his actions. This girl is very beautiful. Who is she? Su Fan looked at Kakashi and casually asked. However, Kakashi didn't answer him. He quickly stepped forward, snatched the photo frame from Su Fan's hands, and gently placed it back on the table. This has nothing to do with you. Whether it was his gaze or the tone of his voice, it felt as if one was in a kingdom of ice. Su Fan's gaze didn't flinch, but it was the first time he saw such a cold expression. The two locked eyes, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. However, in the end, Kakashi relaxed his tone, turning his gaze to the back of the photo frame. "She's indeed very beautiful," he said, then no longer looked at Su Fan, brushing past him and stepping into the kitchen. "Setting you up is the third Hokage's order. As the captain of the Anbu, he would naturally fulfill it. This was the only meaning of his existence in this world." Watching Kakashi's retreating figure, Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. "As expected of you, you didn't notice anything upon returning. Is this the power of 50-50? But don't worry, Kakashi, one day, I will make Rin appear before you again." Chapter 46. Where is Danzo? After going through all of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen fully realized Su Fan's power. He felt that if he used the old processes to enroll in the Ninja Academy, become a Genin, be guided by a Jounin, and participate in the Chunin exams, it was clearly not suitable for the current Su Fan. It would be better to take this opportunity to directly absorb him into his Anbu, with Kakashi as his mentor. This was currently the most suitable path for Su Fan. Moreover, the benefits of doing so were not limited to just one. Ever since Obito, Rin, and Minato passed away one after another. Kakashi had immersed himself in darkness, even contemplating death as a means of liberation. However, the appearance of Tenzo allowed him to see a turning point. It was Kakashi who taught Tenzo what it meant to be a comrade and what the will of fire was. At the same time, this emotion would gradually influence Kakashi, pulling him back from the darkness. Since Tenzo could do it, Su Fan could too. Under Kakashi's guidance, he could come to value comrades and inherit the will of fire. Additionally, Kakashi could better monitor Su Fan, ensuring his power didn't become too wild. Joining the Umbu, Su Fan looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in surprise at this decision. Yes, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. The full name of the Umbu is the Special Tactical Assassination Force, with members being elite ninjas selected from the village, primarily responsible for protecting me and preventing enemy invasions. Sometimes, they also undertake reconnaissance and assassination missions. However, in daily life, they can still operate under their ordinary identities. I see. Su Fan feigned a look of realization, but in reality, his understanding of the Umbu was no less than that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moreover, the Umbu is not a lifetime commitment. Both Kakashi and Tenzo eventually left the Umbu to become Jounin. In other words, this path is a shortcut to becoming a Jounin for him. And becoming a Jounin qualifies one to become Hokage. There's also one more important point. Looking at Su Fan, who had digested this information, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again and extended an invitation. I have decided to negotiate with the Raikage of the Cloud Village in the Land of Iron, and I hope you can accompany me. Negotiation? Su Fan frowned slightly. The Land of Iron is located between the Land of Fire to the west and the Land of Lightning to the north. If Konoha were to go to war with the Cloud Village, the territory of the Land of Iron would become a buffer zone for the war. Given this relationship, it is not surprising that the Land of Iron is willing to provide a chance for both sides to negotiate. Rest assured, the higher-ups in Konoha have already rejected the proposal to hand over Nichiru. This is your achievement. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled warmly, but soon this smile vanished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. In the worldview of Naruto, there is no concept of blitzkrieg. Even Obito publicly declared war at the Five Kage Summit. If the Raikage is willing to make peace, then it is a win-win situation. Otherwise, if they declare war, we can only face it. Peace sought through struggle will endure, while peace sought through compromise will perish. Sarutobi Hiruzen repeated Su Fan's words. However, the next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen shifted his tone. But struggle does not necessarily mean declaring war. It can also be an attitude, Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously. Although he did not make it explicit, he had already conveyed his meaning clearly. He planned to take Su Fan to the Land of Iron to negotiate with the Raikage and use Su Fan's power as a deterrent during the negotiation, compelling the Cloud Village to concede. Su Fan looked at the old man before him and couldn't help but scoff internally. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen still chose a middle ground approach. It would be better to use this opportunity to declare war on the Cloud Village and weaken the Uchiha clan's power. Just the two of us? Su Fan asked directly. In his impression, such high-level negotiations would at least require two elite Jounin to accompany the village's leader, one combat type and one sensory type. And Tenzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated plainly. Although Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi are equally outstanding, Sarutobi Hiruzen believes that the deterrent power of the Sharingan is far less substantial than that of Wood Release. Everyone knows how the great Hashirama Senju once dominated the entire ninja world. Now, with Konoha possessing two Wood Release masters, even the Cloud Village would likely not dare to declare war rashly. At the same time, Tenzo is also a good sensory-type ninja. However, just as Su Fan had thought, this was merely Sarutobi Hiruzen's middle ground solution. Although he was the third Hokage, he was inherently indecisive and overly compassionate. Su Fan nodded. But this meant he would have to think of other ways to deal with the Uchiha clan issue. I will think of other methods. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly began to utter the classic line regarding the Uchiha clan's problem. When do we depart? 3 days later. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused briefly before adding before that. You can report to the squad, led by Kakashi. I believe you will like the atmosphere there. Kakashi's team is considered the backbone of the entire Umbu. Besides Kakashi, Tenzo and Uchiha Itachi are also there. With Su Fan's addition, not only can it enhance the team's strength, but it can also deepen the bonds between these strong individuals. I understand. Su Fan nodded, but at that moment, he suddenly changed the subject. What about Danzo? Upon hearing the name Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression remained calm, but his heart skipped a beat. As expected, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent. He initially thought Su Fan would, like himself, tacitly avoid mentioning Danzo. But Sarutobi Hiruzen could understand this feeling. After all, Danzo had attempted to eliminate Su Fan twice. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to speak, Su Fan took the initiative. He didn't die. Su Fan's emotions were very calm, and he confirmed his guess from Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction. Danzo is not dead. To be precise, he used his Anaji to rewrite his own death. Let me join the Umbu. I agree. Let me accompany you to the Land of Iron. I also agree. But this matter, I cannot accept. Perhaps in your view, where there is light, there must be darkness. Without either side, the world cannot function. But in my eyes, Danzo is not the only root, nor is he the only darkness. So, where is he? Chapter 47. I'm good at getting along with people after continuously doing such things to himself. Su Fan did not intend to let him go. However, with the previous failure of Danzo, even the Bietian Shun that he had painstakingly obtained had fallen into his hands. He feared that Danzo would not make a comeback in a short time. It could even be said that, on the contrary, Danzo might not appear in front of him again, likely out of fear of his power. Where is Danzo? Su Fan repeated, seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen did not answer him. And he pressed further. The implication was quite simple. Tell me where Danzo is hiding, and I will handle the rest myself. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the young man in front of him and felt he could understand his feelings. Moreover, he knew in his heart that the reason he chose to let Danzo go was that he was a partner who had grown up with him. Although Danzo sometimes acted very aggressively, it was also for the sake of the village. He was the sunlit Konoha, while Danzo was the deeply buried root. Personally, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not want to sacrifice Danzo like this. I will give you an explanation once this matter is settled. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and decided to buy time, letting Su Fan focus on the current situation. They could discuss this matter again after they returned from the Iron Country. I understand. Su Fan nodded at Sarutobi Hiruzen's response, indicating he understood. This conflict between Konoha and the Cloud Shinobi was the best opportunity for him to make a name for himself. In the past, Minato Namikaze gained the title of the Yellow Flash during the Third Shinobi World War. At that time, there were rumors in various villages that if one encountered Minato, they could directly abandon their mission and retreat to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. It was also after that Minato Namikaze gained enough prestige to shoulder the title of Fourth Hokage. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already stated his position. After this matter was resolved, he would provide Su Fan with an explanation. As for that explanation, it could only be handing Danzo over to him. One more thing. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who seemed to have breathed a sigh of relief, Su Fan spoke again. It's fine for me to join the Umbu, but I must do so as the captain of the Umbu. Su Fan said lightly, yet a strong confidence appeared on his face. Although the Umbu team, arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen, was composed of many skilled ninjas, there was still a certain gap compared to his current self. Sarutobi Hiruzen never expected Su Fan to make such a request, leaving him momentarily stunned. Regardless of my own strength or my ability to analyze and gather intelligence, I am no less than Kakashi. I cannot accept being subordinate to a ninja of his caliber. Su Fan's attitude changed from before, becoming very firm, exuding powerful confidence. This was not due to impulsiveness, but rather a solid foundation. At the beginning, he had only signed in to gain immense chakra, which allowed him to defeat enemies through explosive means. However, facing a powerful ninja like Sarutobi Hiruzen, he risked failure due to not being able to use ninjutsu. Shortly after, he obtained the would-release bloodline limit through signing in. Although this raised his strength to the level of an elite Genin, he still had weaknesses against Genjutsu. Perhaps when facing Itachi Uchiha, he could avoid looking into his eyes. But in the world of Naruto, there were also Genjutsu that could be activated through touch or sound. However, now he was completely immune to Genjutsu. The continuous increase in his strength brought unprecedented confidence and powerful self-assurance. To put it bluntly, the only one who could defeat him was himself. There is no enemy ahead of us. To exaggerate a bit, there is absolutely no enemy ahead of us. To exaggerate even more, how lonely is invincibility? How empty is invincibility? Alone at the peak, with the cold wind blowing, who can understand my loneliness? Therefore, the current Xu fan, when facing Sarutobi Hiruzen, would naturally not be as he was before. However, even the current Xu fan had his own goals: to become Hokage, then overthrow the daimyo of the Fire Country, achieving unification of the ninja villages and national governance. From there, he would expand his influence, completing the unification of the ninja world. Focus on education and science to strengthen the nation, uniting all ninjas. He faced the ultimate enemy, the Otsutsuki clan. Xu fan's gaze became sharp. The Otsutsuki clan was Kagaya's clan and a powerful life form capable of crossing the stars. Although in some inexplicable animated series, the Otsutsuki clan had become a farce, this was still a real world. What if there were truly top-tier powerhouses among the Otsutsuki clan? Perhaps this worry was somewhat similar to a certain bone of sin that liked to engage in a battle of wits with the air. Yet Xu fan felt that this thought was not wrong. The unknown often accompanies danger. What if? Therefore, for Xu fan now, heading to the Iron Country, suppressing the Raikage, and provoking the war between Konoha and the Cloud Shinobi was his current small goal. When he completed this small goal and returned to the village, it would be time to eliminate Danzo and establish his own roots. This matter was likely not so easy. Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped. The ninjas gathered in the Umbu are the best in the village. A captain like you, who just parachuted in. Don't worry, Hokage-sama. I'm quite good at interpersonal relationships. It won't be long before I blend in with everyone. Xu fan suddenly smiled. This matter doesn't need to be discussed. Just listen to me. Aurig, Hokage-sama. If there is nothing else, please allow me to take my leave. I can't wait to play with my lovely subordinates. Looking at the extremely confident Xu fan, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood became somewhat subtle. Whether in words or expressions, there was an invisible sense of pressure. It felt as if he was not facing a boy who wasn't even a genin, but rather the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. This made it difficult for him to refuse Xu fan's request for a moment. I understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and had no choice but to change his appointment. From now on, I will appoint you as the captain of the Umbu. Thank you for your support, Hokage-sama. Xu fan smiled slightly, and then left the Hokage office without looking back. Watching Xu fan's figure disappear at the door, Sarutobi Hiruzen wiped the sweat from his forehead. When did Xu fan become so assertive? Chapter 48. Kakashi, you're wrong after leaving the Hokage's office. Xu fan prepared to head to the Umbu to collect his uniform and mask, but he encountered Kakashi halfway. Kakashi was leaning against the wall, arms crossed, looking like he had been waiting for a long time. Well, welcome aboard. Kakashi glanced at Xu fan, then straightened up, scratching his head. From today on, I will be your captain. You are wrong. Xu fan met Kakashi's gaze and instantly understood what was going on. The third Hokage must have appointed him to join Kakashi's Umbu team, and naturally, he had agreed as captain. If he guessed correctly, Kakashi probably received a secret mission from Sarutobi Hiruzen, such as monitoring him and reporting back at any time. However, there was something that Kakashi needed to understand. Although he agreed to join the Umbu, he had no intention of being subordinate to others. Rather, he intended to take this opportunity to turn the Umbu, which belonged to Sarutobi Hiruzen, into his own power. I'm wrong. Kakashi was taken aback, surprised by Xu fan's statement. In Konoha, no one could defy the direct orders of the third Hokage. Did this guy just refuse me? From today on, you will be my subordinate, Kakashi. Xu fan said in a low voice, stating the current situation. What? Kakashi's eyes widened instantly. Xu fan did not look like he was joking. The third Hokage directly appointed Xu fan as captain, but how is that possible? This is different from what was agreed upon yesterday. You know, Xu fan is not even a genin. He has only attended the Ninja Academy for one day. Although his strength is evident, he lacks the knowledge that a ninja should have. Can it really be okay to make him the captain of the Umbu? Kakashi swallowed hard, feeling shocked by this news. Moreover, it seemed that he had misunderstood something. Seeing Kakashi's reaction, Su Fan took a step forward. The reason I joined the Umbu is not because of the third Hokage's appointment. Huh? Kakashi furrowed his brows. Then why? Because I'm very interested in you guys. Su Fan put away his serious expression and smiled slightly. All right, take me to see my lovely subordinates. Kakashi stood there in silence for a while before accepting this fact. No matter how arrogant Su Fan was, he couldn't deceive him. As long as he met the third Hokage, the truth would come to light. I understand. Kakashi finally calmed his emotions, turned, and walked in front of Su Fan to lead the way. At the same time, Kakashi's mind was racing. What Su Fan said was not that he was interested in Kakashi, but in his team. In other words, he was well aware of who his Umbu team members were. Did the third Hokage tell Su Fan about this? Kakashi's brows furrowed. He was somewhat unclear about the current situation. On one hand, the third Hokage had instructed him to guide Su Fan and report his every move. On the other hand, he had informed Su Fan about his Umbu team situation and even made him the captain. What was the third Hokage up to? However, even though Kakashi had many questions in his mind, he wouldn't directly go to the third Hokage for clarification. He decided to focus on the task at hand. Before long, Kakashi led Su Fan to the place where the Umbu members rested. Before meeting everyone, let's go see Master Shiba first, Kakashi suddenly said on the way. Who is that? Su Fan blurted out. He had some impression of anyone with a name in Naruto, but he had never heard of this Shiba before. Typically, Umbu members' uniforms consisted of a black tight-fitting outfit, paired with a white strap shirt and a black coat. Due to various reasons, the Umbu would keep a certain stock of these outfits. Every time the Umbu undertook a mission, there was a risk of death. It was common for uniforms to be damaged. However, the captain's coat was beige. Kakashi paused, so it needs to be custom-made. I see. Su Fan nodded in realization. The captain of the Umbu he was about to join was originally Kakashi, who was at least 7 or 8 years older than him, creating a height difference. However, if Kakashi hadn't mentioned this, Su Fan wouldn't have thought about such a setting in Naruto. Before long, Su Fan met Shiba, whom Kakashi had mentioned. Another newcomer? Shiba guessed the intention of Kakashi and Su Fan as soon as he saw them. Although the Umbu kept a stock of uniforms, there were occasional mishaps where custom sizes were needed. That's a face I haven't seen before. Shiba looked Su Fan up and down, then took out a measuring tape and began to measure Su Fan's dimensions. Even if he wasn't a ninja, Shiba was well aware of the promotion process for ninjas, graduating from the Ninja Academy to become a Genin, then participating in the Chunin exams to be promoted to Chunin. After that, one would be eligible for promotion to Jounin or enter the Umbu. He also attended the Chunin exams every year and would remember those who performed exceptionally. While Shiba was measuring Su Fan and casually chatting with him, another Umbu member arrived. Captain Kakashi. The newcomer was a female ninja dressed in the standard Umbu uniform, with long black straight hair. Unlike the Root, which suppressed emotions and had a name, in the Umbu, apart from executing missions, everyone lived like ordinary people. Many female Umbu members also dated, married, and had children. Kakashi's good looks, powerful abilities, and aloof personality made him quite popular among these female Umbu members. Upon seeing Kakashi here, she immediately greeted him and approached. Yako. Kakashi glanced at the newcomer and casually replied. This is? Yako noticed Su Fan beside Kakashi, a new guy. My name is Su Fan. Pleased to meet you. Su Fan smiled mischievously at Yako. The work in the Umbu is quite tough, you know. All right, Shiba said at this moment as he finished measuring Su Fan's dimensions, putting away the tape. I will have the new uniform ready soon. By the way, the coat should be beige. Kakashi emphasized the color of the coat for Su Fan. However, as soon as he said this, Shiba, Yako, and the other Umbu ninja accompanying her all stood frozen, because they knew that the beige color corresponded to the rank of Umbu captain. This guy is the captain? Chapter 49. Japanese traditional upsetting the hierarchy. Yako looked up and down at Su Fan, her eyes filled with shock. Su Fan appeared to be only 12 or 13 years old, about the same age as Itachi Uchiha. Moreover, Itachi's resume was nothing short of impressive. At 4 years old, he participated in the Third Shinobi World War and returned unscathed. He enrolled in the Ninja Academy at 6 and graduated in just 1 year. He awakened his Sharingan at 8, became a Chunin at 10, and was the first ninja from Konoha to participate in and pass the Chunin exams alone. By 11, he had the strength to join the Umbu. Yet, even a genius ninja like Itachi did not become a captain immediately upon joining the Umbu. But this seemingly ordinary guy in front of her was promoted to captain right away. Most importantly, their squad was not leaderless. It had an outstanding captain like Kakashi. This meant that Su Fan's joining was equivalent to seizing power from Captain Kakashi. Captain Kakashi, what's going on? Yako turned around directly, a bit angry. It's literally what it means. Su Fan said softly, from today on, I will lead this team, and Kakashi will be demoted to an Umbu member. What? Not only Yako, but also the Umbu members behind her widened their eyes, looking utterly bewildered. Kakashi was stripped of his authority? On what basis? Exactly. Whether it's in strength or leadership, no one can compare to Captain Kakashi. The Umbu members expressed their dissatisfaction with Su Fan's sudden arrival. However, Kakashi felt indifferent. In terms of strength, Su Fan was even stronger than him. All right, let us stop the small talk here, Kakashi sighed helplessly, then stopped those questioning Su Fan's authority. After taking the measurements, Su Fan only needed to wait for Shiba to finish making the captain's uniform and deliver it. I should go meet my other subordinates. Su Fan said nonchalantly, then strode away. The Umbu members, unable to accept this fact, gathered around Kakashi, wanting to get some clarity. Is Captain Kakashi leaving the Umbu? Yako, who admired Kakashi, couldn't help but ask, although it made her feel very reluctant. There were precedents for leaving the Umbu to become a jonin. That's not the case. Kakashi shook his head, not explaining further, and quickly followed after Su Fan. The remaining Umbu members looked at each other, all feeling that this matter was somewhat unusual. To put it hypothetically, even if Captain Kakashi really intended to leave the Umbu and become a jonin, there was still Tens in their squad. But Tens was originally a member of Root. Could there be a connection there? And what about Itachi? His ninja resume was quite impressive as well. Moreover, it seemed that Captain Kakashi had no intention of leaving the Umbu. Su Fan's sudden arrival undoubtedly caused a significant impact on these Umbu members, and they also felt dissatisfied with him. Kakashi, Tens, and Itachi, any one of them was a capable genius ninja. Yet now, they were all to follow Su Fan's orders alone. It was simply baffling. Despite their considerable dissatisfaction with Su Fan, these members still headed to the assembly point after finishing their trivial tasks. The Umbu, officially known as the Special Tactical Assassination Force, was equivalent to a special military unit in the world of Naruto. Typically, a small team consisted of 4 or 5 members, and orders were relayed and executed by the squad leader. However, due to various reasons, Tens and Itachi had joined midway. With Su Fan now included, their squad had reached a total of 8 members. However, Itachi should be undergoing an assessment at this stage. Su Fan noticed the late-arriving Itachi, who showed a hint of surprise when he noticed Su Fan. If Su Fan remembered correctly, Itachi joined the Umbu at 11 and shortly thereafter witnessed Shirsue's suicide. After some time, he was promoted to Umbu squad leader by the 3rd Hokage, personally annihilating the Uchiha clan for the peace of Sasuke and Konoha, and later left the village to join the Akatsuki as per the 3rd Hokage's orders. Su Fan thought to himself that it wouldn't be long before Itachi would leave this team as well. Of course, that was a matter for later. For now, Su Fan needed to let these people know who he was. It's him. Tens frowned, looking at Su Fan standing next to Kakashi, feeling quite surprised. Was it Lord 3rd Hokage who arranged for him to join the Umbu? Tens mumbled to himself. Although he had only met Su Fan once, it left a deep impression. Aside from himself, Su Fan was the only ninja in Konoha who could use wood release. Furthermore, unlike himself, Su Fan was the true successor of the 1st Hokage. Hello, everyone. Just as Tens was lost in thought, Su Fan cleared his throat and began his self-introduction. My name is Su Fan, and, starting today, I will be your captain. Captain? As soon as these words came out, both Itachi and Tens' expressions turned quite subtle. What exactly did this guy intend to do? Itachi stared directly at Su Fan, feeling unable to see through this man. Not long ago, he had gone to the forest near the Nanga shrine to demonstrate his power and left behind a strange strategy. Now, he suddenly joined the Umbu and immediately became captain. For a moment, Itachi felt that he could only describe this guy as unfathomable. Su Fan? Ten's brows furrowed slightly. He thought Su Fan would intentionally mention his background as part of the Senju clan, but unexpectedly he did not. However, why was he the one to take on the Jonin role? Perhaps his wood release was indeed powerful, but Kakashi-senpai was obviously more suited to lead everyone. However, aside from Itachi and Ten's, many other voices questioned Su Fan. Do you really have the qualifications to be our captain? This is an appointment by the third Hokage. Kakashi emphasized heavily beside him. Yako looked at Kakashi, who was speaking up for Su Fan, feeling extremely disappointed in her admired captain. As ninjas, especially Umbu ninjas, accepting orders and executing missions was their rule. However, in Yako's heart, Kakashi was clearly more suited to be the captain. For the Umbu, practical training is the most critical part of all training. Please allow me to challenge you. Captain, Yako said seriously, staring directly at Su Fan. Chapter 50. You might as well all come at me together, Yazi. Kakashi immediately stopped Yazi when he saw this. After all, Su Fan's position as the captain of the Umbu was a direct order from the third Hokage. Even if Yazi and the others were dissatisfied with Su Fan, they could not rebel against him. Moreover, Su Fan was not merely a show-off. His strength surpassed Kakashi's. It was fine. However, Su Fan had no intention of having Kakashi speak up for him. If anyone was unconvinced, they might as well all come at him together. He was in a hurry to take a nap anyway. As he spoke, Su Fan lazily yawned. Yet, this statement caused another uproar. What did you say? Yazi froze for a moment, quickly becoming furious at Su Fan's attitude. Even looking at all the Umbu teams, their squad was the strongest. And this guy, Su Fan, was claiming he wanted them to come at him together. Was he suggesting that his strength alone could crush all of them? Yazi snorted coldly. Even if you really had the strength of an Umbu captain, it was impossible for you to withstand an attack from so many of us. That's right. Every member of this team has the strength of elite Jonin, and what you're doing will only lead to your own suffering. We just think Kakashi is more suitable for the captain position than you. Perhaps in name, you're the captain, but I hope you can have some self-awareness and follow Captain Kakashi's commands during missions. Except for Itachi Uchiha and Tianzong. All other Umbu members stood on the same front. In fact, in their view, the reason the third Hokage arranged this was to hope Su Fan could learn valuable experience from Kakashi. If he could understand this, they would not want to resort to such methods. However, whether facing them or Captain Kakashi, Su Fan maintained an aloof attitude. Especially now, he boldly declared for them to come at him together. So, Su Fan directly ignored their statements and said impatiently, "Do you want to come at me together?" This remark undoubtedly sounded like mockery to the Umbu members. "Fine, you asked for this," Yazi said in a low voice, immediately taking an attacking stance. However, what Kakashi did not expect was that even the usually composed Tianzong took a step forward and stood beside Yazi. Tianzong. Kakashi frowned. The other Umbu members had not witnessed Su Fan's strength, which led to their distrust. Coupled with Su Fan's attitude, it was understandable for them to rebel. It could even be said that it was precisely because Yazi and the others were confident in their strength that they acted this way. But Tianzong was different. His character was not only steady, but he had also witnessed Su Fan's strength. No one understood Su Fan's powerful wood release techniques better than him. Senior Kakashi. Tianzong took a deep breath, his expression extremely serious. "I want to give it a try." Unlike the others, Tianzong did not think there was anything wrong with Su Fan being the captain. First of all, his strength was formidable, extremely formidable. Just in terms of chakra, it was at least 100 times more than Senior Kakashi. Moreover, since he joined the Umbu, he was one of his companions and should be valued. However, Su Fan was the only ninja in the village, aside from himself, who could use wood release. The power he displayed was also exceptionally strong. If it hadn't been for this opportunity, it would have been one thing. But now that it was here, Tianzong was eager to challenge Su Fan. Looking at the extremely serious Tianzong, Kakashi seemed to understand something and sighed helplessly. Since both sides were eager to try, he could not stop them anymore. However, not everyone wanted to challenge Su Fan. Itachi Uchiha and the team instinctively took a step back, seemingly not wanting to get involved. In fact, since Itachi joined this team, he had often been out of sync with them. He frequently went off to complete missions alone. Aside from Kakashi, it was difficult for anyone else to approach him. Of course, noticing that Itachi did not want to be dragged in, no one forced him. Then I will. Just as Yazi was about to take the initiative to attack, Su Fan yawned again, simultaneously extending his hand to signal for them to stop. Humph. Seeing the scene, Yazi could not help but snort coldly. Although Itachi Uchiha did not participate, Tianzang's strength was equally formidable. He could even use the first Hokage's legendary techniques. In Yazi's mind, once Tianzang showcased his true strength, Su Fan would definitely be dumbfounded, standing there in shock. Regret it? Indeed. Every member here has executed hundreds of A-rank missions, and even Captain Kakashi would find it hard to withstand our siege. At least this guy has some self-awareness. However, what everyone did not expect was that after Su Fan made the stopping gesture, he pointed directly at Kakashi. Me? Kakashi also pointed to himself, not understanding what Su Fan was trying to do. Then, Su Fan pointed towards Yazi. Me? Step over there? Kakashi looked Su Fan up and down, then stepped forward to stand beside Yazi. Seeing that all members except Itachi Uchiha were gathered together, Su Fan then casually spoke. What I meant by coming to me together also includes you. What? Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Not only that, but this sudden turn of events also gradually attracted the attention of other Anbu ninjas. Why even me? Kakashi couldn't help but complain in his heart. He did not care who became a captain. Instead, his subordinates were even more dissatisfied with Su Fan. Everyone knew that Kakashi had been a genius ninja since childhood, and his talent was enough to make everyone else pale in comparison. At the age when Itachi Uchiha had just entered ninja school, Kakashi was already a chunin. Furthermore, Kakashi gained a reputation for copying techniques thanks to his Sharingan. This alone was enough to prove Kakashi's exceptional talent, because even Itachi, who had 2 Sharingan, could not copy others' jutsu to fight. This will be the biggest mistake of your life. Yazi stared at Su Fan and said bluntly. Su Fan ignored her provocation, his gaze passing over her and landing on Itachi Uchiha, still speaking in a casual tone. Don't you want to join in, Itachi? Chapter 51 Practical Drill. Even I got caught up in this. Kakashi couldn't help but complain in his heart, but the atmosphere on site left no room for him to refuse. When Su Fan proposed that Itachi Uchiha also join in, Kakashi's gaze fell on him. Although Itachi would also refer to him as Captain Kakashi, Kakashi felt he had nothing to teach him, whether it was strength, intelligence, gathering ability, or the mindset of a ninja. Kakashi thought that at this age, there was no one more perfect as a ninja than Itachi Uchiha. However, Kakashi did not think Itachi would participate. It was an instinct. What Kakashi did not expect was that Itachi actually came up behind him. In fact, Itachi had little interest in this mock combat training. To him, it was merely a result of Mako feeling upset about Captain Kakashi being replaced, wanting to defeat Su Fan to make him realize he lacked the ability to lead this team. Such emotions were quite unnecessary for a ninja. Even though Mako had just joined the Anbu, it was hard for her to understand. But as things developed to this point, with even Kakashi and Tenzo getting involved, it piqued his interest a bit. Why not take this opportunity, which Su Fan half-jokingly invited him to see his true strength? Even you. Kakashi's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He thought Itachi would never participate. Captain Kakashi, Itachi looked at Su Fan. Since we're going to conduct a practical drill, we should probably formulate a strategy. It must be said that Itachi's sudden entry excited Mako. Although she didn't think Itachi was as powerful as Captain Kakashi, he was still a top genius among the younger generation of the Uchiha clan. It was not an exaggeration to say that Mako believed Itachi's strength was greater than that of many elite jonin. His strength was likely only second to Kakashi and Tenzo. With such a powerful addition, Su Fan's defeat was bound to be certain. Most importantly, as the situation became increasingly unfavorable for Su Fan, more and more Anbu ninjas began to notice this side. After all, Konoha village was currently in a time of peace. As members of the village's Anbu, they received far fewer missions compared to wartime, and now was just their break time. This challenge, initiated by Mako, naturally attracted quite a few people. However, these people also had questions about the current situation. Who was that guy? An observing Anbu ninja couldn't help but ask his companion. Let me see. The ninja quickly flipped through the intelligence manual, but found no information about Su Fan. No photo, no name, and certainly no record of mission executions. It was a blank. He seems to be the Umbu captain directly appointed by the third Hokage. Just as everyone was puzzled, an Umbu ninja who had just walked over spoke up. His voice instantly attracted quite a few glances. Everyone looked at him, eager for him to provide more information. I only know this much. The Umbu ninja awkwardly cleared his throat, indicating that he had only encountered them by chance on the road. It was said that Su Fan was a parachuted captain who replaced Kakashi, causing discontent among Mako and others, which led to the scene before them. In the world of ninjas, orders are absolute. How could one challenge a newly appointed captain based on personal preferences? At that moment, even the captains of other Umbu squads were drawn over by the commotion here. After getting a brief understanding of the situation, he immediately gave a bizarre evaluation of Mako's actions. But why is even Kakashi? However, when he heard that Kakashi not only did not stop Mako, but actually participated, his mood became subtle. Not only Kakashi, but it seemed that Tenzo and Itachi were also. Someone in the crowd spoke up. What? The Umbu captain's eyes widened in shock at this information. Not only Kakashi, but even Tenzo and Itachi. If one had to choose ninjas who could make a name for themselves in the Umbu, Kakashi, Tenzo, and Itachi would definitely be at the top. There was Kakashi, who could copy all of his opponent's ninjutsu in the instant of a confrontation. There was Tenzo, the only one who could reproduce the first Hokage's would-release technique. And aside from knowing he had transferred from the root, there was nothing else known about him. Very mysterious. And Itachi, the genius of the Uchiha clan's younger generation, who participated in the Third Great Ninja War at the age of 4, became a Chunin at 8, and joined the Umbu at 11. The three of them standing together could be said to be the most luxurious combination in the Konoha Umbu, without a doubt. With such a lineup, this Umbu captain simply couldn't imagine them losing. In fact, it wasn't just him thinking this. Every Umbu gathered here felt the same certainty. This unknown Su Fan, who seemed to be oblivious to the reality, would experience the most crushing defeat of his life. How tragic! The Umbu captain couldn't help but shake his head, casting a sympathetic glance at Su Fan. This guy was simply unaware of the heights he was challenging, not to mention facing the other 4 Umbu ninjas. Even one of Kakashi, Tenzo, or Itachi was beyond his ability to defeat. This guy had no idea what kind of existence he had provoked. Wait, is this guy going to challenge Kakashi, Tenzo, Itachi, and 4 Umbu ninjas at the same time? Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, and then everyone gasped in shock. Due to various reasons, they hadn't all gathered here at the first opportunity. So many thought that what Su Fan was facing was actually a wheel battle against Kakashi and the others. However, to their astonishment, Kakashi directly made a gesture for a siege, except for Tenzo and Itachi standing on Kakashi's left and right sides. The remaining Umbu ninjas gathered on both sides of Su Fan and behind him. This was a standard encirclement formation. They were actually going to surround him. The Umbu captains present all gasped, and even these battle-hardened veterans wouldn't entertain such a foolish thought. However, before they could recover from their shock, Kakashi made a move that left them stunned. Facing Su Fan in a siege, the renowned copy ninja Kakashi actually adjusted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan hidden in the darkness. In other words, even if it was 7 against 1, Kakashi was being overly cautious. Chapter 52. Complete Domination. The moment Kakashi revealed his Sharingan, the entire arena fell silent. No one expected Kakashi to treat Su Fan so seriously right from the start, especially Yazi, who was certain of Su Fan's defeat and immediately drew her longsword, a standard weapon for Umbu ninjas. Taianzo exchanged glances with Kakashi, as they were the ones who understood Su Fan's strength the best among the crowd. Even Danzo was not a match for Su Fan, so they naturally would not underestimate him. However, Su Fan showed no interest in the Umbu ninjas. As Yazi charged at him, Su Fan sidestepped effortlessly and seized the blade. What? Yazi's eyes widened in disbelief. She believed her attack's angle and speed were perfect. Yet, Su Fan not only dodged easily, but also took hold of her weapon. Taianzo! Itachi! At this moment, Kakashi shouted, and he and Taianzo launched an attack on Su Fan from both sides. In their view, this was their only chance to strike. But Su Fan didn't even glance at Kakashi, He stepped forward confidently, grabbed Yazi by the neck with his left hand, and with his right hand, he took her weapon in one swift move. It seems you don't really know how to wield a sword. Su Fan suddenly smiled and tossed Yazi like a projectile towards another oncoming Umbu. However, this Umbu was equally agile. Seeing Yazi flying towards him like a kite with a broken string, he lowered his stance and leaped over her, using his strength to launch himself into the air with his sword in both hands. Moonlit Dance. Su Fan glanced at the attacker, using his shadow clone to simultaneously target the opponent while his main body observed their blind spots, ready to strike and eliminate the foe. However, in this situation, the Umbu didn't need to create clones, but instead coordinated with Yazi and the remaining teammates to launch a joint attack. Taianzo clasped his hands together and unleashed would-release techniques, attempting to restrict Su Fan's movements. Kakashi understood immediately. Kakashi responded swiftly, forming hand seals. If Su Fan were allowed to use the Divine Tree-S Descend, his overwhelming power would be enough to repel them all in an instant. Thus, Kakashi planned to use his beheading technique to drag Su Fan underground. At the same time, Itachi darted in like a shadow, ready to assist with the attacks. Every technique has its weaknesses, and even would-release is no exception. Itachi thought quietly. As long as his Jinjutsu caught Su Fan off guard, this practical exercise would be over. However, even facing the various abilities of Kakashi and the others, Su Fan remained unfazed. He looked up at the descending Umbu. Do you know who created the Moonlit Dance? Bang! Along with Su Fan's question, the Moonlit Dance struck his left shoulder directly. Kakashi, Taianzo, and Itachi all froze instinctively. They believed Su Fan could not possibly fail to dodge such an attack. Even if he couldn't evade it, he could use would-release for defense. A splash of blood stained the Umbu's long sword. Although Kakashi and the others were taken aback, they merely hesitated for a moment and did not intend to stop their assault. Would-release, silent binding technique. Branches extended from Taianzo's arms, quickly wrapping around Su Fan's body, binding him firmly and sealing his ability to perform hand seals. Kakashi swiftly appeared at Su Fan's feet, grabbing his calf and activating the beheading technique to drag him underground. This left only Su Fan's head exposed, and his hands could not form seals underground. Itachi then appeared in front of Su Fan, using his Sharingan to cast Jinjutsu on him. Is this all? Yazi got up from the ground, looking at the subdued Su Fan with a hint of disdain in her eyes. To her, this guy had been bluffing from the start. He simply didn't have enough strength. Facing Kakashi's team, he was destined for a painful defeat. In fact, when this scene unfolded, the entire arena was filled with murmurs. Only Kakashi and Taianzo exchanged glances, finding the current situation hard to comprehend. Is this how it ends? Is Su Fan's strength only at this level, relying on overwhelming chakra and would-release to fight back? Taianzo frowned, thinking Su Fan must lack sufficient combat experience, which led to him being overwhelmed by their assault. But regardless, the outcome was clear. Su Fan lost. If that's the case, then starting today, Captain Kakashi will still. However, just as Yazi stepped forward to inform Su Fan in a victorious tone, Itachi, standing behind Kakashi, suddenly drew his long sword and swung it forward with both hands. Swish! In an instant, blood splattered, and Kakashi's head flew high. Even Kakashi himself stared wide-eyed, unable to react. Itachi, what are you doing? Taianzo and the other Umbu ninjas were all dumbfounded, not understanding why Itachi would suddenly kill Captain Kakashi. But this was just the beginning. After swiftly eliminating Kakashi, Itachi charged towards the others. Seeing Itachi lose his sanity, Taianzo had no choice but to quickly form hand seals, using would-release, Tree World Wall to protect his teammates. But Itachi suddenly released a visible red blood aura, which quickly formed into bones. And a blood-colored great sword appeared in his hands, slashing forward violently. Boom! The Tree World Wall was shattered instantly, and the tremendous power killed the people Taianzo was trying to protect. Now it's your turn, Taianzo, Itachi said coldly, stabbing forward with his sword, piercing through Taianzo's body. And you. The moment Itachi dealt with Taianzo, he turned around, controlling the Shura enveloping him, and charged at Yazi. No, no, no. At that moment, Yazi could only watch in horror, paralyzed on the ground, her eyes red from crying. Why, Itachi? Aren't we partners? Why? There's no why. This is merely the consequence of your defiance against Su Fan. As Itachi's voice fell, the massive blade cleaved through Yazi's body. Swish! And this was just the beginning of a nightmare. Even as she was torn into pieces, suffering immensely, Yazi's consciousness remained painfully clear. She watched as Itachi single-handedly slaughtered all the Umbu, finally pointing the massive weapon at her chest and stabbing downwards. In an instant, the entire Umbu training ground was littered with corpses, blood flowing like rivers, and even the sky was stained crimson. Only then did Su Fan slowly rise from underground, unharmed and unsoiled by dirt. Meanwhile, in the real world, Su Fan looked at the group lying on the ground and couldn't help but shake his head. From the very beginning, they had never launched an attack. They had fallen into a Jinjutsu. Chapter 53. Who would really go all out against their subordinates? What Su Fan unleashed was not the strongest illusion technique possessed by Shursui, the Kodo Emitsukami, but rather a normal Jinjutsu under the three-tomo Sharingan. As a genius of the Uchiha clan, Shursui was proficient in various illusion techniques. The moment these Umbu ninjas focused all their attention on him, Su Fan directly used Shursui's eyes to drag them into the Jinjutsu. However, if Kakashi had been able to grasp this information in advance, he might have been able to counter it using Obito's eyes, although it would have only been a slight resistance. In terms of mastery over Jinjutsu, Shursui was even more formidable than Itachi Uchiha. Moreover, Kakashi was entirely focused on how to counter his would-release techniques, so everyone, including him, fell into the world of Jinjutsu in an instant. From the very beginning, they had not launched any attacks, and no large number of Umbu ninjas had gathered on the playground. At most, a few scattered individuals were paying attention to the battle. However, from their perspective, this battle was utterly incomprehensible. Before Kakashi could command everyone to spread out, his subordinates fell one after another, and in the end, it was him. What did that person do? I don't know. I completely couldn't see his movements. Could it be that he really made a move? Why do I feel like he was just standing there, and then Kakashi and the others kept falling down one after another? The watching Umbu ninjas immediately began to discuss among themselves. Could it be an illusion technique? Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, to him, if Su Fan's speed was not so fast that the naked eye couldn't capture it, the only explanation would be one of the three major strategic insights of ninjas, Jinjutsu. But when did he cast the Jinjutsu? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? After all, Captain Kakashi possesses the Sharingan. Yes, aside from fire release, the Uchiha clan is best known for their Jinjutsu, especially the Sharingan, which can nullify all ninjutsu and Jinjutsu attacks. What shocked these people the most was that until the battle ended, they did not see Su Fan make a move. Even if someone suggested the idea of Jinjutsu, it was merely a self-perceived, reasonable guess. They could neither verify it nor deduce how exactly Su Fan cast the Jinjutsu or when he did it. Didn't you notice? Suddenly, a captain-level Umbu member slowly spoke, seemingly questioning where your eyes have gone. The others also shifted their attention and saw this well-known figure. If this were a battlefield, the one analyzing this battle was none other than the captain of the Umbu torture force, Ibiki Marino. He couldn't help but gasp, his throat rolling as he nervously swallowed. If this were a battlefield, not only would the power of life and death over Kakashi and the others be in that person's hands, but the most terrifying part was that he could obtain crucial intelligence through the Jinjutsu he cast. The outcome of victory often hinges on intelligence. Without a doubt, both Kakashi and Tenzo are the best ninjas in Konoha Village, yet they were utterly defenseless before that person, unable to even perceive that he had cast a Jinjutsu. This is true terror. Ibiki always managed to disguise his emotions well, making it hard for others to see his mood changes, but this time, his face was filled with shock. When did such a terrifying presence appear in the village? Ibiki clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief in his heart. Thankful that Su Fan was a ninja of Konoha and not from another ninja village. Otherwise, this guy would definitely become the #1 enemy of the entire Konoha village. In fact, not only Ibiki, but even Itachi Uchiha was shocked by the scene before him. At a critical moment, he activated his Mangeki Sharingan to resist Su Fan's Jinjutsu attack. Otherwise, he too would have been dragged into Su Fan's Jinjutsu. Especially at that moment, Itachi saw how Su Fan cast the Jinjutsu. Though it was hard for him to believe, as someone who had always regarded Shisui as an older brother, he would never mistake it. That was Shisui's eye. But why is it in Su Fan's hands? Wasn't it taken by Danzo? What on earth is going on? Moreover, this man, Su Fan, not only possessed chakra comparable to a tailed beast, but could also use the wood release technique that had disappeared since the first Hokage. Now, this enigmatic man has obtained Shisui's eye. The most important question is, does he want to showcase his strength or warn me? Itachi couldn't help but ponder. It seems you were quite surprised, Itachi. Just as Itachi was trying to gauge Su Fan's intentions, this powerful figure who had defeated everyone in an instant suddenly spoke. I thought. Itachi Uchiha closed his Sharingan, but still nervously stared at Su Fan. His voice very low, that you would use would release to make them fear your power. Just like before. Fear? Su Fan didn't expect Itachi to use that word to describe it. Regardless, his intention in using would release in front of him was to hope that he could understand his feelings and appreciate his good intentions, rather than simply intimidating him. Su Fan quickly laughed, who would really go all out against their subordinates. Itachi looked at Kakashi and the others with a face full of black lines. Based on his understanding of Shisui, these people would probably need to stay in the Jinjutsu for several days before they could recover. And Su Fan actually claimed he didn't go all out? Itachi Uchiha almost believed it. However, just as Su Fan was about to explain his next plan to Itachi, a long-lost familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. Like the sound of the wind and the singing of birds, it was pleasant to hear. Please proceed to the Land of Iron for check-in. Successful check-in will yield rewards. This time, it's the Land of Iron? Su Fan murmured, very satisfied with this check-in location, because that was precisely the place he was about to set out for. To attend a meeting with the Raikage alongside Hiruzen Sarutobi. The timing was just right, 3 days later. Itachi. Su Fan took a deep breath, signaling Itachi to come closer. Itachi glanced at Su Fan. Although he didn't know what he wanted to do, he still complied with his request and moved closer. He had no dissatisfaction with Su Fan being the captain, and he did not plan to challenge him again. Do you want to know why Shisui failed? Su Fan lowered his voice and said to Itachi. Upon hearing Shisui's name, Itachi's eyes widened in surprise. This man truly knows everything. Chapter 54. Danzo Must Die. Su Fan felt that the Uchiha clan's arrogance and disregard for others were largely due to their genes. As long as one parent is an Uchiha, the offspring will inherit the powerful Sharingan bloodline limit. In contrast, the Senju clan's genes are not strong. Aside from Hashirama Senju, no one has awakened the wood release bloodline limit. This is also why the Senju clan has become increasingly rare in the village, to the point that they did not appear during the Shinobi World War. The Uchiha, on the other hand, are quite the opposite. Their genes are simply too strong. In fact, the Uchiha clan does not completely reject intermarriage with outsiders. For example, Uchiha Izumi's father is not from the Uchiha clan, and she was not ostracized when she returned to live in the Uchiha compound. This is enough to prove that the Uchiha clan can accept intermarriage. Su Fan even suspected that the reason the Uchiha clan was driven to the outskirts of Konoha by the village's higher-ups might also be related to this factor. Of course, these are merely Su Fan's personal speculations. After using Jinjutsu to put Kakashi and the others to sleep, Su Fan and Itachi Uchiha took them to the medical room to let them rest. If nothing unexpected happens, they shouldn't wake up within 5 days, Su Fan said casually. What is your plan exactly? Itachi glanced at Kakashi and the others and asked directly. Su Fan had initiated the topic outside, but due to the many eyes watching, he did not elaborate and instead first settled Kakashi and the others. The most important thing is that since Su Fan could cast Shisui's Jinjutsu, he could also lift it. He did not do so. This made Itachi involuntarily connect this matter with Su Fan's plan. When Su Fan brought Kakashi here, he confirmed that this place wouldn't be eavesdropped on. What do you think was the reason for Shisui's failure? Su Fan asked. What do you want to say? Itachi furrowed his brows. Did Su Fan think that Shirsue's failure was due to Danzo's interference? If so, it would only show that he was too superficial. Even without Danzo, there would still be the likes of Enzo, Fuko, and Senko among Konoha's higher-ups. Let me put it bluntly, Shirsue's failure was because he was a pawn. He was a piece in the game played by the third Hokage within the Uchiha clan, and he was also a pawn in Danzo's ambitions. Shisui was merely caught in the struggle between the third Hokage and Danzo, trying to find a way out for his clan. He thought he could rewrite everything with Kotoeme Tsukumi and erase his clan's thoughts of a coup, but in reality, Su Fan shook his head at this point. Danzo couldn't care less whether the Uchiha clan would stage a coup. Even if the Uchiha clan remained weak, Danzo would find all sorts of reasons to target them until they became a part of Konoha's history. That is the reason for Shirsue's failure. He was a pawn, not a player. He might have made a brilliant move with his own will, but he was powerless to influence the overall situation on the board. Itachi Uchiha stared at Su Fan, his mind recalling the scene of Shisui taking his own life and the smile he had entrusted everything to him. If possible, he also wanted to protect his clan, protect his family, and protect his younger brother, Sasuke. But the reality was, the more he was caught in the struggle among these three forces, the more powerless he felt to change anything. The third Hokage could never come up with an effective plan, and Danzo wanted to annihilate the Uchiha clan at every turn. Meanwhile, his own clan was constantly perfecting their coup plans. Furthermore, Itachi couldn't convince himself to side with his father. If he had to choose between the two, he felt he would side with Konoha. However, Su Fan now provided him with a new perspective. Since Shirsue's path as a pawn was destined to fail, why not become a player instead? As long as he could enter the power center of Konoha's higher-ups, perhaps he could change everything. Transitioning from a pawn to a player was no easy feat. Itachi's thinking was no worse than anyone else's, and as he followed Su Fan's line of thought, he realized how difficult it was. From a third Shinobi World War to the night of the Nine Tails attack, heroes had indeed emerged from the Uchiha clan, but their prestige was far from enough. Neither the third Hokage nor Danzo would allow Uchiha members to enter the upper echelons of Konoha. Without access to the upper echelons of Konoha, it was naturally impossible to become a player. I'll be the one basking in the sunlight of Konoha, and you'll be the roots buried deep underground. Su Fan raised his hand and placed it directly on Itachi's shoulder. 3 days from now, I will go to the Land of Iron with the third Hokage in the capacity of a bodyguard to meet with the Raikage. Who do you think will be in charge of the village during that time? Danzo? Itachi frowned. Although Koharu and Hamura were also quite capable, he felt that Su Fan was referring to Danzo. Exactly. Su Fan nodded. Although the third Hokage had said that they would discuss Danzo's matter upon their return, his agreement with the third Hokage was merely verbal. Once both he and the third Hokage left the village, Danzo would likely resurface. Kakashi, Tens, and other top Umbu operatives were all trapped in their own Genjutsu. To put it bluntly, 3 days from now will be the weakest period for Konoha's higher-ups. Danzo must die. Su Fan's voice was low. Once Danzo was dead, the voices targeting the Uchiha clan within Konoha's higher-ups would diminish. Upon hearing Su Fan's plan, Itachi's eyes widened in shock, and his gaze shifted to Kakashi, Tens, and the others. They were the Umbu directly responsible for the Hokage's protection. If the third Hokage went to the Land of Fire, they would turn to protect Danzo. Looks like you understand, Itachi. But don't worry, I won't let you carry out this task alone. I'll leave a shadow clone with you. Su Fan said firmly. In reality, this was not about helping Itachi assassinate Danzo. The reason for leaving a shadow clone was for insurance. Su Fan had now confirmed that Danzo had the Izanagi trump card. If Itachi was careless and Danzo rewrote his fatal outcome, it would become troublesome. To prevent any accidents, Su Fan thought this was the best approach. Itachi Uchiha also fully understood Su Fan's intentions. He was preparing to use this opportunity to eliminate dissent, then provoke a war between Konoha and the Cloud Village, thereby making a name for himself in the ninja world and laying the foundation to become Hokage. This guy, Itachi, I believe the world can be changed. Life can be restarted, fate can be in our hands, and destiny can be shaped by me rather than by heaven. Itachi, are you willing to witness this with me? After saying this, Su-fan extended his hand toward Itachi Uchiha. Itachi looked at the man before him and was certain of one thing. This guy is crazier than Danzo. Chapter 55. The surprise of the third Hokage. Again, the conflict caused by Su-fan and the Umbu was soon reported to the third Hokage by Ibiki. In the Hokage's office, before Ibiki could finish his report, the third Hokage suddenly stood up from his seat with a gasp. His eyes widened in disbelief. Both Kakashi and Tenzo were very composed ninjas. Even if Su-fan joined the Umbu team as a captain, they should still be able to accept that appointment. However, not only did people like Yazi get involved, but even Kakashi and Tenzo participated as well. Did Su-fan defeat Kakashi and the others using wood release? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but gasp, and images of Su-fan defeating everyone flashed through his mind. It was likely that all the Umbu ninjas who witnessed this scene were shocked. It was easy to imagine. Sarutobi nodded. When he learned about this matter, he was also stunned. Wood release? What kind of wood release? However, Ibiki looked surprised. Could it be that Su-fan knows how to use wood release? Wasn't it a secret technique that had been lost since the first Hokage? Su-fan actually can use wood release. Ibiki's mouth unconsciously formed an O shape. He thought he would only be shocked by Su-fan once, but unexpectedly, he was shocked twice in one day by this suddenly appearing guy. Wait, not only Ibiki, but even Sarutobi Hiruzen had many questions. Are you saying that Su-fan defeated Kakashi and the others without using wood release? Sarutobi was greatly surprised. He thought Su-fan was suppressing Kakashi and the others with his massive chakra and unreasonable wood release techniques. However, the truth turned out to be that Su-fan didn't use wood release at all. So how did he defeat Kakashi and the others? It should be noted that Kakashi was already a Jonin during the Third Great Ninja War, and he had also transplanted Obito's Sharingan while fighting against the Rock Village ninjas. Tenzo had transplanted cells from Hashirama Senju and gained the wood release bloodline limit. It's not an exaggeration to say that the combination of Kakashi and Tenzo was equivalent to a copy of Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju, albeit a low-quality version. It was an illusion. Ibiki sensed the shock in Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor and quickly spoke the truth. But, Sarutobi frowned, feeling more and more confused about Su-fan. Long before Su-fan suddenly gained massive chakra, he had already harbored suspicions. However, considering that Su-fan was a descendant of the Senju clan and wanted to become a ninja of Konoha, he simply had Kakashi monitor him, hoping to discover the truth behind Su-fan's sudden power-up. But the result was nothing. It was as if he had suddenly received a miracle. First came the overwhelming chakra, then would release, and now he even mastered illusions. Who exactly caused Su-fan to become so powerful so suddenly? Could it be Jiraiya? Given his understanding of the village, he could indeed do it unnoticed through the barriers. But even with his guidance, Su-fan's progress was simply too fast. Huff! Ibiki took a deep breath and then spoke out the truth that puzzled him. This is just my personal speculation. No one saw Su-fan perform any illusionary techniques. Nor did anyone notice when he activated the illusion. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked again. As the third Hokage and the strongest in the village, no one understood how terrifying this was better than him. Generally speaking, illusions are different from ninjutsu. They require contact with the opponent to activate. For example, through touch, sound, or eye contact. Perhaps it is difficult for those affected to notice immediately, but spectators can judge through the opponent's actions or the sounds and lights created. However, Ibiki was very certain that Su-fan was just standing there, doing nothing. Then Kakashi and the others lost consciousness one after another and collapsed to the ground. Most importantly, Ibiki was not an ordinary person. He was the captain of the Umbu torture and interrogation force, often dealing with illusions, and was the one who understood illusions the best. Yet even he could only speculate. Either Su-fan was not using an illusion, or he was using a very advanced illusion. Advanced enough that even Ibiki didn't notice it. Sure sway. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes suddenly widened, and the genius illusionist of the Uchiha clan appeared in his mind. He had even said that his Kodoe Mitsukami could permanently rewrite the will of others, causing the Uchiha clan to abandon thoughts of a coup. Such a terrifying illusion was something he had never heard of. At that time, he had also wondered whether it was right to place such power in the hands of the Uchiha clan. Perhaps today, Shui stood on the side of the village. But what if, due to such concerns, he had informed Danzo of Shui's whereabouts? When he heard the news of Shui's suicide, he indeed breathed a sigh of relief. No. Sarutobi shook his head. Shui's illusion was based on the Sharingan. If a foreigner were to transplant it, the Sharingan would remain in an unusable state. Kakashi was a good example. Sufan's eyes were clear and bright, evidently not having transplanted the Sharingan. Third Hokage-sama. Ibiki saw Sarutobi Hiruzen lost in thought and had to raise his voice to pull him back to reality. Sarutobi quickly adjusted his emotions. How is Tenzo now? Still unconscious. According to the medical personnel, he will need to rest for a while, Ibiki answered. I see. Sarutobi nodded. According to the original plan, he intended to take Sufan and Tenzo to the land of iron for talks. But now, Tenzo obviously couldn't accompany them. According to past conventions, at least 2 guards were required to attend such talks. 1 combat type and 1 perception type. Apart from Tenzo, the village's best perception ninja was the Hyuga clan. However, considering the cause of the incident, it was clearly inappropriate to take them. Just as Sarutobi was contemplating suitable candidates, there was a sudden knock at the door. Gumin. After receiving permission, the office door was slowly pushed open. The person who entered was none other than Sufan. Third Hokage-sama. Tenzo needs to rest for a while. It seems I need to find someone else. As Sufan stepped in, he noticed Ibiki, but he got straight to the point. I inquired with other Umbu captains, and I heard that such talks require a perception-type ninja. What do you think of Yamamoto Kaze? I heard his perception ability is very strong, and he has a friendly personality, stays calm in emergencies, and likes to eat bananas. Chapter 56. That makes sense. Yamashiro Kaze can be said to be Danzo's right-hand man. During the 5 Kage Summit, he accompanied Danzo along with the oil woman, Tsurugi. As a member of the Yamashiro clan, he is not only proficient in the mind transfer techniques and mind transfer puppet sealing techniques, but his sensing ability is also remarkable. It is said that this is a characteristic of the Yamashiro clan, allowing them to sense everything around them. If he were to join this journey, it could also serve to weaken Danzo's influence. After all, I can at most leave a would-release clone to assist Uchiha Itachi. This is also a precautionary measure. In any case, Sufan does not fully trust Uchiha Itachi. If he were to fight with all his might, using Susanoo and other techniques, that would be one thing. But what if he has his own concerns and hesitates to use techniques like Susanoo and Amaterasu? Then dealing with Danzo, who can use his Anaji, would become quite tricky. If Yamashiro Kaze is assisting Danzo, it would be even more troublesome. After some thought, Sufan felt it would be better to persuade Yamashiro Kaze to join them. Yamashiro Kaze. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Sufan, who appeared relaxed, recalling his identity. He hails from the Yamashiro clan and has a good relationship with the oil woman clan Tsurugi, having joined the root organization established by Danzo at a young age. Yamashiro Kaze's sensing ability is indeed outstanding, but how do you know about him? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked cautiously. Sufan had only attended the Ninja Academy for 1 day, and Danzo had never sent Yamashiro Kaze to attack Sufan during his 2 ambushes. Logically, Sufan should not even know of this person's existence. Not only is his chakra and would release a mystery, but even his intelligence-gathering ability is enigmatic. Especially during that night when he rushed to the border forest to save Hinata. It should be known that although it is a time of peace now, as a ninja village, they would naturally not let their guard down. There has always been a barrier surrounding Konoha village. Only a very few people are aware of this, allowing them to enter and exit without anyone noticing. However, on that night, Sufan did not trigger the barrier alarm. It was Tenzo who told me. However, Sufan had already guessed that Sarutobi Hiruzen would ask him this, so he was prepared with an answer. Tenzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze sharpened. Yes, Sufan nodded, deliberately sighing. This matter is also my fault. When I saw Yako confront me, I couldn't hold back. I was too young and couldn't control my emotions. When I acted, I didn't grasp the right measure. Fortunately, before Tenzo fell unconscious, he told me that he had met a particularly strong, sensing ninja while still in the route. It was he who recommended this person. Sufan said without changing his expression that he had heard before crossing over that when people lie, they tend to touch their noses or avoid eye contact. Conversely, As long as there are no such actions, others cannot tell if one is lying. For a moment, Su Fan and Sarutobi Hiruzen locked eyes, and the atmosphere fell silent. Ibiki also stared at Su Fan, hoping to find a flaw in his expression, because he found it hard to believe that Tenzo could still speak in that situation. But the truth was, he could not glean any information from Su Fan's expression. His mood was exceptionally calm, with no fluctuation in his heartbeat. Either he was telling the truth, or he was a super genius in this regard. This person should come to our interrogation department. Ibiki couldn't help but sigh internally, feeling that the latter possibility was more likely. I see. Ultimately, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who let out a long breath, breaking the deadlock. I will consider this matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. All right, Lord Hokage. Sufan zetponde zidili, turning to leave, but paused deliberately at the door. With all due respect, Lord Hokage, I have no ties with the ninjas from the Cloud Village. But based on past events, I feel that the ninjas from the Cloud Village are not honorable. I have even heard that over a decade ago, they kidnapped a little girl with the surname Uzumaki from our village. Although this time it is said to be a dual Kage summit, there is a possibility that the other side might set a trap. It should be noted that the Cloud Village has no intention of forming an alliance. Their geographical position is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, and they have a perfect Jinchuriki in their village. If I were the Reikage, I would set up traps in advance, ambush the opposing Kage, and then launch an all-out war. Su Fan paused slightly before continuing. I even think that for a summit of this level, there must be sensing-type ninjas among the guards, which is precisely why. And, in terms of sensing, no one is better than Yamashiro Kaze. Even Tenzo would call him strongest. Su Fan forcefully threw all these persuasive words at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although he was unsure whether Sarutobi Hiruzen would believe him or how much he would believe, he was very certain of one thing. Before Danzo must die, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not be able to confront Tenzo, because he is currently in the illusion he created together with Kakashi. After saying all this, Su Fan simply glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression and then left without looking back. Thud! The door to the Hokage's office closed behind him. Truly, a rare talent. If he could join the interrogation department of the Yambu, he would undoubtedly become the strongest captain in history. Ibiki thought without hesitation, even wanting to quote Su Fan's words. In terms of disguise and illusion, no one is better than him. Ibiki would call him the strongest. Illusion. However, upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened again. He suddenly had a new suspicion. Although Yako had only recently joined the Yambu, there is no doubt that she is an extremely outstanding ninja. Even if Su Fan is an airlifted captain, she is unlikely to confront him. Moreover, Yako is also known for her friendliness towards newcomers. Could it be that Su Fan, from the very beginning, used an illusion to influence her, causing her to deliberately confront him, thus triggering a conflict to replace Tenzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered to himself, but soon shook his head, feeling that such speculation was unrealistic. After all, what benefit would it bring Su Fan to replace Tenzo? However, Su Fan's words were not without reason. What? Ibiki didn't hear Sarutobi Hiruzen's words clearly and simply asked again. It's nothing. I just remembered Lord Senju Tobarama. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. All right, Ibiki, this is no longer your concern. Go back to your work, and by the way, call Yamashiro Kaze for me. Chapter 57. Journey to the Land of Iron. After hearing the reasons given by Su Fan, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to accept his recommendation. After all, this meeting was of great importance and could very well determine the future relationship between the Hidden Leaf Village and the Cloud Village. As early as the administration of the second Hokage, there had been an intention to sign an alliance contract between the two sides. However, due to a coup in the Cloud Village, they were ambushed, and even the second Hokage, Lord Senju Tobarama, lost his life in that battle. Everything felt like it happened just yesterday, vividly etched in memory. Therefore, the role of sensory-type ninjas was extremely important. After Ibiki called for Yamanaka F, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately appointed him to accompany him to the Land of Iron. Although this appointment came suddenly, Yamanaka F had no right to refuse it since it was a direct order from the third Hokage. Of course, while going back to prepare, he still delivered this information to Danzo. That guy Sarutobi. Danzo clenched his teeth and couldn't help but take a sharp breath. He naturally didn't know that Yamanaka F had been recommended to Sarutobi Hiruzen by Sufan. Moreover, Sarutobi had previously mentioned to him that he hoped Danzo would voluntarily give up the position of Hokage advisor and no longer attend high-level meetings in the Leaf Village. Now he wanted to target the roots that I built up. Danzo's gaze sharpened as he began to calculate Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan. Taking Yamanaka F away from me during this opportunity was just like last time with Tens. By the time he returned, he might even disband my roots and absorb all the power into his Umbu department. It must be known that Yamanaka F and Akimichi CHG had always been his right-hand men, the backbone of the roots. It must be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision made Danzo extremely dissatisfied. Danzo-sama. Yamanaka F knelt halfway in front of Danzo, waiting for his orders. Although Danzo's roots were established to help the Hokage cultivate power, in reality, all the root members were only loyal to Danzo alone. In their hearts, Danzo's orders carried more weight than those of the third Hokage. I initially planned to force the Hyuga clan to hand over Hinata so that everyone could see Sarutobi's weakness and incompetence. Then let the incident escalate to force him to step down from the Hokage position. Finally, I would resolve the Uchiha clan issue and go to war with the Cloud Village. However, things have already developed to this point. I need you to help me complete a task. On the other hand, Sufan was also making final preparations, ready to set off at any time to accompany Sarutobi Hiruzen to the Land of Iron for talks with the Raikage. If I remember correctly, the third Raikage fought against tens of thousands of ninjas alone to cover his subordinates' retreat during the Third Great Ninja War, battling for several days until he was exhausted and died. In other words, the timeline for the Cloud Village in this world should be during the reign of the Fourth Raikage. Sufan sat cross-legged on the tatama mat, trying hard to recall the details mentioned in the comics, and began to deduce the timeline of the Cloud Village. Assuming that there were no problems with that timeline, it should now be the Fourth Raikage A. After his father's death, A decided to inherit his will and ordered his brother, Killer B, to enter the Cloud Thunder Gorge for training with the Tailed Beast Bomb. A also strictly prohibited Killer B from leaving the village, stating that even if enemies invaded, it was enough to defeat them from a distance with the Tailed Beast Bomb. In other words, it would definitely not bring Killer B to this dual Kage meeting. I wonder what kind of rewards I will get from this sign-in. Sufan took a deep breath, filled with anticipation for the sign-in reward. Although he hadn't signed in many times, the previous rewards had certain patterns. For example, the ninja school rewarded him with proficiency in the 5 elements. Ichiraka Ramen improved his cooking skills, and the Hokage office gave him the bloodline limit of the first Hokage. In the Hyuga clan's residence, he opened the Byakugan. So this time, it might be related to the Land of Iron, or perhaps related to the Raikage. However, regardless of which one, he would accept it. Time passed, and before he knew it, it was time to depart. Sufan followed Sarutobi Hiruzen and Yamanaka F to the village's main gate, while all their luggage was entrusted to Yamanaka F. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was already of an age, and Sufan was still growing. Yamanaka F had a black line on his face, feeling speechless at Sufan's words. In wartime, at this age, one could already take on the responsibilities of a main force. However, considering that there wasn't much luggage, just some change of clothes and food for the journey, Yamanaka F didn't say much. All right, we should set off, Sarutobi Hiruzen said harmoniously, then walked at the front. I didn't expect we would just walk past. Sufan couldn't help but complain. Thinking back, during the Shippuden era, whether it was Naruto and the others supporting the Sand Village or tracking Sasuke, even during the 5 Kage Summit, everyone chose to walk, especially during the support of the Sand Village when Gaara was attacked by the Akatsuki. Temari really led Naruto and the others to run for 3 days and nights. I really don't know whether to complain about the small territory of the Hokage world or that everyone is very confident in their physical fitness. If I had traveled to the countries before I crossed over, I wouldn't even be able to leave the province in 3 days, let alone support neighboring countries against any organizations. Sufan couldn't help but sigh, internally complaining. However, it was just a complaint. Enjoying the scenery along the way was also quite nice. Sufan. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly called out Sufan's name. Hmm? You must have thought about why I didn't bring more people. No, Su Fan said without thinking, as he had no time to think about that. It wasn't important. Cough, cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment and then began to explain. The Land of Iron is a very special country. Long ago, ninjas agreed not to take action against this country. Therefore, since the First Great Ninja War, the Land of Iron has avoided all wars. In fact, there are no ninja villages or ninjas there, but a group of samurai clans that guard everything. They are a neutral country with unique culture, authority, and combat methods. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained to Su Fan, intending to inform him that no ninja could take action. This was also the reason why the Raikage agreed to hold talks in the Land of Iron. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a serious expression. Su Fan responded symbolically, but his gaze was directed towards the village. Right now, he only had one thing in mind. After sunset, Danzo would never see the sun again. Chapter 58. Uchiha Itachi's Test in Konoha Village, at Kakashi's residence. Uchiha Itachi arrived at the agreed time and saw the wood clone left by Su Fan. The third Hokage had already left the village. What do you plan to do? However, what surprised Uchiha Itachi immensely was that if Su Fan hadn't told him he would leave a wood clone for assistance, he wouldn't have noticed any difference between the person before him and the original. To confirm, he even activated his Manjiki Sharingan. It must be said that this left Uchiha Itachi deeply shocked. There are many techniques called physical clones, such as the famous shadow clone of Konoha. By evenly distributing chakra, it makes it difficult to spot flaws. But for someone with a Sharingan like himself, he could see through shadow clones with his eye technique. Other clones were even easier to see through. Yet, the wood clone used by Su Fan showed no signs of flaws at all. Uchiha Itachi even doubted whether the Su Fan left behind and the Su Fan accompanying the third Hokage to the Land of Iron were the original. Is it possible that the Su Fan everyone interacts with is actually a disguise created by his wood clone, while the original is hiding in the shadows? Uchiha Itachi's gaze sharpened, and he even activated his Manjiki Sharingan. But even so, the Su Fan standing before him appeared just like the real thing. What else could be done? Danso musti. Su Fan stretched his muscles and then pulled out the prepared clothes and mask from the wardrobe. Since Uchiha Itachi was wearing the Umbu uniform, Su Fan simply tossed him a mask, the root mask. Uchiha Itachi caught the flying mask and glanced at the patterns on it. The masks used by the Umbu are designed based on various animals, while those of the root are not. Just by this detail, one could distinguish between the two organizations. Are we infiltrating the root? Yes. Su Fan nodded as he changed into his clothes. It wasn't for disguise. His original self was not in Konoha, but by the side of the third Hokage. Even if someone saw him, it wouldn't matter. The reason for changing into the root uniform was to get close to Danzo. Now that the third Hokage had left the village, Danzo would definitely gather all of the root members. Is that so? Uchiha Itachi looked at Su Fan and then at the mask in his hand. In fact, after casting Jinjutsu on Tenzo to put him into a coma, Su Fan specifically read the intelligence regarding the root. Before Tenzo left the root, Danzo liked to hold secret meetings. Now that the third Hokage is not in Konoha, with only the high-ranking members like Koharu and Hamura, Danzo wouldn't take them seriously. Even if Danzo doesn't cause trouble at this time, he would still hold a secret meeting. As long as Uchiha Itachi and Su Fan can blend in, they can get close to Danzo. Then he will definitely die. The root system is extremely strict, and blending in is not an easy task, Uchiha Itachi said without thinking. Isn't that what you're here for? Su Fan casually replied, putting on a mask. With your Jinjutsu, what difficulty is there in sneaking in unnoticed? The Wind of the Mountain has also been fooled into being the third Hokage's bodyguard. With Danzo's level of perception, by the time he notices us, it will be too late, Su Fan said as he began to walk, preparing to leave. What about the third Hokage? How do you view the third Hokage? Uchiha Itachi quickly followed Su Fan towards Danzo's root department. However, on the way, Itachi brought up the topic of the third Hokage. Itachi held a great respect for this Hokage. According to your plan, after eliminating Danzo, are you also going to remove the Hokage? How should I put it? Su Fan glanced at Itachi. In fact, he didn't care whether the Hokage lived or died. My plan is indeed to become Hokage and then enact reforms to make the feudal lords a thing of the past, allowing the Hokage to govern the Land of Fire. But I'm not in a hurry, Su Fan said to Itachi. If Itachi hadn't asked, Su Fan wouldn't have said these things. This could be considered a momentary whim. Su Fan thought to himself. Before becoming Hokage, his original self still had a lot of things to do. For example, resolving the issue of the Uchiha clan being a hidden danger for Konoha and getting the Hyuga, Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Sarutobi clans to follow him. Perhaps his military strength could conquer everything, but what he wanted was not a world full of wounds, where everyone lived in fear. Nor was it the kind of illusion created by Uchiha Madara's infinite Tsukuyomi. Why? Itachi couldn't help but ask, as this was something he was quite conflicted about. If Su Fan intends to eliminate the third Hokage, how is that different from the coup of the Uchiha clan? In other words, this was also a test of Itachi towards Su Fan. However, Su Fan's clone did not notice this point. It wasn't that he was unprepared for Itachi, but he simply didn't care. Even if you were testing me, what does it matter? I don't need to take action against the third Hokage. His death is inevitable. He is destined to die from the Shiki Fujin due to Orochimaru. Why should I bother with someone who is already dying? The most important thing is that when the third Hokage dies, Konoha not only needs a Hokage, but also needs the strongest person to deter other ninja villages. This is also why Koharu and Hamura would ask Jiraiya to take office instead of promoting Danzo. Because from their perspective, they didn't know that Danzo had the ability of Koto Mitsukami, would release Izanagi, and various other advantages. They thought Danzo's strength was weak and not sufficient for this position, which is why they would rather accept Jiraiya bringing back Tsunade than Danzo. However, now, why should the Konoha higher-ups seek Tsunade from afar? I am the strongest in the village. I currently have no conflict with the third Hokage, and he also trusts me, at least on the surface. He accepts all my requests and understands my importance. So why should I eliminate someone who will die sooner or later? As for the questions posed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he could just make up a casual excuse. I was terrified at the time. No one would take such nonsense seriously. They arrived. Soon, Su Fan stopped, and he and Itachi had reached Danzo's route department. The guards quickly noticed them. According to the plan, as soon as Itachi saw them, he directly activated a Genjutsu. Danzo is currently gathering all of the root members. The guard said in a low voice, signaling Su Fan and Itachi to come with them. Just as you expected. Itachi gasped, realizing that Su Fan did not intend to stage a coup, but to take over as Hokage after Sarutobi stepped down. You passed, Su Fan. Itachi touched his eyes, but did not mention what he had passed. Chapter 59. The arrival of the tree world. Uchiha Itachi did not agree with the concept of conquering through force, nor did he support the idea of changing the Hokage through a coup. Otherwise, how is Su Fan any different from the Uchiha clan? If Su Fan were to make a move against the third Hokage, he would inevitably stop him. Because in Itachi's view, becoming Hokage does not guarantee everyone's recognition. Rather, it is through gaining everyone's recognition that one can become Hokage. Therefore, this conversation was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but also a test of Su Fan. Judging by the response, Su Fan had passed his test. Su Fan. Uchiha Itachi glanced at Su Fan's profile. Perhaps his chakra was immense, or perhaps his wood release was extraordinary. However, every technique has its weaknesses. Su Fan is not invincible. We're here. Su Fan took a deep breath. As he had anticipated, once Sarutobi Hiruzen left the village, Danzo began his actions. Countless root members were gathered here. And indeed, this place was hidden. In fact, Danzo did not make many appearances in the Shippuden series. His first formal appearance should be during the Pain's attack on Konoha incident, where he ordered all root members to remain still, hiding in an underground fortress, and even killed the messenger frog from Myobo Kuzan. After that, there was the Five Kage Summit, followed by being hunted by Sasuke. Due to the lack of information about Danzo in Shippuden, Su Fan and Itachi had to approach him in this way. Is it wise to take action in a place like this? Uchiha Itachi looked around. It was his first time in such a place. The gathered root ninjas were enough to deal with a coup initiated by the Uchiha clan. Itachi's gaze sharpened, and he shook his head. The current Uchiha clan had lost their rationality. Even if they did initiate a coup, they would only be suppressed by Danzo's root. And it would end in a bloodier manner. There are more roots here than I imagined, Uchiha Itachi said to Su Fan. Indeed, Su Fan nodded. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have thought the number of root members would be so exaggerated. He vaguely remembered that during Pain's attack on Konoha, the root members hiding in the underground fortress seemed to number only in the dozens. But here, there were at least hundreds of ninjas. Most importantly, these individuals had undergone special training by Danzo, forsaking their names, emotions, and having no past or future. Even Shirsui's Jinjutsu would struggle to withstand an attack from 7 or 8 root members. In other words, Su Fan did not hold much hope for Itachi's Jinjutsu. His Tsukuyomi might be powerful, but placed a huge burden on the Sharingan. Moreover, Su Fan was unsure how many times Danzo could activate his Enaji at this point. And right now, I'm just a would-release clone, with strength not even reaching a third of my true self, Su Fan gasped. Especially since his true self had instructed him to ensure he witnessed Danzo's death thoroughly. This meant he needed to conserve chakra to maintain the would-release clone without it disappearing. He's coming. Just as Su Fan was pondering these thoughts, he heard Uchiha Itachi's low voice. Then, following Itachi's pointed finger, Su Fan saw Danzo slowly walking out from the other side of the door. Is it the true body? Su Fan asked softly. Danzo had only transplanted one arm with Hashirama cells, so he could not use a would-release clone. As long as it wasn't a would-release clone, Itachi's Sharingan could spot the flaws. It's the true body. Itachi nodded. But are you sure you want to act in this situation? As he spoke, Itachi deliberately glanced around. The space here was originally not small, but due to the excessive number of gathered ninjas, the space for executing techniques was actually limited. Most importantly, if they acted here, they would not only face Danzo, but also contend with other root ninjas. It did not seem wise to Uchiha Itachi, but Su Fan did not care about these things. To him, whether Danzo had dozens or hundreds of root members around him made little difference. Would release the arrival of the tree world. Su Fan responded to Uchiha Itachi by directly putting his hands together. With a crisp sound of clapping, the ground let out an unprecedented roar. The floor beneath the root ninjas rapidly shattered, and vines as thick as thighs erupted from the ground, swelling and hardening at a visible speed. Like demons crawling out of hell, they frantically wrapped around everything they could touch. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Even Danzo, who was about to speak and implement his plans, widened his eyes in shock. Su Fan! Danzo gasped, stepping back repeatedly. Yamanaka Fuka quickly moved forward, shielding him, then released various insects to determine the location of the assassin. Wasn't he with Sarutobi Hiruzen at the Iron Country for the Kage Summit? How could? Danzo gritted his teeth, his shock turning into anger. Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he had confirmed through his informants that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Su Fan had left the village. He had even given a secret mission to Shikaka Nara during the summit, assassinate the Raikage, thereby creating conflict between the two sides, using the Raikage and the Cloud Village's forces to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen and Su Fan. It should be known that the second Hokage sacrificed himself to buy time. If it were Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo believed he would also emulate the decision of Senju Tobarama. At the same time, he gathered the root members, forcing the higher-ups of Konoha to nod, allowing him to become Hokage and resolve the crisis between Konoha and the Cloud Village. For this reason, Danzo ordered all root ninjas to come here for orders. But what he never expected was that before he could say a word, the arrival of the tree world erupted on the scene. Many root members were entangled by the giant trees before they even understood what was happening, sealing off their movements. Take me away from here. Danzo gritted his teeth and decided to retreat first. Yes, Lord Danzo. Yamanaka Fuka nodded, then waved his right hand, gathering a dozen root members to escort Lord Danzo away while he stayed behind to deal with the trouble. However, Su Fan and Uchiha Itachi also responded to Yamanaka Fuka's gesture. Leaving now, can you escape? Su Fan grabbed the root mask and tossed it aside. It was only then that Danzo noticed the man standing next to Su Fan also had a pair of Sharingan. Danzo was suddenly alarmed. It would be one thing for Su Fan, but Uchiha Itachi was the direct subordinate of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, could this also be within your expectations? Chapter 60. I see you. Tuanzong gritted his teeth, filled not only with hatred for Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also with indescribable anger. However, given the current situation, Tuanzong did not plan to fight them to the death. Secret technique. Poison dust technique. Oil woman Kigen instantly understood. Gathering poisonous insects between her hands and then blowing them out forcefully. This is a secret technique passed down through generations in the Oil Woman clan, capable of contaminating the surrounding environment on a large scale. Once the enemy inhales the poison dust, they will be poisoned to death. Especially considering the distance between herself, Su Fan, and Uchiha Itachi, she could instantly pull them into the range of the poison dust. Perhaps Su Fan and Itachi are both excellent ninjas. But battles between ninjas are essentially contests of information. Many outstanding ninjas have fallen due to their ignorance of the Oil Woman clan. However, Oil Woman Kigen would never have thought that Su Fan had already mastered all the information about her. Don't breathe. The moment Su Fan saw Oil Woman Kigen make her move, he whispered to Itachi, sealing his breath to prevent the poison dust from entering his body. Uchiha Itachi then continuously retreated, jumping out of the range of the poison dust. No matter how powerful a technique is, it will always have weaknesses. As long as one identifies them, there is nothing to fear. Fire release. Through his Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi calculated the spread speed of the poison dust, quickly forming hand seals. Great fireball technique. Flames soared into the sky, and a massive fireball shot out from Uchiha Itachi's mouth, racing forward and dispersing the poison dust created by Oil Woman Kigen. Taking this opportunity, Tuanzong turned and dashed toward the door. But now Su Fan would not let Tuanzong escape. Seeing him stride towards the door, he quickly formed hand seals and slapped his palms downward. Earth release, earth flow wall. This ninjutsu is a very useful mid-level earth release technique in Naruto. Due to his mastery of the 5 basic natures, Su Fan could grasp it just by seeing someone else perform it once. Moreover, even though he was only a wood release clone, his chakra amount was still dozens of times that of Kakashi's. Boom! A loud noise erupted behind Tuanzong, followed by a hard wall rising from the ground, forming a nearly 10-meter-high wall that blocked Tuanzang's escape route. Wind release, vacuum wave. Seeing this, Tuanzong decided to use his adept wind release to try to break through the earth flow wall, blocking his path. Bang! However, the two techniques were of the same level, and Tuanzang's chakra was far inferior to Su Fan's. The sharp wind blades struck the earth flow wall, leaving only deep slashes but failing to penetrate. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi took out 8 shurikens, aiming for Tuanzang's arms and legs to restrict his movements. But he did not simply throw the shurikens. The moment he released them, Uchiha Itachi used fire release again, accurately controlling the flames to envelop the shurikens. Zuki's Red Claw. The reason for using this move was that Uchiha Itachi was well aware of Tuanzang's proficiency in wind release, and fire release just happened to counter it. Even if Tuanzong infused wind chakra into the kunai, it would not only fail to repel the flying shurikens, but would instead intensify the flames. Uchiha Itachi's gaze sharpened, observing every move and expression of Tuanzong through his Sharingan. Either do nothing or do everything to the fullest. When he and Su Fan jumped out to kill Tuanzong, they had already lost their retreat. Hesitation and indecision would only give Tuanzong a chance to breathe. Su Fan understood this principle as well. After cutting off Tuanzang's escape route, he began forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Su Fan took a deep breath, gathering chakra in his throat, and then exhaling forcefully. With an unreasonable amount of chakra, Su Fan expanded the diameter of the great fireball to several dozen meters in an instant. Even Uchiha Itachi had to retreat to avoid being engulfed by the flames. This chakra amount, Uchiha Itachi watched Su Fan unleash the great fireball with awe. The great fireball technique is typically the first ninjutsu mastered by the Uchiha clan. However, this technique is only ranked as C level and is mostly used for testing in actual combat. Yet Su Fan's great fireball easily expanded to a diameter of 50 meters, becoming a killing move. And this was just his would release clone. What would happen if it were his real body? Uchiha Itachi could foresee that at least dozens of ninjas skilled in water release would need to stand together to cast a water wall strong enough to counter Su Fan's attack. Tuanzang. Oil Woman Kigen shouted anxiously, deeply worried about Tuanzang's safety. However, Su Fan's great fireball left her in despair. Even from a distance, she could feel the scorching heat approaching. Even using the Oil Woman clan's secret technique would not open a passage to rush in. As for the other root ninjas, upon realizing they couldn't break through, they charged at Su Fan, trying to force him back to dispel the ninjutsu. Leave it to me. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi called out to Su Fan, then upgraded his 3-tomo Sharingan to the Mangeki state, intending to repel the approaching root ninjas. However, before Itachi could charge forward, Su Fan's body erupted with chakra, creating an uncatchable shockwave. Bang! A loud explosion erupted beside Su Fan, directly blasting towards the charging root ninjas. Bang! 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 All the root ninjas were sent flying like kites with their strings cut in an instant. Su Fan's body was enveloped in a layer of purple chakra, resembling an outer garment. Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened in shock. He had never seen chakra in such a form before. However, just as Uchiha Itachi was momentarily distracted, a shadow suddenly flashed through the massive great fireball. Uchiha Itachi turned to look and saw Tuanzang, whose skin was completely charred, suddenly charging out. He held a sharp kunai in his hand and infused it with wind chakra the moment he broke free from the great fireball, forming a sharp blade. Tuanzang screamed in a frenzied rage, as if embracing a mentality of preferring to shatter like jade than to survive like tiles, sweeping towards Su Fan's neck. He actually charged out from the great fireball to attack head-on. Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but gasp. At this distance, Su Fan couldn't evade. It can work. Oil Woman Kigen clenched her fists, understanding that this was Tuanzang's all-or-nothing attack. As long as Su Fan died, the remaining Uchiha Itachi would be of no concern. However, in reality, facing Tuanzang's fierce attack, Su Fan merely raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Through his activated Byakugan, he had already seen Tuanzang clearly. Return to the heavens. Chapter 61. We have to kill him 10 times. Seeing his escape route cut off by Su Fan, Danzo decisively chose to confront him head-on. Danzo's gaze was sharp as a knife. He had initially planned to retreat temporarily and leave Su Fan and Uchiha Itachi to the root to handle. But now, he changed his mind. He not only wanted Su Fan dead, but also aimed to eliminate Uchiha Itachi as a pawn, because he did not need to defy his own tools. Whoosh! Danzo charged out from Su Fan's great fireball, ignoring the pain all over his body. He injected wind-released chakra into his kunai, forming a sharp wind blade that swept horizontally towards Su Fan's throat, attempting to seal his fate with a single strike. If it were any other ninja, they might indeed perish under Danzo's ruthless killing move, which valued destruction over survival. However, Su Fan had already opened his Byakugan. Even with the great fireball providing cover for his lethal attack, Su Fan could see through it all. Reversal. Su Fan roared, and the chakra cloak enveloping him erupted. He then began to spin. The massive great fireball dissipated, replaced by a visible chakra that quickly formed a hemispherical shield around him. Boom! Danzo's kunai collided with the reversal, and the wind release enhancement was instantly dispelled, causing the kunai to shatter into 2 pieces. Danzo's eyes widened. As a root member of Konoha, he understood every blade of grass in the village. This technique was supposed to be a secret art of the Hyuga clan, and even the branch family did not have the right to inherit it. Yet, Su Fan had used it right in front of him. Not only would release, but even reversal. Before Danzo could process his shock, the range of Su Fan's reversal suddenly expanded, completely shattering the remaining kunai in his hand. Following that, the power of reversal slammed into Danzo, effortlessly shattering his internal organs and every bone in his body. With a scream, Danzo's body was sent flying, crashing into the earthen wall behind him with a loud bang. This scene came so suddenly that even the root ninjas had no time to react. Lord Danzo. Oil Woman Toki stared at Danzo, whose lower body was the only part visible, utterly shocked. He had some understanding of the Hyuga clan. Although reversal was a proud technique of the main house, regarded as the strongest defense, it was ultimately a defensive maneuver through high-speed rotation. Yet, in Su Fan's hands, it was not just a simple defense. At the moment Su Fan made contact with Danzo, he not only unleashed his chakra to expand the range of reversal, but also multiplied its power several times. He could even hear the sound of Danzo's internal organs and bones shattering one by one. Is that the Byakugan? Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened, disbelief etched on his face. After Su Fan finished using reversal, his pale white eyes were exposed for all to see. When did he transplant the Byakugan? Itachi furrowed his brows. In fact, although the assassination plan involved would release clones assisting him, it appeared more like Su Fan was singularly hunting down Danzo. He just happened to be present at the scene. Moreover, the gap in strength between them was enormous. Even if he did nothing, Danzo would have been killed by Su Fan. It's over. Itachi took a deep breath. After taking such a degree of attack, even Danzo couldn't possibly survive. No wonder he didn't care whether there were root ninjas around. With his strength, he could indeed ignore them. Just as Itachi was certain this could all come to an end, Danzo's previously vanished chakra reappeared. And there was no sign of him being on the brink of death. How is that possible? Itachi frowned and looked toward the location where Danzo's chakra had recovered. Danzo, embedded in the earthen wall, had already vanished without a trace. Reversal? The bandages on Danzo's body, along with his outer clothing, had been completely burned away by Su Fan's great fireball, yet there were no burn marks left on him. Even the internal organs and bones that Su Fan had shattered were now intact. Su Fan and Uchiha Itachi both turned their gaze to the current Danzo, especially his right arm, which bore the face of Hashirama Senju at the shoulder, covered with 3 Tomo Sharingan. One of those Tomo was permanently closed. Su Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He had already anticipated this situation. When Danzo charged out from the Great Fireball, he had activated his Izanagi, intending to use temporary invincibility to trade 1 for 1 with him. That is, Uchiha Itachi observed Danzo closely. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have thought Danzo had modified himself. It's Izanagi, Su Fan said without hesitation. You should know this forbidden technique. Yes, Itachi nodded, not denying it, but still shocked by the fact that Danzo possessed so many Sharingan. Since the start of the war, members of the Uchiha clan had died, killed in battle, mysteriously disappeared, and so on. If he wasn't mistaken, Danzo had collected Sharingan through these means. The reason for such a terrifying idea likely stemmed from Kakashi. Itachi explained his speculation. Kakashi became a hero during the Third Shinobi World War and also acquired Obito's eyes. It was probably then that Danzo conceived the idea of collecting Sharingan. He never expected that he had mastered the Uchiha's forbidden technique. Remembering the scene before Shirsue's death, where he entrusted his clansmen and Sharingan to him, made Itachi even more resolute. It seems we need to kill him 10 times, Itachi said solemnly, drawing his weapon. Based on a number of Sharingan on Danzo's arm and his right eye, he could activate Izanagi 10 more times. In other words, he could launch 10 more suicide attacks. As long as he was fatally wounded in any of those 10 instances, the outcome would already be decided. What needed to be determined now was how long Danzo's Izanagi would last. Itachi slowly spoke, based on his understanding of Izanagi. This forbidden technique consumed an enormous amount of chakra, and its effective duration varied from person to person. If they could calculate the specific time, it would make dealing with him much easier. This was the weakness of Izanagi. Itachi paused. I need your cooperation, Su Fan. No need to complicate things. Danzo's Izanagi has an effective time of only 1 minute. Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 62, Kill. The battle between ninjas is not only a clash of ninjutsu, but also a contest of intelligence. Especially in the early stages of Naruto, everyone's strength was generally similar. In order to defeat Kakashi's Team 7, Zabuza was willing to fake his death once to gather intelligence about them. Although the outcome was still Zabuza's defeat, it demonstrated the importance of intelligence. For Su Fan, who had watched Naruto, mastering everyone's intelligence was his advantage. How did you determine this effective time? Uchiha Itachi asked without hesitation. In fact, when Danzo revealed his arm embedded with a Sharingan, Su Fan showed no surprise on his face, as if he had known about it all along. I killed Danzo once before, Su Fan said frankly. To him, this was not much of a secret. Now, it was merely a matter of repeating a few steps. After saying this, Su Fan strode directly towards Danzo. Although the root ninjas tried to intercept him, their strength was not enough to stop Su Fan. With the help of the Byakugan's 360-degree perspective, Su Fan could clearly see the direction and method of each incoming attack. It must be said that, apart from Danzo, these ninjas' combat styles were very conventional. They either used shadow shurikens, direct throws of kunai, or various B-rank ninjutsu. Only a few ninjas chose to approach him using taijutsu or sword techniques. Watching Su Fan get closer, Danzo's breathing became hurried. Although he could use the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi, the effective time was very limited. Moreover, this technique consumed a significant amount of chakra. Can I still use it 10 times? Danzo glanced at the Sharingan on his arm and directly performed a summoning technique. Boom! With a loud noise. A massive cloud of smoke spread outwards. Danzo seized this opportunity and took a deep breath. Wind release. Vacuum wave. Countless blades of wind broke through the white smoke and attacked Su Fan's vital points. Through the Byakugan, Su Fan immediately recognized Danzo's summoned beast, the Dream Demon. It could use wind release to draw enemies in and devour them. Danzo had even broken through Sasuke's Susanoo with its help. Whoosh! In fact, at the moment Danzo launched the vacuum wave, the Dream Demon also understood the situation. It opened its massive jaws and took a deep breath, creating an incredibly powerful gale. Su Fan could even feel an unprecedented wind pressure pushing him towards the Dream Demon. As the vacuum wave was about to hit him, Su Fan remained calm and simply clapped his palms together with force. Clap. The sound was crisp and decisive. Would release. Would clone technique. As Su Fan channeled chakra into the trees beneath him, they rapidly expanded and transformed into a towering giant wooden figure. Su Fan then stepped onto its back and concentrated chakra in his feet to stabilize his center of gravity. Boom, boom, boom. Several vacuum waves struck the wooden figure but only left a few cracks. The root ninjas could not damage the wooden figure Su Fan had created. Uchiha Itachi looked at Su Fan and his wooden figure, which was even larger than what he had seen before. Can its defense rival that of Susanoo? In fact, this battle was not just about Itachi and Su Fan teaming up to kill Danzo. During this process, Itachi was also gathering all intelligence about Su Fan. Even though Su Fan had previously used the wood clone technique, it was merely a deterrent and not a real battle, relying solely on instinct. Itachi could not determine the wooden figure's strength. However, now, the defense of the wooden figure greatly shocked him. Without using Susanoo, it could only dodge. Moreover, Danzo was not an ordinary ninja. He was very familiar with the Uchiha clan. Even when facing Shursui, he had not made a mistake. Using Jinjutsu against him was not an easy task. Just as Uchiha Itachi was internally comparing himself with Su Fan, the massive wooden figure rapidly advanced. Every root ninja present gasped in awe. Even the oil girl, Tsurugi, was momentarily stunned, feeling that her worldview had been shattered. Is this really a battle between ninjas? That giant wooden figure couldn't even be harmed by Danzo's wind release, and its power and speed were not inferior to any agile jonin. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if faced with Su Fan and his wooden figure, retreating would be extremely difficult. Damn it, Danzo sucked in a breath, thinking he could succeed with the summoning technique and the Dream Demon. But for some reason, he felt as if Su Fan knew him inside and out. Not even the slightest flaw. Danzo frowned, only to see the giant wooden figure completely disregard the wind pressure from the Dream Demon, reaching out its robust arms to grip its mouth. Rumble. With a series of rumbling sounds, the wooden figure pressed the Dream Demon to the ground with overwhelming force. The wooden figure's defense was so exaggerated that it could grasp a tailed beast bomb and counterattack. Even though he could not use sage techniques to further enhance the wooden figure, dealing with a Dream Demon was more than sufficient. And at the moment the wind pressure was lifted, Su Fan, relying on his explosive power, charged in front of Danzo and grabbed his neck. Crack. Clean and decisive. Su Fan instantly snapped Danzo's neck. However, this only caused one of the eyes on Danzo's arm to close forever. You are indeed strong. Danzo stepped back, his neck breaking free from Su Fan's grip, and he stared at Su Fan with a very complex expression. I once conducted human experiments to try to restore the power of Lord Hashirama to Konoha. However, what I ultimately obtained was a substandard product like Dan. After I poured everything into it, he was snatched away from me by Sarutobi Danzo. But you have taken a wrong path. Hizashi's weakness will only lead to Konoha's decline, just like Lord Hashirama's policies. Just like Shursui, clearly possessing the power to rewrite the ninja world. Yet always fixated on a small village. Fixated on a small clan. Even the peace achieved by Lord Hashirama was limited, with his death marking the end of it. Danzo screamed hysterically, unable to comprehend why so many supported Sarutobi Hiruzen and recognized his ideals. Indeed, facing Danzo's words, Su Fan nodded, indicating that he agreed with this idea. However, this did not conflict with his intention to kill Danzo. Su Fan gripped the kunai and thrust it hard, directly piercing through Danzo's left chest, clear from front to back. Let me calculate. It seems I need to kill you 8 more times. Su Fan shrugged and then glanced back at Uchiha Itachi. Do you want to come and kill him a couple of times too? Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 63. The Art of Poison in the Jar. Izanagi is not a technique for resurrecting the dead, but rather a technique for rewriting reality. Even if Su Fan were to sever Danzo's arm or pierce the Sharingan on his arm at the moment of attack, it would not stop Danzo's Izanagi. Because all he needs to do is change the reality of his severed arm, and he can restore it to its original state. However, this is the weakness of Danzo's use of Izanagi. Every technique has its weaknesses. Uchiha Itachi's gaze sharpened as he realized that Su Fan did not necessarily need to kill Danzo dozens of times. In fact, Danzo needed to activate Izanagi in advance to ensure that for the next minute, no matter what damage he took, he could rewrite it. To ensure that Su Fan would not attack his arm and sever the connection to his Sharingan, Danzo had to precisely connect between 2 uses of Izanagi. 10 minutes. Uchiha Itachi took a deep breath and suddenly understood. Su Fan was actually forcing Danzo to continuously use Izanagi, exhausting the Sharingan on his arm. And Danzo was equally aware of this. Even if he appeared calm on the surface, he was undoubtedly extremely anxious inside. Take the route, prepare that move. Danzo gritted his teeth, and during his continuous battles with Su Fan, the 5th Sharingan on his arm also lost its light forever. With only 6 minutes of effective time left, if he could not resolve Su Fan and Uchiha Itachi in the following time, nor escape from here, then he would die today. He was well aware of this, and he also knew that Su Fan was aware of it. After taking a deep breath, Danzo had to make up his mind. Perhaps this would cost the lives of many root ninjas, but as long as he survived, he could rebuild everything. Meanwhile, Yamanaka Torian fell into silence. The technique Danzo knew was the Yamanaka clan's forbidden technique, the art of poison in the jar. This technique requires a large amount of flesh and then spreads poisonous insects, along with a special barrier that allows the insects to breed in large numbers, producing a large amount of poisonous gas. Once these toxic gases are detonated, the contaminated cells will spread throughout the air. Even if one holds their breath, the toxins can seep through the skin into the enemy's body, killing them. Quick! Danzo couldn't help but roar, as Su Fan's momentum was overwhelming. In the face of his attacks, even if he seized the opportunity to kill him, Su Fan would release to block it. And after Su Fan cut off his head with a knife, Danzo's 6th eye also lost its light forever. Seeing this, Yamanaka Torian made up his mind and quickly rushed to the stage, controlling the poisonous insects to enter the bodies of other root ninjas, then unleashing the special barrier of the Yamanaka clan to breed in large numbers. The ninjas contaminated by the insects died in excruciating pain, their features visibly distorting at a rapid pace. Before they could scream, the invading insects devoured their tongues and then burrowed deep into their throats and organs. A large number of root ninjas began to collapse to the ground. Damn! Danzo quickly noticed Yamanaka Torian's actions. Although he did not want to see his cultivated subordinates die one by one, there was nothing he could do. His Izanagi could only rewrite the reality of being killed, but could not change the fact that Su Fan survived. His wooden clone completely suppressed the nightmares, rendering it useless. And his wind release was always countered by Su Fan's great fireball. Damn it! Danzo gritted his teeth. If Su Fan used a more powerful fire release, he wouldn't feel this suffocating sensation. But Su Fan seemed to only know the great fireball technique. And what was most frustrating was that this was merely a C-rank ninjutsu, often used for probing in battles between ninjas. This ninjutsu couldn't even kill an opponent, let alone injure them. Yet this low-level ninjutsu had become an unbelievable killing move in Xu Fan's hands. Would release Violent Gun Tree. As he watched the raging flames approach, Danzo could only use his right arm, infused with Hashirama cells, to create a giant tree to block it. However, at that moment, a sharp kunai suddenly approached his temple. Uchiha Itachi, who had been watching the battle, suddenly took action. That guy Itachi. Danzo's heart was filled with rage. He had always regarded Itachi as his pawn, but he came to assassinate him alongside Xu Fan. Damn! Danzo quickly disengaged from the violent gun tree, tilting his head back forcefully to avoid the incoming kunai. However, in the process of retreating at high speed, he collided with an incredibly sharp longsword, blood splattering as the shimmering blade pierced through his chest. Standing behind Danzo was none other than Uchiha Itachi. At this moment, he held the standard weapon of Umbu ninjas in both hands, accurately piercing Danzo's heart. Another Sharingan on Danzo's arm lost its light. Not only that, but the Danzo who should have been killed by Uchiha Itachi also vanished before his eyes. You are just a pawn of mine. Breathless, Danzo appeared behind Uchiha Itachi, wrapping his arm around his neck and glancing at the remaining Sharingan on his arm. Although Izanagi is said to change reality, it cannot replenish the lost chakra. After repeatedly activating this forbidden technique, Danzo's body began to weaken. However, he firmly believed that this story's ending would not be his death. Since you want to die so badly, Itachi, I will fulfill your wish. Danzo whispered in Itachi's ear, while his right arm began to swell. Would release, root explosion. Danzo had used this technique against Xu Fan before, thinking he could perish alongside him and then rewrite reality with Izanagi, but he underestimated Xu Fan's vitality. He was even strong enough to survive this technique. But no matter what, Uchiha Itachi was just an ordinary person. The giant tree erupted from under Danzo's feet, wrapping around Danzo and Uchiha Itachi at an unprecedented speed, then began to grow wildly, consuming both of them. Meanwhile, Yamanaka Torian had exhausted all his chakra to breed the poisonous insects. The art of poison in the jar. With Yamanaka Torian forming the last hand seal, he detonated all the poisonous gas. Boom! A huge explosion erupted, and the deadly cells contaminated by the insects instantly dispersed, spreading throughout the air, infecting all targets within range. Perhaps this would kill Lord Danzo as well, but as long as he had Izanagi, he could change this reality. The ones who would die would be Xu Fan and Itachi. Chapter 64. If I'm going to kill you, why bother with pretenses? Regardless, Danzo is the leader of the root and the one who established everything. Even if it means sacrificing comrades, Yamanaka Torian will protect Danzo. Therefore, in the current situation, Yamanaka Torian does not care how many root ninjas his forbidden technique will kill. As long as Lord Danzo survives, they have hope to continue moving forward. However, Xu Fan quickly noticed Yamanaka Torian's movements. Is it the toxic technique? Xu Fan glanced at Yamanaka Torian's position, noticing the chunks of flesh and the filthy blood at his feet. He knew very well that this was the Yamanaka clan's forbidden technique, which kills targets indiscriminately. Combined with Danzo's Izanagi, this technique is indeed effective. But he had already grasped this information. You are very loyal and strong, Xu Fan said casually. He didn't even need to rush over deal with this guy or stop him. Not to mention, he had hundreds of ways to prevent toxins from entering his body. He wasn't the real Xu Fan at all. His mission was singular, to eliminate Danzo alongside Uchiha Itachi. His true body wasn't even here. It didn't matter if he inhaled this toxin. He was merely a wood clone, and Yamanaka Torian quickly realized this. Faced with his proud, toxic dust, Xu Fan not only showed no sense of crisis, but appeared indifferent. What is going on? Yamanaka Torian swallowed hard, shocked by the scene. Perhaps Xu Fan could hold his breath or wrap himself in a special cloak formed by chakra. But the forbidden technique he unleashed could still seep in, just at a slower pace. Either Xu Fan was very confident in his strength, believing that even if infected by the toxic dust, it wouldn't threaten his life, or he simply didn't care about his own life or death. No. Yamanaka Torian's mouth involuntarily formed an O, because a more astonishing possibility crossed his mind. This guy is a clone? A would clone like Tenzo, a true physical incarnation, a higher-level ninjutsu than the shadow clone developed by the second Hokage. But is that possible? After all, the person he was trying to assassinate was not a regular jonin from Konoha, but Danzo, the disciple of Senju Tobirama, who had been through countless wars. Most importantly, Su Fan had fought Danzo once, and the latter had come out unscathed. Regardless of the psychological factors at play, when facing such a formidable enemy, as a ninja, one must calculate all possibilities and face the battle with utmost seriousness. As a result, Su Fan only sent a wood clone? He thinks he can kill Lord Danzo with just a wood clone? No. Yamanaka Torian couldn't help but gasp, feeling a chill run down his spine. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't underestimate Lord Danzo like this. Su Fan's true body must be hiding in the shadows. Yamanaka Torian released his insects desperately, trying to find Su Fan's hidden true body. There's no need to go through all that trouble. Su Fan said casually, "My true body isn't here. He's with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Yamashiro Aki, heading to the Land of Iron for the Double Shadow Conference." What? This time, not only Yamanaka Torian, but all the root ninjas who heard this were stunned. Moreover, to ensure that the root ninjas outside the range of the toxic technique could hear, Su Fan injected chakra into his voice, making it louder and spreading farther. It wasn't Su Fan who was assassinating Lord Danzo with Uchiha Itachi. It was merely one of his wood clones. At the same time, Yamanaka Torian's toxic technique formed a massive hemisphere, trapping Su Fan, Danzo, Uchiha Itachi, and some root ninjas inside. And those former teammates all died on the spot at a visibly rapid speed. The root ninjas outside the toxic technique couldn't even step in. Did you really think I needed to take this seriously to deal with Danzo? Su Fan sighed helplessly, then shrugged. My true body isn't so serious about this matter. Boom! Just as Su Fan's voice fell, the giant tree behind him suddenly exploded. And what flew out was Danzo's corpse. He was crushed into a pulp by his own wood release, but the next second, he stood there unscathed. And during this process, he also clearly heard Su Fan's words. A wood clone. Danzo's eyes widened instantly, filled with disbelief. He had planned to use the tree root burial to perish together with Uchiha Itachi, then use Izanagi to come back to life. At the same time, Yamanaka Torian would use his forbidden technique, the toxic technique, to kill Su Fan. Although this would also poison himself, he could change everything using Izanagi. It would be a 2-for-1 deal to eliminate Su Fan and Uchiha Itachi. The lost Sharingan could always be replenished later. But what he never expected was that after relying on Izanagi to execute such a clever killing move, standing there was merely a wood clone? A wood clone? His true body is chatting happily with Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Land of Iron? Su Fan. However, his gaze was quickly drawn to something else. It was a massive skeleton, tightly wrapping around Uchiha Itachi and emitting a blood-red mist. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi's 3-Tomo Sharingan had upgraded to a Manjiki, a self-destructive attack utilizing the properties of Izanagi. Uchiha Itachi murmured, if he hadn't activated Susanoo at the critical moment, the earlier tree root burial might have claimed his life. However, the self-destructive attack used by Danzo wasn't this one. Poison? Uchiha Itachi looked around and realized he was in the midst of a poisonous array. It seemed he couldn't lift Susanoo for a while. Although this would place a certain burden on his eyes and expose his Manjiki, it could prevent the poison from seeping into his skin. Those eyes. Danzo swallowed hard, his gaze drawn to Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan. And the technique he used was not something he was unfamiliar with. When Shursui was evading the pursuit of root ninjas, he had demonstrated this power. He never expected that Uchiha Itachi would also possess it. With that thought, Danzo glanced at his arm, which already had 9 lost eyes. With his right eye included, he had only 2 minutes left. At the same time, Danzo realized that if he didn't resolve them, he would die. Within these 2 minutes, I must eliminate you. Danzo's gaze sharpened. He never imagined that Su Fan had only sent a wood clone. Itachi, your eyes, I will take them. Chapter 65. The last Izanagi. Danzo forced himself to calm down. The Su Fan in front of him was just a wood release clone, whose strength and chakra were inferior to his own body. Although he only had 2 uses of Izanagi left, as long as he could seize Itachi Uchiha Sharingan in the time to come, he could not only use that technique with his Manjiki, but also kill Su Fan's would release clone. If this plan failed, the outcome was self-evident. A desperate battle? Danzo's gaze sharpened as he temporarily abandoned Su Fan as a target and turned his attention to Itachi Uchiha. It was time to eliminate the traitors of Konoha. Danzo lowered his voice and, with legs like the wind, strode towards Itachi. With the forbidden technique, Izanagi, Danzo could ignore the damage caused by the oil woman's poison technique. However, Itachi had to rely on Susanoo to protect himself and prevent toxins from entering his body. In other words, as long as he could open a gap in Susanoo, the poison lingering in the air would instantly kill him. Seizing his Sharingan would only take an instant. Suddenly, Danzo pushed off the ground with his toes. Leaping into the air, and 2 kunai appeared in his hands. After infusing them with wind-release chakra, he first threw one towards Itachi's Susanoo. Immediately after, he unleashed Vacuum Wave for additional damage. Bang! The wind-release chakra directly struck the front of Susanoo, but was repelled by its powerful defense. The Vacuum Wave was completely blocked by the red aura. Not even wind release could work. Danzo furrowed his brow. Among the 5 basic nature transformations, wind release had the strongest destructive power, yet it had no effect at all. Itachi seized this opportunity, controlling Susanoo to throw a punch directly at Danzo. Bang! With a loud crash, Susanoo's fist struck Danzo's chest, shattering all his ribs and sending him flying. Danzo's head hit the ground, and his body rolled several times before coming to a stop. The last eye on his arm also lost its light. Itachi looked at the barely breathing Danzo on the ground. In a typical ninja confrontation, intelligence is a crucial factor. It was precisely due to the lack of understanding of Susanoo that he had adopted the most incorrect attack method. Wind release indeed had the strongest destructive power, but penetrating Susanoo was not so easy. As expected of Danzo, Su Fan couldn't help but comment. He vaguely remembered that Danzo had done something similar when fighting Sasuke to the death, and he didn't expect the same attack method against Itachi. Did he really see Susanoo as that weak? However, the current Itachi was not like Sasuke, who had just mastered Susanoo. He was very skilled in this technique. If he was not mistaken, the current Itachi was much stronger than Sasuke during the 5 Kage Summit. Moreover, at that time, Danzo was able to open a gap in Sasuke's Susanoo thanks to the Dream Taper. Now, however, his summoning beast had been pressed to the ground and rubbed several times by his own would-release clone. As for Danzo's remaining trump card, there was only one left, the 4-symbol seal. Once he lost the light in his last Sharingan, it would be his moment of death. Can't break through? Relying on the power of Izanagi, the barely alive Danzo stood up once more, the injuries on his body disappearing. However, this time he looked breathless. The reality that Izanagi could not change was the chakra consumed to activate this technique. It was even questionable whether he could keep the last use of Izanagi effective for a minute. And due to the poison technique, the root ninjas outside couldn't enter. Even if they charged in with a determination to die, they would lose their lives within seconds. The oil woman watched all of this, deeply worried about Danzo's condition. "Lord Danzo, we can only retreat," she gasped, shouting towards him. Other root ninjas helped each other break free from Su Fan's would-release blockade and gathered at the edge of the poison technique, preparing to assist Danzo in retreating. Damn it, Danzo gritted his teeth. He had originally planned to break open a gap in Susanoo and get close to Itachi to snatch his eyes. He didn't expect that even his wind release couldn't break through Susanoo. Plus, after continuously using his Izanagi, his chakra was running low. At most, he could use Vacuum Wave 3 more times, but with just that technique, Danzo felt it would be difficult to break Itachi's Susanoo. Thinking of this, he glanced at his root members and had to abandon his thoughts. Whoosh! Danzo exerted the last of his strength, trying to escape the poison technique before his final Izanagi ended. Otherwise, even if Su Fan and Itachi did not attack, he would die from the poison. However, Su Fan would not let him off easily. Seeing Danzo start to run wildly, he quickly formed hand seals and then clapped his palms down. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. The unreasonable Earth Release appeared again, and with Su Fan's extraordinary amount of chakra, the wall's thickness was piled up to several meters, forcing all the restless root ninjas back. Danzo, who was running wildly, had no choice but to stop. Beads of sweat were forming on his forehead, and his back was soaked. "Su Fan," Danzo spoke in a low voice. His time was running out. "I promise you and Sarutobi Hiruzen, I will never make a move against you again. I will no longer interfere in any decisions of Konoha's upper echelons, and I will disband Root from now on, whether it's the Sharingan or the cells of Lord Hashirama. I will no longer get involved." In this moment, Danzo truly panicked. In fact, after failing to seize Itachi's Manjiki, the calm he had barely maintained was completely shattered. Now, he couldn't even think clearly. Was killing him Su Fan's personal idea, or was it Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan? As long as he calmed down a little, he would know that Sarutobi Hiruzen's philosophy would not lead to his death. But now, he couldn't maintain even a shred of calm. "Itachi." Su Fan directly ignored Danzo's words and softly called out Itachi's name. Although he was resisting the oil woman's forbidden technique, the number of poison insects he released was staggering. After the toxic gas explosion, the toxin lingered in the air. Even though he protected himself with chakra, he had unknowingly inhaled some. Especially when he had just used Earth Release, it further aggravated the toxin's invasion. However, considering he was just a Wood Release clone and Danzo's Izanagi was about to disappear, it was time to exit. Byakugan. Su Fan concentrated all of Byakugan's attention on Danzo. This time he wanted to ensure this guy was completely dead. Itachi responded succinctly, controlling Susanoo to launch its final attack on Danzo. Chapter 66. The death of Danzo, there was no escaping it. Susanoo's two fingers pierced directly through Danzo's chest, and just before this happened, Danzo's right eye had just closed. Perhaps he had thought of relying on the last Izanagi to rewrite reality, but the remaining chakra could not sustain the effective time for a minute. Both Su Fan and Uchiha Itachi's strength far exceeded his expectations. During the battle with them, even without using forbidden techniques like Izanagi, he could not avoid the rapid consumption of chakra. However, after Uchiha Itachi controlled Susanoo to penetrate his own body, Danzo instead regained his composure. He had undoubtedly dedicated his life to Konoha. He had also undoubtedly inherited the ideals of Lord Hashirama Senju, becoming the root buried deep underground, providing sufficient nourishment to Konoha. The words of Hiruzen Sarutobi echoed in his ears once again. "I am Konoha, bathed in sunlight, while you are the roots buried deep underground. Light and darkness, without either side, the world cannot operate normally. The darkness of Konoha." Danzo spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering it onto Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo, while his gaze also darted towards Su Fan. He was observing him with his Byakugan. "Don't tenketsu." Danzo's breathing became rapid. Even though he forced himself to slow his breath, his injuries made it impossible. The poison from the poison technique began to permeate Danzo's body, making him feel a different kind of pain, as if his body was being torn apart. "Do you want to obtain Lord Hashirama's cells?" Danzo's mind raced at that moment, suddenly realizing that the cooldown time for Tenketsu was 10 years before it could be activated again. However, he could shorten it to a few hours with Lord Hashirama cells. If Su Fan cells had such abilities, he might not kill him, but instead use Tenketsu to control him. It's not that he wouldn't do it, but that he couldn't. Danzo squinted his eyes, seemingly understanding Su Fan's plan. He not only wanted to kill him, but also to obtain Lord Hashirama's cells. Even though he had indeed inherited the chakra and would release techniques of Hashirama Senju, it did not mean he was truly Hashirama Senju. Perhaps, after obtaining both Tenketsu and Hashirama cells, he would use this power to control Hiruzen Sarutobi. "I will not let you succeed." Danzo struggled to squeeze out a complete sentence from his throat, envisioning the blood mist of the Mist Village. He absolutely could not allow Su Fan to turn Konoha into the next Mist Village. Most importantly, he could not allow Su Fan to have the power to control Hiruzen Sarutobi. This assassination was entirely Su Fan's personal will, unrelated to Hiruzen Sarutobi. He knew better than anyone his own importance, and he should know better than anyone the importance of Hiruzen Sarutobi. And Uchiha Itachi, since he would betray me, you might also betray Hiruzen Sarutobi or even the village. In that instant, Danzo felt his thoughts become unprecedentedly clear, and his will was firm and decisive. He would never hesitate to survive like during the coup in the Land of Lightning. Never again. But no matter what, Su Fan, standing not far away, was merely a would-release clone of his true self. Even if he killed him, it would be meaningless. Therefore, Danzo's target was entirely focused on Uchiha Itachi. At least before dying, I will take you down with me. Danzo inhaled sharply, letting out a beast-like roar, and activated his last trump card. Inner four-symbol seal. Danzo grasped the Susanoo in front of him, preventing it from escaping his sealing range. Then, black blood began to spurt from Danzo, and the seal engraved on him began to swell, forming a spherical shape at a visible speed, enveloping himself, Uchiha Itachi, and his Susanoo within. For symbol seal, Uchiha Itachi frowned, not expecting Danzo to activate such a technique just before dying. Once caught in it, he would be completely sealed. At a critical moment, Uchiha Itachi directly activated the substitution technique, swapping Su Fan's wooden figure with himself. Noticing this scene, Su Fan understood and controlled the wooden figure to grab Danzo, ensuring he wouldn't run away. Although at the last moment of sealing, Danzo saw Uchiha Itachi retreating from the sealing range, he lost the chance to chase after him. However, Hashirama's final cells, Su Fan would never obtain. Hiruzen Sarutobi. The moment he whispered this name, the four symbols seal completely sealed Danzo, along with all the toxins and wooden figures within its range. Danzo, Lord Orochimaru's subordinate, fell to his knees with a thud, never expecting that Lord Danzo would meet such an end. In fact, it wasn't just him. All the root members present stood frozen in shock. Lord Danzo is dead? Lord Danzo. Countless root ninjas murmured his name, feeling an overwhelming shock in their hearts. The disciple of Lord Hashirama Senju, who had participated in countless battles, the one who single-handedly established the roots, had now died at the hands of Su Fan and Uchiha Itachi. Moreover, the former was just a clone. Sealed? Su Fan looked at the empty space that had left no traces behind, murmuring to himself. If he could obtain Hashirama's final cells, it might help his true self. However, since his true self had never mentioned this matter, it indicated that he was not particularly interested in Danzo's arm. Danzo, Uchiha Itachi, also gazed at the empty space before him, seeing himself clearly in that moment of death. Maybe. Su Fan shrugged, then released his Byakugan. Throughout the previous process, he had been confirming with his Byakugan. Danzo was completely dead. It was just that Uchiha Itachi felt a bit complicated. Although he knew Danzo had done many disgraceful things, his heart had always been for the village. As a leading figure in Konoha, he had always eradicated hidden dangers, even at the cost of bearing darkness, becoming the roots of Konoha. All right, Danzo is now dead, and I should release the clone technique to inform my true self of the situation. Su Fan looked around. Due to the poison technique, these ninjas had not continued to attack. Or rather, they were still in shock from Danzo's death, unable to think about the next course of action. But no matter what, Danzo was a high-ranking official in Konoha, and his death would likely soon reach the ears of Koharu, Hamura, and even the daimyo. As for the ones who killed him, himself and Itachi, might trigger a series of effects. However, the ones likely to be most affected should be the Uchiha clan. Su Fan looked back at Uchiha Itachi, lowering his voice. I need you to hold them off until my true self returns. Chapter 67. We need to talk when Shui was still alive. The Uchiha clan wanted to launch a coup. The reason they had held back until now was largely due to the balance of power between the two sides. In other words, the Uchiha clan feared the strength of the third Hokage and the higher-ups of Konoha. So they needed at least two elite Nin capable of activating the Manjiki Sharingan before they would initiate a coup. Previously, it was Shui, and now it was Itachi Uchiha. However, Su Fan was very certain in his heart, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen and his original body were not in the village, and Danzo had been killed by him, Itachi Uchiha, with his ideology, still would not stand with the Uchiha clan. Moreover, even if the Uchiha clan succeeded in their coup at this time, when the third Hokage returned to the village, the Nin of Konoha would definitely respond to the third Hokage. By that time, it would likely lead to even greater bloodshed. I'm very clear about this. Itachi Uchiha nodded, indicating that he would find a way to restrain the Uchiha clan and prevent them from making a wrong decision. That's good. Sulfan note that, then glanced at Oil Girl Toryun and the other Root ninjas. There was no need to kill them all. Before being part of Root, their label was first as Konoha ninjas, the power of Konoha. With Danzo dead, he could even take over them. Of course, these Root ninjas would definitely not act as if nothing had happened. Once his shadow clone was dispelled, they would inform the higher-ups of Konoha about Danzo's death. By that time, not being able to find him, they might turn against Itachi Uchiha. Then, Sufan took a deep breath and showed a confident smile to Itachi Uchiha. Danzo had already been dealt with. It was time for him to dispel the shadow clone technique and report back to his original body. See you later. After saying this, Sufan dispelled his would-release clone and vanished in front of Itachi and the Root ninjas. Itachi Uchiha looked at the empty space where Sufan had disappeared and murmured, "It's not that one must become Hokage to gain everyone's recognition. Rather, it is through gaining everyone's recognition that one may become Hokage." The marginalized Uchiha clan, even if they became Hokage through a coup, would still be unpopular. And you are the same, Sufan. After leaving this profound remark, Itachi Uchiha's body began to disintegrate, transforming into a pitch-black crow and slowly disappearing from the scene. Due to the four-symbol seal, Danzo's body left no trace. Toryun stared at the completely sealed space where Danzo had been, took a deep breath, and realized that he could not stop either Sufan or Itachi Uchiha from leaving. What he was uncertain about was whether these two had come to assassinate Danzo or were attempting to unite with the Uchiha clan to launch a coup afterward. Perhaps Sufan's original body was currently attacking the third Hokage in the Land of Iron. As he thought of these possibilities, Toryun quickly calmed his emotions and turned to leave. He needed to inform the higher-ups of Konoha about this matter and immediately tell Sarutobi Hiruzen. Meanwhile, on the way to the Land of Iron, due to not using any transportation, Sufan and his group chose to travel during the day and rest at night. At this moment, Sufan was resting in his room. Suddenly, a series of messages and images flooded into his mind. Danzo is dead. Sufan stood up from the tatami mat and walked to the window, looking at the bright moon in the night sky. Even his would-release clone could use the Byakugan, plus Itachi Uchiha's Manjiki. Danzo had no chance of faking his death and escaping. What Sufan did not expect was that at the last moment, Danzo would choose to use the four-symbol seal to erase Hashirama's cells. Worried that I might use Kodowa Mitsukami to control Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sufan couldn't help but smile. He didn't need to use Kodowa Mitsukami on Sarutobi Hiruzen at all. According to the current timeline, at most 6 years later, Sarutobi Hiruzen would die during Orochimaru's invasion of Konoha. The remaining task was to go to the Land of Iron and instigate a conflict between Konoha and the Cloud Ninjas. Unlike the Senju clan, any member of the Uchiha clan could awaken the Sharingan with just a little stimulus. Even someone like Uchiha Izumi, who had a single bloodline inheritance, could unlock the Sharingan. And when it comes to stimulus, what could be more stimulating than war? Even Uchiha Fugaku unlocked the Manjiki when he witnessed his close friend die on the battlefield. If I'm not mistaken, the Sharingan on Danzo's arm was also obtained in this way. During the Third Shinobi World War, when Konoha was simultaneously at war with the four nations, the Uchiha clan naturally could not sit idly by. In such an environment, those who awakened the Sharingan and those who died on the battlefield would naturally not be few. Sufan also noticed a detail. The Uchiha clan would not awaken with a 3-tomo Sharingan right away. Generally, the first awakening would only be a 2-tomo, which could be considered a genius. In other words, on the night of the massacre, even if the Uchiha clan awakened a Sharingan due to the slaughter by Itachi and Obito, it would not be a 3-tomo. However, the 3-tomo Sharingan collected after the night of the massacre filled an entire wall. If I'm not mistaken, those 3-tomo Sharingan were mostly from those who awakened their 1 or 2-tomo during the Third Shinobi World War and then upgraded through training. However, just having a 3-tomo Sharingan does not guarantee elite J-nin strength. It still depends on both sides' combat experience and intelligence mastery. Of course, Sufan did not care about whether the Uchiha clan was strong or not. As long as the war between Konoha and the Cloud Ninjas broke out, he could send the Uchiha clan into battle weakening their strength while also finding ways to collect Sharingan. Such plug-and-play power is naturally welcome. At the same time, Itachi Uchiha also returned home, and as soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he heard a familiar voice. Itachi Uchiha turned to look, using the bright moonlight to see his father. We need to talk. Uchiha Fugaku leaned against the pillar at the entrance, arms crossed. The previous event of the God Tree's descent had circulated among the Uchiha clan, causing great unrest. Some even said it was a warning from the higher-ups of Konoha. But regardless of the truth, it had solidified the clan members' determination to do one thing: launch a coup and reclaim their rightful power through the bloody cleansing of Konoha's higher-ups. Itachi Uchiha would obviously be a key pillar of this force. Yes, it is time to talk. Itachi Uchiha took a deep breath and responded to Fugaku. Chapter 68. You cannot deal with Danzo because he is already dead, Sasuke? He is already asleep. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at the house behind him, feeling a sense of longing for you. Uchiha Itachi nodded, saying nothing. Sasuke had always worked hard to catch up with him. Practicing the great fireball technique by the lake was something he did every day. And I, too, loved this younger brother. For him, I would be willing to give everything and bear all burdens. It's not an exaggeration to say that Uchiha Itachi, in the quiet of the night, had even considered using his own hands to sever the possibility of the Uchiha clan betraying the village. But the only one he couldn't let go of was Uchiha Sasuke. I've already told him not to chase after you. Fugaku took a deep breath. Although Sasuke indeed worked hard, his talent was far inferior to Itachi's. In fact, not just Sasuke, Itachi could be considered a rare genius among all the Uchiha clan. If a coup were to occur, his strength would be indispensable. Over here, Fugaku gestured with his eyes in a direction, some words he didn't want anyone to hear. Especially after Shusui's suicide, the monitoring of the Uchiha clan by the Umbu and Root had become increasingly strict. Uchiha Itachi naturally would not refuse. Perhaps a few days ago, he didn't want to discuss this matter with his father, but now his thoughts had changed, especially after personally killing Danzo. He knew that some decisions could no longer be changed. Moreover, he didn't intend to change them. From the current situation, Su Fan not only had strength, but was also decisive in killing. Collaborating with him was not only pleasant, but also fruitful. Danzo was a good example. Of course, Uchiha Itachi didn't fully trust Su Fan in his heart. He was a ninja, standing on the side of Konoha, loyal to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. If Su Fan intended to act against Hiruzen, then he and Su Fan would be enemies. However, Uchiha Itachi's reaction surprised Fugaku. He had even prepared for Itachi to evade him. Yet Itachi followed closely behind him. It wasn't until Fugaku deemed it safe enough that he turned to look into his son's eyes. They were resolute. It seems you have made up your mind. Fugaku slowly spoke, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. Before today, he had often seen confusion in Itachi's gaze. No matter which side you ultimately choose, I will be proud of you. Fugaku's lips curled up, revealing a rare smile. In his view, tonight was the time to lay everything on the table. Father, the clan has decided to launch a coup within the next few days. Fugaku paused and continued. I hope you can understand, Itachi, ever since the Nine-Tails incident, our clan has been marginalized by the higher-ups of Konoha. You should also be clear that the village was established by the Senju and Uchiha. We just want to take back what belongs to us. The third Hokage is currently on his way to the Land of Iron, and the higher-ups in the village are at their weakest, as long as we can deal with Danzo. However, just as Uchiha Fugaku was about to reveal the entire plan and hope for Itachi and himself to join forces against Danzo, his voice was suddenly interrupted. You cannot deal with Danzo, father, Uchiha Itachi said firmly. Just as his eyes indicated, he was no longer confused in his heart. He had decided to team up with Su Fan to truly resolve the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village. For this, he needed to prevent the coup from happening. Fugaku frowned instantly. Have you sided with Danzo? No. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, speaking deliberately. Danzo is dead. Fugaku. Danzo is dead? Danzo is dead. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened in shock, his mouth forming an O shape as he stood there dumbfounded, unable to speak for a long time. However, the next moment, Uchiha Itachi further shocked him. It was Su Fan who killed him. Fugaku. What is happening now? Is Itachi actually on my side? Wait, hasn't he always been loyal to the village? It's not an exaggeration to say that Fugaku always thought Uchiha Itachi would stand with the higher-ups of Konoha, even going so far as to act against his own clan if necessary. Yet he said Danzo is dead, and it was Su Fan who killed him? Wait, who is Su Fan? What is going on? Fugaku swallowed hard, finally managing to gulp down some water to regain his composure. Even so, his face was still filled with shock, and he couldn't help but pace back and forth in front of Itachi, clearly finding it hard to accept the news of Danzo's death. I will resolve the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village, but I need some time, father. Even if we launch a coup now, by the time the third Hokage returns, the Umbu, Root, and the Jonin in the village will still follow him. And at that time, it will only lead to a more serious bloodbath. Itachi paused slightly before continuing. Do you really want to see that scene unfold? Who is Su Fan? Fugaku took a deep breath and couldn't help but ask. He is from the Senju clan and also the one who used the God Tree technique near the Nanga Shrine. We worked together to deal with Danzo. The God Tree technique? Fugaku was shocked again, feeling that Itachi had given him too many shocks tonight. The Senju clan actually had someone who inherited the first Hokage's power. Meanwhile, Yamanaka Kirin was urgently summoned, instructing all the ninjas en route who could still fight to prepare to protect the higher-ups of Konoha, while he himself rushed to the residences of Koharu and Mitokado. Before long, Yamanaka Kirin conveyed the news of Danzo's death to them. What? Koharu and Mitokado were equally shocked by the news. Although they had heard of Su Fan for a long time, they never expected that he would actually team up with Uchiha Itachi to kill Danzo. After all, Danzo was not only a high-ranking official of Konoha, but also controlled Root. Most importantly, Su Fan might also act against Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yamanaka Kirin, I command you to immediately catch up with the third Hokage and report this intelligence to him. Mitokado clenched his fists tightly, his heart stirred with waves of anxiety. What he feared most now was that Su Fan had sided with the Uchiha clan, because those guys were already planning a coup. Then, gather all the Umbu ninjas to surround the Uchiha residence. Koharu then said, since Uchiha Itachi is among those who killed Danzo, then the Uchiha clan must also know this news. Perhaps they will further implement their plans. Chapter 69. Taking over the route after a night's rest. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions prepared to continue their journey to the Land of Iron. However, just as they finished breakfast and were about to leave the inn, old girl Tsuya caught up with them. Su Fan. Tsuya instantly recognized Su Fan, who stood beside the third Hokage, as the one who had teamed up with Uchiha Itachi to kill Danzo. Tsuya? Sarutobi Hiruzen also recognized the newcomer and suddenly had a bad feeling. If Tsuya had come all the way from Konoha village, it must be for something important. Lord, third Hokage, let's talk in my room. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the surrounding environment. Since Tsuya had chased after him, it indicated that this matter involved the village. As a ninja, he naturally wouldn't gather information from Tsuya in front of everyone. Sure, Tsuya understood and followed Sarutobi Hiruzen, but remained wary of Su Fan. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally noticed this detail. You come along too. This matter seems to involve you. Hearing this, Tsuya's heart skipped a beat, just as he was about to speak up and request a private conversation. Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured for him to be quiet. Su Fan appeared very calm. He had understood the situation through his shadow clone the night before. If he guessed correctly, Tsuya had come to inform Sarutobi Hiruzen about this matter and warn him to be cautious of himself. Of course, when dealing with Danzo, his shadow clone could have easily eliminated Tsuya with just a gesture. The reason he spared Tsuya's life was not for any special reason. Even if Tsuya died, Root still had other ninjas like Sai and others who would repeat the same actions, unless all of them were wiped out, but he had no conflict with Root. Before being part of Root, they were first labeled as Konoha ninjas. Killing them all would only weaken the village's power. Most importantly, Su Fan didn't intend to hide this matter at all. Quite the opposite. He wanted the third Hokage to know that it was he who had teamed up with Uchiha Itachi to eliminate Danzo. Speak up. What exactly happened in the village that made you so anxious? After returning to his room, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to inquire. Su Fan stood at the door, appearing indifferent. Tsuya clenched his fists and knelt on one knee, but remained vigilant, fearing Su Fan might choose to attack at this moment. Danzo is dead, Suya said seriously, but his attention was completely focused on Su Fan. What? Upon hearing this news, Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening slightly, feeling his brain buzz and go blank. Suya swiftly drew his weapon, turning his back to Sarutobi Hiruzen and adopting a protective stance, while keeping his gaze fixed on Su Fan. However, Suya was surprised to find that Su Fan's expression did not change at all, as if he didn't understand what was being said. I thought you would act directly, Suya instinctively said. Because I killed Danzo? Su Fan shrugged indifferently. This was something I had agreed upon with the third Hokage. What? Now it was Tsuya's turn to be shocked. On his way here, he had imagined countless possibilities, but he never expected that the third Hokage would know about this matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, you said that after the dual shadow meeting, you would leave Danzo to me to handle, didn't you? Su Fan shook his head helplessly, a bitter smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Moreover, I did this for the village. Suya? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Don't joke around. Suya stared intently at Su Fan, unable to accept this explanation. He and Uchiha Itachi had suddenly attacked Root and killed Danzo, and yet it was said to be for the village. It should be noted that Danzo bore all the darkness for the village. He was the root of Konoha. What is going on? In shock, Sarutobi Hiruzen struggled to maintain his composure. Rather than pursuing Su Fan's faults, he wanted to know the reason behind his actions. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not wish for Danzo to die. He was not only his close friend, but also a ninja who loved the village deeply. Most importantly, Su Fan's actions would only highlight his lack of vision. Suya, I hope you can answer truthfully. Su Fan spoke in a low voice, using an interrogative tone. What? Before Danzo's death, he summoned all the root ninjas. What do you think he was preparing to do? Suya had not expected Su Fan to ask this. Moreover, Danzo indeed had something to say when he gathered everyone, but before he could speak, he was killed by Su Fan and Itachi. As for Danzo's plans, even Tsuya himself wasn't very clear. As expected, Su Fan nodded. That is something that cannot be said. It is not what you think. Then what was Danzo planning by gathering so many ninjas? I don't know. That's enough. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to interrupt the two and continue to ask Su Fan what was going on. It was Itachi. Su Fan Baoset, saying that the one who killed Danzo was not me, but Uchiha Itachi. I merely sent a wood-release clone to assist him in this incident. Uchiha Itachi? Sarutobi Hiruzen was surprised again, not expecting him to be involved as well. Yes, Uchiha Itachi already informed me that the Uchiha clan was planning a coup, and Danzo had already learned about this matter. The reason he summoned so many people was to prepare to massacre the Uchiha clan. Su Fan paused before continuing. The founding of Konoha symbolizes the friendship between the Senju and Uchiha. Because Lord Hashirama is skilled in wood release, the village is called Konoha. And because Uchiha Madara excels in fire release, the leader of the village is called Hokage. Danzo attempted to eliminate the Uchiha while you were away from the village, and I just stopped him, that's all. After hearing Su Fan's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. He understood very well that what Su Fan said was true. The Uchiha clan had entertained this idea more than once, and he had been thinking of ways to resolve the conflict between the Uchiha and the village. As a hawkish figure, Danzo had indeed proposed this idea to eliminate the Uchiha when they were not yet strong enough, thoroughly eradicating the hidden danger in the village. Uchiha Itachi was also well aware of these matters. Suya, you can go back now. Su Fan slowly spoke. Suya frowned, clearly unable to accept all of this. Light and darkness, regardless of which side is lacking, the world cannot function normally. Konoha needs root and also needs darkness. Su Fan sighed, so I will take over root. Chapter 70. The piece is what? Oil Woman Toru had an incredulous expression. He even doubted whether he had misheard. He actually said he wanted to take over root. Just a short while ago, he had killed Lord Danzo, and right in front of all the root ninjas. It was incomprehensible and utterly unacceptable. However, Su Fan didn't care how Oil Woman Toru felt. Although he wasn't skilled in political maneuvering and had been just an ordinary person before crossing over. Now, he was merely an ordinary person with power, but he possessed a certain degree of omniscience. He didn't need to ask to know that the Uchiha clan wanted to stage a coup. That Uchiha Fugaku was caught in a dilemma between his clan and the village, and that Danzo wanted to completely eliminate these guys. Therefore, Sufan knew he just needed to base his plans on these facts. Even if everything he said now wasn't true, it was still true. He killed Danzo because he kept causing him trouble, even trying to control him with Kotoa Mitsukami. But the coup was real, and Danzo's plan was real. Sufan even felt that Danzo gathered so many from Root to prepare for the eradication of the Uchiha clan, using the Sharingan he obtained from them to deal with him. The line between truth and falsehood was blurred, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen would not be able to see through it. Even if he confronted Uchiha Itachi after returning, he wouldn't worry at all. From the moment Uchiha Itachi agreed to cooperate with him to deal with Danzo, he stood on Sufan's side, believing in his capability to resolve the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village. How Itachi viewed Sufan was unimportant. What mattered was that he needed him. And Uchiha Itachi, who needed him, would naturally bear all of this. Just like that earlier statement, light and darkness, one cannot exist without the other. During Hashirama's tenure, he was the light, and Tobirama was the dark. During Hiruzen's era, Hiruzen was the light, and Danzo was the dark. With Tsunade, she was the light, and Jiraiya was the dark. Naruto and Sasuke also had this kind of relationship. There always had to be someone to do the dirty work that light could not handle. And Sufan became the light, while Uchiha Itachi represented the dark. Toru recovered from a shock. Although this was a blow to him, he was still the Hokage of the village. Moreover, he had already arranged a peace talk with the Raikage in the Land of Iron. Even with Danzo dead, he couldn't rush back to the village at this moment. You go back first, tell Koharu and Hamura that I already know about this. And don't do anything until I return. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, and then looked at Sufan. Since you dealt with Danzo, then the Uchiha clan should. Itachi went to do it, Sufan said without hesitation. This was indeed what he had instructed Uchiha Itachi to do, and the latter had promised to fulfill it. Oil Woman Toru looked at Sufan. Although he was still dissatisfied, hearing the direct order from the third Hokage left him no choice. All right, let's leave it at that. Sarutobi Hiruzen straightened up, preventing Oil Woman Toru from saying anything more, commanding him to leave and relay his words to Koharu and Hamura. Yes, Hokage-sama. Oil Woman Toru took a deep breath, could only respond to Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders, and then left. After witnessing Oil Woman Toru leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked meaningfully at Sufan. This was all arranged by you, wasn't it? Huh? Sufan responded to Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze, looking as if he didn't understand what he was talking about. You needn't be so modest. Even if Danzo didn't die, I still plan to find an opportunity to dissolve his root, and then forget it. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Even discussing this now was meaningless since Danzo was already dead. That was a fact that had to be faced, whether he could accept it or not. However, Sufan's candid claim to take over Root caught him somewhat off guard. If Danzo hadn't died, dissolving it would be useless. He should know better than I do that with Danzo's methods. Even if the Root ninjas were incorporated into the Hokage's direct Anbu, they would still obey Danzo. Sufan paused. Moreover, he has crossed the bottom line. Bottom line? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, as if realizing something. He not only injected Hashirama cells into his body, but he even transplanted a Sharingan onto his arm, and the right eye hidden beneath the bandages was Shusui's Kotoa Mitsukami. Sufan directly revealed this information, noticing Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turning ashen, especially when mentioning Shusui's Kotoa Mitsukami. In fact, if Sufan remembered correctly, Shursui had approached Sarutobi Hiruzen at that time, stating he wanted to use Kotoa Mitsukami to stop the coup, and Danzo was not present. But right after Shursui left Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was hunted down by Danzo. So, who leaked this information? Perhaps Kotoa Mitsukami could indeed stop the coup, but who wouldn't be wary of that power? What about Shursui's eyes? They were sealed before Danzo died. He used the four-symbol seal, leaving no traces of the Sharingan or Hashirama cells. After Sufan finished speaking, he fell silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood became even more complicated. Nevertheless, Danzo was already dead, and as the leader of Konoha, he would not act based on personal feelings. However, if Sufan were to take over Root, It would mean allowing him into the upper echelons of Konoha, though the Senju clan's status did have some weight. His strength was also quite formidable. Moreover, Sufan's style of action was very similar to that of Tobirama's Senju. The power of Hashirama, combined with Tobirama's means, if Sufan were allowed to grow. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Sufan meaningfully. He possessed advantages that others did not have, unrelated to strength or means. He was young. He was only 13 years old, with decades still to go before reaching Sarutobi Hiruzen's age. Even physically, he had not yet reached his peak. He truly deserved to be cultivated and entrusted with important responsibilities. Now that Danzo was dead, whether to dissolve Root had indeed become less significant. Sufan, until a more suitable candidate is found, you will be the commander of Root. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen relaxed his tone and agreed to hand Root over to Sufan. However, this was not a whim. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, it was also a test for him. Of course, this was merely leading Root. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not intend to let him serve as an advisor to the Hokage or participate in high-level meetings. Yes, Hokage-sama, Sufan said with a smile. With this, all of Danzo's subordinates would become his pieces, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's Umbu would also be just a matter of time. All right, let's continue on our way. It's time to head to the Land of Iron. Sufan spoke again, his heart beginning to anticipate the rewards from this signing in. Chapter 71. Shallow strike and mastery of swordsmanship. After persuading Oilwoman to back off, Sarutobi Hizashi and the others set off directly, continuing their journey to the Land of Iron to attend the Twin Shadows Conference. Along the way, they encountered no further disturbances and smoothly arrived at their destination. When Sufan, Sarutobi Hizashi, and Yamanaka F stepped onto the territory of the Land of Iron, a familiar voice echoed in his ears once again. Congratulations, host, for successfully arriving at the check-in location. The check-in has officially begun. The check-in progress needs to reach 100. Exiting midway will be considered a failure. 123. Sufan blinked slightly as he looked at the ground beneath him. It seemed that this time, the check-in assistants deemed entering the Land of Iron as a success. Sufan thought to himself, while also anticipating the rewards after reaching 100 progress. This process took only a few breaths. 6673. The Land of Iron. Sarutobi Hizashi looked at the surrounding scenery and couldn't help but feel emotional. The Land of Iron is a country located deep in the mountains, making it a natural fortress that is easy to defend but hard to attack. Due to its geographical location, there are distinct seasons here, and during the cold winter, it is covered in thick snow. In fact, the reason the Land of Iron has been able to stay out of wars is not only due to the agreements between ninjas, but also because of its geographical factors. Because of the snow, once winter arrives, the Land of Iron cannot produce food. Even if occupied, the stored food cannot sustain many people, and it would instead become a burden for larger nations. Moreover, the Land of Iron borders many countries, making it a natural buffer zone. In other words, if any country harbors ill intentions towards the Land of Iron, they will receive support from other nations before they can conquer it. The geographical position of the Land of Iron also allows them to easily defend themselves. Any wise leader would understand that attacking here is a completely thankless task. Easy to defend, hard to attack, and with barren soil. Let's go. Sarutobi Hizashi took a deep breath. However, because of these reasons, the Land of Iron has remained unaffected by the ravages of war, and the air quality is quite good. At the same time, Sufan's check-in progress smoothly reached 100. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Reward. Mastery of shallow strike and swordsmanship. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Sufan couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. Although based on previous check-in rewards, this time's reward might be related to samurai and sword techniques. The specific rewards still surprise him a bit. However, the reward did not appear in Sufan's hands out of nowhere. Instead, it was stored in his item inventory and could be retrieved through thought. Sufan subconsciously glanced at the shallow strike that lay quietly in his inventory. From its appearance, it was just a slender, snow-white katana, not much different from the weapons he had seen in the Naruto world. However, as a transmigrator, Sufan was well aware of the exaggerated potential of weapons in this world. Its true origin was not related to Naruto, but came from another anime, called Bleach, being the name of a Zanpakuto before its Shurikai release. Crafted by the Phoenix Hall sword god, Nemea Etsu. This weapon is said to be the strongest Zanpakuto with unlimited development potential. Once materialized, it becomes a fruit-like human with only a mouth and nose. At the same time, it will evolve into a unique Zanpakuto as the user injects their spirit and beliefs into it. It's not an exaggeration to say that this seemingly unremarkable shallow strike is far more exaggerated than any mastery of swordsmanship. Each Zanpakuto has its own unique abilities. Sufan gazed at his own shallow strike, feeling increasingly pleased. He began to wonder what kind of abilities he would bestow upon this Zanpakuto. The strongest illusion like Mirror Flower, Water Moon? Or perhaps the ice wheel that freezes the world? Or a blade that incinerates all enemies to ashes like Flowing Blade? Like fire. However, the awakening of a Zanpakuto is determined by the weapon's holder. For example, Aizen, who excels at deception and disguise, bestowed Mirror Flower. Water Moon upon his Zanpakuto. The powerful Ichigo Kurosaki received Tensa Zangetsu. As for Kenpachi Zaraki, his Zanpakuto is, in Sufan's view, the most unreasonable one. Although I don't possess spiritual pressure, chakra seems similar. Both are expressions of mental and physical power, with greater density meaning greater strength. Based on Sufan's understanding, he felt that chakra in Naruto, spiritual pressure in Bleach, cosmos in Saint Seiya, ki in Dragon Ball, and then in Hunter x Hunter are all similar concepts, sometimes even resembling each other in form. For instance, Hashirama Senju's chakra, being overly powerful, easily oppresses opponents, causing them to lose their will to resist. This is very similar to spiritual pressure in Haki. In other words, he could inject chakra into the shallow strike, thereby granting it a unique ability. Sufan? Noticing Sufan lost in thought, Sarutobi Hizashi repeated his name, pulling him back to the real world. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Land of Iron, guards were already stationed. Upon noticing Sarutobi Hizashi and his group, one of the guards quickly approached them, saluted, and introduced himself. The newcomer was none other than Rika, a subordinate of the general of the Land of Iron, Mifune, who served as Mifune's bodyguard during the 5 Kage Summit. Although not a ninja, he possessed the strength of a jonin. Lord Hokage, please follow me. Lord Mifune has been waiting for a long time. Rika spoke respectfully. Although the Land of Iron has maintained neutrality, they are well informed about the other nations, especially Sarutobi Hizashi, the renowned 3rd Hokage of Konoha. Not only is he known for his ninjutsu teachings, but he also enjoys the title of ninja hero. Even Mifune holds great respect for this ninja. Sarutobi Hizashi smiled and nodded, allowing Rika to lead the way. Of course, Sarutobi Hizashi was also very aware. On the surface, the Land of Iron is a neutral nation that does not participate in any wars in the ninja world. But behind the scenes, there are certain connections with the methods of the general of the Land of Iron. In these deep mountains, various traps are laid out everywhere. Unless guided by someone familiar with them, it is difficult to safely enter the Land of Iron. Everyone must keep up with my pace. There is only one safe route into the Land of Iron, and it changes periodically, Rika said as he walked at the front of the group without looking back. This was, in fact, a warning. Trying to memorize the correct route is pointless. Sufan observed these guards, all dressed in silver-layered armor, with at least 2 blades hanging from their right sides. Although they are not ninjas, they still utilize chakra in battle. Chapter 72. The perfect sword in the Land of Iron. There are no ninjas, but unique samurai. Although these samurai possess chakra with various attributes just like ninjas, their combat methods are completely different. Ninjas transform chakra into various ninjutsu and genjutsu to strike at their opponents, while samurai channel their chakra into their katanas, forming sword energy. This results in the limited strength of these samurai, especially in the later stages of the Hokage era. The bombardment of various ninjutsu has rendered the combat power of the samurai extremely weak. Even the strongest in the Land of Iron, Mitsuba, has only shown average performance. However, if I could master the combat techniques of these individuals, I wonder if a quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change. Sufan silently followed behind Rika, beginning to contemplate. His chakra is somewhat more abundant than that of an average person. If he injects chakra into a katana, forming sword energy, I wonder if it would reach the level of an EX curry stick. I should find an opportunity to experiment. Just as Su Fan began to daydream, Rika led them through the forest and arrived at a town in the Land of Iron. As meets Suba's guard, Rika had already arranged accommodations for Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and others as per his orders. Everyone is tired from the journey. Lord Mitsuba specifically instructed that you all should rest well tonight and start discussions tomorrow. Rika maintained a respectful attitude. Although the national strength of the Land of Iron is far inferior to that of the great nations like the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, being the only neutral country that has managed to stay out of countless wars gives them a strong sense of confidence. Whether it is receiving the Hokage or the Raikage, Mitsuba did not directly appear but had his guards convey the message. They would meet him during the discussions. I understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, indicating that he would rest well. Then I won't disturb you all. I still need to report to Lord Mitsuba. After Rika said this, he performed a samurai bow to Su Fan and the others, then turned and left without looking back. I'm so tired, Hokage-sama. I need to rest well. Su Fan yawned lazily, appearing eager to rest as he watched Rika leave. All right. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally had no reason to refuse. Yamamoto, you've had a hard day too. Go and rest well. Yes, Hokage-sama. Yamamoto responded directly to Sarutobi Hiruzen and then headed to his room. Su Fan also said nothing, bidding farewell to Sarutobi Hiruzen and going to his own room. Although the Land of Iron is not affluent, under Mitsuba's leadership, everyone lives and works in peace. The room may not be luxurious, but it is clean and tidy, with commonly used items arranged neatly. Su Fan sat cross-legged on the tatami and activated his Byakugan. Although he had obtained Hashirama's chakra, mastered the 5 natures, and learned would release techniques, his sensory ability was a weakness. Sometimes, even face-to-face, Su Fan struggled to distinguish the differences in chakra. Fortunately, the Byakugan compensated for this weakness. When he activated this ocular technique, he could see a full 360 degrees around him. After confirming that no one was eavesdropping or watching him, Su Fan focused his energy and extracted the katana from his inventory. Although he rarely used such weapons, he was not entirely unfamiliar with them. He grasped his katana and swept it horizontally in front of him. The feel was no different from those weapons he had used before. Su Fan murmured to himself, beginning to inject chakra into the katana, wanting to see if he could directly influence it and turn it into a real Zanpakuto. However, this did not succeed. It was to be expected. He had just acquired this weapon, so how could he quickly transform it into a proper Zanpakuto? Looking at the silver blade, Su Fan stopped injecting chakra and stood up from the tatami. Although the sign-in reward had given him this katana, it did not come with a matching sheath. Speaking of which, the Land of Iron is a land of samurai. Every samurai here wears layered armor and carries at least 2 swords. So the blacksmithing industry should be quite developed. Thinking of this, Su Fan glanced out the window. It was still bright outside. I might as well go for a stroll. Su Fan decided to hang the katana at his waist and left his room. Although the countries are different, in the world of Naruto, everyone uses the same language. The streets were quite lively. Su Fan looked around. Although the Land of Iron is a somewhat isolated country, it was not significantly behind. The streets were bustling with people, and various vendors were making their sales. Of course, as a land of samurai, the ironworking craftsmanship here is very advanced. Su Fan didn't even need to ask for directions. He could see a blacksmith shop standing prominently ahead. He then glanced at the katana in his hand and strode over. Hello. Upon seeing Su Fan, the blacksmith was very enthusiastic. However, in the next moment, his gaze was drawn to the katana in Su Fan's hand. With just one glance, the blacksmith's eyes widened, and he gasped in surprise. That katana, the blacksmith swallowed hard, believing that he was quite knowledgeable in the Land of Iron, having crafted many of the weapons used by the samurai. It is not an exaggeration to say that he greatly disliked using the word perfect to describe a weapon. For a true blacksmith, the best weapon should always be the next one, the next generation. Because techniques constantly evolve, under passion and sweat, exquisite craftsmanship will become even more outstanding. This belief has always supported him in continuously researching and striving in this field. It is not an exaggeration to say that once a weapon is labeled as perfect, it is equivalent to denying all of his past efforts, even the path ahead. This is undoubtedly a huge blow to a blacksmith. However, these thoughts only existed before seeing Su Fan. Perfect. Under this extreme shock, the blacksmith could only utter this word. He even felt his vocabulary was severely lacking, as besides perfect, he couldn't think of any other words to describe this weapon. Can I take a look? The time seemed to freeze at that moment, and the blacksmith wiped his trembling hands with the apron on his chest, his eyes sparkling as if he were a child who had seen a cherished toy but had not received permission from an adult to touch it. Su Fan couldn't help but wonder, was this katana really that impressive? Postscript: the editor notified me that the book is going live. To be honest, my feelings about this launch are quite complex. The beginning of this book was indeed smooth, and the results were good. However, when it came time to ramp up the story, the results weren't as ideal, and due to some other reasons, there was a period where the pacing dragged. To be frank, I have no idea how the current readership is. It might not be too optimistic, otherwise, the editor wouldn't have scheduled the launch at this time. However, when the launch date was confirmed, I actually breathed a sigh of relief. Because subscriptions are real, the number of subscriptions indicates how many people like and support this book. Especially the initial subscriptions are really crucial data for a book, and they can even affect future recommendations. So I really ask everyone to at least give an initial subscription. It's just 10 cents. Moreover, it's important to have self-awareness. Our advantage should be the update frequency. Among all Naruto fanfics, our imagination may not be the biggest, and the details may not be the best, but the updates should be the most frequent. On the first day of release, there will be at least 5 updates, and then at least 2 updates every day. Currently, this book has over 10,000 collections, and based on a 30-to-1 ratio, there should be about 300 initial subscriptions. Following this foundation, for every additional 50 initial subscriptions, there will be 1 extra update for every reward to the leader. There will be 1 extra update for the Alliance leader, 10 extra updates for the Silver Alliance, 100 extra updates, although this is unlikely, for 10 monthly votes. There will be 1 extra update, and for every 10 increase in average subscriptions, there will be 1 extra update. In short, if you dare to read this book, I dare to update crazily. Finally, thank you all for your continued support. It has been wonderful to meet you. Chapter 73, Hope, and the Wooden Man, of course. Su Fan casually pulled out the shallow blade at his waist and handed it over. However, he did not expect that the other party would show a very respectful attitude, receiving the shallow blade with both hands. The blacksmith carefully held the hilt, his gaze drawn to the silver-white blade, his fingers itching to try it, but hesitant to touch it directly. I need a scabbard. Seeing this, Su Fan stated his purpose directly. But this sentence once again shocked the blacksmith. Hey, scabbard? The blacksmith couldn't help but gasp, even doubting whether he had misheard something. At this moment, his disciples also gathered around. It was the first time they had seen their master display such an expression and treat a blade so cautiously. To say the least, even the famous swords worn by warriors were rarely given such attention by their master. Soon, these gathered disciples were also deeply attracted by the weapon in front of them. Everyone present gasped, rubbing their eyes hard. It was only at this moment that Su Fan realized, although his Zanpakuto was still at the level of a shallow blade, the one who crafted it was the Phoenix Hall master, Ermiai Wanwe. He was the only one among all Shinigami to be called the God of Swords. The katana crafted by him naturally far exceeded human limits. Thinking of this, Su Fan looked at the reactions of these people and felt completely relieved. Is it really possible? The blacksmith's tone was very excited. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Ijiao, the chief blacksmith of the Iron Country. The katana of Lord Sambian was also crafted by my own hands. Sambian? Su Fan couldn't help but murmur. He was not unfamiliar with this name. In fact, General Sambian was the leader of the warrior group in the Iron Country, holding a position equivalent to that of a shadow in other great nations. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, he even defeated Hanzo of the Salamander, proving that he had some strength. Su Fan had not expected that a random blacksmith shop he chose would be run by the chief blacksmith. No. Su Fan shook his head. This was reasonable. Tomorrow was the Double Shadow Conference. Although he had little fame in the ninja world, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a ninja hero. A person of such stature would not be neglected by Sambian. The place where Yi Jiao took them to rest was naturally the best inn in the Iron Country. It was not surprising that the best blacksmith lived around here. Of course, I came here to make a scabbard since it's not very convenient to just hang it at my waist. Su Fan glanced at the various blades hanging in the blacksmith shop, thinking that it would be better if there were ready-made ones. Ready-made? This statement made Yi Jiao pause for a moment. Following Su Fan's gaze, he looked at the scrap metal hanging on the wall, unable to speak for a long time. Was this guy serious? A scabbard was as significant to a sword as clothing is to a person. While it serves a protective role, it also highlights a person's status and taste. Although he was reluctant to admit it, the junk hanging on the wall was far from worthy of this katana. It would only tarnish its perfection. However, Yi Jiao soon reached a realization, understanding what was happening. From Su Fan's attire, it was clear that he was not a person from the Iron Country, but rather a traveler passing through. If he truly didn't understand weapons, he obviously wouldn't possess such a powerful katana. This was a test and a challenge. He was testing whether he had the qualifications to make a scabbard for this weapon. To be frank, ordinary scabbards are not worthy of such a beautiful katana. Just as Yi Jiao was organizing his words, preparing to give Su Fan the most perfect response, another voice interrupted their conversation. Su Fan turned his gaze to the sound and saw a familiar face. It was she, a ninja from Cloud Ninja Village, along with one of the Jinchuriki from their village, the two wooden men. Of course, the two standing in front of Su Fan looked younger than he remembered, especially the two wooden men. The current version of her did not have that haughty, queenly aura, but instead gave off a cute feeling. The one who spoke was she, with short yellow hair and a slightly youthful face. If you remember correctly, she should only be in his teens now. Su Fan thought to himself that he had expected someone he didn't know to accompany the rakeage this time. But upon further thought, in the world of Naruto, many ninjas were already standing out in their teens, so it wasn't too surprising. Kakashi became a jonin at 11. Itachi slaughtered his entire clan at 13. And Gaara had become the Kazekage at Shi's age. What fell off to Su Fan was that the person accompanying she was not Darui, but the two wooden men. After all, the fourth rakeage had explicitly stated that she and Darui were his right and left hands. Or perhaps Darui was with the rakeage. You're right. Yi Jiao nodded, fully agreeing with Shi's statement. Please believe me, I will definitely be able to craft a scabbard worthy of this weapon. After saying this, Yi Jiao deeply bowed to Su Fan and maintained this posture as if seeking his approval. Not only him, but after he did this, his disciples behind him also mimicked his actions, pleading with Su Fan in even louder voices. Su Fan watched the scene in front of him. Although he could not understand Yi Jiao's feelings, he felt that he was someone trustworthy. How much will it cost? Su Fan asked directly, as it was only natural to pay for obtaining a scabbard from someone else. However, upon hearing this, Yi Jiao suddenly stood up, his eyes wide open in disbelief. In his view, merely crafting a scabbard for this weapon was already an unprecedented honor. How could he ask for money? No, no, no. Yi Jiao shook his head vigorously, firmly refusing this matter. It is already my honor to craft a scabbard for this katana. Instead, she looked at Su Fan with a puzzled expression. In his eyes, Su Fan seemed to lack common knowledge about swords. Moreover, his behavior was quite strange. At such a young age, carrying such a weapon on the street, didn't he fear that someone might covet it and harbor malicious intent? Young man, she stepped forward and said without thinking, "Can you sell this sword to us?" Su Fan. You could just name a number. She directly pulled out a money pouch from his body, seemingly determined to acquire this shallow blade. Chapter 74. Conflict in Shi's view. Su Fan did not understand the value of the shallow strike. Putting such a tie-dao in his hands was merely a waste. It would be better to purchase it himself and then hand it over to Lord Karabi. Whether it was swordsmanship or anything else, few in the entire ninja world could compare to Lord Karabi. Su Fan looked at the money pouch in Shi's hands and found it amusing. In fact, he did understand the shallow strike, but he understood it too well. Although the shallow strike was called a blade with limitless potential, it had not yet awakened as a Zanpakuto. In an aerospace, shallow strikes were the least scarce item. Moreover, even if it awakened as a Zanpakuto, different Zanpakuto had vastly different strengths. Additionally, the sign-in assistant would continuously issue sign-in tasks, providing rewards. This shallow strike was not precious enough for him to cherish. In reality, how precious an item is completely depends on the person. At least in Su Fan's eyes, it was just a weapon with potential worth looking forward to. However, this was ultimately his possession. Even if she offered more money, he would not accept it. You seem to have misunderstood something. Su Fan directly shook his head. I have no intention of selling this shallow strike. Is that so? She nodded, not surprised by this result. Even if this weapon could bring you trouble? She smiled slightly, and then walked over to the blacksmith, offering him a smile. The blacksmith glanced at Su Fan and, seeing that the owner of the shallow strike had not refused, handed the shallow strike to she. Then, she began to explain the exceptional features of this shallow strike with his understanding. Whether for ninjas or samurai, anyone could see the outstanding qualities of this Tai Dao at a glance. Yet you were swaggering down the street with it hanging at your waist. She shook his head helplessly. If you hadn't encountered us, you might have already died. Especially the ninjas from the Mist Village, you'd better pray to never meet them. She paused, so how about handing this trouble over to us? You could get a large sum of money, enough to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Perhaps, you could come to our village. Yomurin suddenly interjected, extending an invitation to Su Fan. Although Yomurin from the Wind style maintained an arrogant queen-like demeanor, she was actually a gentle and kind person. If Su Fan was truly reluctant to part with his Tai Dao, he could live in the Cloud Village. At least, she could provide him with some protection. However, Su Fan ignored Yomurin's invitation and turned to the blacksmith to ask, how long will it take to make a scabbard? I don't intend to stay in the land of iron for long. The blacksmith became troubled. He had never seen such a perfect Tai Dao, and crafting a matching scabbard was not an easy task. From selecting materials to completing the scabbard, it could take a considerable amount of time. If possible, please stay here for a while. The blacksmith bowed deeply to Su Fan. Rest assured, if it's a matter of accommodation costs, I'm willing to take responsibility for it. Seeing the blacksmith's serious attitude, Su Fan quite liked his demeanor. However, he didn't have much time. The meeting with the rakeage was tomorrow. In that case, let's forget it. Su Fan shook his head, refusing to let the blacksmith take responsibility for making the scabbard. Upon hearing this, the blacksmith felt his mind go blank. In fact, it wasn't just him. All the gathered blacksmiths felt regret. However, Su Fan's next action surprised them even more. Su Fan stepped into the blacksmith shop, looked around at the scabbards, then casually pulled one out after comparing its length with a shallow strike. Finally, he returned to Shi's side and extended his hand to him. She looked at the scabbard in Su Fan's hand, and his brows knitted together. But no matter what, he was a ninja from the Cloud Village and had to return the shallow strike. Su Fan took the shallow strike back without any unnecessary actions and directly inserted it into the scabbard, weighing it in his hand. Not bad, this will do, Su Fan said casually. On the other hand, the blacksmith, his disciple, Shi, and Yomurin were left speechless. In their eyes, there was no one more reckless than Su Fan. This was nothing short of an insult to the shallow strike. However, before she could scold Su Fan for his actions, another group approached. Now, even the blacksmith's face turned ashen. These individuals were none other than the wandering samurai roaming the area, willing to become mercenaries for a small reward. This was also a unique culture in the Land of Iron. Kid, one of the leading samurai, extended his hand directly towards Su Fan, while the other samurai quickly surrounded Su Fan. I knew it. She sighed helplessly, as if he had long anticipated this situation. A boy like Su Fan, who looked harmless, swaggering around with such a Tai Dao, it was strange if he didn't attract attention. What do you want? But at that moment, Yomurin suddenly stepped forward, placing herself behind Su Fan, staring directly at the leading samurai. Although Su Fan was unwilling to sell the Tai Dao, that did not give these people the right to snatch it away. Ninja, the leading samurai, quickly recognized Yomurin's forehead protector, but did not take her seriously. You can't possibly not know that the Land of Iron is a neutral country, right? No ninja is allowed to act against this country. This should be common sense for all ninjas. After the samurai said this, he gestured to his subordinates to seize the Tai Dao from Su Fan's hands. Furthermore, he had heard that the rakeage and Hokage were coming to the Land of Iron for talks. If she attacked here, it would only complicate the situation for the Cloud Village. After all, Su Fan wasn't from the Cloud Village. This was a conflict of their own in the Land of Iron. Most importantly, These samurai naturally harbored a sense of pride and did not think ninjas were anything special. Seeing the unreasonable behavior of these samurai, Yomurin chose to take action directly. She grabbed the wrist of the person trying to snatch Su Fan's Tai-Dao and unleashed her chakra, crushing his bones. The samurai screamed in agony, and then felt a force in his abdomen, causing him to fly backward and crash into the blacksmith shop. She rubbed his temples, unable to hold back his complaints. Yomurin, you caused trouble again. However, she drew his long sword from behind, guarding another direction for Su Fan. So what do you see now? I told you that walking around with such a Tai-Dao would only bring you danger. Chapter 75. Who is that little brat? In an instant, Su Fan was directly protected by Yumu Run and Shi. Moreover, Yumu Run was not an ordinary Jinchuriki. Like Killer Bee, she was a perfect Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village. Not only did she become a good friend with the tailed beast, but she could also freely use its power. These rogue samurai were nothing. If it weren't for their lack of intelligence on the Akatsuki organization and the choice to fight against the unreasonable immortal duo of Haiden and Kakuzu, she might not have fallen into Obito's hands. At the same time, although she was only a teenager, his sensing ability was quite remarkable. He effortlessly grasped the attacking methods and directions of the warriors without intentionally focusing on any specific samurai, then shared that information with Yumu Ren. With her super high physical skills and the power of the tailed beast, Yumu Ren quickly subdued these samurai. The leading samurai unsheathed his katana and infused it with wind-style chakra, forming a blade of wind. Due to their neutral country status, the samurai here had basically no opportunities to engage with ninjas. Now, he felt it was time to show these ninjas the true power of the samurai. Seeing this, the pedestrians on the street began to flee, worried about being caught up in the samurai's blade of wind. Even Ichigo and the others looked troubled. You should know how much trouble this weapon can bring now. If you want to leave here alive, it's best to hand the weapon over to us, she said while fending off the charging samurai. No, thank you, Su Fan politely replied, not expecting that just trying to get a scabbard would lead to such trouble. Regardless, he had no intention of wasting more time on this matter. It was better to end this farce directly. Su Fan couldn't help but complain in his heart, then hung the katana at his waist, bringing his hands together to prepare to use wood release to deal with these samurai. However, just as Su Fan was gathering chakra to use wood release, the official samurai of the Land of Iron suddenly arrived. Stop! Su Fan glanced at the newcomer and found it was none other than the samurai, Rika, who had guided them earlier. Lord Rika. Ichigo quickly greeted upon seeing Rika arrive with people. Lord Rika, the leading rogue samurai, also looked pale, realizing it was the ninjas who had suddenly intervened. You don't need to remind me, Rika said in a deep voice. Ichigo, what is going on? Even with Rika's presence, the rogue samurai still felt fearless. In their view, this was entirely an internal issue of the Land of Iron, regardless of their purpose. It was not up to the ninjas from the Cloud Village to intervene. Yomurin couldn't help but sneer. So this is your reason for snatching weapons from a child? It's simply ridiculous. While speaking, Yumu Run did not forget to protect Su Fan behind her. This left Rika completely confused. The samurai were a unique culture of the Land of Iron, as were the weapons and armor. What kind of katana could provoke such a conflict? Just as Rika demanded to see the parties involved to clarify the matter, Su Fan leisurely emerged from behind Yumu Run. At the moment the fight broke out, Su Fan had instinctively retreated into the blacksmith shop, placing himself in Rika's blind spot. However, the moment Su Fan appeared, Rika stood frozen in place. If Yumu Run and she were forced to act and conflict with the samurai, one could argue that both sides bore some responsibility. But if the samurai of the Land of Iron attempted to snatch Su Fan's weapon, the nature of the situation was entirely different. It was important to note that he was not only the bodyguard of the third Hokage, but also a distinguished guest of the Land of Iron. If this incident reached the ears of the third Hokage, it would undoubtedly create a terrible impact. Most importantly, while Sarutobi Hiruzen and A were both Kage, their statuses in the ninja world were still quite different. After all, in the entire ninja world, only Sarutobi Hiruzen could be called a ninja hero. This matter was far from trivial. After a few seconds of tense silence, Rika directly bowed deeply to Su Fan, keeping his body at a 90-degree angle. His gaze fixed on the ground. I am truly sorry. If this matter spreads, even Lord Meet Suba would find it very difficult. Please, Lord Sufan, have mercy and treat this as if it never happened. However, Rika was also well aware that mere words could not represent his apology. He took a deep breath, drew his sword from his waist, and before anyone could react, a flash of sword light severed the left hand of the rogue samurai. Ah! A scream echoed as the rogue samurai looked at his wrist in horror, retreating repeatedly, veins bulging on his forehead, beads of sweat pouring down. Lord Rika, not only the rogue samurai, but also Ichigo, along with the blacksmith behind him, Yumu-run, and she, all stared wide-eyed, frozen in disbelief. What exactly is this Su-fan's background? Forget it. Su-fan glanced at Rika, understanding that even if it was a rogue samurai, it was still the power of the Land of Iron. On the surface, Rika severed his hand. In reality, he hoped to spare his life. Su-fan had come to the Land of Iron for the Kage Summit. A mere rogue samurai was not enough to anger him. That's good, Su-fan said lightly, directly stepping past Rika and leaving without looking back. It took she and Yumu-run quite a while to recover from the shock. Wait, especially she, who was an excellent sensing ninja. Just during the fight, he vaguely sensed an exaggerated chakra. In terms of intensity, it even reached Yumu-ren's level in an instant. However, before he could confirm its location, that chakra vanished in an instant. He originally thought it was Rika's chakra, but when Rika struck at the rogue samurai, he did not feel the same sensation. Could it be that little brat's chakra? She couldn't help but gasp, quickly confirming with Rika. Who was that little brat just now? Su-fan? Rika glanced in the direction Su-fan had left and explained. He is the bodyguard of the third Hokage, just arrived in the Land of Iron. What? She and Yumu-run were once again shocked, looking at each other, never expecting that such a young brat would actually be the bodyguard of the third Hokage. Chapter 76. Inner World after the farce ended. Su-fan went straight back to his room. Although the process was a bit tortuous, he had obtained the sheath. The sheath he acquired from a corner was a more traditional Japanese sword sheath, with an ancient style that could protect the blade well. Su-fan sat cross-legged on the tatami mat, laid the shanda horizontally across his legs, and slowly drew the blade from its sheath. According to Su-fan's understanding, whether shanda could awaken into a zanpakuto depended entirely on the user. Engaging in this manner might expedite its awakening. However, just as Su-fan drew shanda from the sheath, the tatami mat beneath him, the floor, and even the surrounding walls and ceiling began to disintegrate at a visible speed until they completely vanished. This place is... Su-fan straightened up and was startled to find that shanda had also disappeared. Looking around, he found himself in an endless desert. Clearly, this was not the inn in the Land of Iron, but rather a strange space. The inner world of the Zanpakuto? Su-fan frowned. He vaguely remembered that when the protagonist Ichigo Kurosaki awakened his Zanpakuto, he entered his inner world and, guided by Zangetsu, found his Zanpakuto, thereby obtaining its shurikai. However, Su-fan was not trapped here. He could feel it. As long as he concentrated, he could exit this realm. Speaking of which, when Ichigo first entered his inner world, Zangetsu was there to guide him. As he muttered to himself, Su-fan looked around. The blazing sun hung high, and the sky was cloudless. Apart from the endless yellow sand, there was nothing else. Is anyone there? Su-fan took a deep breath, blending chakra into his voice, hoping for a response. However, just as his words fell, the desert beneath him began to tremble. Sure enough, Su-fan looked down, and a whole section of the desert seemed to awaken self-awareness, rapidly lifting Su-fan upward. However, although this was the inner world, it did not strip Su-fan of his inherent abilities. Because of this, Su-fan did not need to hide his strength and unleashed all his chakra. The sand beneath him began to twist in a strange manner, as if frightened. Can it move? Su-fan frowned slightly. Before destroying this massive entity, he wanted to see what his inner world would manifest. Thus, Su-fan pushed off with his toes, quickly retreating. At the same time, he got a clear view of the massive entity beneath him. It was not sand at all, but a towering giant of earth, awakening from beneath the yellow sand. Its skin color was even at odds with the yellow sand. However, why does my Zanpakuto in the inner world take this form? Su Fan couldn't help but complain, feeling a bit disappointed. He thought his Zanpakuto's manifestation would be more impressive. Although he didn't fully understand the principles of Zanpakuto before entering this inner world, he was a ninja proficient in the 5 elemental natures and swordsmanship. And he also had 2 bloodline limits, would release and Byakugan, the 5 elements. At the thought of this, Su Fan's expression became serious. Could it be that because of the 5 elements, my Zanpakuto awakened 5 different inner worlds? Taking a deep breath, Su Fan decided to concentrate and verify this. However, just as Su Fan was about to explore other inner worlds, the giant of earth below suddenly opened its massive mouth and let out a thunderous roar. Who dares to disturb me? Although this was his inner world, it was also the inner world of the Zanpakuto. After all, Shanda became a Zanpakuto because the user infused it with their soul and beliefs. Naturally, almost every Zanpakuto was very proud. Their relationship with their master was more like that of a Jinchuriki and a tailed beast, until they became friends. Entering each other's inner world would only result in resistance. And while tailed beasts were subject to ceiling restrictions, Zanpakuto could move freely in the inner world. In other words, battle was inevitable. However, Su Fan was not worried because, like the giant of earth before him, he was also unrestrained. Bang! Su Fan took a deep breath, pressed his palms together, and declared, "I do not wish to harm you." Huh! Su Fan's words were met with a cold laugh from the giant of earth, which raised its thick arms and clenched its fists in the air. You mean you can easily harm me? The giant of earth's imposing figure swung a fist towards Su Fan. In fact, when Su Fan entered this inner world, he realized his identity. But he would not submit to someone like Su Fan, whom he viewed as weak. In his mind, he was the master of this world. Su Fan was merely an outsider. Now, he intended to drive Su Fan away. Either leave or die here. You are truly arrogant. Su Fan's voice was low as he unleashed the forest of death. This was his inner world. No matter how much power he unleashed, it wouldn't affect the outside world. So at this moment, Su Fan unleashed his chakra without reservation, casting the strongest forest of death he had ever performed. Boom! The entire earth began to roar, far more exaggerated than when the giant of earth awakened. Thick trees began to grow wildly, and even the giant of earth showed signs of shock. Its fist, aimed at Su Fan, was blocked by a giant tree, whose branches quickly wrapped around its arm like vines. In less than a few breaths, the giant's immense body was bound by countless giant trees. The once boundless desert transformed into a dense forest. I am the ruler of this world. Su Fan stared at the giant of earth, controlling the forest to pull at its legs. Boom! With a series of loud crashes, the straight legs of the giant of earth bent, its knees and shins crashing into the ground, causing the earth to tremble again. However, just as Su Fan was about to further force the giant into submission, a sudden thunderclap erupted from the sky. A lightning dragon, like a bolt of thunder, dove down, opening its massive mouth as if to devour Su Fan. If the giant of earth represented earth release, then the lightning dragon before him must represent lightning release. So my Zanpakuto is actually multi-attribute. Su Fan's gaze sharpened. In his mind, a Zanpakuto usually had only one attribute. Su Fan looked up at the sky and asked, "Is there anything else?" You might as well all come at once. Chapter 77. Submission. Looking at the changes before him, Su Fan roughly figured out the ability of his Zanpakuto. When he made contact with the lightning dragon, Su Fan infused it with chakra. It was probably at that moment that his Zanpakuto awakened into the unique form it had, absorbing the 5 natures and forming 5 distinct attributes of consciousness. However, when Su Fan roared towards the sky, the other 3 attribute embodiments did not appear. It was still that lightning dragon diving towards him, seemingly wanting to tear him apart with its thunderous power. Bang! Seeing this, Su Fan instantly fell silent. The earth giant had already been completely sealed by a sea of trees, unable to take any action. With the other embodiments not appearing, he only needed to focus on the lightning dragon before him. The difficulty of this was in fact too simple. Even Su Fan couldn't help but scoff, putting his hands together to form a hand seal. Would release, would man technique. With a loud shout from Su Fan, the ground beneath him let out a mournful cry, as the roots and trunks of the giant trees surged madly towards his feet. Roar! The momentum was not weaker than the roar of the lightning dragon, shooting straight into the sky, and a tall wooden giant appeared beneath Su Fan's feet. Moreover, since this was his inner world, Su Fan did not need to suppress his chakra. In just a few breaths, the wooden man, fueled by Su Fan's astonishing chakra, surged to nearly 1,000 meters in height. This incredible scene even made the lightning dragon feel threatened, as it twisted its body in the air, summoning a massive thundercloud. The entire sky instantly turned dark, with a gigantic vortex forming within the thundercloud, erupting with even more powerful lightning might. However, upon seeing this scene, Su Fan revealed a gratified smile. Regardless of anything, what he was facing in his inner world was not an enemy, but his own Zanpakuto. Whether it was the lightning dragon or the earth giant, the stronger they were, the more excited he became, because this meant that after he subdued them, the Zanpakuto he would obtain would also be stronger. Thinking of this, Su Fan couldn't help but want to seize the lightning dragon and press it down to the ground for a wild rub. Roar! The wooden giant also let out a roar in response, raising its sturdy arms to grab at the lightning dragon. Su Fan stood on the shoulder of the wooden giant, fighting alongside it. Roar! The lightning dragon became even more frenzied, charging down fiercely. It opened its massive mouth, releasing its thunderous power to smash against the wooden giant's palm, attempting to shatter it. However, the wooden giant's defense was even more exaggerated than the lightning dragon had imagined. The wooden giant, receiving this blow head-on, was completely unscathed. Not only that, but at that moment, its knees bent, unleashing terrifying explosive power, its giant body leaping up, and its indestructible palm suddenly reaching up to grab the lightning dragon's neck. Then, the wooden giant rapidly descended, its upper body leaning forward, forcefully pinning the lightning dragon to the ground, making it slide forward. The lightning dragon thrashed its body, trying to break free from the restraints, but it was unsuccessful. The binding power of the wooden giant was inherently strong and possessed a certain degree of sealing power. At the moment it grabbed the lightning dragon, it sealed away the raging thunder power within it. "Mortal, you dare to be so disrespectful." The lightning dragon glared at Su Fan on the shoulder of the wooden giant, unable to suppress its low growls. Even now, it still believed itself to be the master of this inner world, while Su Fan was merely a mortal intruder. However, this only made Su Fan chuckle. If he hadn't seen the lightning dragon's pitiful state, he would have thought this guy was still perched in the sky, questioning him. The might was impressive, but right now, you probably can't even stand up, can you? Su Fan's voice carried a strong tone of mockery. At that moment, the lightning dragon fell silent. Since being pressed to the ground by the wooden giant, it had been struggling, but the giant's palm pressed down on it like the power of heaven and earth, firmly holding it down. Not speaking anymore, Su Fan couldn't help but let out a light laugh. "Are you finally realizing your position?" As he spoke, Su Fan directly commanded the wooden giant to release its grip. The lightning dragon instantly retreated 100 meters, watching Su Fan warily. In a recent confrontation, this mortal had completely subdued it with just one move. Even though it tried hard to maintain its dignity, it knew very well inside that this guy was stronger than it. However, in the next moment, the lightning dragon twisted its body again and charged into the sea of trees. Although its thunder power couldn't break through the wooden giant's defense, it swiftly destroyed a large area of the tree's sea, helping the earth giant break free from its restraints. Is it planning to launch a combined attack? Su Fan's gaze sharpened as he watched the lightning dragon wrap itself around the earth giant. This move resembled a combination of the woodman technique and the wood dragon technique. I understand now. Su Fan suddenly realized that the Zanpakuto is determined by the user's soul and spirit. Therefore, my Zanpakuto is actually another manifestation of my power. However, why didn't the other three nature embodiments appear? Could it be related to Shirkai and Bankai? Su Fan suddenly remembered that every Zanpakuto has two release forms. The disparity in power between the two is like heaven and earth. It seems that I have yet to trigger that opportunity. So only the lightning dragon and the earth giant appeared in my inner world. Now free from its restraints, the Earth Giant, in concert with the Lightning Dragon, charged towards Su Fan with big strides. Forget it. Su Fan shook his head, choosing not to control the wooden giant to engage with the opponent. In fact, the reason he continuously released the forced arrival and woodman technique was not that he needed this power to deal with the Earth Giant and the Lightning Dragon. He merely wanted to see what scale the forced arrival and woodman technique would be at if he didn't suppress his chakra in his inner world. To deal with these two guys, Su Fan actually didn't need any ninjutsu. After all, based on his analysis, chakra and spiritual pressure are essentially similar, just with different names. Therefore, he could unleash chakra to achieve the same effect as spiritual pressure. Su Fan took a deep breath and then unleashed his overwhelming chakra. A purple chakra cloak formed around him, even more exaggerated than any previous instance, resembling a true-tailed beast cloak. At the same time, an immense invisible force surged forward, directly applying pressure on the Earth Giant. Boom! The giant body immediately fell to the ground, and the Lightning Dragon struggled fiercely, but the result was the same. Both the man and the dragon knelt before Su Fan. Chapter 78. The meeting begins. Su Fan withdrew from his inner world, and his shallow strike underwent subtle changes. After the giant of another land, Lei Long, submitted, Su Fan also obtained a true Zanpakuto. Of course, even a true Zanpakuto remains in an unreleased state most of the time. It only undergoes a complete transformation when it is initiated. Has it already gotten dark? Su Fan glanced out the window and decided to rest, conserving energy for the meeting the next day. That night, there were no other incidents, and Su Fan slept until the next morning. After enjoying a breakfast with the unique flavors of the Iron Country, he directly went to the meeting place with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi was also dressed in formal attire. No matter what the cause of this situation was, he understood very well that this meeting would affect the future relationship between Konoha Village and the Cloud Ninja Village, even though this wasn't their first time establishing an alliance. Sarutobi hoped for a positive outcome. Hokage-sama, Mifune was already prepared early in the morning. If Konoha and the Cloud Ninja Village went to war, his territory could potentially become a battlefield, which was not something he wanted to see. To ensure the meeting went smoothly, Mifune also brought along Choji and Rikaku. Mifune-sama. Sarutobi smiled at Mifune, then walked side by side with him toward the meeting room. With all due respect, Mifune spoke in a low voice. Before the Dual Shadow meeting was confirmed, he had already learned about the origins of the situation through various channels. Konoha and the Cloud Ninja Village originally planned to establish an alliance to cease hostilities and embrace peace. To show their sincerity, the Cloud Ninja Village even sent their ninja chief. However, this highly esteemed ninja chief in the Cloud Ninja Village was killed in Konoha. This was not only a tremendous loss for the Cloud Ninja Village, but also a humiliation. The Raikage was furious and declared that he would rather reignite the flames of war than let the death of a ninja chief go unavenged. If Konoha is willing to show weakness and take responsibility for this incident, I will do everything I can to facilitate this alliance. Mifune couldn't help but shake his head. Although the Iron Country had maintained a neutral stance in the ninja world, they were also aware of the pain caused by war. Sometimes, enduring was not shameful, but rather a means to a better tomorrow. Sarutobi did not expect Mifune to say this. He thought the man would not favor either side. However, this could be understood. Because it was a neutral country, it could evaluate the situation objectively. Since the Third Great Ninja War, although both Konoha and the Cloud Ninja Village had the same policy of recuperation, their developments were vastly different. Especially after the night of the Nine Tails disturbance, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and countless ninjas sacrificed themselves, which undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to Konoha. In contrast, under the leadership of the fourth Raikage, the Cloud Ninja Village quickly emerged from the shadow of the third Raikage's death. Simultaneously, they cultivated two perfect Jinchuriki. As someone who respected Sarutobi, Mifune felt an instinctive tilt in his heart, wanting to help Konoha out of this crisis. In his view, as long as Sarutobi showed a little weakness, he could help him re-establish the alliance. Peace was the most important thing. Before long, both sides arrived at the meeting room, and Raikage was already seated in his position. Su Fan looked over and noticed that besides she, there was also Yurin and Darui standing behind A, appearing rather lackluster. As he and Sarutobi entered, she and Yurin's gazes turned toward them, especially she, who immediately heightened her vigilance upon Su Fan's arrival. "Reikage," Sarutobi greeted with a smile, taking a seat and placing his Hokage hat on the table. As the leader of the Iron Country, Mifune naturally took the host's seat. However, it did not seem to appreciate it. Upon seeing Sarutobi extending goodwill, he crossed his arms and snorted coldly. "I think everyone is quite clear about why we are sitting here, so?" Mifune took a deep breath, taking the initiative to speak in an attempt to ease the atmosphere in the room. However, he was interrupted by the fourth Reikage right from the start. "The ninja chief status in the Cloud Ninja Village is second only to mine, yet he died in Konoha. And with such an important task of forming an alliance." I seized the initiative and directly emphasized this matter, highlighting Sarutobi's incompetence. "Sarutobi, since you wish to re-establish the alliance, you must show sincerity. Where's the culprit who killed the ninja chief?" Bang! A's palm slammed heavily on the table, his presence imposing, as if to say that without Sarutobi handing over the culprit here, there was no need for further discussion. Behind him, besides Darui, still looking unmotivated, she and Yurin both had extremely serious expressions. Regardless of the ninja chief's purpose for going to Konoha, it would not change the fact that he was already dead. The Cloud Ninja Village undoubtedly held the initiative in this matter. In fact, A's intentions were very clear. No matter how Konoha tried to seal the information, the one who killed the ninja chief was certainly from the Hyuga clan. As the clan head, Hinata Hisashi could not escape responsibility. Handing over Hisashi's body was naturally a matter of course. If Konoha does not even have such sincerity, then there is nothing to discuss between us. I said emphatically, leaning back, his gaze locked onto Sarutobi's eyes. The current Konoha was no longer the powerful ninja village it was during the Third Great Ninja War. Once war broke out between them, other villages might also join in, as long as Sarutobi was not senile. He should understand that showing weakness and retreating was his only option and the only way out. In other words, this meeting was not a discussion, but rather an opportunity for the Cloud Ninja Village to demand spoils of war. As the martial nation, once the Cloud Ninja Village grasped the secrets of the Byakugan, it would undoubtedly significantly boost their combat capabilities. Meanwhile, Mifune, the leader of the neutral country facilitating this meeting, chose to remain silent at this moment. It seemed that Mifune was also standing on the side of the Cloud Ninja Village, supporting A's demands. In Mifune's view, it was a choice between the peace of Konoha and the killer of the ninja chief. As a respected ninja, Sarutobi could not possibly be unaware of which was more important. The reason the Iron Country could remain aloof was that it could make the right choice in such significant matters. However, just when everyone thought Sarutobi would compromise in this matter, Su Fan, standing behind the third Hokage, quietly spoke up. "Even if we are to pursue responsibility, shouldn't we first investigate the Cloud Ninja Village's abduction of Hinata?" Chapter 79. Do you want to incite war? As Su Fan's words left his mouth, they instantly caused a huge uproar. No one expected that the bodyguard standing behind Sarutobi Hiruzen would say something like that. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen himself showed a look of surprise. As the general of the Iron Country, Mifune glared at Su Fan, as if to emphasize that this was not a place for him to speak. The fourth Reikage, widened his eyes in disbelief. In truth, there was no need for Su Fan to deliberately remind anyone. Everyone present understood the situation clearly. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew, Mifune knew, and Su Fan himself was even more aware of who orchestrated this operation. However, negotiations often unfolded this way, with everyone tacitly acknowledging the obvious. After all, at this level of negotiations, the parties involved typically did not pay attention to the causes of events. The key elements were the trump cards and hard power. From any angle, it was evident that the current Cloud Ninja Village was clearly stronger than the Leaf Village. Su Fan's words not only surprised them, but also made Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression awkward. Within a few breaths, it had already reigned in his astonishment. However, what he never expected was that Su Fan paid no attention to the atmosphere at that moment and did not care about the gazes directed at him. Su Fan took a step forward, directly approaching Sarutobi Hiruzen, and looked straight at the fourth Raikage, using an almost accusatory tone. What? As the Raikage of the Cloud Ninja Village, do you lack the courage to admit what you have done? Enough. Mifyun's voice was low and heavy. He never imagined that the bodyguard Sarutobi Hiruzen brought would be so outspoken. Did the Leaf Village really want to incite a war? And Sarutobi Hiruzen, when Su Fan raised such a question, chose to remain silent. Did he not worry that Su Fan would ruin this rare opportunity to re-establish an alliance? In fact, it wasn't just the Iron Country and Cloud Ninja Village that were puzzled by the current changes. Even Yamashiro Aoi, who was also a bodyguard, had a face full of confusion. He could not help but glance at Su Fan's profile. This guy, is he okay in the head? How could such a matter be brought up so openly? Moreover, judging by his attitude, it was clear that he wanted the fourth Raikage to acknowledge his actions. He couldn't possibly think that he could force the fourth Raikage to admit his mistakes alone. Could he? And then trivialize the matter? Mifyun's face turned ashen as he looked at the Hokage of the Leaf Village. Before entering this room, he had specifically told this Hokage that as long as he took a small step back, he could do everything in his power to help the two countries re-establish the alliance agreement, to bring peace to the long-feuding Cloud Ninja Village and Leaf Village. In fact, he was the one who facilitated this meeting. Yet all of his efforts could be completely squandered by Su Fan's words. What Mifyun did not expect the most was that Sarutobi Hiruzen not only did not reprimand Su Fan, but also did not even attempt to stop him. Did I say something wrong? The leader of the Cloud Ninja Village took advantage of the opportunity to establish an alliance to sneak into the Hyuga clan's residence at night, attempting to abduct the main family's young lady, Hinata Hyuga. I find it hard to believe that someone sent by a village seeking an alliance would be so reckless. Unless he came to the Leaf with a secret mission. Su Fan paused for a moment before continuing. Fourth Raikage. This seems to be a common tactic of the Cloud Ninja Village. What did you say? Mifyun shouted loudly at Su Fan. If his previous comments were just a momentary outburst, then his current statements were clearly aimed at tearing apart the newly established alliance agreement. Even the fourth Raikage, looked shocked at that moment. Not because Su Fan had spoken the truth, but because of his behavior and Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude. What does this mean? A's voice was low, his back no longer able to remain against the chair, leaning forward with one arm across the table, as if he might flip the table at any moment. To him, if it weren't for Sarutobi Hiruzen's authorization, Su Fan could not possibly be so rude. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen indeed had not given such authorization. He had never anticipated that Su Fan would be so assertive during the negotiations. However, he did see a familiar figure in Su Fan. Senju Tobarama. When negotiating with other ninja villages, Senju Tobarama always maintained a tough stance, securing many advantages for his village. Even Danzo was influenced by Lord Tobarama and became the way he was. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware that negotiations between ninja villages did not depend on who was right or wrong, but rather on the strength of the villages. Perhaps due to the Kyubi incident, the Leaf Village had indeed been on the decline. But now, Su Fan's appearance had filled the void left by Minato Namikaze. Most importantly, this incident was originally a scheme designed by the Cloud Ninja Village, and he did not intend to resort to previous policies. Sacrificing the village for peace was no longer an option. Perhaps having Su Fan emphasize the Leaf stance was a good thing after all. Was it not? Su Fan picked up on A's words. More than a decade ago, the Cloud Ninja Village sent someone to kidnap Kushina Uzumaki. Fourth Raikage. Don't tell me you don't remember this matter. A's eyes widened in an instant, as he never expected Su Fan would bring up such old grievances. This was not something he merely knew about. He was very familiar with the details. At that time, the upper echelons of the Leaf believed that the Cloud Ninja Village wanted to obtain the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. But the truth was, what they were really after was the Nine Tails. Among all the tailed beasts, the Nine Tails was the strongest. If the Cloud Ninja Village obtained a perfect Jinchuriki for the Nine Tails, no one in the entire ninja world would be able to contend with them. First it was Kushina, now it was Hinata Hyuga. Su Fan couldn't help but shake his head. What did the so-called alliance agreement mean in the eyes of the Cloud Ninja Village? A flimsy piece of paper? If the Cloud Ninja Village could not even muster the most basic sincerity. Suddenly, A, unable to sit still, stood up abruptly. He had thought Sarutobi Hiruzen would stop this outspoken guy, but he merely sat quietly. Bang! A's fist slammed down on the table, and cracks spread outwards. Do you want to incite war? A's voice was low, his gaze like that of a beast locking onto its prey. Long before planning this operation, he had already prepared for the worst, and he had seriously analyzed the strength comparison between the Leaf Village and the Cloud Ninja Village. Currently, the Leaf Village could not muster a Jinchuriki to fight. Hey! In such a situation, it was Mifune who appeared tense, loudly accusing Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi, why don't you hurry up and have this guy step down? Bang! Su Fan stepped onto the table, overwhelming the atmosphere. Don't say I didn't warn you. Chapter 80. The Fury of the Raikage. Is this what you want, Sarutobi Hiruzen? AI ignored Su Fan's warning, as this was no longer a mere war of words, but a conflict between two ninja villages. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded crisply. The situation had developed to this point, so there was nothing to fear. Moreover, he had proposed the idea of engaging in battle with the Cloud Village during the high-level meetings in Konoha. Peace can be obtained through war, while peace sought through compromise leads to its demise. In the past, it was Kushina. This time, it was Hinata. If this notion was not crushed in its infancy, who knows if the Cloud Village would attempt the same tactics again in the future. Moreover, Su Fan was right. From the very beginning, the Cloud Village had not taken the alliance contract seriously. A fragile alliance agreement, in their eyes, was merely a cover for launching an abduction. That's right. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked directly at AI and said firmly, what Su Fan has said is exactly what I want to express. What? Not only AI, but everyone present, including Mikazuki, was taken aback. Especially Mikazuki, who, although a representative of a neutral country, was not ignorant of the ninja world. In his impression, the kind-hearted Sarutobi Hiruzen had always been a proponent of peace. Was he really willing to incite a war to protect a killer? This was not merely about siding with one party. It was about the dignity of a great nation. The Cloud Village had initiated the abduction of Hinata, and to protect the main family's young lady, they had killed the leader on the spot. It was the Cloud Village that had torn up the alliance agreement first, and yet they wanted us to bear the consequences. Did they not find that laughable? Su Fan raised his hand and slammed it on the table, causing his chakra to explode and shattering the entire conference table. If the fourth Raikage cannot provide an explanation, then let us commence a full-scale war. No nation, no village shall remain. We will not stop. Su Fan declared resolutely, leaving even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was beside him, surprised by his audacity. This was a meeting of the two shadows. Once war was declared, it would become a reality. Furthermore, Su Fan had previously stated that he was not interested in war, but aimed for peace. First, he would strike the Cloud Village to make them aware of Konoha's sharp fangs, and then sit down to negotiate peace. However, now he was declaring a war for the annihilation of nations and villages. Since the first Great Ninja War until now, even the most brutal of conflicts had not reached the level of annihilation. Moreover, the fourth Raikage was momentarily stunned. Since he took on the role of Raikage, he had never encountered anyone who dared to speak to him like this. Enough. Mikazuki suddenly stood up, glaring at Su Fan and Sarutobi. Get this loose-tongued guy out of here. At that moment, while everyone's attention was focused on Su Fan, Yamashiro Kaze's gaze fell on Darui, who stood behind the Raikage. Although he was acting as Sarutobi Hiruzen's guard this time, he had received orders from Danzo. The plan was to disrupt this meeting by assassinating the fourth Raikage. If AI could severely injure Su Fan or Sarutobi Hiruzen, it would be even better. Perhaps this mission would require sacrificing his own life to complete. But as a member of the Root organization, Yamashiro Kaze had long since disregarded his own life and death. Danzo's orders were absolute. Thus, Yamashiro Kaze seized the opportunity swiftly. Using the unique secret technique of a Yamashiro clan, he quickly formed a hand seal and performed the mind transfer technique. As this ninjutsu activated, Yamashiro Kaze's body fell rigidly, and his consciousness entered Darui's body. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could react, Yamashiro Kaze decisively drew the long sword from Darui's back and thrust it towards Raikage AI's artery. Darui, she, startled by this sudden turn of events, quickly intervened. At the critical moment, The long sword in Darui's hand hung, suspended in the air, failing to advance. Darui's expression turned agonizing. The mind transfer technique was not a complete control ninjutsu, but rather a contest of wills. Only when a user's will was stronger than the opponent's could they achieve full control. Despite Yamashiro Kaze believing he had chosen the best timing and target, he still underestimated Darui's loyalty to the fourth Raikage. "I'm sorry, Raikage," Darui said in a low voice, painfully releasing the long sword. With a clatter, the long sword fell to the ground, and others turned their gazes towards Yamashiro Kaze. Kaze. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned ashen. From the earlier scene, he quickly realized that this was likely the Yamashiro clan's secret technique. However, he never expected Yamashiro Kaze to attempt to assassinate the fourth Raikage at this dual shadow meeting. Danzo again. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly came to a realization. Combining the intelligence provided by the oil woman, he seemed to understand why Danzo had gathered so many root members. This was indeed Danzo's style. Regardless of whether the assassination succeeded or failed, the situation would be advantageous for him. If the assassination succeeded, there would be no need to say more. Even if it failed, it would only cause the fourth Raikage to unleash his fury upon himself. On the way back to Konoha, Danzo could employ the same tactics to eliminate himself and Sufan. "Get out of my body," although Darui always appeared lazy. His feelings and will towards the fourth Raikage and the Cloud Village were not weaker than Yamashiro Kaze's. In this battle of wills, he completely suppressed Yamashiro Kaze and expelled his consciousness from his body. "I failed." Yamashiro Kaze, back in his own body, wore a tense expression. Their situation had become even worse. AI had always had a fiery temper. Merely Sufan's words had already made him feel an immense rage. Now, with someone invading Darui's mind to assassinate him, it was even more intolerable. Almost at the moment Yamashiro Kaze was forced out, AI activated his high-speed movement technique. Flashing in front of the crouching Yamashiro Kaze, raising his right hand high, with lightning chakra enveloping his entire arm, and struck down violently. At that moment, he no longer cared about war or whether the third Hokage was present. How dare he do such a thing to his subordinate? Only his corpse could quench his anger. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not bear to watch Yamashiro Kaze be killed by AI's strike. He kicked Yamashiro Kaze's shoulder, using his explosive power to embed him into the wall of the conference room. At the same moment, AI's hand strike missed, smashing the floor into pieces. Chapter 81. Thunder Plow Hot Knife. Seeing the fourth Raikage, take the initiative, she and the others immediately sprang into action. This was not a situation that could be resolved with just a few words. The earlier attack by Kamizuki Kaze was clearly aimed at assassinating the fourth Raikage. "Things are not as you think." Sarutobi Hizashi frowned. Although he had already guessed the truth in his heart, Kamizuki Kaze was still a ninja from the Leaf Village. He could not just watch him die at the hands of Raikage Aishi. Directly ignored Sarutobi Hizashi's explanation. In his view, controlling Darui was far more outrageous than directly assassinating him. If he could treat such a matter as if nothing had happened, then this Raikage would be too incompetent. Yes. Upon hearing the order, she understood and unleashed Lightning Release. Lightning Illusion, Lightning Pillar. She was not only a sensory-type ninja, but also proficient in Jinjutsu and medical ninjutsu. This was also why it referred to him as his left hand. Especially with the technique Lightning Illusion, Lightning Pillar. Once activated, she's entire body transformed into electric light, filling the room with brightness. This ninjutsu would cause others to mistakenly think it was a technique to obstruct vision, thus allowing him to cast Jinjutsu. Moreover, this technique had a vast range. Wherever the electric light reached, he could cast Jinjutsu. "Yuki Darui," she spoke in a low voice, signaling his companions to support the Raikage and seal Sarutobi Hizashi. As for Sufan, perhaps his attitude was indeed arrogant, and he even possessed incredible chakra and a great sword. However, in battles between ninjas, intelligence was often more crucial than strength. No matter how powerful a ninja was, once ensnared in a Jinjutsu, they would lose their combat ability in an instant. She was very confident in his Jinjutsu. In other words, as long as Yuki and Darui sealed Sarutobi Hizashi, Kamizuki Kaze would be doomed. At the same time, as his right-hand man, a completely trusted Shi and Darui's cooperation, confidently leaving Sarutobi Hizashi to them, while he once again used his super speed to catch up to Kamizuki Kaze. Sarutobi Hizashi silently cursed, realizing that in this small room, the chakra of the tailed beast erupted instantaneously. He never dreamed that it would have a Jinchuriki by his side. Moreover, this guy could freely use the chakra of the tailed beast. The deep red chakra cloak wrapped around Yuki, while sharp claws lunged towards Sarutobi Hizashi's throat. At this moment, Darui also used Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet, trying to suppress Sarutobi Hizashi to create a feint with Yuki. She also cast Jinjutsu amidst the bright light. It must be said that this combination attack greatly shocked Sarutobi Hizashi. If it had been someone else, they might have been directly taken down by them. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Sarutobi Hizashi tightly closed his eyes to avoid being affected by the Jinjutsu, while quickly forming hand seals with both hands to perform a defensive ninjutsu. Boom! Accompanied by a series of loud noises, visible rock walls rose up from Sarutobi Hizashi's feet, forming a circle to protect him inside. Darui's Water Dragon Bullet was directly dispersed by this move. Yuki's attack merely created a hollow space and did not injure the Hokage inside. However, they never expected this chain of attacks to defeat the third Hokage. After all, he was a ninja champion in the ninja world. Whether in combat experience or analytical skills, he far surpassed elite Jonin, the strongest in the Leaf Village. But they had managed to force Sarutobi Hizashi to stand still with their continuous attacks. It is not an exaggeration to say that they created enough opportunity for the fourth Raikage. However, the next second, Shi's lightning illusion technique weakened, and the intense light filling the room quickly shrank in range and vanished. Yet A's handblade did not break Kamizuki Kaze's throat. Instead, it was entangled by a strange, giant tree. Would release. Kamizuki Kaze's eyes widened in disbelief. As a member of the Root organization, he had much more information than ordinary ninjas. He was very clear that it was also a legendary figure. During the Third Shinobi World War, he had fought against Minato Namikaze and possessed a speed that could rival his flying thunder god. In fact, describing him as blue lightning was not an exaggeration. His destructive power was also astonishing. So much so that Kamizuki Kaze was certain that with this attack, even if he did not die, he would be gravely injured. However, what he never expected was that the fourth Raikage's overwhelming attack was actually blocked. Raikage-sama. Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only him, but Darui, Yuki Mifune, and even A himself were shocked by the scene before them. My attack. I couldn't help but take a sharp breath. When he unleashed his full power, Shi and Darui had sealed Sarutobi Hizashi. It was impossible for him to have blocked his attack. Su Fan suddenly turned his head, looking incredulously at Su Fan. Shi, Darui, Yuki, and Mifune also seemed to understand something and turned to look at the right side of Sarutobi Hizashi. At that moment, the earth flow wall crumbled, allowing Sarutobi Hizashi to see the truth. He even blocked A's attack. Sarutobi Hizashi's expression was filled with astonishment. Although he had long known that Su Fan could use Wood Release, he did not believe that Su Fan could withstand A's speed and destructive power, because it required faster hand seals to achieve that. Wood Release. A murmured, his gaze fixed on Su Fan, suddenly pulling his hand out of Su Fan's Wood Release. A member of the Senju clan? Let the farce end here. Su Fan looked at the shocked expressions on everyone's faces. You call this a farce? I couldn't help but sneer. Although he understood why Su Fan had such confidence and was so arrogant in front of him, merely inheriting Wood Release did not mean that he was Hashirama Senju, the ninja god who once dominated the ninja world. In A's view, if Su Fan continued to grow, it would instead shake the status of the Cloud Village in the ninja world. Most importantly, the assassination attempt by Kamizuki Kaze provided him with a legitimate reason to act. Even Mifune could not stop him. No, he not only wanted to eliminate Su Fan in the bud, but he also wanted to take him back, allowing the researchers of the Cloud Village to study his bloodline limit. Yes, although they did not obtain the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, this time they could get something even better. Lightning Release, Thunder Plow Hot Knife. With A's low roar, lightning chakra instantly spread throughout his body, causing the floor beneath him to shatter. He charged forward like a blue lightning bolt. Chapter 82, I'll just play with you the lightning blade, is considered AI's trump card. By enveloping himself in lightning, he charges towards his opponent at incredible speed, delivering a devastating blow with immense wrist strength. Even Sasuke, who had activated his Manjiki Sharingan, would likely be killed by this move if it weren't for the presence of Jagon. Bang! A loud explosion erupted in the room, and even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, couldn't catch a glimpse of AI's movements. By the time he reacted, AI's wrist had already solidly struck Su Fan's chest. Boom! Instantly, Su Fan flew backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing through the wall. The samurai of the Land of Iron quickly formed a formation, ready to rush in and subdue AI at any moment. Step back. Mifune ordered the samurai to retreat without hesitation. He understood very well that although the Land of Iron was a neutral country, it relied not on the unique power of the samurai, but on the contracts with the ninjas. In other words, no matter how much conflict erupted between the Raikage and the Hokage here, he would not intervene. Take this guy back, AI said in a deep voice. To better study Su Fan's bloodline limit, he deliberately held back and did not kill him outright. Otherwise, he wouldn't have aimed for Su Fan's chest, but rather his neck. Yet even so, the power of the lightning blade was immense. Su Fan lay on the ground, barely breathing, with bright red blood seeping from his chest, as if a large chunk of flesh had been directly gouged out. Yes, upon hearing AI's direct order, she and the wooden man quickly stepped forward, trying to seize Su Fan. As for Hiruzen Sarutobi, AI would naturally restrain his actions. But just as the wooden man was about to grab Su Fan, his body rapidly underwent a transformation. Breathing, heartbeat, chakra, all vanished without a trace in that instant. And even Su Fan's skin dulled. By the time the wooden man and she reacted, Su Fan's physical body had transformed into the wooden man. What clone? Hiruzen Sarutobi was momentarily stunned. As he watched Su Fan being killed in one blow by AI, he felt his mind go blank. However, upon seeing this scene, Hiruzen was even more astonished. Although he didn't consider himself a particularly strong sensory-type ninja, he was still far stronger than an elite J-nin. Yet, he couldn't even detect, when Su Fan used this technique, just how fast is this guy growing. 5 years ago, he was a dead last who couldn't even gather chakra and wasn't admitted to the Ninja Academy. In just 5 short years, what has Su Fan gone through? As a multitude of questions arose in Hiruzen Sarutobi's mind, Su Fan's performance had only just begun. The wooden man revealed a look of surprise at the sudden change, his right hand instinctively hovering in the air. But Su Fan's wood clone swelled and hardened at a visible speed, rapidly wrapping around the wooden man. By the time she reacted, her wrist had already been firmly grasped by a vine. In less than a breath, Su Fan's wood clone had grown into a sturdy giant tree, tightly holding the wooden man. What is going on? She couldn't help but gasp, quickly exerting his sensory abilities to find Su Fan's true body. The wooden man also burst forth with tailed beast chakra, trying to break free from the restraints. But it was only at this moment that she realized the giant tree imprisoning her had the ability to suppress tailed beast power. Would release itself has sealing capabilities. Not only you, even the strongest of tailed beasts, the Nine Tails, can be captured. Su Fan's voice echoed again in the room. AI, Mifune, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Shi, Darui, Kamizuki Wind, and the samurai of the Land of Iron all looked up, only to see Su Fan leisurely sitting on a branch of the giant tree he had just created, swinging one leg back and forth. When did she furrowed his brow. Apart from Jinjutsu and medical ninjutsu, his most confident ability was his sensory skills. And since Kamizuki Wind began to act, he had never let his guard down. Yet, Su Fan not only concealed his true body, but also he hadn't even noticed when he used the wood clone. Your sensory abilities are indeed impressive. Su Fan looked down at everyone and said softly. If it were during the 5 Kage Summit, his sensory abilities might have played some role. However, now, there is a gap of over a decade since the 5 Kage Summit. At this point, whether in terms of seriousness and caution or sensory abilities and ninjutsu, cannot be compared to his past self. In other words, he still needs to grow. Wood clones are different from ordinary physical clones. Even the Byakugan and Sharingan cannot tell the difference, let alone sensory abilities. Su Fan said casually, but he noticed that AI was ready to attack. I don't care if you're the true body or a clone. Since I can't tell the difference, I'll just destroy them all in an instant. AI took a deep breath, once again spreading his lightning chakra throughout his body. Lightning chakra mode, wrapping lightning around himself to enhance hardness and speed, activating the armor of his flesh. Su Fan looked down at AI. In battles between ninjas, intelligence is often crucial. If it were a ninja seeing AI's lightning chakra mode for the first time, they might be completely at a loss. Clearly visible. Yet the speed difference is like heaven and earth. Just like when Sasuke faced Lee. Despite seeing clearly with the Sharingan, his body couldn't react in time. Since that's the case, I'll just play with you, Raikage. Su Fan said, standing up directly from the branch, then drawing his Zanpakuto. AI couldn't help but sneer. Do you think I'm playing with you? Wait, that blade. Instead, it was she beside AI who suddenly became tense. Before this meeting, he had encountered Su Fan on the street and seen his shallow strike. Among all the ninja tools he had seen, she believed Su Fan's shallow strike was undoubtedly the most outstanding. But now, the sword at his waist was even more powerful than the previous shallow strike. What in the world is going on? No, I'm the one playing with you. Su Fan responded to AI's question, appearing as if he didn't need to exert his full strength to defeat him. Explode, Thunderbolt. Su Fan said in a low voice, directly releasing his Zanpakuto. A purple lightning light suddenly appeared, taking on a particle form surrounding Su Fan. The Zanpakuto he held in his hand had long since vanished, replaced by a pair of silver-white gauntlets. The sword is gone? Mifune and the others widened their eyes. Just when they thought Su Fan would unleash an extremely high-level tactic, that so-called divine weapon had simply disappeared. Heavy Flow Burst. The Map of Heavenly Avenues. Chapter 83. Thunderbolt Body. What Su Fan used was not the initial release. If a Soul Reaper knows the true name of their Zanpakuto, they can release it by calling its true name. However, if they deliberately mispronounce the name of the Zanpakuto, they will obtain an incomplete initial release, which is also known as a half-initial release. Therefore, Su Fan only recited half of the name of the Thunder Dragon, releasing the Zanpakuto into the form of the Thunder Gauntlet. Thunder Flow Burst. AI did not care about Su Fan's flashy techniques and decisively concentrated the lightning release chakra onto his elbow to strike Su Fan fiercely. Su Fan was also quite impressed by this move. During his confrontation with Team Hawk, led by Sasuke, AI had once used this technique to knock back the fully cursed-up heavy. It was indeed a powerful attack. Boom! Seeing AI charging forward, Su Fan directly raised his arm, extending his palm to firmly block his elbow. Two different attributes of lightning rubbed against each other, creating waves of thunderstorms, and an invisible shockwave spread outwards. Rumble. The remaining floor, walls, and ceiling all crumbled in the clash between the two. Seeing this scene, Makashi involuntarily took a step back. If he hadn't previously learned about Su Fan's identity, he might have thought that these were two Kage fighting each other. In fact, it wasn't just Makashi who was shocked by the sight before him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's feelings also lingered long after. He understood the strength of the fourth Raikage better than anyone else. During the Third Shinobi World War, AI was a key member of the Cloud Village. He and his brother Killer Bee were feared by many. Even Minato Namikaze had given high praise after fighting him. Now, years after the Third Shinobi World War, AI had grown into the fourth Raikage, with significant improvements in both strength and speed. Yet, the recently rising Su Fan was able to take his attack. Raikage-sama. She and Darui exchanged glances, preparing to launch a feint attack. But just as they were about to hand sign and rush forward, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been standing still, suddenly appeared before them. It's better not to get involved. Sarutobi Hiruzen kept his hands behind his back, a benevolent smile on his face. However, this was not a request, but a warning. She and Darui looked at the old man in front of them and did not dare to act rashly. They were very aware of the power gap between the two sides. If they acted recklessly, they might be killed instantly by the third Hokage. Moreover, there was a good chance that AI would be distracted by the situation here. What they thought would be a crushing level battle suddenly took a sharp turn. Su Fan? Makashi couldn't help but murmur this name, unconsciously gripping his sword. A bad premonition arose in his heart. Darui, you could just stay there. Although AI was focused on fighting Su Fan, he also noticed the situation on the other side, concerned that Sarutobi Hiruzen might take action against them. AI could only let out a low growl. But no matter what, he was not willing to give up this opportunity. Not only would release, but the Su Fan in front of him was also quite skilled in lightning release. Lightning abuse level. With another loud shout from AI, his body forcibly twisted in midair, gathering power into the other hand to form a hand blade, sweeping out with all his strength. Crackle. The lightning on Su Fan quickly rubbed together, the sound rising. Unlike AI's full-power lightning release, Su Fan's power originated from lightning release, yet it was not merely lightning release. This was the ability of his Zanpakuto. At the same time, it was somewhat slow to heat up. The lightning surrounding him rubbed against each other, colliding, creating a thunderous sound. Each sound represented a level. Crackle, crackle. As the thunderbolt sound rose, just when AI's handblade was about to hit Su Fan, the sound escalated directly to the Thunderbolt 6 sounds. Boom! Su Fan clenched his fist with one hand, meeting AI's hand blade head-on. The thunderbolt collided with the lightning, instantly erupting with a greater impact, completely shattering the ceiling and walls. Earth release, earth flow wall. Not far away, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to use a more powerful earth release to break through the collapsing ceiling. Rumble. The entire ground let out a huge lament, sunlight directly pouring down. Meanwhile, Mikashi and his samurai group stood frozen in place. This is the battle between ninjas? You are indeed strong, able to evolve lightning release to such a degree. Su Fan and AI locked eyes, but you can still do better, right? AI stared directly into Su Fan's eyes, looking at him in disbelief. This guy, is he praising himself? A mere guard from Konoha, at most an elite Jainin, is actually praising him? The rakage? Moreover, what AI found most unacceptable was, he couldn't tell if it was his illusion, but the Su Fan from just now, when facing the lightning abuse level, did not use his best move, nor the strongest one. It felt as if he was testing him from a very high height. No. AI shook his head. He was the fourth rakage. There couldn't be anyone stronger than him in the field of lightning release. Thinking of this, AI decided not to hold back anymore, directly upgrading his lightning release chakra mode to full power. Decided to go all out, huh? Su Fan's gaze sharpened as he watched AI's hair stand on end, resembling a scion. At the same time, Su Fan was also very clear that AI in this state would be the fastest. Even a Mangeki Sharingan would not be able to capture him. In an instant, he dodged the attack of Amaterasu. However, crackle. Just as AI entered this state, the thunderous sounds on Su Fan reached their peak. Thunderbolt 9 sounds. Moreover, those purple lightning bolts were no longer just swirling around Su Fan, but were madly surging into his body, instantly transforming his flesh and bones. Lightning release chakra mode. AI's eyes widened in shock. All along, the lightning release chakra mode had been a capability only the rakage could master. Yet now, a ninja from Konoha had also grasped this technique. No, Su Fan shook his head. What I have is the thunderbolt body. The moment his words fell, Su Fan raised both hands, fingers clenched into fists, aiming at AI's chest. Thunderbolt burial. The visible thunderbolt transformed into a giant dragon under Su Fan's guidance, crashing towards AI's chest. In that instant, AI, known for his incredible speed, even failed to activate his body flicker technique in time. Rumble. An unprecedented thunder explosion resonated through the heavens and earth, the impact instantly shattering Sarutobi Hiruzen's earth flow wall. The fourth rakage AI fell directly to the ground without even managing to counterattack. The image of the vast celestial paths. Chapter 84. Unexpected harvest? Bang! AI fell from midair to the ground, instantly creating a deep pit, and smoke spread out in all directions. She and Darui were taken aback. No one expected Su Fan to use such a powerful lightning release. The two dashed past Sarutobi Hizashi, one on the left and the other on the right. Arriving at AI's side, Lord Rakage. She nervously checked AI's condition. The chakra had not disappeared, indicating he was still alive. However, AI's eyes were closed. After taking the full brunt of Su Fan's lightning release, the fourth Raikage fainted on the spot without even making a sound. Upon witnessing Su Fan's immense power, she realized that with just him and Darui, they would not be able to stop this guy at all. Darui, you take Lord Raikage and leave. I'll hold him off here. While the smoke had not completely dissipated, she quickly stated his plan. However, calling it a plan, it was essentially just him staying behind to buy time, allowing Darui to take the fourth Raikage away first, and then making decisions once he regained consciousness. I'm sorry. Darui looked at the unconscious fourth Raikage, feeling for the first time how weak his own power was. If only he were a bit stronger, perhaps he could help. Just as the two were preparing to execute this plan, an even more overwhelming chakra erupted behind them. She widened his eyes, fully utilizing his sensory abilities, and recognized the identity of a newcomer through that familiar chakra. The Jinchuriki of the Woodman. One of the perfect Jinchuriki of the Cloud Ninja Village. Even though Su fans would release, temporarily suppress the Woodman. Upon seeing the fourth Raikage unconscious, the Woodman's emotions completely erupted. A roar like a beast echoed in the area, and the Woodman broke free from the constraints of wood release, fully transforming into a tailed beast. Quick, take Lord AI away from here. Despite the Woodman fully transforming, she still maintained a clear consciousness. This was also the reason why she was called a perfect Jinchuriki. You again? Su Fan's gaze sharpened. Just as the Woodman fully transformed, the shockwave instantly dispersed the smoke. Her body was adorned with blue flame patterns, resembling a gigantic cat demon. She and Darui exchanged glances, although they knew very well that the Woodman loved the village and was kind-hearted. Someone had to step up to ensure that Su Fan would not pursue them. If anything happened to Lord AI, it would be an unprecedented blow to the Cloud Ninja Village. Darui, and she nodded simultaneously, with the former carrying the unconscious AI on his back while the latter kept his sensory abilities fully activated, leaving without looking back. Even Mitsuba did not expect the situation to take a turn for the worse. Sarutobi. Mitsuba swallowed hard. Under such circumstances, he certainly would not let his samurai engage in battle between Su Fan and the Jinchuriki. That would only lead to the young samurai dying for nothing. Thus, Mitsuba could only pin his hopes on Sarutobi Hizashi, hoping that this third Hokage could stop it all. However, before Sarutobi Hizashi could speak, the transformed Woodman leaped up, extending her claws fiercely towards Su Fan. There's no other choice. Su Fan looked at the rushing Woodman and had to put aside his interest in battling the Raikage. The thunderbolt disappeared from Su Fan's body in an instant, and the gauntlets reverted to the form of his Zanpakuto, automatically returning to his waist. However, Su Fan did not feel that the current situation was unfavorable for him at all. Smack! Just as the giant cat claw of the Woodman approached him, Su Fan pressed his hands together forcefully, forming a snake seal. Wood release. Woodman technique. Boom! With the activation of the wood release technique, the big tree beneath Su Fan rapidly changed, expanding into a humanoid form. With an overwhelming advantage in chakra, the Woodman created by Su Fan quickly surpassed the size of the Woodman. Mitsuba and the samurai behind him all gasped. Even though he had already realized that Su Fan was from the Senju clan, inheriting the wood release technique that only the first Hokage Senju Hashirama could perform. Witnessing the giant Woodman with his own eyes still shocked him. Moreover, it was not only him. Even Sarutobi Hizashi felt his mind go blank. This is Lord Senju Hashirama's Woodman technique. Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes widened. Even for someone like him, this technique was legendary. He had told Tens about this technique, wanted to see if he could replicate it perfectly. The result was predictable. With Tens' chakra levels, he simply couldn't use this technique. Woodman technique. Sarutobi Hizashi swallowed hard, recalling events from a while ago. Kakashi had reported to him that Su Fan used this technique when interacting with Uchiha Itachi. However, seeing it with his own eyes was completely different from hearing about it from others. A true ninja who has inherited the power of Lord Senju Hashirama. However, not everyone was shocked by this scene. Even though the Woodman was surprised, she understood that now was not the time to relax. She and the Woodman merged perfectly directly opening her giant mouth to gather chakra. This was a technique used by all tailed beasts. Tailed beast bomb. Blat. The voices of the woodman and the wood beast perfectly overlapped. In her eyes, Su Fan's existence was undoubtedly an unprecedented threat to the Cloud Ninja Village. No matter what, she had to kill him here at all costs. Very good power. Su Fan stood on the shoulder of the woodman, looking down at the two-tailed wood beast. She and Darui had already retreated with AI. The remaining people, the woodman did not care about. If the impact of the tailed beast bomb could take out the third Hokage, it would be a good thing for her. However, the strength of a tailed beast is determined by the number of tails. Even without Sage Mode, Su Fan was not worried at all that his woodman would be destroyed. It's over, woodman bang. The woodman stretched out her enormous palm and grabbed the tailed beast bomb created by the wood beast, stuffing it directly into her mouth. Immediately after, the other hand also reached forward, grabbing the wood beast by the neck, then leaped up, crashing down, firmly pinning the wood beast to the ground. Finally, Su Fan simply utilized the sealing nature of wood release to undo the fully transformed state of the woodman, caught at two tails, Chapter 85, Ready to Fight. Accompanying to the end, it was unexpected for Su Fan that she and Darui suddenly fled with the fourth Raikage. However, in terms of the outcome, it was undoubtedly a good thing for him. The wooden man fought with the tailed beast transformation to create an opportunity for his companions to escape. Even with the appearance of Yoli, he was not a match for the wooden man's sealing techniques. By a twist of fate, Su Fan directly captured a two tails. Sarutobi. Sambu watched the scene unfold before him, feeling quite complicated. The reason he supported this meeting was to help the Cloud Ninja Village and the Leaf Village re-establish a bridge of peace, allowing them to sign a new alliance contract. However, he never expected that Su Fan would nearly kill the fourth Raikage during the confrontation. Considering the national strength of the Land of Lightning, it was likely that after today, the entire ninja world would be engulfed in war once again. There was no need for further discussion. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Sanbu and shook his head, stating, "I will take Su Fan back to the Leaf Village, no matter what decision the Land of Lightning makes. I will assure you that the Land of Iron will remain a neutral country in the ninja world." Sarutobi's voice was low and resolute. If he had hesitated before, he had now made up his mind. Su Fan's strength was far beyond what he had anticipated. Coupled with Uchiha Itachi, even if a war broke out with the Cloud Ninja Village, the situation would not be unfavorable for the village. Most importantly, the perfect Jinchuriki of the Cloud Ninja Village was now in the grasp of Su Fan's Wooden Man technique. Even if the combat power of the Wooden Man could not be attributed to the Leaf Village, it still weakened the Cloud Ninja Village. Weakening the enemy meant strengthening oneself. Meanwhile, Yamanaka F was sitting amidst the ruins, feeling his mind go blank. When he received the confidential mission entrusted by Danzo, he knew he would die. However, now, not only was he alive and well, but the fourth Raikage had nearly perished here. Moreover, the one who attacked the fourth Raikage was not the strongest of the Leaf Village, the third Hokage, but rather the rising star, Su Fan. That Thunder Body and Wooden Man technique were both definitely above S-rank ninjutsu. Su Fan. Yamanaka F was in shock. Thinking about the conflict between Danzo and Su Fan, his feelings became more complicated. Most importantly, Su Fan's style of conduct showed no fear when facing Danzo, the third Hokage, or the fourth Raikage. Perhaps, this guy really might surpass all previous Hokages. Thud. Just as Yamanaka F couldn't help but let his thoughts wander, Su Fan jumped down from the giant wooden man, steadied himself on the ground, and then dispelled the technique. Boom! The giant wooden man instantly collapsed into a pile of ruins. The two wooden men also fainted. We should return to the village. Su Fan merely glanced at the wooden man before directly approaching Sarutobi Hiruzen. No matter whether the wooden man was truly unconscious, she could not escape his grasp. When AI wakes up, he will definitely mobilize the Cloud Ninja Village to go to war with us. We need to prepare the next plan, Su Fan stated bluntly. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly, recalling the plans Su Fan had previously devised. It was not just about striking the Cloud Ninja Village. Su Fan also intended to use this opportunity to resolve the issues with the Uchiha clan. Wait, Sanbu's hand involuntarily tightened around his sword as he stepped forward to stand between Su Fan and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Did you intend to provoke a war from the very beginning? Sanbu asked incredulously. He had always thought that the Hokage and Raikage agreed to attend this meeting for the sake of peace. He had made considerable efforts for this purpose. Was it really necessary to reignite the flames of war when the conflict could be resolved simply by handing over Hizashi? You should know better than I how long the disputes between the Leaf and Cloud villages have lasted, Sarutobi. Are you really willing to give up this hard-won opportunity for one person? Sanbu's emotions became agitated. Although the country he governed was a neutral one, the geographical position of the Land of Iron, bordering the Fire and Lightning countries, meant that their already barren land could very well become a battlefield. This was something Sanbu did not want to see. Furthermore, once the Leaf Village and Cloud Ninja Village went to war, other ninja villages would likely not sit idly by. If this matter was not handled well, it could very well evolve into the Fourth Great Ninja War. Today's Dual Shadow meeting could become the fuse for everything. This was also not the situation Sanbu wanted to see. However, Sanbu's words only earned a cold snort from Su Fan. Hizashi is just a name to you, but to the Leaf Village, he is a life. He is the clan head of the Hyuga clan, the father of Hinata and Hanabi, the brother of Hayashi, and the uncle of Niji. He is a ninja of the village. Even so, do you think he should be sacrificed? Instead of blaming the Cloud Ninja Village for creating this situation or blaming the Land of Lightning for treating the alliance contract as a joke, you want the Leaf Village to sacrifice, compromise, and yield. And yet, you want to numb yourself by claiming this is for the village for peace. Su Fan stepped forward, staring directly into Sanbu's eyes, his aura overwhelming. Although he did not understand the rules of the ninja world, he was very clear. Relentless concessions would only make the other party feel emboldened. Before crossing over, the century-long humiliation of his own country formed in just such a way. If the gap between the Leaf Village and the Cloud Ninja Village was truly too great, then so be it. But the result was evident. The current Leaf Village was superior to the Cloud Ninja Village in every aspect. Seeking peace through struggle will lead to peace. Seeking peace through compromise will lead to the death of peace. If the Cloud Ninja Village wants to sit down and sincerely discuss forming an alliance, the doors of the Leaf Village are always open. But if the Cloud Ninja Village still maintains an arrogant attitude, wanting to extract spoils from our village or provoke war, then we will accompany them to the end. Sanbu, please convey these words to the Fourth Raikage. Su Fan's voice was low, his gaze incredibly firm. Sanbu couldn't help but swallow hard, unable to tear his gaze away from Su Fan. Judging by his appearance, Su Fan was only about 12 or 13 years old, but the aura he exuded was like that of a Hokage standing before him. To talk, the door is open. To fight, we will accompany you to the end. In the increasingly weakened Leaf Village, such a figure had emerged. The future history of the ninja world would undoubtedly leave his name. The Great Tao of Heaven, Chapter 86. South He Shrine. After Su Fan expressed his thoughts to Sanbu, he turned around and walked directly towards Yamanaka Kaze, who was sitting in the ruins. Sanbu stood there in a daze, unable to come to terms with it for a long time. In terms of strength, charisma, and way of thinking, Su Fan was definitely among the top ninjas he had ever seen. Coupled with his age, Sanbu even considered him a rare genius. If he continued to grow, he would undoubtedly leave his name in the history of the ninja world. Sanbu even suspected that Sarutobi Hiruzen had allowed Su Fan to lead this meeting as part of a deliberate effort to cultivate him. Are you planning to train him to become the next Hokage? Sanbu couldn't help but ask, looking at Su Fan's back. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was known as the ninja hero, he was getting old and would eventually have to step down from the position of Hokage. In Sanbu's eyes, Su Fan was Hiruzen's successor. Maybe so. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was slightly focused as he watched Su Fan's back. Perhaps it wouldn't be a bad thing to let Su Fan become the fifth Hokage. Yamanaka Kaze. Su Fan ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sanbu, going straight to Yamanaka Kaze. Although he was surprised by Kaze's active assassination of the Fourth Raikage, the result wasn't bad. Moreover, aside from being kicked by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kaze had not suffered any other injuries. Su Fan. Kaze involuntarily quickened his breathing. raising his head to look at Su Fan's face. His feelings were clear. It was he who assassinated the Raikage, ruining the meeting, and he was also a member of Danzo's root organization. Su Fan might very well be calculating how to use him against Danzo. I won't let you succeed. The assassination of the fourth Raikage is my own will and has nothing to do with Danzo. Kaze took a deep breath, decisively pulled out a sharp kunai from his ninja pouch, and aimed it at his heart. Bang! With a loud noise, the kunai in Kaze's hand was sent flying. At the same time, the web of his hand split open, and a touch of bright red seeped out. Danzo is dead. Su Fan looked at Yamanaka Kaze and said softly, just 2 days ago. What? Kaze's eyes widened in an instant, and an unknown force surged within him, causing him to stand up abruptly. He stared into Su Fan's eyes, looking incredulous. 2 days ago was when I left Konoha. It was my would clone and Uchiha Itachi who killed Danzo. Su Fan said in a low voice, and now I will take over the route. If you can't accept this fact, you may leave route on your own. However, I hope you understand that before being a root ninja, you're first a ninja of Konoha. After Su Fan spoke, his gaze shifted to the unconscious Yamanaka, and he used would release to grow thick vines from the ground, wrapping around her entire body. Besides restricting her movements, the vines also possessed sealing abilities, preventing her from entering tailed beast transformation. If you want to return to the village with us, carry her. Su Fan said, not caring about Kaze's reaction, and directly walked back to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side. Kaze looked at the unconscious Yamanaka, feeling unsettled for a long time. However, he was different from ordinary root members. He came from the Yamanaka clan, so he had not undergone Danzo's brainwashing since childhood. He had a name, emotions, a past, and a future. As much as he was part of root, he was also a ninja of Konoha. If he didn't choose to go back, where else could he go? Yet, he never imagined that the usually decisive and resourceful Danzo would die at the hands of Su Fan's would clone and Uchiha Itachi. Not even the real body. Wait, Su Fan has taken over root? It was only at this moment that Kaze suddenly realized another piece of information Su Fan had mentioned. In other words, if he continued to stay in root, he would become Su Fan's subordinate? How is that possible? Just recently, Su Fan was still an unknown child of the Senju clan. He hadn't even passed the ninja school entrance exam. Wind. Seeing Kaze still dazed, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly spoke, repeating his name. Now that things had developed this far, Hiruzen didn't intend to pursue Kaze's actions any further. After all, even Danzo, who had planned all this, was dead. This is good. Yes, Hokage-sama. Although this series of revelations dealt a significant blow to Kaze, as a ninja, he quickly accepted the reality, forcing himself to move forward, picking up the unconscious Yamanaka and carrying her on his back. Are you taking Yamanaka back to Konoha? Sanbu frowned upon seeing this. After all, Yamanaka was the perfect Jinchuriki of the Cloud Village. He thought Sarutobi Hiruzen would decide to leave her behind and let him return her to the Cloud Village. If you let them take Yamanaka, there would be no room for reconciliation between Konoha and the Cloud Village. Sanbu hesitated for a moment, but still emphasized this point. Even if Su Fan was prepared for battle, he still hoped that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not be completely swayed by Su Fan's thoughts. The ones who need room for reconciliation have never been us. Su Fan interjected, maintaining a tough attitude. Moreover, the Cloud Village does not value Yamanaka. Even if she is sent back, she will eventually die at someone else's hands. What do you mean by that? Sanbu was taken aback. He knew Su Fan would refute him, but he didn't expect such a response. How could the Cloud Village not value their own Jinchuriki? It's just the literal meaning. Su Fan said without thinking. When the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Karabi was taken by the Akatsuki organization, it was furious. The entire Cloud Village nearly mobilized all their strength to fight Sasuke. But what has the Cloud Village done for Yamanaka? Moreover, rather than letting Yamanaka fall into the hands of Kakuzu and Haiden, it would be better for me to utilize her properly. Hokage-sama, we should leave. Su Fan paused and continued. I think Konoha has a lot of things that need our attention right now. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, realizing that what Su Fan was referring to was the Uchiha clan's attempt to stage a coup. We should go back, Sanbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned and directly bid farewell to Sanbu. At the same time, a familiar voice echoed in Su Fan's ear. Please proceed to the South He Shrine for check-in. Successful check-in will yield rewards. Chapter 87. Communication Nanha Shrine? Su Fan could say he was quite familiar with this name. In fact, his first meeting with Uchiha Itachi took place on a dark and windy night near Nanha Shrine. It was not only a well-known shrine where the Uchiha clan was stationed, but also the location where Fugaku and the Uchiha clan members had held countless meetings. All ideas related to the coup d'etat originated from Nanha Shrine. Most importantly, all sign-in rewards were not completely random, but were given according to the location of the sign-in. For example, when he signed in at the Hyuga clan's residence, he received the bloodline limit Byakugan. Sharingan. The image of the three Tomo and various types of Manjiki flashed through Su Fan's mind. Once he activated the Sharingan, it would definitely be a significant boost to his strength. Even after unlocking the Manjiki, wielding a Zanpakuto while piloting a giant called Susanoo. Just thinking about this made Su Fan eager to set off and return to Konoha Village. Sarutobi Hizashi also had no intention of staying in the Land of Iron for long. Firstly, the war between Cloud Ninja Village and Konoha Village was inevitable. Returning to the village sooner would allow for earlier deployment, to prevent the Fourth Shinobi World War from breaking out. Sarutobi Hizashi felt it was necessary to deepen the relationship with Sand Ninja Village during this period to avoid being caught in a pincer attack. Secondly, Danzo was already dead, and the Uchiha clan might seize this opportunity to launch a coup. Regardless of the circumstances, Sarutobi Hizashi wanted to return to the village as soon as possible. Moreover, these situations were quite likely to come true. Mitsuba understood very well that he could not retain these people now. In a moment of regret, Mitsuba had no choice but to accept this fact and ordered Rikaku to escort Sarutobi Hizashi and his group out of the Land of Iron. I hope you can fulfill your promise. Watching Rikaku lead them away from the Land of Iron, Mitsuba spoke again. This is a conflict between Konoha Village and Cloud Ninja Village. It has nothing to do with the Land of Iron. Mitsuba looked at the turning Sarutobi Hizashi, seriously emphasizing this matter. The implication was that regardless of what happened, the Land of Iron was a neutral country in the shinobi world. No matter how great the conflict erupted, he and his samurai group would not get involved. I will. Sarutobi Hizashi glanced at Mitsuba, replied, and then left without looking back. Once the figures of Sarutobi Hizashi and his group disappeared, Mitsuba took a deep breath, called a few highly skilled samurai, and turned to pursue the direction of the Fourth Raikage retreat. Meanwhile, in a deep mountain location in the Land of Iron, damn it, Darui once again unleashed the Water Dragon Bullet, dispersing the rain of arrows falling from the sky. He and Shurha planned to take the Fourth Raikage back to Cloud Ninja Village, but they encountered various traps along the way, which delayed their speed. No one is chasing us. Shur took a deep breath. Since the forced retreat, his sensory abilities had not stopped, and the consumption of chakra was substantial. Fortunately, Shur was not only skilled in medical ninjutsu, but also had extensive medical knowledge. After his repeated confirmations, it was not seriously injured. He had only fainted for the time being. When will Lord Raikage wake up? Darui looked exhausted. The traps set by the samurai were more numerous than he had imagined. While protecting the unconscious he also had to use ninjutsu to dismantle the traps, which was equally taxing on Darui. Fortunately, just as Darui finished speaking, the unconscious opened his eyes. Lord Raikage. As soon as Shur noticed that the Raikage had regained consciousness, a heavy stone lifted from his heart. Sure, Darui. Shook his head, feeling a sharp pain at the back of his head, and his memories were completely fragmented. However, when Shur actively supported him, he still rejected Shur's kindness and sat up straight with his own strength. Patted his head, various fragmented memories flashing before his eyes. The last thing he remembered was battling Su Fan using lightning-style ninjutsu, and then everything went blank. Where's the wooden man? Suddenly stood up, glancing around, but only saw Shur and Darui. Upon hearing this name, both Shur and Darui's faces turned grim. She stayed behind to prevent Su Fan from pursuing. After a brief silence, Shur spoke about this matter and recounted what happened after lost consciousness. I lost. Shock was written all over A's face since the Third Shinobi World War. He had never felt so humiliated. But could this be possible? As a member of the Senju clan, Su Fan did not use his proud would-release technique, but instead defeated him with lightning release. Furthermore, his words and attitude seemed as if he were not serious during their battle, merely playing. At the same time, the loss of the wooden man was also something A found hard to accept. He clearly remembered that during the Third Shinobi World War, his father had sacrificed himself to preserve the strength of the village's ninjas, holding back tens of thousands of enemy ninjas by himself, ultimately dying in that battle. Since then, he had been unable to accept the tragedy of losing a loved one and had ordered Killer Bee not to leave the village. Yet now, the wooden man had made the same choice as his father for him and for the village. Unforgivable, spoke in a deep voice, punching the ground to vent his anger. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the ground beneath A's feet shattered. Sure and Darui almost lost their balance and fell to the ground. Since you want to start a war, Konoha village, then come. Spoke in a low voice, almost wishing to chase back immediately and retrieve the wooden man. However, at that moment, a group of people suddenly burst out from the depths of the forest. Lord Raikage, Sure and Darui immediately took up their stances. Don't be nervous. It's me. Mitsuba landed heavily. He was able to catch up so quickly thanks to the traps Darui had destroyed, which helped him confirm the exact direction. Mitsuba looked at the newcomer, eagerly asking, "Where's the wooden man? How is she?" Alas, Mitsuba sighed helplessly. "I came here precisely for this matter." The wooden man was taken back to Konoha village after losing to Su Fan. At the same time, Su Fan and Sarutobi Hisashi also had a few words they hope I can convey to you. Mitsuba paused and began to relay Su Fan's words to the fourth Raikage. Chapter 88. Jiraiya's disciple AI never dreamed that one day he would fall at the hands of a little brat like Su Fan. In this meeting, they not only failed to obtain anything they wanted, but instead lost a person of the Jinchuriki like Yumu. According to Sanbu's statement, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already left the Land of Iron, and even if they chased after him now, it might not be possible to catch up. Even if they did catch up, given AI's current state, it would be impossible to snatch Yumu back from Su Fan. It might even lead to the loss of Shure and Darui due to such an unwise decision. Konoha, AI clenched his fists. What happened today could not be ignored. Since they wanted to provoke war, then they would be met with resistance. In a low voice, AI turned to Shure and Darui, saying, "Let us return to the Cloud Village together. This time, we not only have to retrieve Yumu, but also obtain the secrets of the Hyuga clan and the Nine Tails from Konoha." Seeing the furious fourth Raikage, Sanbu opened his mouth but hesitated. This was originally a conflict between Konoha and the Cloud Village, whether for peace, to re-establish an alliance, or to choose to reignite the flames of war. It was a matter decided by the two villages' leaders. As a general of a neutral country, the only thing he could do was to dissuade them through persuasion. However, neither Konoha nor the Cloud Village was willing to compromise or back down on this matter. Let's go back. After conveying what needed to be communicated, Sanbu did not linger, only assigning a samurai to escort the Raikage out of the Land of Iron. In reality, while the territory of the Land of Iron was not small, its citizens lived deep in the mountains. The actual purpose of that territory was merely to serve as a war buffer zone for the great powers. This was also the limit of what Sanbu could do for the Land of Iron. How he wished to see the five Kage put aside their prejudices and achieve a true consensus for peace. Looking up at the sky, Sanbu knew in his heart that perhaps that day would never come, just as the Land of Iron could remain uninvolved. After weighing the pros and cons, AI made his choice. He would return to the Cloud Village with Shure and Darui, and then go to war with Konoha. Since they had abandoned this hard-won peace, he would do his utmost to destroy them. Even if Su Fan's strength was indeed formidable and his talent was high, no matter how powerful a ninja was, facing an encirclement would lead to a dead end. Just like his father, the third Raikage, physically indestructible and undefeated in attack, he could still stop the rampage of a beast as powerful as the Eight Tails. Yet, such a strong ninja ultimately died in an encirclement by a ninja force, exhausted to death. At the same time, after leaving the Land of Iron, Su Fan and his group returned to the village at full speed, especially Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose mood was quite complex. Although he had expressed his stance in the Land of Iron, he also felt conflicted at the thought of war approaching. Was this decision really correct? If he compromised with the Cloud Village and just handed over the corpse of Nichi, would the outcome be different? Having made up his mind, there was no need for hesitation. Sufan noticed the change in Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression and directly said, "You don't need to worry about the Cloud Village and Konoha's war. Our strength is obviously stronger than the Cloud Village, so there is nothing to be concerned about." Sufan said without thinking, "If I activate my Sharingan or use my Bankai before the war fully breaks out, the increase in strength will be substantial, especially the boost from Bankai. It's not just a simple addition, but a multiplication." However, even someone as talented as Hitsugaya Toshiro took a long time to master Bankai. Only the protagonist, Ichigo Kurosaki, learned it in just 3 days through unconventional means. I wish I could cheat like that. Sufan couldn't help but complain in his heart. Given his situation, learning Bankai would probably take him decades. Rather than hoping to learn it, it would be better to rely on sign-in rewards to directly master it. I understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. I'm not worried about the war between the Cloud Village and Konoha. I'm just concerned that other ninja villages will take advantage of this situation. After a series of events, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer regarded Sufan as an ordinary boy. In his heart, Sufan had already become an outstanding Konoha ninja. This was also the reason he had decided to appoint Sufan as the captain of the route, especially in the current situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen would share his concerns with Sufan. There's no need to worry about the Land of Earth. Their territory does not border ours. If they want to engage in war with us, they would first need to attack the smaller countries. Sufan Bao said, as long as we establish a defensive line in the grass and waterfall countries, they will most likely launch an attack from the Rain Village. Once the Land of Earth pulls the Rain Village into the conflict, they will undoubtedly experience unprecedented suffering. However, these words only made Sarutobi Hiruzen more confused. Sufan had said such things before. It was clear that he had complete confidence in the strength of the Rain Village. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen could not comprehend where Sufan's confidence came from. All right, Sufan thought for a moment. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't live much longer. By the time Jiraiya returned to the village, it would be about the time he sacrificed himself. From what I understand, Jiraiya is in the Rain Village. Sufan began to weave a story. Jiraiya? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. No one knew Jiraiya better than him. He was an exceptionally talented ninja who had received the legacy of Mount Mayaboku. If he hadn't left the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen had even considered passing the Hokage position to him. How do you know? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but ask, eager to learn more about Jiraiya. Well, I learned it by chance. Jiraiya has taken on a few disciples in the Rain Village and did not return to the village with Tsunade. You remember that, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. He clearly recalled that time. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade became renowned in the ninja world, earning the title of the legendary Three Ninjas. So I believe that Jiraiya and his disciples can delay the ninjas from the Land of Earth. Sufan said firmly. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. If Jiraiya is involved, it can indeed be done. However, I really want to meet Jiraiya's disciples if I get the chance. A kind smile appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Chapter 89. Of course, I'm taking you back to the village. As soon as he heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Sufan almost laughed out loud. Trust me, when you meet Jiraiya's disciple, you'll definitely regret it. However, Sufan only thought this in his heart and didn't say it out loud. Let alone Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even the current Jiraiya would find it hard to accept Nagato's changes. By the way, Sufan suddenly frowned as he recalled. It seemed that Yahiko's death was because Danzo discovered the Akatsuki organization and wanted to crush it in its infancy, which led to him and Hanzo of the Salamander plotting against Nagato and Yahiko. Sure enough, most of the blame in Naruto can be placed on Danzo. What's wrong? Noticing that Sufan had fallen into silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked instead. It's nothing. Sufan's thoughts were pulled back to the real world, and he glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, steering the conversation back to the main topic. So, the Land of Earth is not a problem, but the Sand Village in the Land of Wind is a different story. The Sand Village has always maintained an allied relationship with the Leaf Village. However, the living conditions in the Sand Village have always been quite harsh. Even though the 4th Kazekage can extract gold from the sand and trade with other nations, it's still difficult to improve the village's environment. The water supply has always been a troubling issue for them. If they discover an opportunity to attack the Leaf Village, that alliance contract would just be worthless paper. In fact, even the fourth Kazekage has always harbored thoughts of attacking the Leaf Village. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, realizing this issue as well. After all, due to geographical reasons, the Land of Fire has always been at the center of the 5 great nations. If these problems are not handled well, the Leaf Village will face the embarrassing situation of being attacked from all sides. Let's head back to the village first. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment and felt that it would be better to discuss the Sand Village issue with the higher-ups in the Leaf Village. The most important thing is that they have even more pressing matters to resolve. The Uchiha clan's attempt to stage a coup. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't mention this matter at this time. Perhaps Yamashiro Aoi is trustworthy, but this matter is far from trivial. And then there's the situation with the Yuki woman. She may currently be in a coma, but it's also possible that she is pretending to be comatose. With the chakra of the tailed beast, she might have already woken up along the way, just waiting for the right moment to break free. If she finds out about the Uchiha clan situation, it would have a huge impact on the village. That's why Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately avoided bringing up the Uchiha matter. Sufan understood this implicitly. In any case, leave this matter to me to handle. Sufan didn't mention the Uchiha clan, but his words were suggestive. After all, the sign-in task had already indicated the next sign-in location. No matter what, he had to go to the Southeast Shrine, so it would be better to handle both matters together. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Sufan and agreed. However, he emphasized that he didn't want Sufan to follow Danzo's path. Sarutobi Hiruzen cared deeply about the Uchiha clan. If this matter could be resolved at its root, that would be the best outcome. I understand. However, Sufan was not that naive. A large portion of the Uchiha clan harbored hostility towards the village. It was clearly not an easy task to make them feel a sense of belonging to the village. The Kodoeme Tsukumi he had was also used by Danzo. Without Hashirama's cells, it couldn't be used for several years. It should be the same for Itachi's Kodoeme Tsukumi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to massacre the entire clan. According to Sufan's plan, he needed a list of who among them had developed an irreconcilable distance from the village. If he wanted to complete this step, Fugaku's power was indispensable. Sufan couldn't help but think. Because of his position in the Umbu, Uchiha Itachi had become quite disliked by many of his clan members. Relying on him was not very realistic. It would be better to talk to Fugaku about it. He didn't know if Itachi had already confronted Fugaku. If Itachi had already confronted Fugaku and persuaded him to join their side, that would be a win-win situation. As Sufan was on his way back to the village, contemplating his next plan, the Yuki woman, who had been in a coma, slowly opened her eyes. She looked around and found herself in a strange position, being carried on the back of Yamashiro Aoi. Next to them were Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sufan, who were rushing forward at full speed. Familiar faces like Ai, Shi, and Darui were not present, and she couldn't even sense her own chakra. Coupled with the surrounding environment, the Yuki woman judged that she had already left the Land of Iron. "Where are you taking me?" The Yuki woman first tried to ambush Sufan, but found that she couldn't move her hands or feet. Not only that, but she also felt as if she had lost contact with the two tails, unable to extract the tailed beast chakra. "Stop struggling. My wood release has a certain sealing ability that can suppress the tailed beast chakra." Sufan noticed that the Yuki woman had woken up and directly explained the situation. This is one of the unique abilities of wood release. Even the wood release of Tenzo could, to some extent, suppress the chakra of the 9 tails, let alone the mere 2 tails. "As for where we are taking you, what do you think?" "Of course, it's to the Leaf Village." Sufan joked. "The Cloud Village has taken our Hinata hostage, so as compensation, we're giving you to them." Hearing Sufan's words, the Yuki woman couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. As she gradually regained her consciousness and memories, she anticipated this possibility. However, in her view, Sufan's decision was not wise. She was different from ordinary ninjas. She was a Jinchuriki. As long as she didn't suppress the power of the 2 tails, she would turn into a real tailed beast. Ordinary places could not hold her. This would only bring the Leaf Village back to the night of the tailed beast turmoil once again. "Although I don't know where you got the courage to compare yourself to the 9 tails," Su Fan couldn't help but retort. In the current situation, you can't extract chakra at all. There will always be opportunities. The Yuki woman looked directly at Su Fan, paused for a moment, and then continued. So does this mean that the Leaf Village is going to go to war with our village now? That depends on the fourth Reikage. We are more than willing to re-establish the alliance contract, provided that the Cloud Village shows enough sincerity. Su Fan directly responded to the Yuki woman while thinking of a new plan. The Yuki woman's nature is not bad. On the contrary, she is very gentle and kind, especially given her identity as a perfect Jinchuriki. If she could interact with Naruto Uzumaki, it might produce a good influence. If Naruto could use the Nine-Tails chakra more freely, it would also be a good thing for the village. Chapter 90. Fugaku's request after several days of travel. Su Fan and his group finally returned to the village. However, for Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was not a time to rest. As soon as he returned to Konoha, he called for someone to notify the higher-ups of Konoha to convene an important meeting. As for the two members of the Uchiha clan, they were temporarily handed over to the Umbu. Su Fan had no objections to this arrangement, as long as the Uchiha clan members were in the village. It didn't matter where they were placed. However, Su Fan did not immediately set off to the route to announce that he had taken over the organization. This was because Su Fan had more important matters to attend to. He was heading to the Nanha Shrine at the Uchiha base. This matter was extremely important to him. Yet on the way to the Nanha Shrine, Uchiha Itachi proactively approached him. This was also due to the news of the third Hokage's return spreading. Su Fan. Upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's voice, Su Fan, who was preparing to head to the Nanha Shrine to check in, had no choice but to stop. After all, there was no time limit on this check-in task, so a brief pause wouldn't matter. Itachi. Su Fan turned around to look at Uchiha Itachi, who had appeared behind him. I have already spoken to my father. Uchiha Itachi got straight to the point. Before appearing, he had confirmed that there was no one following Su Fan in the vicinity. Additionally, due to the proximity to the Uchiha clan's residence, the villagers generally kept their distance from this area. I didn't expect you to return so quickly. How'd the talks go? Was it smooth? Uchiha Itachi hesitated slightly, but still asked, although he wanted to solve the troubles caused by the Uchiha clan for the village. He was also an Umbu ninja from Konoha. The outcome of the Iron Country talks would determine whether Konoha would go to war with the Cloud Village, and he was eager to know the result. At the age of 4, Uchiha Itachi had participated in the Third Shinobi World War, and he understood the cruelty of war. It didn't go so smoothly. The ninjas from the Cloud Village still have an arrogant attitude, believing they are at the top of the shinobi world and trying to force us to compromise. Su Fan shook his head, displaying an expression unwilling to provoke war. The fourth Reikage has decided to launch a full-scale war against us, and the third Hokage is currently holding a meeting with the Konoha higher-ups to discuss the next steps. After briefly explaining the situation, Su Fan stopped the conversation. What about Fugaku? Since you've already told him the truth, what was his response? The clan or the village? Given the current situation, Fugaku was already in a position where he could not have both the fish and the bear's paw. If Fugaku stood with the village, he would have to eliminate the unstable elements within the Uchiha clan. If he sided with his clan, he would inevitably have to oppose his son. Moreover, Fugaku had always been the clan leader, but was frequently swayed by the clan members' choices. Su Fan had little hope for Uchiha Fugaku. In fact, the most problematic time had already passed. Both the third Hokage and Su Fan were not in the village. Kakashi and Tenzo were incapacitated by Jinjutsu, and Danzo had been dealt with by Su Fan and Uchiha Itachi working together, which also severely damaged the route. If the Uchiha clan initiated a coup at this moment, the success rate would undoubtedly be the highest. However, the Uchiha clan, pushed to the outskirts of the village, would not understand the situation clearly. Moreover, with Uchiha Itachi present, Su Fan believed that the village would not fall into great chaos. In fact, Uchiha Itachi had indeed done well. This is also thanks to my father, Uchiha Itachi explained. After the third Hokage left the village, the sentiment for a coup within the Uchiha clan had been rising. Just the night before Su Fan's return, the Uchiha clan had almost launched a bloody assault on the Konoha higher-ups. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Uchiha Fugaku made the decision to delay the coup under the pretext that the timing was not right. This is also the reason I came to find you. Uchiha Itachi paused for a moment and continued. The Uchiha clan has already missed 2 opportunities, and they certainly do not want to miss a third. Although the 3rd Hokage has returned to the village, the fatigue from his journey means he needs rest, which is undoubtedly a great opportunity for the Uchiha clan. We cannot wait for your subsequent plans, Uchiha Itachi stated. The Uchiha clan has decided to launch a coup tonight. He conveyed the situation in one breath, feeling greatly conflicted inside. Although his father understood him and wanted to stand with the village, facing the calls from the Uchiha clan, he found it difficult to decide to ask the clan members to give up this only opportunity. Tonight, Sufan Thou win. According to the original timeline, the Uchiha clan's coup should have occurred after Itachi became a squad leader, which would be when Uchiha Itachi was 13 years old. However, it was clear that there was still a year until that time. Does the Uchiha clan know about Danzo's situation? Sufan pondered for a moment before asking. Only my father knows. Uchiha Itachi had no intention of hiding and recounted his conversation with Fugaku in detail. Upon learning this truth, Fugaku chose to keep it a secret. The current Uchiha clan did not know that Danzo was already dead. Sufan nodded and then looked towards the horizon. It was already evening, and the Uchiha clan was set to launch their coup at midnight. Sufan and Uchiha Itachi only had a few hours to stop this from happening. Originally, he had planned to lead the Uchiha clan to the battlefield against the Cloud Village, but if a coup occurred at this time, it would not only severely injure Konoha, but also force the higher-ups of Konoha to reconsider whether to go to full-scale war. It was possible that even Sarutobi Hiruzen would change his mind. Sufan couldn't help but think this way. I have already prepared for the worst. Just as Sufan was lost in thought, the silent Uchiha Itachi spoke again. If it really comes to that, I am willing to dirty my hands, but I will need your help. Uchiha Itachi took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. Sufan quickly understood, realizing that Uchiha Itachi was about to make that decision. However, in the original storyline, Uchiha Itachi had made a deal with Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen would most likely not agree with Uchiha Itachi's decision. He should understand this in his heart. So, has the target of the deal suddenly changed to me? This was the worst-case scenario. Uchiha Itachi took a deep breath and shook his head to clear his mind. I came to find you for another reason. My father, Uchiha Fugaku, wishes to meet with you. Chapter 91. I might have opened a fake kaleidoscope. Where is he now? Sufan directly inquired about Uchiha Fugaku's whereabouts. With only a few hours left before the Uchiha clan's coup, every second counted if they wanted to stop them. If Fugaku was truly willing to stand by his side, Sufan would be more than happy to meet him. Follow me. Uchiha Itachi nodded, signaling Sufan to follow him. Sufan naturally had no reason to refuse, but he activated his Byakugan behind Itachi. He had used this ocular technique with his would-release clone when killing Danzo, so there was nothing to hide from Itachi. In no time, Sufan followed Uchiha Itachi to a very secluded wooden cabin. Although they were within the Uchiha compound, no one seemed to pay attention to this place. With the Byakugan, Sufan could be certain of this. My father is inside. Uchiha Itachi turned around. We don't have much time. As the clan leader of the Uchiha, if he were to disappear from the sight of his clansmen for too long at this moment, it would create a negative impact. The implication in Itachi's words was that Sufan should keep it brief. Understood. Sufan responded succinctly, indicating he understood. The Leaf Village and the Cloud Village were about to go to war. Even if the Uchiha clan had to die, they should do so on the battlefield. Sufan quickly stepped forward and pushed open the cabin door. Inside the room, there were no windows and the light was somewhat dim. However, with his Byakugan activated, Sufan immediately saw Uchiha Fugaku sitting on the only chair, hands clasped, his expression grave and worried. Itachi, Sufan has arrived. Uchiha Itachi followed Sufan inside. Upon seeing Sufan for the first time, Fugaku's eyes flashed with surprise. As far as he knew, the Senju clan's lost bloodline limit should be would release. The Byakugan was a technique of the Hyuga clan. How could Sufan possess the Byakugan? However, this surprise quickly faded. Unlike the Uchiha, the Senju clan, represented by the first Hokage Hashirama, had always encouraged intermarriage with other clans. Perhaps one of Sufan's parents was from the Hyuga clan. Is it you who convinced Itachi? Fugaku stood up from his chair, his voice deep. It wasn't me. Su Fan glanced at Uchiha Itachi while feeling the pressure radiating from Fugaku. Even now, Uchiha Fugaku was genuinely hoping for peace in the village. The coup was not his original intention. He was merely swept along by the voices of his clansmen. It was precisely because of this relationship that Itachi's revelation affected Fugaku. However, Su Fan was also very clear. Though Fugaku said he wanted to meet with him, his true purpose was likely to weigh the pros and cons. If Su Fan's response or performance disappointed him, his heart would completely side with his clansmen. Itachi is an exceptionally talented ninja. Even without me, he would side with the village, Su Fan said. Hearing Su Fan speak so highly of his son made Fugaku feel a sense of pride. He truly is my son. But pride aside, even if he could understand Uchiha Itachi, to those clansmen, he was still an outlier. If Itachi hadn't revealed his stance first and told Fugaku that he had killed Danzo alongside Su Fan, he wouldn't have chosen to meet Su Fan here. I ask you, Su Fan, why can't Uchiha clan members become Hokage? Uchiha Fugaku's voice was low. Although it was a question, he decisively activated his Sharingan before Su Fan could respond. The next moment, the three Tomo in Fugaku's pupils began to spin, directly transforming into the Manjiki Sharingan. Most members of the Uchiha clan excelled in fire release and Jinjutsu, and Fugaku was no exception. In the instant he showcased his Manjiki, Fugaku launched a Jinjutsu at Su Fan. Because of the Byakugan, Su Fan's vision could reach a full 360 degrees without blind spots. He couldn't escape from his own Jinjutsu. Don't worry, Itachi. To prevent his son from misunderstanding, Fugaku hurriedly explained, I don't intend to harm Su Fan. I just want him to see the future after the coup is initiated. That's just your assumption, Uchiha Itachi said without hesitation, knowing full well the power of his Tsukuyomi. No Jinjutsu could predict the true future. The world Fugaku was showing Su Fan through Jinjutsu was merely his wishful thinking. Once the coup happened, the Leaf Village would be drenched in blood, and the Cloud Village would take advantage of the chaos. But just as Uchiha Itachi activated his Manjiki, preparing to counter Fugaku and help Su Fan break free from this unrealistic Jinjutsu, they both heard Su Fan yawn. Fugaku. Fugaku looked at Su Fan in shock as he stretched, appearing nothing like someone who had fallen under a Jinjutsu. How is this possible? Fugaku opened his mouth, taking a long time to squeeze out a complete sentence. Even if he wasn't a genius like Shursui in Jinjutsu, what he had cast was a Manjiki-level Jinjutsu. This power could even control the Nine Tails. Yet, it had no effect at all on Su Fan. I'm immune to Jinjutsu. So, Su Fan said, staring intently at Fugaku's Manjiki. You might as well tell me what you envision for the future after the coup. Fugaku felt a wave of self-doubt. Did I really activate my Manjiki? Did I really use Manjiki Jinjutsu? Su Fan's gaze didn't waver in the slightest. He didn't even blink. Fugaku could clearly see that Su Fan was indeed staring at his Manjiki. Can't say it anymore. Su Fan shook his head, showing a look of disappointment. I'll tell you what will happen, Fugaku. Once the coup is initiated, the Uchiha compound will be simultaneously surrounded by the Umbu and Root. Blood will flow like rivers, and corpses will be everywhere. Not only the able-bodied youth of the Uchiha clan, but even the elderly, infirm, women, and children will be slaughtered. As Su Fan spoke, he deliberately glanced at Uchiha Itachi. Do you really want to see that scene, where Itachi and your wife are harmed? Perhaps even Sasuke might be killed. Uchiha Itachi will spend his life in pain. Is that really what you want, Fugaku? Su Fan took a deep breath. Face the facts, Fugaku. You don't have the power to contend with the village. It doesn't even require the Umbu and Root. Just Itachi and I together could wipe out all members of the Uchiha clan. You and Itachi. Fugaku stared at the Senju boy before him, taking a long time to recover from the shock. You think we lack power? Fugaku shook his head. You really don't understand anything. Do you know why we are being ostracized by the village? Chapter 92. Susanoo Su Fan suddenly realized. Although the Uchiha clan had been under the vigilance of Konoha's higher-ups since the second Hokage, the actual opportunity for their exclusion from the village came on the night of the Nine Tails disturbance. Coupled with Fugaku's remark about Su Fan not understanding anything, Su Fan quickly pieced it together. This group of Uchiha clearly regarded the Nine Tails as their trump card for this coup. Sighing helplessly, Fugaku began to recount the history of the Uchiha clan to Sufan. It was indeed the reconciliation between the Senju and Uchiha clans that established Konoha. However, as the clan leader, Uchiha Madara sought to instigate a rebellion due to the struggle for leadership of the village. Yet, the clansmen who had finally achieved peace were unwilling to reignite war and chose to betray him instead. Thus, Uchiha Madara left the village alone. Even the Uchiha clan was fond of peace and regarded this hard-won tranquility as a treasure. If it weren't for the long-term distrust and exclusion from the village, who would be willing to follow Madara's old path? Fugaku's tone became somewhat agitated, and at that moment, his heart was entirely for the Uchiha clan. It was the village that deprived them of the opportunity to prove their innocence. On the night of the Nine Tails disturbance, they had wanted to stop the disaster alongside the village's ninjas. However, they were ordered by Danzo to remain still. As if that wasn't enough, after the disturbance ended, Danzo further slandered them, driving the Uchiha clan to the outskirts of the village with baseless accusations. The Umbu and Root were constantly monitoring their actions. No one was willing to listen to the Uchiha clan's voice, and no one believed them. However, Sufan directly interrupted the increasingly agitated Fugaku. "Where is Naruto Uzumaki?" Sufan's sharp gaze locked onto Fugaku. These complaints might merely be about the unfair treatment the Uchiha clan received in the village. But once they kidnapped Naruto Uzumaki, the nature of the situation would be entirely different. Naruto Uzumaki, Uchiha Itachi, was also momentarily stunned. Fugaku had never mentioned this part to him, and Itachi knew very well who Naruto Uzumaki was. His surname was one of the few Uzumaki clans in the village. This also meant that he was the vessel that sealed the Nine Tails, the Jinchuriki of the village. "Father, did you really kidnap Naruto Uzumaki?" Uchiha Itachi asked nervously. In fact, when Sufan mentioned Naruto Uzumaki, Fugaku's expression also turned surprised. This was enough to prove that Sufan's speculation was correct. Furthermore, it meant that the baseless accusations that Danzo had pressed upon the Uchiha clan would come true. "Tell me where Naruto is. Father, there is still room to turn back." Itachi couldn't help but press for answers. The sun was setting. Although the Uchiha clan planned to launch a coup in the dead of night, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't act early. If they released the Nine Tails in the village, it wouldn't just be a small sacrifice to change Konoha's structure. He is safe. Looking at the two young men before him, Fugaku had no choice but to admit that Naruto was in their hands. However, this was not Fugaku's idea. It was merely that the clansmen were too eager for fairness. This was their Konoha village established with the Senju clan. They should have their own honors. They should be the heroes of Konoha. To change this situation, they were willing to give everything. Moreover, the night of the disturbance had already proven that the Sharingan could indeed control the Nine Tails. His own Sharingan had even evolved into the Manjiki. This secret had been buried within him for years, and he had not even told his son. Even on the night of the Nine Tails disturbance, he had thought of using this power to save the village. Where is he? Sufan stepped forward, his voice low. The situation before them had transcended mere conversation. Not to mention that he regarded Naruto Uzumaki as a brother. Perhaps Fugaku was still hesitant, unwilling to use the power of the Nine Tails unless absolutely necessary. But his clansmen had already been blinded by power, false fame, and authority. No one could say for sure whether they would release the Nine Tails early. It should be noted that among those clansmen, there were not a few ninjas with 3 tomo. Uchiha Itachi was even becoming frantic for the first time. "Father, tell us Naruto's whereabouts before this matter escalates." As he spoke, Uchiha Itachi directly cast Tsukuyomi, attempting to drag his father into the illusion world to extract Naruto's whereabouts. However, Itachi did not expect that his father would resist his Jinjutsu at that moment. "Itachi, do you think my Manjiki has been unlocked for many years?" Fugaku merely glanced at him, then focused all his attention on Sufan. "You may indeed want to eliminate the divide between the Uchiha and the village, but this cannot be achieved with mere passion. I heard Itachi say that you perfectly inherited the powers of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. If that's the case, let me see for myself. If you can defeat me, Sufan, I will not only tell you Naruto Uzumaki's whereabouts, I will also abandon the decision to stage a coup." Fugaka took a deep breath and stepped back repeatedly to ensure that no one discovered his secret. He had already sent all the Uchiha clansmen to the South East Shrine. No one would notice this place. He could fight Su Fan with all his might. Are we really going to fight in the end? Su Fan murmured, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He was not Naruto and was not skilled in verbal duels. He had initially been thinking about how to persuade Uchiha Fugaku to abandon this foolish idea, but unexpectedly, he had taken the initiative to challenge him. However, this was also understandable. The Uchiha clan had always revered power. Perhaps Fugaku wanted to believe in himself, but was just worried that his strength was insufficient to change everything. I will become Hokage and rewrite the village's exclusion and prejudice against the Uchiha clan. Su Fan extended his hand towards Fugaku. Is that so? Fugaku nodded, wanting to believe in Su Fan. But in the world of ninjas, strength was also a crucial part. The past Hokages were all the strongest in the village. Itachi, step back. Su Fan's voice was low. He didn't need Itachi's help. Even if Fugaku possessed Manjiki, he was no match for him. On the contrary, Itachi was somewhat hesitant. Do as he says, Itachi. Fugaku quickly added. He did not want to face his son in battle. Just as Fugaku's words fell, a powerful chakra suddenly erupted from within him, and his skeletal structure visibly enveloped his body. Susanoo. Chapter 93. Uchiha and Senju. The strength of Uchiha Fugaku has never been directly described in Naruto. Even the fact that he awakened the Manjiki Sharingan was only briefly mentioned in Itachi's true story. During the Third Shinobi World War, Fugaku witnessed his close friend's death on the battlefield, which led him to awaken the Manjiki. For the next few years, Fugaku kept this secret hidden. Even on the night of the massacre, he did not reveal the power of his Manjiki. The reason given was that Fugaku could not bear to kill his son Itachi, thus giving up resistance. However, Fugaku's Sharingan seemed to vanish without a trace. Neither Danzo nor Obito has ever brought forth Fugaku's Manjiki. Susanoo? Su Fan looked at Uchiha Fugaku in front of him. Facing Su Fan, the Uchiha clan leader directly unleashed his full strength. Visible bones quickly enveloped Fugaku, followed by nerves, muscles, skin, and armor, growing one by one. Boom! In less than a few breaths, Fugaku activated his complete Susanoo, completely shattering the small wooden house. Father! Uchiha Itachi was stunned by the scene before him. He never expected his father would immediately unleash his complete Susanoo. No, he was surprised by the fact that his father possessed such power. No wonder he believed that the Uchiha clan could successfully launch a coup and control the power of the Nine Tails. With the Manjiki level Genjutsu combined with the complete Susanoo, Fugaku could indeed be considered the strongest of the Uchiha clan. Such a trump card, if unknown, could indeed inflict heavy damage on the third Hokage. This power is not something you can confront head-on. Uchiha Itachi quickly shouted to Su Fan, the complete Susanoo has impenetrable defense. With your wood release, you can't break through it all. In Itachi's view, Su Fan should choose a weak area of Susanoo, forcibly create a breach, and pull Fugaku out to have a chance of defeating him. The Byakugan could just accomplish that, finding the weakest chakra point on Susanoo. Although he couldn't act, Uchiha Itachi still tried to help Su Fan analyze Fugaku's Susanoo and strategize. However, Su Fan ignored Itachi's help. This chakra is incredibly powerful. It won't be long before it attracts the attention of the Uchiha clan and the third Hokage. If it's the latter, that's one thing. If the Uchiha clan thinks their leader has launched a coup prematurely, they might release the Nine Tails in the village. Although he is a time traveler, he has lived in this village for 5 years. Most importantly, Su Fan plans to become Hokage and unify the shinobi world starting from Konohagakure. Su Fan, use would release. Fugaku crossed his arms and stood atop Susanoo, looking down at Su Fan. At the beginning of Konoha's establishment, Senju Hashirama fought a great battle against Uchiha Madara. Now, the only inheritor of wood release from the Senju clan faces the Uchiha clan leader. This battle is filled with irony. Indeed, it feels very similar. Fugaku suddenly paused, feeling a strong contrast in his heart. Back then, Uchiha Madara persuaded the Uchiha clan to support him for leadership, to reclaim everything that belonged to the Uchiha. How similar is that to his current situation? The only difference is that at that time, Uchiha Madara wanted to betray the village, but did not receive support from his clansmen. He himself did not want to betray the village or give up the hard-won peace, but was pushed to the forefront by his clansmen. Thinking of this, Fugaku couldn't help but smile bitterly. Perhaps this is the fate of the Uchiha clan. No matter when, the true thoughts of the clan leader are always unsupported by the clansmen. You really are very much like the first Hokage. At the same time, Fugaku couldn't help but sigh. He was very much like Uchiha Madara, while Su Fan was very much like Senju Hashirama. Both stood firmly on the side of the village, wanting to eliminate all factors threatening the village's stability. Senju Hashirama killed his best friend, Uchiha Madara, for the village. Suddenly, Fugaku seemed to realize something. His gaze slightly shifted, noticing Uchiha Itachi beside him. Perhaps he should be like Uchiha Madara. Boom! A loud explosion erupted from Susanu's hand, as three massive tomo connected together to form a peculiar blade. Upon closer inspection, one would find that the shape of the tomo closely resembled Fugaku's Manjiki. Whoosh! Just as Susanoo gripped the hilt of the sword with force, black flames instantly covered the entire blade. Is this Amaterasu? Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but gasp. Although he is Fugaku's son, it was also the first time he saw his father Susanoo. Amaterasu? Sufan also noticed the pitch-black flames. Both Itachi and Sasuke's Manjiki have the ability to unleash Amaterasu. As their father, who is also adept in fire release and Jinjutsu, it is not surprising that he can do this. However, unlike his psychological activities when fighting the Fourth Raikage at that time, he was more interested in testing the power of the Zanpakuto than defeating the Fourth Raikage. Now, this battle will determine the coup in Konohagakure. Bang! As Fugaku controlled the massive Susanoo, swinging it towards him, Sufan did not dodge or evade, but directly clapped his palms together and formed the serpent hand seal. Quick, get away! The flames of Amaterasu will not extinguish before consuming their target. Uchiha Itachi was startled by Sufan's confidence when he saw Sufan wanting to confront Fugaku's Susanoo head-on. In his view, even would release Wu Ti be able to protect Sufan this time. However, Sufan ignored Itachi's warning. Would release, would human technique. Sufan had tested the power of this technique in the inner world of the Zanpakuto long ago. Just as Susanoo's massive sword was about to strike Sufan, the entire earth began to tremble violently. The originally green grass rapidly sprouted massive tree roots, swelling, hardening, and transforming into two thick arms that forcefully clasped together. Boom! Accompanied by a series of loud noises, the two palms completely ignored the flames of Amaterasu and firmly grasped Susanoo's weapon. Immediately afterward, Sufan's position rapidly rose, and within 2 or 3 breaths, he stood at the same height as Fugaku. Beneath him was a gigantic wooden figure. This is the power of wood release. Fugaku swallowed hard, his eyes filled with shock. The Uchiha clans, Susanoo, and the Senju clans with human technique. After decades, they're finally fighting together again. Your failure is inevitable. Sufan stared directly at Fugaku's Manjiki, his voice deep. Chapter 94. Fugaku. You hide deeply. If it weren't for Itachi standing on the side of the village, Fugaku wouldn't feel he would fail at all. According to the original plan, the only ninjas that could truly threaten the coup were the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the leader of Root, Danzo Shimura. He would deal with the Hokage himself and leave Danzo to Itachi. With the power of the Manjiki Sharingan, the Uchiha clan would surely be revitalized. However, what he didn't expect was that Danzo not only died, but another powerful Senju like Sufan emerged in the village. The giant wooden figure he created would release easily withstood Fugaku's slashes. Even the flames of Amaterasu were completely resisted. Sufan. Below, Itachi Uchiha was also shocked by the scene before him. Sufan's wooden man technique could actually contend against his father's complete body Susanoo. Meanwhile, inside the Hokage Building, Hiruzen Sarutobi was holding a high-level meeting with the Leaf officials, discussing the events that occurred in the Land of Iron. Just as he was about to elaborate on his decisions, he felt an unprecedented amount of chakra. The source was in the direction of the Uchiha compound. This sudden surge gave Sarutobi a bad premonition. He abruptly stood up, disregarding the reactions of the officials, and hurriedly left for his office. This chakra seemed to contain Su Fan's chakra. What happened at the Uchiha compound? As soon as Sarutobi returned to the Hokage office, he closed the door behind him and ordered the guards not to let anyone in. He then retrieved a crystal ball and activated the telescope technique. His biggest concern was the Uchiha clan's coup. Even when Shui was alive, the Uchiha clan had such thoughts. Soon, an image appeared in the crystal ball. Su Fan was now not only using the Wooden Man technique, but also had a size and power that was even more exaggerated than during the incident in the Land of Iron. Was this Su Fan's full strength? However, the person fighting him, taking a deep breath, Sarutobi's gaze shifted to the person battling Su Fan. Just a glance, and he was frozen in place. The figure fighting Su Fan was also a tall giant, clad in armor and wielding a peculiar weapon. Wait, is that Fugaku? Through the semi-transparent body of Susanoo, Sarutobi quickly noticed a familiar face. The Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha. The biggest beneficiary of the coup, especially his eyes, which were clearly more advanced than the three-tomo Sharingan. Thud! Sarutobi suddenly slumped into his chair, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Fugaku Uchiha had been hiding his strength all along. He was much older than Fugaku. He had noticed Fugaku and Itachi during the Third Great Ninja War. But Sarutobi never dreamed that Fugaku would possess such terrifying power. On the night of the Nine Tails incident, if Fugaku had stepped up back then, perhaps Minato. However, Sarutobi quickly shook his head. The past had already happened, and no one could change it. Instead, the scene before him showed Fugaku controlling Susanoo, wielding blades, continuously slashing at the Wooden Man. Each contact left behind indelible black flames. After several exchanges, the giant Wooden Man was almost turned into a fiery figure. Why wasn't he fighting back? Sarutobi furrowed his brows tightly. From the battle scene, this didn't look like a sparring match. It felt more like a real battle. Sarutobi even suspected that Fugaku wanted to launch a coup and was discovered by Su Fan, leading to this escalation. Thinking of this, Sarutobi suddenly straightened up from his seat. Fugaku, you hide deeply. Sarutobi murmured this to himself in a low voice before hurriedly leaving the office. He indeed wanted to resolve the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village without bloodshed or sacrifice. But even if Fugaku made a choice and possessed such immense power, he could only eliminate him. Everything was for the village. Meanwhile, Su Fan was unaware of what was happening in the Hokage building. Why wasn't he fighting back? Fugaku growled at Su Fan. Ever since he summoned the Wooden Man, he had been in a passive, defensive state. He even deliberately exposed a flaw to force Su Fan to attack. Yet Su Fan remained indifferent, merely manipulating the wood to evade Susanoo's slashes. Su Fan, what are you really thinking? Even Itachi Uchiha was starting to lose patience. To help Su Fan defeat Fugaku, he had analyzed a considerable amount of information and offered his suggestions. Every jutsu has its weaknesses. Even Susanoo is no exception. However, it seems Su Fan couldn't hear him at all. He ignored all the analyses and suggestions. Are you stalling for time, waiting for the third Hokage to notice this? Suddenly, as Fugaku continued his assault, he considered this possibility, and his expression grew serious. No. In response to Fugaku's question, Su Fan simply shook his head. Boom! Just as Susanoo swung its weapon at him again, Su Fan suddenly commanded the Wooden Man to grab the blade. Then, the Wooden Man's other hand swiftly reached forward, firmly pressing down on Susanoo's shoulder. Your failure is destined, Fugaku. Su Fan locked eyes with Fugaku, and he had no intention of dragging this out any longer. The previous exchanges were merely to test Fugaku. Although Fugaku exuded a powerful momentum and his attacks were quite exaggerated, none of them contained killing intent. In other words, Fugaku didn't want to kill him. He only wanted to see Su Fan's strength and entrust Itachi and Sasuke to him. In fact, if Fugaku truly harbored killing intent, regardless of whether he was Itachi's father or not, Su Fan would eliminate him right there. Once the clan leader was gone, the remaining Uchiha clan would merely be a disorganized mob. This is the power you are about to witness. As Su Fan spoke again, he drew his Zanpakuto and half-released it. Crackle. Purple lightning crackled around Su Fan, colliding and generating powerful thunder explosions. The rhythm and momentum of the thunder explosions continued to escalate. At the moment the thunder reached its ninth clap, it spread from Su Fan's feet, visibly covering the entire wooden man like a thunder armor. Even the Amaterasu left on Susanoo was forced back by this power. Then, the thunder-infused wooden man synchronized with Su Fan, channeling the immense thunder power into Susanoo's body. Boom! Accompanied by the thunderous sound, the indestructible Susanoo began to crumble. Fugaku Uchiha stared wide-eyed, looking incredulously at Susanoo dissipating before him. Senju Hashirama, the God of Shinobi, the Great Path of Heaven. Chapter 95. Choice My Susanoo. Uchiha Fugaku was dumbfounded, watching as the massive Susanoo beneath him crumbled to dust. Susanoo, in fact, even Uchiha Itachi wore a shocked expression. He never expected that Su Fan could destroy his father's Susanoo just by using wood release in conjunction with lightning release. Moreover, throughout the battle, Su Fan had maintained an air of nonchalance, showing no signs of being under threat at all. When did Su Fan master such terrifying lightning release? Uchiha Itachi looked up at Su Fan, clearly remembering that during the confrontation with Danzo, Su Fan had not used a single lightning release technique. Even the ninjutsu he employed was only basic searing techniques, merely amplified to an exaggerated scale due to his massive chakra reserves. Su Fan, just how many trump cards are you hiding? Itachi furrowed his brow, feeling that Su Fan was increasingly unfathomable. However, the battle between Su Fan and Fugaku was not over yet. He had only used the power of the Zanpakuto to shatter Fugaku's Susanoo. Bang! A thunderous explosion erupted beneath Su Fan's feet, and the wooden giant's shoulder was shattered by the force. Su Fan's figure shot out like a bolt of lightning. Before Uchiha Fugaku could react, he felt an immense pressure on his throat. It was only then that Fugaku's Sharingan saw Su Fan gripping his neck tightly. Despite the formidable power of the Manjiki Sharingan, it was not omnipotent. When faced with an incredibly fast speed, it was difficult for the Manjiki to track the opponent. Immediately after, the giant wooden giant technique collapsed with a thunderous crash. The outcome was clear, and Su Fan no longer needed to use chakra to maintain the wooden giant's actions. Oh no! Uchiha Itachi silently cursed, quickly activating his own Susanoo to block the falling debris. Meanwhile, Su Fan held Fugaku tightly and slammed him to the ground. Boom! A loud noise erupted, kicking up dust from the ground. The invisible shockwave spread outward, sending the fallen wooden debris flying again. Fugaku's back hit the ground hard, creating a massive crater. Waves of intense pain quickly spread throughout Fugaku's body. From the previous impact, he felt as if all the bones in his body had shattered. Let alone continue fighting Su Fan, he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Huff! Su Fan took a deep breath, finally releasing Fugaku's neck and looking around. They were now amidst the ruins of the wood release. Thud! Thud! Uchiha Itachi swung the fist of his Susanoo, clearing a path and rushing to Fugaku's side. Father! Seeing Fugaku lying on the ground, Uchiha Itachi immediately dispelled his Susanoo and checked his father's injuries. Even you, as expected of my son. Fugaku managed to squeeze out a complete sentence, though it was fragmented. Other Uchiha clan members, let alone activating Susanoo, hadn't even used their Manjiki. Witnessing Itachi's ability to wield this power freely brought a sense of comfort to Fugaku. Promise me one thing. Fugaku gathered his remaining strength to turn his head toward Itachi, trying to form a kind smile. Father. Uchiha Itachi knelt beside Fugaku, as if listening to his last words. Promise me, take good care of Sasuke. Fugaku attempted to reach out to touch Itachi's face once more, but failed. Cough, cough. Just then, Su Fan couldn't help but clear his throat. During the time Fugaku and Itachi were speaking, he had already used his Byakugan to clearly see Fugaku's injuries. 6 ribs were broken, his right hand and left leg were fractured, and his internal organs were damaged to varying degrees. Although his injuries were severe, he would not die. Of course, given Fugaku's current condition, he was clearly unable to stage a coup. In fact, he wouldn't even be able to make it to the Nanga Shrine alone. Don't worry, you're not going to die, Su Fan said softly, but to his surprise, Fugaku shook his head slightly. He looked up at the darkening sky. A few stars were already shining brightly above. This is enough, Fugaku said firmly. Even now, he could not sever ties with his clan, and completely side with the village. Moreover, he had exposed the strength he had hidden for many years. The higher-ups in Konoha would likely not spare him. Instead, death would be the only way for him to find relief. I entrust Sasuke and Mikoto to you. Fugaku made his final request to Uchiha Itachi, then turned to Sufan and said, "Kill me, and you can end this coup." Although the Uchiha clan had become blinded by rage, they had not lost their reason. They would not recklessly stage a coup without their strongest member. Take my body to the Nanga shrine. Naruto Uzumaki is there too. Fugaku's breathing began to quicken. He could feel his body growing weaker. However, this was the only solution he could think of. How interesting. Sufan shook his head, then bent down, extending his fingers to press his index and middle fingers together, forcefully stabbing them into Fugaku's body. Just as Uchiha Itachi was about to take action, he was interrupted. "He won't die. I just sealed a few of his chakra points," Sufan said as he straightened up. "I will stop this coup and eliminate the village's long-standing distrust and exclusion of the Uchiha clan, allowing you to regain your sense of belonging. However, I need a list of who participated in this coup." Sufan's voice grew increasingly somber. "You can consider this a transaction, or you can see it as an order. In any case, this village was jointly established by the Senju and Uchiha clans. There is no need to conclude it in this manner." After saying this, Sufan threw a kunai, which embedded itself beside Fugaku's left hand. Due to the acupoint sealing, Fugaku's left hand gradually regained mobility, allowing him to use the kunai to end his own life. This was the extent of what Sufan could do. He could perhaps use force to keep Fugaku alive, but ultimately, Fugaku's value simply did not compare to Itachi's. If he still wished to end the coup with death after hearing his words, then so be it. "Father." Uchiha Itachi looked at the kunai on the ground, his heart racing. In fact, he could see that this was Sufan's test for Fugaku. Would he choose the village or his clan? Chapter 96. Truly a cunning old fox, even Fugaku can understand the deeper meaning behind Sufan's words. Perhaps one day, the Uchiha clan can find a sense of belonging and integrate into the village. But now, if those clansmen who insist on launching a coup are not dealt with, that day will never come. On the surface, Sufan is asking for a list, but in reality, he is forcing himself to hand over his clansmen, using their lives to exchange for his position as clan leader. Among these people, many have awakened the three-tomo Sharingan and are the backbone of the Uchiha clan. Completely cutting ties with them is difficult for Fugaku, even in the current situation. He glanced at the kunai embedded in his left hand. "Father, even if you choose to sacrifice yourself, you will only be a stone that splashes water on the lake surface." Itachi Uchiha noticed Fugaku's gaze and understood that he still did not want to betray his clansmen. However, the situation had developed to this point, and neither Sufan nor the village could pretend that nothing had happened. Moreover, Sufan did not intend to kill them directly. Instead, he planned to use the opportunity of a war between Konoha and the Cloud Village to throw them into the battlefield. Let them fight for the village. Perhaps this way, they could regain their sense of belonging. Even if it doesn't work, letting them die on the battlefield would prevent the remaining Uchiha clan from harboring hatred towards the village. On the contrary, it might rekindle their sense of belonging through hatred for the Cloud Village. At least in Itachi's view, Sufan's plan was indeed feasible. However, before Fugaku could make his decision, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived with Anbu ninjas. Sufan sent Sarutobi Hiruzen using his Byakugan and then retracted it, turning to look. Currently, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not wearing Hokage attire, but rather black armor. What happened here? The Anbu ninjas looked around and saw a vast ruin. It is no exaggeration to say that the level of destruction here was akin to that caused by a tailed beast, coupled with Sarutobi Hiruzen's serious and tense demeanor. They even suspected that something had happened to Naruto Uzumaki on the way here. Fugaku. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly spotted Fugaku lying on the ground, while Sufan's clothes were spotless. Seeing Fugaku using Susanoo through the crystal ball had genuinely frightened Sarutobi Hiruzen. He even thought that Sufan might die at Fugaku's hands. The ruins here were enough to prove that they had fought fiercely. Did Sufan crush Fugaku? Sarutobi Hiruzen swallowed hard, once again shocked by Sufan's strength. Even facing Fugaku, who had unleashed Susanoo, he had little confidence in being able to subdue him. It's not an exaggeration to say that Sarutobi Hiruzen even felt that Fugaku's power was comparable to the Nine Tails. So, seeing the scene before him, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not only shocked by Su Fan's strength, but also breathed a sigh of relief. What exactly happened here? Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly approached Su Fan and couldn't help but ask. Lord Hokage. Itachi Uchiha knelt down directly, respectfully lowering his head. In Itachi's view, given the current situation, he should inform Sarutobi Hiruzen of the truth. It's like this. Watching Itachi succinctly state the facts, Su Fan felt somewhat complicated. In terms of strength, he believed Itachi Uchiha was stronger than the third Hokage. If he were willing to stand on Fugaku's side, the coup would have a high chance of success. However, Itachi loved the village and respected the third Hokage more than anyone else. But this was also a good thing for Su Fan. The more Itachi respected the Hokage and loved the village, the better he could use him as a card. As he became Hokage, basking in the sunlight of Konoha, Itachi would be the root buried underground. Fugaku. After understanding the ins and outs, Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more shocked. The Uchiha clan not only decided to launch a coup tonight, but they even kidnapped Naruto Uzumaki, intending to use the power of the Nine Tails. Lord Third Hokage. Fugaku met Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze and wanted to sit up, but he failed 3 times. In this situation, Fugaku also worried that his decision would affect Itachi and Sasuke. His gaze fell once again on the kunai, and he no longer hesitated. Whoosh! Fugaku decisively grabbed the kunai, aimed it at his heart, and thrust it down with all his strength. Just as the sharp kunai pierced Fugaku's left chest, a black shuriken flew in, hitting Fugaku's kunai squarely. Due to the lack of strength, the kunai was knocked away by the shuriken. And the one who threw this shuriken was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Take Fugaku away and imprison him, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice, issuing orders to the Umbu behind him. Despite Fugaku's many mistakes, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not intend to kill him. After all, Fugaku was nearly 40. At this point, he was no match for Su Fan, and their gap would only grow larger in the future. If Fugaku were killed, the Uchiha clan would only produce another second or third Fugaku. Rather than that, it was better to let Fugaku continue as the leader of the Uchiha clan. Use this opportunity to make him look up to the Hokage and the higher-ups of Konoha. Use him to keep the Uchiha in check. Such a serious mistake. Just as the Umbu were passing by Sarutobi Hiruzen with Fugaku in custody, he slowly spoke. Fugaku, according to the village's traditions, such crimes are enough to implicate your entire family. Upon hearing the entire family, Fugaku's face turned pale. His own death was irrelevant, but Itachi and Sasuke were hopes he could not let go of. However, no ninja was more outstanding than Itachi Uchiha. He was a true ninja who loved the village. Even for him, I hope you can think carefully. All right, take him away, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, waving his hand, signaling the Umbu to imprison Fugaku. Truly worthy of the third Hokage. Su Fan silently observed everything, and on the surface, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared to show his benevolence. But in reality, he was using this method to win over Fugaku. Moreover, the previous words were also a warning. You can die, but before you die, think clearly. On one side are Itachi and Sasuke. On the other are the clansmen who betrayed the village. Which side is more important to you? One old fox. Su Fan couldn't help but scoff internally. All right, Su Fan, Itachi, where's Naruto Uzumaki now? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and directly inquired about Naruto's whereabouts. Chapter 97. When have I ever deceived you? Naruto Uzumaki is not only the orphan of Minato Namikaze, but also an important Jinchuriki in the village. If something were to happen to him at the hands of the Uchiha clan, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although his location can be captured using the telescope technique, the current situation clearly does not allow for a return to the Hokage Building. He is at the Southeast Shrine. Itachi Uchiha answered truthfully, but did not support Sarutobi Hiruzen going there. According to his father's words, the clan members attempting a coup are now concentrated at the Southeast Shrine, ready to massacre the higher-ups of Konoha. Even if Fugaku does not arrive on time, if they were to encounter the Hokage, it would likely trigger the coup early. If not handled properly, the Nine Tails could very well go berserk. Is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, feeling that Itachi Uchiha's words made sense. Moreover, the Uchiha clan all possess Sharingan. Even if they use transformation techniques, they would be able to see through them directly. Let me go. Itachi Uchiha suddenly volunteered. After all, he is a member of the Uchiha clan and a skilled one at that. If he utilizes Tsukumi well, he might be able to infiltrate. Most importantly, Naruto Uzumaki is a highly unstable factor. I'll go with you. Su Fan interjected as well. It wasn't for any other reason. The South Shrine is his signing-in location. If anything happens, his would-release technique can also suppress the Nine Tails chakra. Su Fan casually found an excuse. Then I'll leave it to you two. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the two youths in front of him, feeling that their involvement would indeed be better than his own. However, as the Hokage of the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not be blindly optimistic. The battle between Su Fan and Fugaku might have attracted the attention of the Uchiha clan. To ensure that the Nine Tails would not harm the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to split up and organize the Umbu en route in advance to prevent any accidents. That works too. Su Fan nodded in agreement with Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan, then exchanged a glance with Itachi Uchiha before heading to the South Shrine together. Although transforming into Fugaku was not very realistic, he could disguise himself as a member of the Uchiha clan, based on the rewards from previous sign-ins. This time the signing reward might very well be the Sharingan, and the Sharingan is undoubtedly a symbol of Uchiha identity. As for how to explain this, Su Fan had already thought it through. He could just say that one of his parents is an Uchiha. After all, it's just deceiving. What are you planning to do? As they were about to approach the South Shrine, Itachi Uchiha suddenly asked, "Are we going to kill them all?" The Uchiha clan has always revered strength and is very proud. Wherever he and Su Fan appear, they might be able to fool them for a moment, but they cannot deceive them forever. The worst-case scenario could very well lead to a fierce battle. That is why Itachi raised this question. If all the unstable factors were eliminated, the peace of the village would be guaranteed. However, this was in serious conflict with Su Fan's original plan. Let's take it one step at a time. Su Fan thought for a moment and replied. Even without Itachi, he could resolve those Uchiha clan members. But we can pretend to be Uchiha members and deceive them. As long as we retrieve Naruto, the remaining issues will be easier to solve. Deceive. Itachi Uchiha had a black line on his face, not expecting Su Fan to say that. Although Itachi's voice was not loud, Su Fan still heard it very clearly. He glanced at Itachi Uchiha's profile and said firmly, "Don't worry, Itachi, we are the best of friends. No matter the time, I will never deceive you." Is that so? Itachi Uchiha murmured. He didn't really care whether Su Fan would deceive him. He just hoped for peace in the village. Of course. When have I ever deceived you? However, just as the two were about to approach the South Shrine, Itachi noticed that there were Uchiha members patrolling near the shrine. Even without the Sharingan, Itachi could sense the pressure they were under. If the coup fails, the consequences would be unbearable even for them. Most importantly, up until now, Fugaku had not arrived at the shrine, which made these people even more anxious. "I need your cooperation." Itachi Uchiha slowly spoke, deciding to deal with these people first before going deeper. But before he could express his plan, Su Fan walked directly over. "Hey, Itachi Uchiha." Su Fan's way of greeting immediately raised the vigilance of the Uchiha clan. "Sorry, I'm late." Su Fan paused. "Itachi, come here quickly." "Itachi?" The Uchiha members were taken aback. In their impression, they didn't remember Su Fan being among the Uchiha clan, but they had a deep impression of Itachi, the clan's genius and the eldest son of the clan leader Fugaku. However, he had joined the Umbu. Su Fan even gave Itachi a look. They didn't need to deal with each other. As long as they showed that they also supported the coup, they could swagger in without issue. "All right." Itachi sighed and had no choice but to walk over and declare his identity. "My father sent me here. Since we are going to launch a coup to replace the Hokage, my power is an indispensable part of it." As he spoke, Itachi directly activated his Manjiki Sharingan. Naturally, other Uchiha clan members understood what this power meant. Furthermore, due to Itachi's presence, no one paid attention to Su Fan. Even the patrolling guard actively led the two of them. In no time, Su Fan followed Itachi to the South Shrine. The situation was just as Fugaku had described. The young and middle-aged men of the Uchiha clan were mostly gathered here, many of them appearing to be on high alert. Where is the clan leader? Upon hearing Itachi explain the situation, these Uchiha members directly inquired about Fugaku's whereabouts. You can feel a powerful chakra, right? Itachi thought for a moment and began to deceive them. There was a bit of a problem. My father is fighting Danzo and has drawn him out of the village. Danzo? That chakra is Danzo's? Upon hearing Itachi's words, many people gasped. When they sensed that chakra, they were indeed taken aback and curious about the other party's identity. They didn't expect it to be Danzo. While expressing their astonishment, a powerful clan member with a 3-tomo Sharingan couldn't help but question, "But Itachi, are you really on our side?" Meanwhile, Su Fan was entirely unconcerned with how Itachi handled the situation, focusing on his signing in. Congratulations to the host for successfully arriving at the signing in location, officially starting the sign-in. The sign-in progress needs to reach 100%. Exiting midway will be considered a sign-in failure. The Great Map of All Heavens. Chapter 98. Awakening the Sharingan. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in. Reward received, 3-tomo Sharingan. As the sign-in reward was issued, Su Fan suddenly felt a change in his eyes, a strong stimulation spreading from his optic nerves to his brain. Not only was it the Sharingan, but it was also the highest level, the 3-tomo. He couldn't help but wonder what the Uchiha clan would think upon seeing him awaken the 3-tomo. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi's statement had put pressure on these people. Although Itachi had shifted the blame to Danzo at a critical moment, it also meant that their coup plan had been exposed. The village had already sensed their plans. They had to abandon the coup. Uchiha Itachi spoke in a low voice, indicating that this was Fugaku's intention. "Tell me, where is Naruto Uzumaki?" At the same time, Itachi was also prepared to fight these people. No matter what, he could not support this coup. If they could trust him, that would be great. If not, he would have to subdue them here to prevent greater disasters for the village. However, Itachi's attitude made the questioning Uchiha step back. "You're standing on the village's side." Soon, a chain reaction began to spread. The people gathered here already had significant grievances against Uchiha Itachi. With Fugaku absent and Itachi demanding the Nine Tails, their suspicions grew. Fugaku had been subdued by Danzo, and Itachi had assisted in this. In fact, many people's gazes shifted to Su Fan. All Uchiha lived in the encampment, and even the obscure clan members should have some impression. However, they had no memory of Su Fan. Damn Fugaku! A curse suddenly rang out from the crowd. Until now, they had all trusted Fugaku and even sincerely wanted to nominate him as the 5th Hokage. Yet in the end, he still couldn't handle Uchiha Itachi. We cannot miss this opportunity. Yes, this was the only chance to restore the Uchiha clan's prestige. We founded the village. The glory rightfully belongs to us. Those ninjas only fear our power. Voices began to rise one after another, solidifying the Uchiha clan's determination. Even without Uchiha Fugaku, they would start the coup and cleanse the higher-ups of Konoha. "Follow me." Suddenly, a Uchiha member activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, selecting several top experts from the clan to go with him to deal with the Konoha higher-ups. At the same time, another group quickly surrounded Itachi and Su Fan, ready to start with him. I didn't get any answers. Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but sigh. These clansmen were under immense pressure, their nerves more fragile than ever, and they were increasingly unwilling to trust others. Most importantly, Su Fan was not a Uchiha. He could not prove his identity. This would only make them believe he was on the village's side. However, what Itachi did not know was that Su Fan could actually awaken the 3-tomo Sharingan now. The Sharingan was a symbol of Uchiha identity. He could help Uchiha Itachi cover up the lie and calm these people. However, there was no need for that. What he said to Uchiha Itachi earlier was only to swagger into the Nana Shrine, making it easier to complete the sign-in. As for these Uchihas, Su Fan had never regarded them as a threat from the start. "Where is Naruto Uzumaki?" Su Fan spoke in a low voice. For him, a Nine Tails was far more important than all these Uchihas combined. As expected, this statement effectively confirmed the Uchiha clan's suspicions. He and Itachi were on the village's side. It was time to take action, Su Fan. Itachi took a deep breath, preparing to act here. Clap. Su Fan, however, was more decisive, clapping his hands together with force and fully unleashing Wood Release. Wood Release, birth of the world tree. This statement instantly caused an uproar. Although they did not know Su Fan, they were aware of the strange occurrences near the Uchiha encampment. Everyone had been curious about who in the village could use Wood Release. Now, they had the answer. Countless Uchihas pulled out shurikens, attempting to attack Su Fan, wanting to eliminate him before the technique could fully activate. However, they had underestimated Su Fan's strength. The entire Nanha shrine began to shake violently, resembling an unprecedented earthquake. The floor beneath them started to crack, and vines as thick as arms extended from the soil, swelling, hardening, and growing into massive trees at an unprecedented speed. In just a few breaths, the Nanha shrine established by the Uchiha clan was shattered by this brutal force. Many Uchihas did not have time to counterattack or escape before being swept away by this power, firmly sealed within the tree trunks, leaving only their mouths and noses exposed for breathing. Use Genjutsu. The Uchihas who had not yet been controlled shouted urgently, attempting to use Genjutsu to control Su Fan and make him this terrifying Wood Release. Is that what you call Genjutsu? Unmoved by their combined Genjutsu attacks, Su Fan replied, Itachi, let them see what real Genjutsu is. Uchiha Itachi quickly understood that Su Fan was referring to Tsukuyomi. This was a top-level Genjutsu cast using the Manjiki Sharingan, which ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan could not resist. However, what shocked Itachi was not that Su Fan knew about Tsukuyomi, but rather his birth of the World Tree. In almost an instant, it had sealed off the vast majority of the clan members. Even the remaining few were trapped within the range of the sea of trees, unable to escape. I actually asked Su Fan if he wanted to kill them earlier. How foolish of me. Itachi couldn't help but criticize himself. With Su Fan's power, these Uchihas probably didn't even register on his radar. If he truly wanted to deal with them, it would only take a few breaths. There was no question of killing or not. It was about resolving the coup. If taken seriously, Su Fan could eliminate them all with a mere gesture. The only reason they were still alive was that they might still be of some use to Su Fan. In fact, these Uchihas were far more shocked than Itachi. The people gathered here were all pillars of the Uchiha clan, each one having awakened their Sharingan, with many possessing 3-tomo. They firmly believed that if they combined their strength, they could confront all the strong ninjas in the village. Yet, facing Su Fan, they didn't even have the opportunity to strike back before being completely controlled. Moreover, what they never dreamed of was that Su Fan could actually ignore the Genjutsu they unleashed. You are from the Senju clan. The god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama. The first Hokage, someone even stronger than Uchiha Madara. In an instant, every Uchiha could not help but associate Su Fan with the name Senju Hashirama.